My wife, whom I married in a whirlwind romance, had kept her identity a secret. She was actually a superstar actress, and I had no idea. In part 2, to create a dramatic effect, the director deliberately arranged for a group of celebrities to take turns talking to me, hoping to capture my surprised reaction upon seeing them. Unfortunately, I couldn't recognize them at all. Facing those award-winning actors and popular stars, I remained completely calm, leaving everyone on set dumbfounded. Even the director couldn't sit still and immediately decided to unleash his final trump card, having the nation's goddess, by Muge, personally deliver food to table number 8. He clearly didn't believe that I could ignore so many celebrities and still fail to recognize the country's most popular goddess. Meanwhile, Bai Qining was busy cooking in the kitchen when she suddenly received a call from the director asking her to deliver appetizers to the front of the house. She was somewhat reluctant, but she still composed herself, picked up the tray, and went out, while a group of celebrities were already secretly waiting to see what would happen. The longer I sat there, the more uneasy I felt about this restaurant. There were cameras everywhere, and even the man who claimed to be the manager looked strangely familiar. I was about to discuss it with Su Yu when he suddenly widened his eyes and stared straight ahead as if he had lost his soul. I turned my head following his gaze and saw a girl with outstanding temperament walking slowly towards us. She was wearing a simple white top and jeans, with a slender figure and delicate features, attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant with every step she took. Just as she approached, we both froze almost simultaneously, because the person in front of us wasn't an ordinary celebrity at all, but my wife, Bai Qining. She clearly hadn't expected to suddenly run into me on the show. In that instant, my first instinct was to stand up and walk over, but I suddenly realized something. There were cameras everywhere. She was filming a show. If we acted too familiar, it would definitely lead to countless speculations. I could only suppress my impulse and look away, pretending not to know her. I hadn't seen her for a few days, and I noticed she seemed to have lost some weight. But now I could only resist even glancing at her a few more times, my heart filled with indescribable emotions. When Bai Qining placed the plates on the table, she deliberately put the snacks in front of Su Yu and solemnly introduced herself as a kitchen staff member, telling us to give feedback at any time. She didn't say a word to me the whole time, but I always felt like she was sulking. Upon seeing his goddess up close, Su Yu was so excited he couldn't speak, nodding repeatedly in praise. I, however, grew increasingly annoyed. After Bai Qining left, I pulled the snacks placed in front of Su Yu to my side, and even reached out to block his gaze from following her. I couldn't help but urge him to eat quickly and stop staring. But Su Yu, with his mouth full, kept marveling at how beautiful Bai Muge was, even envying her ex-boyfriend for having the chance to date her, leaving me speechless. What ex-boyfriend? My wife and I haven't separated at all. But this relationship can't be made public right now, so I have to keep everything bottled up and pretend nothing happened. In the kitchen, Bai Qining suddenly remembered someone saying that a guest at table 8 had mouth ulcers and couldn't eat spicy food, so she immediately called Su Yidong over to confirm. After learning that it was me, she narrowed her eyes, remained silent for a few seconds, and then directly told the other person to go to the backyard and pick a few ghost peppers. Su Yitong was completely stunned, having no idea what had happened. She could only stand there with a puzzled look on her face, while Bai Qining had already started preparing the next dish. While I was settling accounts with Su Yu, I was also complaining that this guy had tricked me into the variety show filming set and kept interrupting me by talking about Bai Muge, calling her goddess this and goddess that, which made me feel increasingly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Bai Qining had already returned to the kitchen and was quietly slicing the ghost peppers that Su Yitong had picked into thin strips, preparing to put them into the dishes for table number 8. The director noticed something was wrong and quickly advised her not to play tricks on the guests, lest it cause problems for the show. Bai Qining simply said calmly, "I have a personal grudge against that customer." The moment she said that, the production crew immediately misunderstood, thinking I was a crazed fan who had harassed her, and that she was trying to vent her anger. The director, having imagined the scenario, simply condoned her actions and even had the camera deliberately avoid our table, only reminding her to use less chili. After all, these ghost peppers are incredibly hot. Half a pepper is enough to make dozens of people question their existence. Soon, A table full of signature dishes was prepared, with lobster, chicken soup, and yellow croaker served one after another. Bai Qining picked up the chili threads several times, intending to add them, but then quietly withdrew them, unable to bring herself to do it. Just as the last dish, steamed king crab, was about to be served, she finally came up with a compromise. She would only add a pinch of ghost pepper to the separately prepared dipping sauce, enough to make me suffer a little without actually causing any harm. She personally brought the dipping sauce to the restaurant, and Su Yu and I both looked up at her at the same time. Su Yu's eyes lit up instantly, as excited as if he had won the lottery, but I noticed that she had lost a lot of weight recently, and her chin had become noticeably sharper. She gently placed the dipping sauce in front of me, saying it was specially made for king crab and would be more convenient for 2 people to share. I looked down at the dish of dipping sauce, feeling that her expression was a little strange today, but I couldn't figure out why. Su Yu, already impatient, picked up some crab meat, dipped it in the original sauce, and ate with a satisfied expression. I, however, noticed Bai Qining secretly watching me, as if waiting for me to take a bite, which made me increasingly suspicious. To avoid arousing suspicion, I picked up a piece of crab meat, dipped it in the sauce she had just brought, and prepared to eat it. Just as I was about to put it in my mouth, she suddenly rushed over and grabbed my wrist. Everyone around us was stunned, countless eyes falling on us. Even Su Yu stood there dumbfounded. Bai Qining then realized her lapse in composure, quickly letting go of his hand and explaining that the dipping sauce seemed to be missing something, and she wanted to take it back to remix it. I smelled the strong aroma of vinegar in the dish and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Not wanting her to keep fiddling with it, I simply said there was no need to change it and that it was fine to eat it as is. Without hesitation, I put the crab meat into my mouth. The next second, an indescribable burning sensation instantly swept through my entire mouth, like flames exploding inside. Cold sweat immediately broke out on my forehead. I finally realized the problem was with the dipping sauce and stared intently at my wife standing in front of me. What was this girl planning to do today? Was she really going to murder her husband on the spot with a ghost pepper? For the next 10 minutes or so, I hardly knew how I got through it. My mouth felt like it was on fire, especially the mouth ulcers, which were excruciatingly painful. Even drinking milk and ice water could only provide some relief. Bai Qining stood by anxiously, constantly having milk and lemonade brought to her, her eyes filled with regret and heartache. I was also seething with anger, but because the show was still filming, I had to hold back and not let it out on the spot. When the pain finally subsided a bit, she asked me in a low voice if I felt any better. Seeing her guilty expression, I still kept a straight face and told her to go back to her work, not wanting to continue being the center of attention. The restaurant patrons had no idea what had happened. They all assumed she had just put the wrong seasoning in and thought I was being too cold. Only I knew that one bite had almost killed her. Bai Qining silently took the dipping sauce and left. Only then did Su Yu come over and ask me what I had eaten. I casually made up an excuse, saying that my mouth ulcers were probably too severe and had been irritated. Su Yu even tried to explain for her, saying that Bai Muge definitely didn't do it on purpose. I was both amused and exasperated, and could only continue drinking water to suppress the burning sensation in my mouth, not in the mood to argue with him. Not long after, I had drunk too much water and had to get up to go to the restroom. On the way there, I was still brooding over it all. This girl had really given me a hard time today, yet I couldn't bring myself to really blame her. After washing my hands, I passed the entrance to the mother and baby room when the door suddenly opened. A familiar, slightly cool little hand grabbed my wrist, and before I could react, I was pulled into the room. Standing in front of me was Bai Qining. She frowned and asked if my mouth still hurt, her worry impossible to hide. Seeing her like this, I couldn't continue to be stern and simply said that I was much better. She muttered a complaint, saying she had clearly stopped me from eating it. I couldn't help but laugh, saying who would have thought she would tamper with the dipping sauce. She was speechless, realizing how impulsive she had been. I simply asked her directly if I had done something to upset her. She remained silent for a long time, so I had to keep pressing her to get her to tell me what she was thinking, otherwise I would never guess. Finally, she turned her face away and complained softly that her husband didn't miss her at all. He only gave her a simple greeting every day and rarely called, making her feel neglected. It then dawned on me that this was what she cared about. I explained that I had always thought she was too busy with work, so I hadn't dared to bother her. I had specifically inquired about her schedule and come to see her this time. After hearing my explanation, the hurt in her eyes slowly faded and her expression softened. Then she looked at me gently and asked softly, "Since you've come all this way to see me, are you just going to stand here and say a few words?" I immediately understood what she meant, but since we were on set, I hesitated a bit. She had already taken a step closer to me, her eyes fixed on me as if waiting for my response. I smiled helplessly, opened my arms, and said to her, "Come on, let's hug for a bit." The next second, she gently nestled into my arms, her soft body pressed against me, and the familiar warmth brought a sense of peace to my heart. In the mother and baby room, I had only held by Chining for a short while, and before I could savor the moment, Suyu's voice called out to me from outside, breaking the brief silence. The occasion and timing were both inappropriate. Although she was still reluctant to let go, she gently pushed me away and only allowed me to leave the mother and baby room after the sound had faded into the distance. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as I walked out of the corridor. There were no security cameras here. Otherwise, if those few minutes had been filmed, she and I would probably be trending on social media tomorrow. I smiled wryly to myself. Getting intimate with my wife felt like we were doing something shameful, especially since I had actually married a big star in a whirlwind romance. I had only taken a few steps back into the restaurant when I heard Suyu's voice behind me. He jogged up to me, his tone tinged with complaint, saying he had been looking for me in the restroom for ages. I explained that I had gone the wrong way and had walked in the opposite direction after leaving the restroom. The restaurant layout was somewhat similar, and it was indeed easy to get lost. Suyu glanced back and nodded, saying it did look a bit like her. I almost believed him. He even teased me, asking if I had gone to the women's restroom to ambush by Muge. I was speechless and told him not to overthink it. He smiled and didn't ask any more questions. As we walked, he suddenly leaned closer and sniffed me, saying that I smelled really nice. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively took a step back, telling him it was probably just the smell of laundry detergent and not to smell it. He didn't think much of it, and even said the taste was good, and that he would ask the housekeeper to switch to this brand in the future. I could only casually reply that I would check it out for him when I got back. After returning to our seats, we sat down again to continue eating. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Bai Qining had gone back to work, and she seemed much more relaxed than before. In the control room backstage, the director watched her making desserts on screen and couldn't help but remark on how much better she seemed, as if her mood had suddenly improved. Hwawan had just returned from dealing with some matters when she saw the surveillance footage and was somewhat surprised. She asked the director if something had happened that caused such a dramatic change in her emotions. The director casually explained that she must have just taught a lesson to a Seiseing fan with a ghost pepper, which was why she was in such a good mood. Hwawan immediately became alert upon hearing the words Seiseing fan and pressed for details about which one it was. She had never liked such people and was quite sensitive to them. The director pointed directly to the screen and said, "That's the male customer at table number 8. He looks quite handsome, but it seems he's done something inappropriate to Bai Muge." Hwawan looked in the direction of the camera, and her previously wary expression instantly changed. She froze, completely stunned. She recognized that face. It was me. She was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this her brother-in-law? He'd been mistaken for a stalker fan and even fed ghost peppers. Her mind raced, and she instantly realized that it wasn't a stalker fan at all. It was her own sister's revengeful pouting. The director, standing nearby, remarked that they were originally going to add 7 or 8 ghost peppers, but in the end only a tiny bit, praising her for her restraint. Hearing this, Hwawan was even more certain. This wasn't about disciplining someone. It was clearly about not being able to go all out, only giving them a token lesson in the end. She looked at me on the screen and couldn't help but show a complicated yet inexplicably gratified expression and whispered, "So handsome." The director and staff were all stunned, not understanding why she suddenly reacted this way. The meal didn't end until almost 2 a.m. before Suyu and I left the restaurant. Before I left, I received a bottle of lemon honey water, which she had specially made as compensation. As soon as I stepped out the door, I couldn't help but take a sip. It tasted very sweet. Suyu watched from the side, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was something Bai Muge had personally compensated him with, and he felt incredibly envious. He began to regret that he wasn't the one suffering from the spiciness. Then he too could have received this bottle of honey water. Inside the restaurant, the other male customers followed suit, ordering more king crab and asking for extra wasabi, the spicier the better. They all ended up with tears streaming down their faces from the spiciness, but none of them managed to get the bottle of honey water. I was the only one who left the restaurant with that bottle of lemon honey water. When I got home, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. My younger sister, Li Shu, would have been home long ago by now, and dinner would have been ready before she went to do her odd jobs. But the house was unusually quiet today. I went back to my room and drank the honey water she had prepared for me, but she still hadn't returned after more than 10 minutes. I was a little worried, so I called her. She was tutoring at her employer's house at the time, so she had to go down to the balcony on the first floor to meet me. She spoke calmly, saying she would be back a little late today because the students would be going out tomorrow, so she needed to finish her classes early. After listening, I told her not to stay out too late, and if she finished too late, to take a taxi back instead of taking the bus. After hanging up the phone, I leaned against the window, lost in thought, feeling that she was still working too hard. Meanwhile, in the second-floor study, a man was holding a coffee and looking down at the girl on the balcony from the floor-to-ceiling window. He immediately recognized the slender girl in old jeans as the same black girl he had seen eating a steamed bun at the airport earlier. His business partner followed his gaze, smiling as they introduced the student as their private tutor. The tutor was excellent, but the family wasn't well off. The man nodded gently, his tone mild, saying it was a blessing to have such a student, and adding that the tutoring agency they had chosen was quite good. The other party then took the opportunity to return the courtesy, saying that this was also in line with the Bai family's way of doing things, and that they were willing to lend a helping hand to those in need. After a few more pleasantries, the two quickly returned to the topic of the girl. As the man listened to her story, his brow furrowed slightly. He knew she had a heavy family burden, had to take care of her brother, and was under immense pressure. Watching her quietly walk into the study, he felt a strange heaviness in his heart. That feeling of trying so hard, yet still being weighed down by life, evoked in him a complex mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. The girl downstairs was unaware of all this. She was simply focused on completing her tutoring duties, finishing her lessons at 6:30 p.m. Her employer invited her to stay for dinner, but she quickly declined and left before the mealtime. She felt that such a dining table was not a place for her. A single meal there cost several days' wages, and she dared not and did not want to disturb them. Little did she know that there was an extremely important person living in this villa, someone she could never have imagined. At dinner, the man was asked to stay for the meal. He initially agreed out of politeness, but unexpectedly did not. He glanced around the table but didn't see that familiar figure, and a strange unease crept into his heart. After asking, he learned that she had gone home early to cook for her brother. He didn't say much after hearing this, but finished his meal with mixed feelings. As for me, my younger sister has already started eating since she came back. She has a great appetite, enjoying her braised pork with steamed buns without being picky at all. Watching her, I thought to myself that I need to fatten her up a bit more. In contrast, my wife is much more picky about food, refusing to eat this or that, and only eating certain cooked dishes. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. After dinner, I went back to my room to continue writing. I've already written 2/3 of this short story, and the pace is getting smoother. I expect to finish it within 90,000 words. Since deciding to write this book under a pseudonym for her to star in, I've actually become more motivated, since I don't have to worry about her discovering my true identity. I've already decided on the title, Fatal Game. I just need to write another 10,000 words tomorrow to wrap it up. I typed 10,000 words in one go until 10:30 p.m., faster than I expected. After I finished working, I remembered it was almost time to ask her if she was done. I sent her a message. "Qin, is filming finished?" Unexpectedly, her phone rang immediately after the message was sent. On the other end of the phone, she had just finished showering and was lying in bed. Her tone was noticeably relaxed, even a little cheerful. She asked if my greeting that day was just a routine thing to do. I didn't know how to answer for a moment, so I remained silent. Hearing my hesitation, she pressed me further, asking if I missed her. I could only force myself to say yes, that I missed her a little. Then she pretended not to hear me and made me repeat myself. As soon as I finished, she said the signal was bad and made me repeat myself again. I finally realized this girl was teasing me. I smiled helplessly and said into the phone, "How about we call again tomorrow?" Not long after the call ended, and I said, "Call again tomorrow," her tone immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. I chuckled inwardly. This girl's mood changed faster than flipping through a book. She was just teasing me a moment ago, and now she was all serious. On the other end of the phone, she casually fiddled with her hair, asking me how far along my short story was, as if she were just showing concern, or perhaps keeping an eye on my progress. I told her I was almost finished writing, with just one last 10,000 words, and that I'd wrap it up tomorrow and send it to her the day after. She just gave a faint reply and said she'd read it first before deciding whether to play the lead role. I know she's using her review authority to pressure me, but this script was written for her, so there's nothing wrong with letting her read it first. After all, the roles she's going to play can't be chosen casually, and it's even less likely that she'll be allowed to make last-minute changes after the announcement. That's my bottom line as the author. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. She stopped teasing and simply said, "Then I'll wait for you," her tone much gentler than before. I simply replied with an and we ended the call without saying anything more. The next morning, I sat down at my computer to continue working on my draft. The constant clicking of the keyboard even bothered Yuenzi, who ran to the living room, clutching her ears. My sister, Li Shu, was already busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, steamed buns, corn, and sweet potatoes, simple yet healthy, a meal she'd always eaten. Watching her bustling around, I wondered how I could fatten her up a bit. She was far too thin. After breakfast, I went back to my room to continue writing when I suddenly received a message from Licia, inviting me to lunch at the restaurant. She said she had work to discuss and brought Li Ying along. I thought about it and didn't refuse, since we had signed a contract and had a semi-working relationship. Compared to my unfamiliar boss, I actually found her, though cold, to be approachable and even somewhat friendly. I promised to continue writing and planned to finish the short story in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, Li Shu was on her way to help her father by bus when she received a call from her mother. On the other end of the phone, the mother's tone was unusually weak, not angry, as she said that she had been experiencing intermittent chest pains lately. She asked me to go back and accompany her to the hospital for a checkup, saying it was inconvenient for her to go alone and that no one else in her family was around. I immediately tensed up when I heard that and told her to go to the hospital by herself first, but she insisted that I go back, saying she would only feel at ease if I went with her. I hesitated for a moment, but still agreed, and prepared to ask for leave to go back to Guangzhou. When she heard that I agreed, her tone immediately relaxed, and she said that I could go back tomorrow, and she would wait for me to go for the checkup together. After hanging up the phone, I stood by the roadside for a while, feeling that this had happened rather suddenly, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. Time flies, and it was noon in the blink of an eye. I went to the agreed-upon private room at the restaurant ahead of time, ready to have lunch with my colleagues. Not long after, Licia and Li Ying arrived together. Today, she was wearing a striped shirt dress with a belt cinched at the waist. Her whole demeanor was calm and capable, and she looked like a clean and neat painting when she walked in. We had barely sat down when Li Ying couldn't help but remark that we looked like a perfect match sitting together. Before she could finish, Licia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately and seriously stopped her, saying not to joke like that. I was a little exasperated. This wasn't the first time I'd heard such comments. I also directly reminded Li Ying that this kind of teasing was inappropriate. Li Ying nodded and said she understood, but I could tell she didn't take it to heart at all. People like her always say whatever comes to mind. Although she quieted down, her eyes kept darting back and forth between us, as if she were observing something interesting. I didn't pry further and got straight to the point, listening to her explain the upcoming work arrangements. This time it was about the company's masked singer competition plan, which involved selecting trainees to participate, and Zhang Yaowa was on the list. She hoped I could write some songs based on the contestants' characteristics to help them perform better in the competition. I thought about it and didn't refuse. After all, that's what signing a contract is all about, and writing songs isn't a big deal for me. The discussion went smoothly, and I agreed to choose a suitable style to create based on the list. The meal was quickly finished, and I left the restaurant first, intending to return and continue writing my short story. However, I didn't notice that after I left, Lucia's gaze lingered on my retreating figure for a long time, as if she were deep in thought. Li Ying continued her random teasing, but she had clearly toned it down and didn't say much more in person. However, she's the kind of person who can't keep secrets, and she immediately shared today's events as gossip with her friends in the industry. The news quickly went from, maybe something's going on, to they're already together. Before long, it had become the entertainment industry's version of a rumored romance. The news spread rapidly within hours, reaching even more people in the industry. At 7 p.m., when the restaurant was closing for dinner, Hua Wan told Bai Qining the gossip. After listening, Bai Qining merely frowned slightly, saying that such news might not be true. But she couldn't help but ask again, wondering what kind of person this Ning was, that she could make Li Xie fall for her. In her memory, Li Xie was always calm and had almost no interest in relationships. Such a person was hard to move. Hua Wan added some information she had heard, saying that the other party was very mysterious, extremely talented, and had even surpassed everyone else in the company's assessment. There were even paparazzi who tried to uncover his identity, only to be warned with a lawyer's letter. Hearing this, my wife simply nodded, saying that this approach was decisive and in line with her personality. Hua Wan glanced at her, then suddenly smiled and said, "You two are actually quite alike." Upon hearing this, my wife paused for a moment, not refuting it, but her eyes flickered slightly. Meanwhile, I was listening to my younger sister say that she was going back to Guangzhou to see our mother the next day. I paused a little puzzled, because, as far as I could remember, her mother had never mentioned anything about having heart problems. I watched as my younger sister, Li Shu, calmed down after most of the day, but she still felt that there was something strange about our mother, Fong Laniying's, illness this time. However, she was bound by years of emotional ties, and she could not refuse whenever our mother asked. This mentality had almost become a habit that she could not break free from. I knew her situation but was powerless to change it. I offered to go to Guangzhou with her. I would not meet Fong Laniying with her, but wait nearby. If things went wrong, I would leave immediately or take her home. I was always worried that she would be controlled by so-called maternal love and make the wrong choice. I could only try my best to protect her in my own way. Li Shu refused, saying that I was busy with work and had a family, so I didn't need to worry. She said that she was grown up and could handle things on her own. She also advised me to focus my energy on my relationship with my wife, and even said that she wanted to hug my little niece to ease the atmosphere. I was speechless for a moment and could only remain silent helplessly, but I was more worried about her situation. I wanted to continue trying to persuade her, but she was adamant and only told me not to worry and to contact me immediately if anything happened. Then she quickly went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes, as if she was deliberately trying to end the conversation and not let me say anything more. I could only nod, but I was still uneasy and couldn't let go of my worries. As she left, she smiled and said that she would wait until I had a little niece, teasing me not to only focus on work, which stunned me for a moment. I looked at her back and felt both helpless and amused. She was clearly being taken care of herself, yet she was always thinking of taking care of others. It made my heart ache, but also made me feel at ease. She has always been like this, I thought. I dropped her off at the entrance of her residential compound and repeatedly told her to contact me as soon as she arrived in Guangzhou, and to leave immediately if she sensed anything was wrong. I still felt that Fong Laniying was not simple this time, and I even prepared for the worst. If there were any problems, I would handle them directly and make sure nothing happened to her. Before she left, she turned back and smiled at me, saying it was so good to have a brother. I was touched, but didn't know how to respond. This dependence made me feel both gratified and heavy. I could only nod and pretend to be calm. Watching her leave, I still felt uneasy but couldn't stop her. I know she trusts me a lot. After dropping my sister off at home, I went back to my room alone to continue writing. I quickly finished organizing the ending of Fatal Game, completing the short story of over 90,000 words in 2.5 hours. Then I organized it into a document to send to Bai Qining, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I sent the draft to Bai Qining, who works at a restaurant. Her mood has improved a lot since my last visit. She has moved from the kitchen to the front desk to greet customers. She is still aloof, but more gentle than before, and the customers are gradually getting used to it. She only has time to look at my document on her phone during mealtimes. She clicked on the fatal game I sent her and started reading the synopsis. She saw that 456 marginalized people were lured into a locked room survival game, with a 2.55 billion yuan prize and the cost of lives. She was instantly captivated and immersed in the story, and soon couldn't stop reading. When I opened the final chapter of Fatal Game, I was actually a little uneasy, but I didn't expect Bai Qining to be completely absorbed in the plot. She read for more than half an hour in one go, and even forgot to eat lunch. Her immersion surprised me and gave me a vague feeling that the work had gotten out of control. She finally stopped after reading it, but she was clearly still not satisfied. Her eyes were full of excitement and shock. She kept repeating the cruel logic of the game's setting. Listening to her feedback, I realized that the story had completely captured the reader's emotional rhythm, and even someone with strong self-control like her was no exception. She couldn't help but call me, her tone filled with anticipation and excitement. When I answered the phone, I thought it would just be a simple conversation, but I didn't expect that she had already started seriously discussing the role allocation and even offered to play the curly-haired Aunt Wu Menu. This request stunned me instantly and made me realize that she had not seen the danger of this role at all. I rejected her suggestion outright because the role involved a lot of complex plot points and morally ambiguous scenes later on, which wasn't suitable for her. However, she was clearly unhappy and insisted that the kind of shrewd and complex character was more challenging. This preference made me both laugh and cry, and it also made me more determined not to let her choose the wrong path. I told her she could only play the female lead, and she immediately asked if it was the thief female lead, her tone clearly reluctant. I didn't back down, only emphasizing that this was the only option, otherwise she couldn't participate. After I said that, there was a noticeable silence on the other end of the phone, and the atmosphere became subtle. She finally gave in, saying, "I'll do whatever you say." Her tone was a little aggrieved, but also helpless. I could tell that she really wanted to challenge herself with a different role, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Her complicated emotions left me speechless for a moment, so I could only continue to stick to my arrangements. She then suddenly asked me when I would publish the novel, and tentatively asked if I had anything I wanted to say to her. I didn't think much of it at the time, assuming it was just casual conversation, and simply replied that I would send the link once it was approved. She didn't ask any further questions and quickly hung up the phone to go back to filming. I submitted the manuscript to the editor and created a new account in the back end to publish it anonymously. While I was busy with these things, I was also writing the serial. I didn't realize that a problem was approaching. I just felt that everything was going according to plan and was still feeling relaxed because I could continue to hide my identity. It was past 4 in the afternoon. I had just finished processing the manuscript when I suddenly felt inexplicably irritable. I vaguely felt that there might be a problem with my sister, but before I could think about it in detail, the systematic process had already pushed me to the next step. I suppressed my anxiety and continued working. Around 6 p.m., the manuscript was successfully approved and the contract was signed. I sent the link to Bai Qining, thinking that everything was over. However, I received a call from her a few minutes later. Her tone was very calm, but it gave me an inexplicable feeling of unease. She only asked if I was home before hanging up. Her unusual calmness made me uneasy. I started to realize that something might be wrong, but before I could confirm, it was already 7:30 p.m. When the door was knocked, I could no longer suppress my unease. I opened the door and saw Bai Qining standing there, her face frighteningly cold. Her first words sent chills down my spine. She said I was the great Hualu and also Li the liar. At that moment, I froze. Bai Qining suddenly showed up at the door, and her words, "Great God Hualu," froze me in place. My mind went blank for a moment, and I froze as if I had been exposed. The oppressive feeling at the door made me instinctively realize that things were completely wrong. I instinctively stepped back, trying to create distance and stabilize the situation. I had only one thought in my mind. I couldn't let her get any closer. Once she took control of the pace, I wouldn't be able to explain the problem with my disguise. But she reacted faster than me, taking a long stride into the door and following me into the house. I took a step back, and she took a step forward, until I was forced to the dining table with nowhere to retreat. The oppressive feeling made it difficult for me to even breathe. She stared at me, her tone icy and harsh, and directly pointed out the connection between my two pen names. She mentioned both Mu Zi Li and Hua Le Shua. Only then did I realize that she had come prepared and that it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. As she spoke, she poked my chest with her finger. The movements seemed light, but each one felt like a judgment. I tried to grab her hand to make her stop, but I found that she was very strong and gave me no room to maneuver. She continued her accusations, saying that I appeared innocent on the surface but secretly wrote about having multiple wives and concubines, and that I wrote about it in great detail. She even questioned whether I had such fantasies. At that moment, my mind became even more confused, and I felt wronged and unable to explain myself. I could only desperately explain that the content was written to cater to readers and that I had no such intentions, trying to steer the conversation back on track. But she immediately retorted, "Are you part of the general public?" which shut me down completely, leaving me speechless for a moment. I could only bite the bullet and say that I was a pure love advocate, emphasizing that I only liked one person wholeheartedly, in an attempt to calm her down. After I said that, her emotions did calm down a little, but she immediately pressed me on the source of the so-called ecstasy descriptions. I was so embarrassed by her questioning that I could only make up a story on the spot, saying that I had seen them on some information websites and used them as reference for my writing, in order to prevent things from escalating further. After she finished listening, her expression was complicated, as if she believed half of it, but not completely. That look made me even more embarrassed. I felt like I was completely seen through and had nowhere to hide in front of her. I seized the opportunity to change the subject, asking her how she found out my author identity. She calmly replied that she found it through people at Egret Films. My heart sank, and I immediately turned my attention to the company, trying to minimize the risk. I even took the opportunity to criticize Bailu Films for its unprofessional information leaks, using the chance to steer the conversation off topic. She didn't refute me, but I knew she wasn't being led astray by me. She was waiting for her next move. The next second, she forced me back to the table. Before I could react, she had already begun to settle the score. Her actions seemed retaliatory, but they were more like an emotional outburst. I could only passively endure it. In the middle of the fight, I tried to resist by pinching her, and she immediately retaliated by leaving a row of teeth marks on my arm. The pain made me instantly obedient, and I could only let her continue to settle accounts. The atmosphere became chaotic yet real. After more than 10 minutes, she finally stopped and calmed down. I went to pour her some juice, and she sat down and took a sip as if nothing had happened. Then she directly asked to play the role of Wu Menu. Upon hearing the name, I instantly realized the controversial plot surrounding that character and immediately refused, leaving no room for negotiation. As soon as I said that, the atmosphere in the living room became tense again. She was clearly dissatisfied once more. The two remained locked in this stalemate for quite some time. Bai Qining initially took a tough stance, but seeing that Li Shua's attitude was even tougher and he wouldn't give her any room for negotiation, she was afraid that Li Shua wouldn't even give her the lead role. In the end, she once again lost and bowed her head in front of Li Shua. Throughout her life, Bai Qining has almost never bowed her head to anyone. She has the confidence and strength to do so. But Li Shua was the only one who wanted a role, and even though she was his wife, he couldn't get her a role through connections. She just happened to like Li Shua, who was so principled. Since they rarely met, Bai Qining didn't want to waste too much of their time alone on other things. She was a little disappointed that she couldn't get the role from Li Shua. She shifted her body closer to Li Shua, naturally leaned on his shoulder, took his arm with her hand, and whispered, "If you won't give me a favor, then spend more time with me today." Upon close contact, the girl's fragrance was irresistible, and Li Shua could not resist Bai Qining's advances. Or perhaps he felt that his songs and novels were flourishing and that he would soon be able to catch up with Bai Qining's pace. He loosened his grip considerably and didn't push her away. He even adjusted the height of his shoulder to make her more comfortable, tacitly approving of her behavior. Li Shua cooperated readily, and Bai Qining immediately tightened her arms around him, pressing herself even closer, and whispered, Li Shua. Li Shua's arm was almost pressed against the girl's soft body, and he could even clearly feel her extremely perfect curves. His body gradually stiffened, and he tried to respond in a normal tone. Bai Qining tilted her head slightly, looked at her husband's well-defined jawline, and gently called his name again. Li Shua turned to look at her. The girl's eyes were full of love as she looked at him, a stark contrast to the aloof and icy demeanor she displayed when they first met. He seemed dazed for a moment, then hummed in response and asked, "What's wrong?" Who would have thought that the aloof and cold Gao Bingchuan, who looked at him with wariness and even rejection just a few months ago, would cling to him like this now? "I just wanted to call your name. I like hearing your voice," Bai Qining replied honestly. When the two of them are apart, they rarely call each other. Bai Qining wanted to take advantage of this time to hear his voice as much as possible. Hold him a little longer. Li Shua's heart wasn't made of iron after all. Faced with such a clingy wife, he couldn't help but smile. He turned slightly to the side and, for the first time ever, took the initiative to ask, "Do you want me to carry you?" Bai Qining was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant and was secretly delighted. She immediately nodded, yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she let go of his hand and immediately snuggled into his arms. Li Shua hugged Bai Qining many times, and it became much more natural for him. He embraced her soft, fragrant body, and his hands naturally encircled her slender waist, pulling her close. Being held by Li Shua like this made Bai Qining feel like she was in a dream. She snuggled against Li Shua's chest without restraint, feeling incredibly happy. Although Li Shua got a beating today, he actually quite enjoyed the moment. The two hugged for a while before Li Shua pushed Bai Qining away from his arms before little Li stood up and saluted, causing an awkward situation. Bai Qining didn't get enough of hugging him. She felt like she could snuggle in Li Shua's arms all day long. But reality doesn't allow for that. Not at least not now. She's too embarrassed to express these thoughts to Li Shua right now. Bai Qining felt that she might scare Li Shua if she did this. What wife wants to cling to her husband and be close to him every day? If only time were allowed, and Li Shua were to be with her without reservations, and their feelings for each other were to deepen, they could become more intimate. After coming over and venting her anger, she received a hug from Li Shua. Bai Qining was fairly satisfied. Speculation and investigations about her boyfriend are still ongoing. She also made a low-key trip, as she couldn't stay out too long or even overnight. After settling accounts with Li Shua and even getting some benefits in return, Bai Qining prepared to leave. It was getting late, and Li Shua didn't want to take up any more of Bai Qining's rest time, so he escorted her downstairs. When the two parted, Bai Qining looked back almost every few steps. She really didn't want to be separated from Li Shua at all. Now all we can do is hope that the day will come soon when the two of them can openly be together. After seeing his wife off, Li Shua then returned home. Open the Author Assistant app on my alternate account and check out how his new book is doing. However, what he saw left him dumbfounded. Li Shua knew that his author account, Huolu, had many followers, but he never expected that these followers would be so amazing. Even after changing her alias, a bunch of readers still managed to spot it. In just 2 or 3 hours, hundreds of comments have flooded the comment section of the latest chapter of Fatal Game. I stumbled upon this book by chance, and after reading just a brief synopsis, I couldn't resist clicking to read it. After finishing it, besides being amazed, I also felt a strong sense of familiarity. Upon reflection, I realized that the penmanship of Feng and Huolu is practically identical. I was wondering why Huolu hadn't released a new book in so long. Turns out he's been messing around with his alternate account. Just look at this unremarkable title and the wildly imaginative yet terrifying content. If this wasn't written by Huolu, I'd do a handstand and have diarrhea on live stream. Good heavens. Seriously? I've been watching Huolu's show for so many days, and I never expected the author to pull this stunt. Using a secondary account? Same old formula. Same old trauma. I feel like I'll never play this statue game again. I won't play statues +1 anymore. I know why Huolu uses an alt account. He's probably afraid of ruining readers' childhood memories and getting beaten up, angry. I won't play this statues game again, but this novel is truly captivating. I can't wait for the next chapter. Update soon. I can't sleep at night. Having two accounts like Huolu is great too, so I can send double the razor blades. Manual Doge face. +1. Plus 10,086. Li Shua, sitting in front of the computer. He felt like he had gained an extra identity, but it also seemed like he didn't, and he even got beaten up today. There's nothing I can do. My novel just became too popular. Li Shua created an invalid alternate account, which was discovered by all his fans and readers in less than 2 days, who took turns frantically urging him to update the story on both accounts. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to merge the new book account into Hua Li's account at the suggestion of his editor, Dae. This short story, The Deadly Game, also effortlessly climbed to the top of the new book charts. With only 20,000 to 30,000 words, many film and television companies are already eager to acquire the copyright to Li Shua's novel as soon as possible. Among them was the enthusiastic editor-in-chief of Egret Films. The editor-in-chief had Li Shua's phone number and thought he could take advantage of the situation to call Li Shua to seek cooperation. However, before he could even discuss the copyright fee, Li Shua decisively rejected him, declaring that he would never cooperate with their company again. Editor-in-chief Bai Lu takes the blame. What happened? When did he offend the fire music god? He had absolutely no idea. Busy times always fly by. In the blink of an eye. A week has passed. Li Shu is still in Ganqing. Today, after completing his mission, Li Shua called his younger sister, Li Shu, before greeting his wife, Bai Qining. Li Shua was still somewhat worried about Li Shu being with Fong Lanying, even though the girl had said these past few days that Fong Lanying had treated her well. He wanted to call Li Shu back first. Fong Lanying's gender swap is really too strange. Chapter 212 Fong Lanying's Scheme. It's lunchtime now. Wu Wenfeng has important guests coming to his home today, and dinner has already been prepared. We're just waiting for the guests to come. Li Shu was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a book, keeping Fong Lanying and Wu Wenfeng company as guests. She hasn't done anything at Fong Lanying's place these past few days. She's not even given the task of washing dishes. Her hands have become too soft, but she's so idle she's practically growing mushrooms. I didn't feel quite at ease staying there. Li Shu had never received such treatment from Fong Lanying before. Fong Lanying was suddenly so kind to her, which made her feel flattered and somewhat at a loss. Li Shu decided to spend another day with Fong Lanying today, and then told her in the evening that she had to go back to work. Having always been busy, she felt a sense of guilt about suddenly having so much free time. Wu Wenfeng and Fong Lanying were each scrolling through their phones in the living room. Li Shu was engrossed in reading the book, until her phone, which was lying to the side, vibrated. She spends all year either at school or at work, and she's gotten into the habit of keeping her phone on silent. Upon seeing that it was her brother Li Shua calling, Li Shu immediately closed her book, picked up her phone, and very considerately did not disturb Fong Lanying and her husband. As soon as she answered the call, she quickly left the living room and went to the backyard of the villa. Elder brother. Li Shu's voice was filled with joy. She was always happy whenever Li Shua called her. Okay. Li Shua greeted Li Shu briefly, then asked her directly. You've been in Ganzhou for a week now. When are you coming back? Brother, do you miss me? Li Shu asked teasingly, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Since discovering that even though her brother is normal, he is still adorably reserved in expressing his emotions, Li Shu would occasionally tease Li Shua with a few words. Li Shua, how come I never noticed before that this girl could be so eccentric? Unable to admit it openly, he skipped the question and said, she's not without problems. If you're all right, come back to Luqing. I'm worried about leaving you there alone. Dad has been asking about you these past few days. Li Xuejuan was also worried about his daughter, but he didn't want to call Li Shu to urge her, for fear that his daughter would think he didn't want her to spend more time with her mother. I've been asking Li Shua about Li Shu's situation more often these past 2 days. Li Shua and his father were genuinely worried about Fong Lanying. Li Shu glanced back at the villa, then kicked at the pebbles in the backyard, continuing to say to Li Shua, I'm doing fine now, and Mom is very good to me. But I'm a bit restless, so I'll talk to Mom tonight, and I should be back by tomorrow night. Mushrooms are growing everywhere at Fong Lanying's place every day, and the steamed buns she brought are almost gone. not working and staying at home, and no longer eating 1, 2, 3, or 4 steamed buns every day. Li Shu is finding the current pace and habits very difficult to adjust to. She might be experiencing some withdrawal symptoms, as mentioned in the book. Having grown accustomed to hardship and being neglected by Fong Lanying, she felt uneasy about suddenly living the life of a pampered young lady. She wanted to go home. I want to live with my brother. Although being with Li Shua is much easier, as he helps her with housework, she doesn't feel anxious or uncomfortable. This won't work for Fong Lanying. Not only does she not do anything here, but yesterday Fong Lanying also took her out for a beauty treatment, saying it cost over 1,000 yuan. The results were surprisingly good, but Li Shu felt very uneasy. When she was a little over 4 years old, Fong Lanying gave her 2 cents and told her to buy a snack for 1 cent and get 1 cent back. She couldn't resist and bought the snack for 2 cents, but Fong Lanying beat her so badly that she had to hide under the table. She had always grown up like this, and now Fong Lanying was suddenly being too kind to her. It felt like a dream. Hearing that Li Shu was finally going home, Li Shua's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a little. Then I'll cook a meal and wait for you at home. Before ending the call, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Li Shua asked Li Shu to send him an address. Although Li Shu felt that Li Shua's request was a bit too sensitive, she was very obedient and immediately sent her brother a location address after hanging up the phone. Right now, Fong Lanying happened to come to the backyard to call her. Xiao Shu, your dad's friend, Mr. Chun, is here. Come over and greet him quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Shu put away her phone, responded to Fong Lanying, and then went with her to the restaurant to greet the other party. Wu Wenfeng's boss friend is a man in his 40s, much younger than Wu Wenfeng. Li Shu had heard Fong Lanying mention him before. He has a lot of resources. Wu Wenfeng also spent a lot of effort and connections to get in touch with the other party. She was instructed to make sure to treat the guests well and not to neglect them. Although Li Shu was nervous when she met the big boss, she had been through a lot in society since she was a child and had seen many people, so she was able to act poised and confident despite her nervousness. Halfway through dinner, at Fong Lanying's prompting, he politely toasted her. However, after the toast, Li Shu seemed to sense something was wrong. The man's gaze seemed to be fixed on her, and his eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. Mrs. Wu is really amazing. She raised such a beautiful and well-behaved Shu. She is beautiful and went to a prestigious school. Unlike my ex-wife, who had a low level of education and little experience, she only had 1 child, and then suffered from postpartum depression and left me and the child. The dinner party was coming to an end. Chun Helen had drunk a few glasses of wine. His face flushed, and he stared straight at Li Shu, continuing, Shu has never had a boyfriend before, has she? Li Shu felt uncomfortable under Chun Helen's gaze. Sensing the impure look in his eyes, she resisted and immediately turned to her mother, Fong Lanying, for help. Unexpectedly, Fong Lanying not only ignored her, but also immediately stood up and toasted Chun and Lin with a smile, saying, No, our Shu has loved studying since she was little and has never been in a relationship. Wu Wenfeng, who was standing next to her, also smiled and praised. It's such a waste for such an outstanding girl like Shu to date those immature boys at school. The first time I saw Shu, I felt that she was destined to be a rich wife. Even if Li Shu is naive, she can see Fong Lanying and Wu Wenfeng's intentions at this moment. Chun and Lin lost their wives, so these two. A chill ran through her, and she even felt nauseous. Fong Lanying and Wu Wenfeng failed to notice the girl's unusual mood. Their minds were all on Chun Helen, and they asked Li Shu to toast Chun Helen again. Upon hearing this, Li Shu remained silent, her head bowed, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the glass. As Fong Lanying urged her impatiently once again, she gripped the cup in her hand and slammed it heavily onto the dining table, making a loud noise. The sudden commotion startled the 3 people at the dinner table who had ulterior motives. Fong Lanying was surprised that Li Shu dared to lose his temper with her like that. Still in front of President Chun. She's having this meal today with the intention of marrying Li Shu into the Chun family as a second wife and getting Wu Wenfeng on board with Chun Helen. But to everyone's surprise, Li Shu has lost his composure at the dinner table. What if Mr. Chen gets angry and this rich old bachelor runs away? Fearing that Li Shu would anger Chen Helen, Fong Laniying immediately scolded. Shu Shu, what are you doing? There are guests in the house. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Li Shu gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. When Fong Laniying shouted, she looked up at her eyes filled with sadness and intense hatred. This was the first time Li Shu had looked at Fong Laniying like this. She glared at Fong Laniying, looking at this mother who didn't love her at all. Before her vision blurred, she overturned everything on the table, resolutely turned around, and ran out of the villa. She thought Fong Laniying had finally had a change of heart and felt sorry for her. Or perhaps she was just too naive and foolish. Fong Laniying's kindness these days is just a ploy to sell her daughter for a good price. Chapter 213 Li Shua. I accidentally got a love rival? Li Shu had always been submissive at home, and Fong Laniying never expected that Li Shu would dare to throw such a tantrum in front of the guests today. Li Shu ran away, and Fong Laniying didn't chase after her. She could call her back with the next phone call. Besides, she secretly hid her ID card. Where could she possibly run to? Fong Laniying apologized to Chen Helen immediately, saying, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. This girl never did this before. She's always been very obedient. She never goes west when I tell her to go east. This is the first time she's thrown a little tantrum at me. I'm sorry you had to see this. Wu Wenfeng's face was much uglier than Chen Helen's. He felt that Li Shu was truly ungrateful. Her facial features and figure are fine, but after spending so much money and time taking care of her face, she hasn't gotten much of a whiter complexion. It's her good fortune that Mr. Chen even gave her a compliment, and she still slammed the table and left. Ungrateful. Wu Wenfeng stood up and smiled apologetically at Chen Helen. President Chen, I'm really sorry. This is how young girls are at this age. Shu Shu is also being spoiled a bit too much by her mother. Chun and Lin smiled faintly, stood up and clinked glasses with the two of them, saying, I understand. That's a kind of personality. Let's visit each other more often in the future and get to know each other better. I quite like Shu Shu. Chun and Lin had seen many girls like Li Shu, each one initially appearing as a chaste and virtuous woman. If you just throw a little money at him and put in a little effort, using both soft and hard tactics, in the end, who wouldn't be completely obedient to him? He has never made a mistake. Fong Laniying was flattered by Chun Helen's statement that he was still willing to get to know Li Shu. She smiled from ear to ear and quickly toasted Chun Helen again. Since Chun and Lin like him, she has to let Li Shu marry into that family. Ideally, I should become Mrs. Chun during the summer vacation. As for Li Shu's opinions and ideas, they are not important. This girl is young and naive now, but when she becomes a wealthy wife and enjoys a life of luxury, she will naturally be grateful to her mother. Wu Wenfeng was also able to successfully board Chun Helen's big ship. Once she becomes successful, will Bai Qining still be able to threaten her? I'll expose this brat's scandalous affair with that kid Li Shua right away. Just thinking about it made Fong Laniying feel incredibly happy, and she looked forward to that day coming soon. After leaving the villa, Li Shu wandered aimlessly through the villa area. Her vision blurred and blurred again, and she no longer knew where she was going. Her ID card and wallet were still in the villa, but she didn't want to go back to that home for a moment longer and see Fong Laniying's face again. She didn't know how long she had walked. Lost in thought, she recalled Fong Laniying's hypocritical love over the past few days. Reaching a zebra crossing, her dejected state led her to forget even to check the surrounding traffic. Just as I stepped onto the road in a daze, a sharp, piercing sound of brakes rang out. A Maybach suddenly swerved and made a U-turn less than 2 meters from the zebra crossing, crashing its front into a stone bollard on the side of the road before finally coming to a stop. Everything happened so suddenly that when Li Shu came to her senses, she only saw the black car crashed into the stone pillar. Tears still clung to her face, her mouth slightly agape, and she was stunned. Soon, 2 people got out of the driver's seat and the back seat. The middle-aged man who was driving quickly went to check the extent of the car collision. A tall, handsome, and cold-looking man in a white suit immediately fixed his sharp gaze on the culprit who caused the accident. Have you grown up yet? Bai Sheng walked a few steps toward the figure on the road. The words of reprimand were about to come out when he looked at the girl standing blankly on the zebra crossing. She looked very familiar. The girl had dark skin, a slender figure, and a pretty face that looked blank, with tears still clinging to her cheeks. Bai Sheng hesitated for a moment before recognizing the girl. Isn't this the black girl he's met twice? Weren't you tutoring in Shaman? How did you end up in Jiangxi? It looks like she's been crying. Did something heartbreaking happen to you that led you to seek death on the main street? The thought that the driver had almost hit the black girl made Bai Sheng's face darken. He walked a few steps to the girl, grabbed her from the zebra crossing like a chicken, and pulled her to the side of the road, shouting, "Do you want to die? Running around in front of someone's car like that." Bai Sheng inherited his father's stern face and had always been in a high position since college, giving him an aura of authority. His words startled Li Shu, who shuddered and snapped back to reality. Terrified, she immediately bowed deeply to Bai Sheng, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." While apologizing, Li Shu glanced at the car that had crashed into the stone pillar out of the corner of her eye. Seeing the deformed front and logo, her heart sank even further. Maybach. Luxury car. This person is so fierce, she should definitely be held accountable. Oh no. She's finished. Li Shu has been independent since childhood and does not have the habit of contacting her family immediately when something happens. Until the morning of the next day. Li Shua had no idea about Li Shu's affairs in Ganqing. He has some things to do today and is currently at the company. Li Xie assigned tasks to him and Li Ying. The two of them each led a group of students who were going to participate in the Masked Singer competition a month later. Li Shua came here today to communicate and exchange ideas with the 3 trainees under his command. He was also very familiar with these 3 trainees. They are Jiang Yaohua, Yu Wangshu, and Nzaheo. Upon arriving at the company, Jiang Yaohua saw that Li Shua was still full of enthusiasm, and Yu Wangshu also greeted him warmly. Nzaheo, who once regarded him as an enemy, did not greet Li Shua when he saw him. He remained silent, arrogant, and aloof, looking like he deserved to be punched. Nzaheo only spoke after the 3 of them entered the office that Tianlai had prepared for Li Shua. "Li, teacher Li Shua." Upon hearing this, Li Shua turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Nzaheo coughed awkwardly, walked up to Li Shua, and nodded quickly. "I have offended you a lot in the past, and I apologize to you here." Nzaheo's tone was stiff, but it also conveyed sincerity. Before the monthly assessment, Nzaheo completely disdained and resented Li Shua. But on the day of the monthly exam, after witnessing Li Shua's abilities firsthand, Nzaheo changed his idol. From that day on, his idol was no longer rapper Karen. But the transition was too fast, and young master and couldn't adapt to it in a short time. He was already forcing himself to apologize to Li Shua now. Faced with Nzaheo's sudden apology, Li Shua was stunned for a moment, and after realizing what was happening, he said calmly, it's nothing." He was a little embarrassed. He was so cool and aloof when we first met. Why did he suddenly apologize to him? The atmosphere in the office froze for a moment because of Nzaheo's sudden apology. Jiang Yaohua was just thinking about how to liven up the atmosphere when a familiar, loud female voice arrived before she did. "Oh, Mr. Li Shua, we meet again. Our offices are next to each other, huh?" Li Ying, with a forthright and cheerful demeanor, entered Li Shua's office in a very good mood. She is almost never in a bad mood. Li Shua felt a little helpless. How did he end up next to this chaotic office? "That's quite a coincidence, Ms. Li Ying," Li Shua replied with a forced smile. Li Ying smiled and nodded, then shifted her gaze to the 3 outstanding students from the top 3 of Tianlai next to Li Shua, without showing any envy or jealousy. Instead, she leaned closer to Li Shua and said mysteriously, "Teacher Li, have you seen Wu Qingzhou's interview? Teacher Li Shua has a love rival." Li Shua raised an eyebrow slightly. "Who is Wu Qingzhou?" His question startled everyone in the office. Li Shua didn't recognize Wu Qingzhou. This is a musical genius in China who is almost on par with Li Xie. He started writing hit songs that became popular all over the country when he was 15 years old, and has won all kinds of music awards ever since. He was also one of Li Xie's most ardent suitors and her subordinate. Last year, he even wrote a song to express his love for Li Xie, which topped the charts and dominated the first half of the year. In the second half of the year, Li Xie responded with a song that directly and ruthlessly rejected the idea, which dominated the best-selling charts for the second half of the year. Wu Qingzhou's confession failed again, and he was eventually recruited by his father to their family's record company, Warner Music. Li Ying spent a few minutes briefly explaining Wu Qingzhou's background and story to Li Shuo, and continued, "This young master Wu has been quiet for more than half a year since he went back, but I didn't expect him to make such a big splash when he reappeared. Yesterday, he gave an interview and said that he would make Huani Records take the top 3 spots in the Masked Singer competition. This is why Li Ying wasn't envious of Li Shuo having the top 3 contestants from Tianlai under his wing. This year's Masked Singer competition is absolutely amazing. She definitely won't get involved." At this moment, Yu Wangshu, who had been silent and frowning, suddenly spoke up. So Wu Qingzhou suddenly appeared to take Meng Qianqian 3 because of the rumors about teacher Li Shuo and teacher Li Xie? Even after returning to Huani, the young master of the Wu family never joined his father in dealing with Tianlai. The rumors about Li Xie and Li Shuo have been circulating wildly in the industry lately. Just as Tianlai released the news that Ning Zhibu would lead a team to participate in the Masked Singer, Wu Qingzhou suddenly appeared and made some harsh remarks. "This is clearly a rival in love. A competition has arrived." Yu Wangshu didn't think there was anything going on between Li Xie and Li Shuo. During the monthly assessment, she observed that Li Shuo almost never made eye contact with Li Xie. Li Shuo does not like Li Xie. Therefore, Li Shuo's standards are quite high. He wasn't even moved by Li Xie. Thinking of this, Yu Wangshu's gaze towards Li Shuo underwent a subtle change. Only Li Shuo, one of the people involved in the rumors she mentioned, looked completely bewildered. What rumors? Chapter 214, that brat who kidnapped his granddaughter-in-law is truly despicable. Yu Wangshu brought up the rumors about Li Shuo and Li Xie. As the initiator of this rumor, Li Ying immediately made up an excuse that she was very busy and needed to go back to work to leave. If she stays any longer, Li Shuo will definitely beat her up. After Li Ying ran away, Li Shuo pulled Jiang Yaohua aside and asked him about it. He then learned that Ning Buji and Li Xie were about to have a child in the entertainment industry. Li Xie happens to be a musical prodigy and also known for her aloofness and coldness. She, who had never been in a relationship, suddenly became involved with Ning Buji. Although major entertainment media outlets have not reported on it, the entertainment industry has almost completely digested the news. The thought that his wife, Bai Qining, that jealous woman, might already know about this sent chills down Li Shuo's spine. Ever since she exposed Huo Li's true colors, she has suspected him of being a scumbag who wants to have multiple wives and concubines. These days, public opinion can be incredibly powerful. It can turn black into white. If Bai Qining finds out about this, and given her jealous nature, he won't be able to explain himself no matter how hard he tries. Fortunately, Tianlai has done a good job of keeping his personal information confidential, so it will not be exposed by the media. Even the seemingly real rumors about her and Li Xie were not reported by any gossip media outlets. This reassured Li Shuo somewhat. He decided to keep his distance from Li Xie starting today and quickly clarify the misunderstanding between them to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. This is the troublesome part of entering the entertainment industry. If you get married, you have to keep it a secret, and it's easy to get a rumored relationship with a single person of the opposite sex. Jiang Yaohua looked at Li Shuo with considerable envy. He's rumored to be dating Li Xie. In the Chinese music scene, how many men have that kind of opportunity? There are no men. Fortunately, Li Shuo is already married. Even if they were friends, Jiang Yaohua felt envious at the thought that Li Shuo and President Li Xie might have something going on. In the eyes of Jiang Yaohua and most men in China, Li Xie's looks and temperament are second only to the beautiful superstar by Muge. If Li Shuo and Li Xie were to have a relationship, wouldn't they be jealous? Right now, there really is someone who should be feeling sour, but isn't at all. Bai Qining. Right now, the restaurant's filming equipment is experiencing some malfunctions and is being repaired. Filming was paused, and Bai Qining and Hua Wan sat in the restaurant courtyard eating melons. Hey, this year's Masked Singer is going to be interesting. Hua and Wu Qingzhou is leading a team to challenge Ning Buji. The atmosphere is really tense. Hua Wan said, gossiping while eating sunflower seeds. Bai Qining agreed. Although it's a music program, it also needs to have variety show elements. Ning doesn't know that she'll be competing against Wu Chengzhou, her two love rivals. This program will definitely get a lot of attention. This year's gimmick is pretty good. Hua Wan cracked open a sunflower seed and continued. So do you think Ning will appear on the show? And how handsome he is. He's the first man to have an ambiguous relationship with the third young lady of the Li family. Bai Qining rested her chin on her hand, thinking of her husband, and said, Ning is a talented man. The third miss was attracted to him, and it shouldn't be because of his looks. Besides, even if she is handsome, can she be as good-looking as her husband, Li Shua? It had been many days since Bai Qining had seen Li Shua. When she thought of him, it felt like a million ants were crawling all over her. I wonder what this guy is doing right now. I really miss him. Li Shua is busy distancing himself from his boss. This afternoon, he took the initiative to apologize to Li Xia on WeChat, admitting that he had accidentally been involved in a scandal with her, and offered to issue a statement to clarify if his boss felt troubled. Li Xia wasn't really bothered. She was more concerned about her family pressuring her to get married every day. However, considering that the rumors seemed to have caused Li Shua some trouble, after communicating with her, Li Shua immediately posted a message on his WeChat Moments clarifying that he is currently single. Li Xia rarely posts anything throughout the year, so this post immediately caused a stir among people in the industry, and even alarmed the entire Li family. In the Li family group chat, those with more free time, the marriage urging team, started to chime in. Li Laoding. At Xia, Xiaoya, are you in a relationship? Lotus blossoms bring wealth. Dad, it's not about dating. It's about clarifying that she's not dating at Xia. What's the name of your boyfriend who isn't dating? Oh no, what's his family background? The two people popped up, but there was no further activity in the group chat for a long time. The entire Li family are very busy people. When the daughters see topics about dating and marriage, they all tacitly agree that they are very busy and have no time to get involved. Li Xia, the person involved, did not have time to reply at the moment, and the family group fell silent again. Grandpa Li sent a row of angry emojis. He was genuinely unhappy. The eldest son's fate is currently unknown, and he has not yet been found. The granddaughters are all quite old and still haven't gotten married. Ningning, a granddaughter-in-law he had raised with great care since childhood, was lost because of her disappointing grandson. In a large private mountain villa in Kyoto, old Master Li was very melancholy. If his eldest son were still alive, the child would be grown up by now. I wonder if he's found a granddaughter-in-law yet. If they really have grandchildren, they probably won't be as useless as that brat Li Che, who helps his rival pursue his fiancée. I don't know where this brat came from, but he ran off with his granddaughter-in-law Ningning. You wretched brat. Old Master Li couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Achoo! In Xiangfu residential area, Li Shua had just returned home when he sneezed several times. He rubbed the tip of his nose and glanced at the time. It was already 3 p.m. Still thinking about Li Shu's return today, he picked up his phone and dialed Li Shu's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. Li Shua sensed that Li Shu's mood was a bit off after just a greeting. A few days ago, when I called him brother, my tone was very cheerful. Today was rather dull. Li Shua's heart sank, and he asked the person on the phone, "What's wrong?" After Li Shua asked the question, there was a long silence on the other end before a girl's trembling voice came through. "Brother, I can't go home today." In the hotel suite, Li Shu sat on the bed, head down, looking very depressed. This is the hotel that the owner of the hotel involved in yesterday's accident booked for her. No one was injured in the accident, but it caused significant damage to the other party's property, and compensation needs to be negotiated later. She didn't have her ID card with her, and she didn't dare go back for fear that Fong Lanying would force her to marry someone, so this boss dragged her to the hotel. Luckily, she was dark-skinned, so the boss didn't like her and just took her to a hotel, booked a room, and left. They said they would send the damaged car to the shop for inspection in a couple of days, and then discuss compensation with her. Li Shu had caused such a big problem and didn't want her father and brother to bear the consequences, so she decided to earn money to compensate them herself. What troubled her was that she didn't have all the required securities to get a temporary ID card, so she couldn't buy a ticket back to Xiamen. Many of her documents were in her wallet, along with her luggage. Li Shu took a ride-hailing car back and checked the fare. It would cost over 1,200 yuan. She had 6,000 in savings, which was also in a fixed deposit, and her card was in her wallet. After spending most of the day at the hotel, Li Shu was hesitating whether to call her brother Li Shua when Li Shua called. Yesterday, her own mother forced her to marry an older man, which led to an accident, and now she faces huge compensation claims. Li Shu couldn't contain her emotions after Li Shua asked just one simple question. When Li Shua heard that Li Shu couldn't come back and was in such a bad mood, his heart tightened. He immediately comforted Li Shu and asked her, "What happened? Where are you? I'll come pick you up right away." Li Shua put down what he was doing, grabbed his keys, and went out, directly calling a ride-hailing car to Ganqing. At the same time, they also got the full story from Li Shu. Fang Lanying's summons of Li Shu was indeed purposeful. She wanted to sell her daughter for money. Chapter 2:15 Severing Ties. Luqing is not far from the urban area of Ganqing. Li Shua set off at 3:30 p.m. and arrived at the hotel, where Li Shu was staying at 10 p.m. to meet up with her. At the hotel entrance, Li Shu saw her brother who had come to pick her up. Her heart, which had been wounded for the past 2 days, instantly felt at ease. After exchanging a few words, she couldn't hold back her tears in front of her brother for the first time. Li Shua naturally felt sorry for his younger sister. He gently patted her shoulder and whispered to comfort her. "Wait for me at the hotel. I'll go to Fang Lanying's place to get your ID card and luggage." After saying that, he glanced at the hotel behind him. It was a legitimate hotel. Somewhat puzzled, he asked Li Shu, "How did you open this hotel?" Nowadays, even small hotels require ID card registration, let alone large hotels like this. Without an ID card, Li Shu simply cannot check in. Li Shu raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, sniffed, and said, "A kind person opened this account for me using their ID card," and then they left. She had already caused Li Shua a lot of trouble and didn't want to bring up the accident again to bother her brother. This was her fault, and she should take responsibility for it herself. Now that Li Shua has his own family, Li Shua won't bother Li Shua with anything except things he can't solve. Li Shua did not doubt Li Shu's answer. Indeed, there are many good people in this world as well as bad people. He also felt guilty. He hadn't called Li Shu yesterday to confirm her return, and today he was called to the company and busy dealing with the rumors about him and Li Xia, so he neglected Li Shu for a while. "If anything happens in the future, be sure to call me immediately. You were lucky to meet a good person this time. If you encounter someone with ill intentions in the future, your situation will be very dangerous." Li Shua gave a serious reminder. Despite both faces being serious, Li Shu felt inexplicably warmer than Fang Lanying. She nodded obediently, promising to call Li Shua immediately if anything happened in the future. She hadn't expected that Li Shua would take a taxi so quickly without hesitation. Li Shuning could truly feel Li Shua's concern. She felt a warm glow in her heart. Li Shu was also worried about Li Shua going back alone, so she insisted on going home with Li Shua to get her luggage and documents. Li Shua didn't force her. He felt that Li Shu should see more of Fang Lanying's evil side, so that she wouldn't mistake Fang Lanying's sudden offer of candy for love and fall into her trap. On the way back to the villa, Li Shu's phone kept ringing. It was Fang Lanying calling. Li Shu didn't answer the phone, knowing without a doubt that answering would only result in Fang Lanying's angry scolding and pressure to get married. Li Shu has completely seen through Fang Lanying. Not all mothers love their children. When Li Shua and his sister arrived at the villa, it was already 11 p.m. Fang Lanying and Wu Wenfeng were still awake. The bait for catching an old, rich man has run away and hasn't come home for a day and a night. How can the two of them sleep? Li Shua stood at the villa's main gate and rang the doorbell twice before the gate was quickly opened from the inside. Fang Lanying knew it must be Li Shu who had returned. Even though she was very angry, she managed to force a smile when she opened the door. When she saw Li Shua next to Li Shu, the smile she had just managed to force froze instantly. "Li Shua, what brings you here?" Fang Lanying looked at Li Shua with a complicated expression and asked. Wu Wenfeng stood behind Fang Lanying. He had originally come to curry favor with Li Shu, but he never expected that Li Shu would bring back a helper. Only after Fong Laniying called Li Shua's name did he realize who he was, and his old face immediately fell. He knew a little about Li's eldest son from Fong Laniying. He used to be mentally ill, but this year he not only recovered, but also married a beautiful woman. Fong Laniying returned to Xiamen recently and apparently had a disagreement with her eldest son. Wu Wenfeng was very unwelcoming when Li Shua appeared at his doorstep. He asked coldly, "What are you doing at my house?" Li Shua didn't give the couple a friendly look and said coldly, "Li Shu and I came back to get her luggage and take her back." Upon hearing this, Fong Laniying crossed her arms and said, "I've already packed up Li Shu's things. I want her to stay in Ganqing with me for a few more days. You go do whatever you need to do." As soon as Fong Laniying finished speaking, she stepped forward and reached out to grab Li Shu's wrist. When Li Shu saw Fong Laniying reach out her hand, she almost reflexively retreated and hid behind Li Shua. "I'm not here. I'm going home with my brother." With her brother Li Shua present, Li Shu spoke much louder to Fong Laniying. Fong Laniying felt heartbroken to see her daughter hiding behind a stranger, her own mother. She's Li Shu's biological mother, so what is Li Shua? He's just a half-brother. What kind of spell did he cast on Li Shu that made her prefer to believe a stranger rather than her own mother? "Li Shu, you come here right now. You're my daughter. What kind of nonsense is it to hide with Li Shua? Get over here." Fong Laniying was so angry that her face turned red, and she roared. Wu Wenfeng played the good cop, speaking gently to Li Shu. "Your mother is doing this for your own good. Xiao Shu, your mother will really be heartbroken if you do this. She didn't sleep all night last night because she was worried about you." Unable to bear their disgusting faces any longer, Li Shua pulled Li Shu behind him and said in a deep voice, "Li Shu is my sister. You have no right to force her to make a choice, and you have no right to take her personal belongings. Where are they? Hand them over." Fong Laniying snorted coldly. "Li Shu is my daughter, a piece of my flesh and blood. You have no right to interfere in the affairs between my daughter and me." Wu Wenfeng was equally arrogant, assuming Li Shua was just a gigolo who relied on his looks, and said coldly, "If you don't leave, I'll call the police." This is Wu Wenfeng's territory, and Fong Laniying is furious that Li Shu is following Li Shua, an outsider, and avoiding her, his mother. As soon as Wu Wenfeng finished speaking, she took a few steps forward, trying to grab Li Shua from behind. Li Shua showed no respect for Fong Laniying. When Fong Laniying approached and reached out, he grabbed her wrist and shoved her away forcefully. Fong Laniying stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. "Go ahead and call the police. I want to see if the police will help you two scumbags who confiscate other people's documents and luggage and try to restrict their personal freedom," Li Shua said coldly. Wu Wenfeng is a local and has many connections. However, these relationships should not be jeopardized over trivial matters unless absolutely necessary. When Li Shua offered to call the police, he hesitated. He didn't respond to that, but instead helped Fong Laniying up with a dark expression. Fong Laniying grimaced in pain from her buttocks. This was the third time Li Shua had hit her since he recovered. She was absolutely furious, but she didn't dare to make things too big. Li Shua's wife is a big star and a shrewd woman. She only found out last time that Lu Meiwan was cyberbullied and lost her job because she offended by cheating, and now no one wants her. She wasn't afraid of Li Shua, but she was afraid of his wife. Helped to her feet by Wu Wenfeng, Fong Laniying grimaced in pain and cursed at Li Shu. "Li Shu, look at this. This is the brother you keep calling him? He even hit your mother. You still expect him to protect you? Get back here right now." Unable to deal with Li Shua, Fong Laniying started scolding Li Shu again. In the past, Li Shu might have actually felt guilty. But after what happened yesterday, she saw Fong Laniying for who she really was. She pursed her lips and said softly, "I can tell right from wrong. Give me back all my things. I want to go home." Fong Laniying was so angry at her rebellious daughter that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You really don't know what's good for you. Why did you go back to that house instead of being a proper rich wife? With your father's brain, do you really think he would let you be a rich heiress? Even if Li Xuejuan, that idiot, worked hard for several lifetimes, he wouldn't be as smart as Chun Helen even a finger. You're only interested in him because you went to a prestigious university and are a clean girl. They're considering letting you marry into the Chun family as their second wife. Marrying into the Chun family is a blessing you've accumulated over several lifetimes. And you? Smack. Fong Lanying had only spoken halfway when Li Shua raised his hand and slapped her across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Li Shua didn't want to take action, but this woman kept calling his father an idiot and talking about Li Shu like that, which was simply unbearable. That's such a nasty mouth. When Wu Wenfeng saw Fong Lanying being beaten again, his chest heaved with anger. Fong Lanying is now his woman. But he was already weak and angrily looked up at Li Shua. When he saw the other man's tall and young figure and his youthful and impetuous face, he could only grit his teeth in resentment, grab Fong Lanying, and take out his phone to call the police. Fong Lanying already had something on Li Shua, so even though she was slapped again, she was afraid of Li Shua's wife. She swallowed her anger, covered her face, and snatched Wu Wenfeng's phone to prevent him from calling the police. If she couldn't call the police or give him her identification, Li Shua would stay like a plague, refusing to leave. If she cursed at Li Shu, he would even try to hit her. Helpless, when Li Shua asked for his documents again, Fong Lanying could only grit her teeth and go back to get Li Shu's luggage and documents. But she was unwilling to let her daughter, who could have helped her find a rich husband, leave like this. When she handed the things to Li Shu, she whispered a threat to him. Li Shu, if you really leave with Li Shua today, then our mother-daughter relationship is over. Once you leave, I will no longer be your mother, and you will no longer be my daughter, Fong Lanying's daughter. Fong Lanying's voice was filled with determination. She longed for Li Shu to stay and help her keep her wealthy husband. Li Shu always listened to her the most since she was a child. She believed that Li Shu would definitely not leave. Li Shu had just reached out to take the luggage when she heard this. Her raised hand froze in midair, and in an instant, her eyes reddened. In an attempt to force her into marriage, she even threatened to sever their mother-daughter relationship. Li Shua stood to one side, his brows furrowed. He knew Fong Lanying had no bottom line, but he never expected it to come to this. Absolutely shameless. Li Shua subconsciously took 2 steps closer to Li Shu's back. Fong Lanying noticed Li Shu's actions and thought that her goal was about to be achieved. Shu, Mom knows you're the most filial. She had just started to speak when her daughter reached out and took the backpack from her, then stepped back in front of her brother, Li Shua. Fine, from today onwards. I, Li Shu. She looked up, her cheeks already streaked with tears, her lips trembling slightly. I, Li Shu, am no longer your daughter, Fong Lanying. Chapter 216 Li Xiaoya. Why is there still no movement in the investigation? Fong Lanying never expected that Li Shu would actually agree to sever her mother-daughter relationship. When Li Shu was a child, she sometimes couldn't help but find fault with her and beat her up, even over trivial matters. The worst time was when she even got a nosebleed from being punched. That night, Li Shu would give her candy, apologize to her, and ask her mother to forgive her. Li Shu was only 5 years old at that time. She was very obedient from a young age, and would not dare to go west if told to go east. Sometimes, Li Shu could tell what was making her unhappy with just a look, and then she would try her best to please her. In Fong Lanying's eyes, just like Li Shuejuan back then, no matter what she does, she will never leave him. That's why I said those things to provoke Li Shu today. She didn't want Li Shu to escape her control, thinking that provoking Li Shu would make her return to her side, obediently marry Chen Helen, and become a rich wife. Fong Lanying was momentarily lost in thought, as if she had lost something very important at that moment. Xiao Shu, are you really going to leave me? She asked Li Shu in disbelief. Her expression hurt. I'm your mother, the one who gave birth to you and raised you. You're just going to listen to Li Shua, an outsider, and leave your mother? Fong Lanying believed that Li Shu would never do such a thing. Li Shua must have said something to Li Shu to sow discord between the mother and daughter. Li Shua just can't stand to see her doing well. Can't stand to see Li Shu marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. So he's trying to sow discord here. Li Shu clutched her backpack tightly, biting her trembling lips, and large tears slid down her cheeks one after another. She looked at Fong Lanying, whose figure blurred and blurred before her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "You forced me to do this yourself. It has nothing to do with my brother." Over the years, she had never felt love from Fong Lanying. She always felt that she wasn't good enough, which was why her mother didn't love her. From a young age, she tried her best to do household chores, wash the whole family's clothes, and study hard, becoming the well-behaved child in the eyes of all the adults in the neighborhood. Fong Lanying never praised her once, nor did she ever give her a gentle look. Li Shu has now completely given up on Fong Lanying. She no longer wanted to please Fong Lanying and gain her love. Can a mother who forces her daughter to marry a disgusting old man truly love her daughter? Li Shu, carrying her backpack, turned and left. Fong Lanying was stunned. She paused for a moment before realizing that her daughter seemed to be completely out of her control. She subconsciously raised her foot to try to grab Li Shu back. "You ungrateful wretch, come back here right now." Fong Lanying was hysterical and could not accept Li Shu's current attitude towards her. He had only taken a few steps forward when the tall figure closed in. Before Fong Lanying could react, Li Shua shoved her away and staggered back several steps. Having finally gained her footing, she looked up and met Li Shua's icy gaze. "Fong Lanying, remember this. You have severed your mother-daughter relationship with Li Shu. If you dare to harass her in the future, don't blame me for being impolite." Li Shua wasn't actually afraid that Fong Lanying would call the police. He also has his own ways of dealing with scoundrels. He's still a manic patient, so it's perfectly normal for him to suddenly have an episode and lash out again. Fong Lanying was truly afraid of Li Shua. She watched her daughter's departing figure. Li Shua, with his cold expression, felt unwilling but dared not go forward to chase after her. Li Shua is not a real man. They even hit women. She's his stepmother. Li Shua, you have no conscience. Fong Lanying hated Li Shua to death. She glared at him with her teeth bared but didn't dare to make a move. She could only curse a couple of times and then turn back to the villa. Li Shu is not Wu Wenfeng's daughter, and Wu Wenfeng has no reason to keep Li Shu here. Fong Lanying turned and went back to the villa. Wu Wenfeng followed closely behind with a cold snort. "Li family brat, just you wait and see." He uttered a harsh remark, then turned and went inside, slamming the villa door shut behind him. Li Shuo remained expressionless and quickly caught up with Li Shu. Li Shu was in a very low mood. Li Shuo didn't know how to comfort her, so he just silently hailed a taxi and took his sister back to Luqing. Li Shu remained silent on the way back. The next day, the brother and sister didn't return to their home in Xiamen until 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Shu has a strong ability to recover on her own. After a few hours of adjustment, her mood improved significantly. "As soon as I got home, I went to the kitchen to make breakfast and made a plate of plump, white steamed buns." The two sat down to eat breakfast. Li Shu poured Li Shua a glass of milk and handed it to him, saying, "Brother, thank you for picking me up in Luqing." She lost her mother, but now she has a brother who truly loves her. Seeing that Li Shu's condition had finally improved, Li Shua breathed a sigh of relief, took the milk, and said to her, "Don't be so polite with me. I'm your brother, not an outsider." In the cabin, the brother and sister lived a warm and harmonious life together. At the same time, Kyoto, 1,000 miles away, office of the president of Century Publishing House. Li Xiaoya, the fourth young lady of the Li family, was sitting behind her desk, looking at her phone. In the Li family group chat, the third son finally popped up to reply to the messages from his grandfather and mother. The reply essentially stated that I was not dating that Ning Bougie, and asked the two elders to stop joking like that. Among the sisters, the third sister was a bit colder than the eldest. Only the old man dared to continue urging Sonia to get married, telling her to stop being so picky. If it's suitable, take the person back to meet them first. The old man longs for his granddaughters to get married soon, and even changed their WeChat nicknames to Old Dang. They say that as long as he's a young man, regardless of his appearance, a good son-in-law is one who can coax his granddaughters into marriage. The old man is so anxious. Li Xiaoya is also under immense pressure. If we can find my uncle soon, he also has a whole bunch of sons and daughters. When the old man is happy, he stops pressuring them to get married, or he shifts his focus to his uncle's children. Thinking of her missing uncle, Li Xiaoya naturally thought of Li Shua, whom she had met briefly in Luqing a while ago. She has provided clues to her older sister for quite some time now, so why hasn't her older sister heard anything yet? Thinking of this, Li Xiaoya immediately sent a message to her older sister, Li Jiayue, to inquire. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Li Jiayue called her cell phone. Xiaoya, I just called the company and asked. It turns out that Lao Wu's video account for finding relatives has recently achieved results and collected a lot of information from the public. She thinks that every one of them might be her uncle, so she asked the company to prioritize checking the information she provided. Li Xiaoya. Oh, so it was the fifth brother who deliberately cut in line. She paused for a moment, then smiled gently and asked, Sister, where is fifth sister now? I haven't seen her in a long time. I'll go find her for a visit. As soon as Li Xiaoya finished speaking, Li Jiayue's tone on the phone instantly turned serious. She said, You stay in your publishing house. I will have the company speed up the investigation of the information you provided. Don't go and fight with Lao Wu again. You're already over 20 years old and the president of a publishing house. Be more mature. Li Xiaoya. Okay. Chapter 217 Convincing her husband to stay by her side. The next few days, Li Shu has adjusted her emotions and returned to work. We also contacted the owner of the vehicle involved in the accident, and the inspection results came back. She needs to pay over 10,000 yuan in repair costs. Upon receiving the notification, Li Shu immediately withdrew all the money from her bank card and transferred 6,000 yuan to the other party. Her newly accumulated savings were depleted just because she was distracted while walking, and she even owed more than 5,000 yuan in debt. She worked even harder, afraid that if she didn't perform well, her employer would fire her, and she would have to wait a long time for the money. These days, Li Shua has been extremely busy. I need to write an update for the novel. The songs for The Masked Singer also need to be written. Several film and television companies contact him every day regarding the short film Fatal Game. Today, the editor-in-chief of Noon Sunshine, who was still filming the final episode of The Circular Bus, came to him again, hoping to collaborate with Li Shua once more. Li Shua had a high opinion of this film and television company. He had also seen some of the scenes filmed on The Circular Bus, and the effects were very much in line with his expectations. Therefore, he decided to collaborate with Daylight Entertainment again and immediately recommended by Muge as the female lead in this short drama. Daylight Entertainment has a strict eye for casting. This time, Li Shua recommended by Muge as the female lead, which is very consistent with the description and personality of the female lead in the novel. They immediately agreed and will take the initiative to invite Bai Muge to play the female lead in Fatal Game. It took Li Shua nearly 2 hours to finalize the copyright fee for the short film with the editor-in-chief of Daylight Entertainment. Now, Li Shua's reputation has been established. The copyright fees for short stories should naturally be increased. The copyright fee paid by Noon Sunshine for this short story was 600,000 yuan, plus a 15 share of the subsequent profits. This 15 commission wasn't added arbitrarily. Rather, because this short story had such an imaginative premise that the editor-in-chief of Daylight Entertainment was worried that the production team wouldn't achieve the desired results, and wanted to invite Li Shua to personally oversee and guide the production during filming. He needs to join the team and follow up. Li Shua hesitated for a moment. Although joining the film crew would allow him to see Bai Qining all day, the increased contact between the two would multiply the risk of exposure. He also doesn't really like communicating face-to-face with people in a film crew or with actors. However, considering the quality of the TV series, his participation in the filming, coupled with Bai Qining's acting skills, could improve her reputation. Li Shua was in a bit of a dilemma. He told editor-in-chief Zhou that he needed to think about it for a while. Anyway, from the time the copyright is sold to the time it takes to select actors and start filming, it will be a month or 2 away. Just after Li Shua finished negotiating the contract, Daylight Entertainment immediately extended an invitation to Bai Muge to star in the film. On the set of the program, when Hua Wan received the invitation from Noon Sunshine, she was first shocked, and then she wondered if she was dreaming. Noon Sunshine acquired the rights to Hua Li's latest short story, and Hua Lu, the author of the novel, actually recommended Bai Muge, whom he had always ignored, to be the female lead. Oh my god. Hua Lu actually took the initiative to invite her Ning Ning to be the female lead. Has he finally recognized Ning Ning's acting skills? Hua Wan was incredibly excited, even more so than if she had landed several high-priced endorsements. It's worth noting that this is the only author who has refused to have Bai Qining act in his works, and he is a top-tier author whose books are all masterpieces. She's now following this deadly game as well. It's super, super good. The female lead is practically tailor-made for my Qin Ning. A few days ago, I contacted Bailu Films to ask them to acquire the copyright immediately, but Huel refused outright. Huawan thought Qin Ning had no chance. Unexpectedly, Huelu took the initiative to extend an olive branch to Qin Ning. Huawan was very excited. During a break in filming, she went to the restaurant to find Bai Qining and tell her the good news. Ning, Huelu invited you to play the female lead in his new short story. At the dining table, Bai Qining was helping her assistant with her makeup and styling. When Huawan received the performance invitation from Daylight Entertainment on her phone, she wasn't very excited. She was already excited. After all, this role was given to her by her husband. Moreover, this female lead role wasn't what she wanted to play. She wanted to play Wu Menu, but unfortunately, she couldn't fight against the system. Not overly excited, Bai Qining was quite happy, tilting her head back as the stylist touched up her makeup, while giving Huawan a few instructions. Tell her to confirm the filming time with Zhengwu and ask about the filming location. I don't know where this movie will be filmed. If she were to leave Luqing, she would likely have to separate from Li Shua. She was happy to be able to act in Hua Li's productions, but she wasn't entirely at ease leaving her husband in Xiamen. When I went back to stay alone a while ago, I saw Su Ran again. This girl hasn't given up yet. After makeup and styling were completed, there were still about 10 minutes before filming resumed. Huawan was somewhat dazed as she contacted the people at Noon Sunshine. I thought Qin Ning would be very excited to receive Hua Li's invitation. But that wasn't the case. What's going on? Bai Qining didn't tell her girlfriends about Hua Li's true identity without their permission. Li Shua didn't seem to like too many people knowing his disguise. He didn't even tell his younger sister, Li Shu. That makes sense. He wrote so much risque content, yet he's actually a pure-hearted man. It would be embarrassing if the people around me knew my pseudonym. Thinking of her husband, she couldn't help but take out her phone and send him a message. Li Shua, I've received an offer to star in Daylight Entertainment's production. You should have finalized your copyright signing by now, right? Li Shua was typing away when he received a message from his wife. He hesitated for a moment before replying. Almost done. Now, the only thing giving him a headache is whether or not to join the team for guidance. Bai Qining was a little confused when she saw Li Shua's reply. What do you mean by more or less? Are you dissatisfied with the copyright fees? But since Daylight Entertainment has already offered her a role, it means that they must have reached an agreement. Li Shua hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should tell his wife about this. On second thought, he realized he should indeed ask Bai Qining for her opinion on this matter. After all, she is the female lead and his wife. Bai Qining has the right to know that Daylight Entertainment suggested he join the production team to provide guidance. Li Shua truthfully replied to Bai Qining. The copyright fee has been agreed upon, but Daylight Entertainment gave me another condition. Bai Qining, what are the conditions? Li Shua. In addition to the copyright fee, I will also receive 15 of the profits, provided that I join the production team to provide guidance. Bai Qining's eyes lit up slightly as she looked at the message her husband had sent her on her phone. Such a good thing. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she immediately replied to her husband, her heart leaping with joy. Her words were very rational. I think it's acceptable. This is your work, and with your guidance, it will be able to present the most perfect work to your fans and audience. She paused for a moment, her delicate white fingertips continuing to dance across the screen. I also hope to hear your opinions on the female lead in person, since you are the author and you definitely understand the character better than I do. More importantly, this way you don't have to worry about your husband being at home, and you can still have open and above-board contact with him. Bai Muge's mind was racing with calculations, but on the surface, she was giving Hor Luke great advice in a very serious manner. Seeing that his wife's analysis was very logical, Li Shua considered it for a while and finally decided to listen to Bai Qining. Okay, I'll go and reply to Editor-in-Chief Zhou right away. Bai Qining immediately responded with an okay gesture. A barely perceptible smile appeared on her exquisite face. Mission accomplished, luring her husband to her side. Chapter 218 Bai Qining. Why is it so hard to ship this couple? After discussing it with his wife, Li Shua went to the editor-in-chief of Daylight Entertainment and got his consent for the conditions of joining the filming crew. 2 months later, filming for the deadly game began, and he joined the crew as a mentor. At that time, the Masked Singer competition was also nearing its end. Bai Qining has already achieved her goal and has resumed filming. Agent Hua Wanye is still communicating with the person in charge of Daylight Entertainment about the details of the cooperation. Halfway through the conversation, I was suddenly told that Hua Lu would be going to the set to provide guidance when the TV series started filming. I almost exclaimed out loud while holding my phone. Oh dear. The amazing Hua Lu went to the site to provide guidance. She didn't even know what such a talented man looked like. Hua Wan was always very curious. How old is this author of novels whose books are all explosive, and what does he look like? Did the old man have some eye problems before? He always refused to let Qin Ning participate in his novel. Is things back to normal now, which is why they proactively recommended Qin Ning when signing film and television copyright contracts. Is it possible that he went from being a hater to a fan? Hua Wan was filled with curiosity about this fire music master. Of course, she had met quite a few novelists as well. Most of them are quite plump and balding because of their jobs, which involve staying at home and writing every day. Moreover, the person who can write such imaginative and socially experienced plots must be at least a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. So this Hua Lu is probably not handsome. He's just an older man who makes a living through his talent. I wonder what outrageous things he might do after meeting Qin Ning in person and losing control of himself. Considering Bai Qining's fighting prowess, Hua Wan decided to keep a close eye on her during filming to prevent any fatalities. Meanwhile, Li Shuo, the older uncle, agreed to join the filming crew. Even if the series only has 8 or 9 episodes at most, he would still have to stay on set for at least 1 or 2 months. Now, with preparations underway for The Masked Singer, Li Shuo's schedule is packed with activities. He seemed to enjoy it. Very busy, but also very profitable. Participating in The Masked Singer helped Jiang Yaohua and his team secure a top 3 finish, which will further enhance his fame and reputation as the team leader. The price per song will increase then, and we can get more revenue sharing. It's only a matter of time before I can write a song for 7 or 8,000 words. Once the filming of King of Masked Singer, Fatal Game, and other short films is completed, and the ratings and viewership meet the standards, he will have one foot in the entertainment industry. Having a certain level of strength, one won't feel too much pressure even when interacting with a famous celebrity wife. This is the great motivation that drives Li Shuo to strive forward. Time flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye. This year's King of Masked Singer has officially begun. For this year's competition, major record companies are pushing their best new artists to the screen, making the competition extremely fierce. After more than half a month of fierce competition among the 5 major record labels and their artists from many smaller companies, only the most anticipated showdown of the year remains between Warner Music and Tianlai Records. Jiang Yaohua and Zaheo and Yu Wangshu, who are under Li Shuo's command, deservedly ranked in the top 3 of Tianlai. He fought his way to the finals through sheer skill. This was stipulated by Li Xie. If you can't defeat all the finalists on your own merits, you're not qualified for Ning Buji to write songs for the 3 of you. The 3 of them fought tooth and nail to get the chance to have Li Shuo write songs for them. Unfortunately, both Li Ying and her teammate were eliminated in the competition. The singer who eliminated the 2 contestants from Tianlai was a trainee from the powerful Warner Music Group, led by Wu Qingzhou. Today is the semi-final of the 6-3 round, which will also be broadcast live. This was also the day with the highest viewership for The Masked Singer this year. Popular Chinese songwriters Wu Qingzhou and Ning Buji will appear at this crucial moment to write songs for the students. Before Ning Buji emerged, Wu Qingzhou was a rising star in the Chinese music scene, possessing both good looks and talent. When he pursued Li Xie in a high-profile manner, he had already attracted many fans who shipped the 2 as a couple. The fact that Wu Qingzhou publicly challenged Tianlai this time makes it obvious to the audience that Ning Buji's sudden emergence made him feel threatened. This is highly likely to be a competition between males. Many fans of Li Xie and Ning Buji also quickly formed a group of CP fans for the 2 in just over a month. Hua Wan is one of them. To attract more supporters for the Zhiyue couple, she even dragged her best friend Bai Qining along to ship them with her. Bai Qining already liked Ning Buji's songs, and she didn't dislike Li Xie either. Now that Ning Buji was going to compete against Wu Qingzhou, she naturally chose to stand on Ning Buji's side and support him. She is now a fan of Ning Buji's songs. Bai Qining herself never imagined that one day she, a celebrity, would be a fan of a man. I also shipped a couple with them. That's pretty outrageous. Li Shuo. I also think it's outrageous. My wife actually shipped me and my boss as a couple. Now, there are still 2 hours until the semi-finals begin. The popularity of The Masked Singer's live stream has reached unprecedented heights. Previously, the highest number of online viewers was only 5 million. It has now reached 9 million people, and the screen is filled with dense bullet comments. Oh wow! After much anticipation, Zhou is finally here. You must take down Ning Buji. I'll always support you. You protect your passion, and I'll protect you and your passion. Exactly. We don't even know what Ning looks like, but just listening to his songs tells us he's a weathered, middle-aged man. GUS CP fans, you can eat any food, but don't randomly ship any CPs. Ugh, we know she's talented. And good-looking, she's definitely talented too. Shiyu isn't one of those people who only care about looks. Exactly. We don't need Ning Buji and Li Xie's approval to ship them, as long as we agree. Anyway, Ning Buji never considers whether listening to his songs will make me feel bad, secretly observing. Bol 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 bol. I and the summer breeze are both just passers-by. I only wish to know the moon and embrace the Milky Way. Keep it up, Ning Buji, I support you. Shui Xine. I and the summer breeze are both just passers-by. I only wish to know the moon and embrace the Milky Way. Keep going, Ning Buji, I support you. 7 p.m. The production crew had just finished dinner at the restaurant. Bai Qining was then pulled by Hua Wan to support Ning Buji in the live stream. Watch today's semifinal. At Hua Wan's urging, Bai Qining reluctantly posted a CP slogan, perhaps because she was uncomfortable with such an unserious statement. After copying a sentence from Hua Wan, she felt inexplicably choked up. Li Xie clarified on her WeChat moments that she is currently single and doesn't know what the situation is between Ning Buji and her. It's immature of her to be so eager to ship Hua Wan as a couple. Bai Qining felt a tightness in her chest and was inexplicably thinking of Li Shuo. She wondered if she had fallen in love with him because she had been missing him too much these past few days. She put down her phone, rested her delicate hand on her cheek, and gazed at the night view outside the window, her thoughts drifting away. I don't know either. What is Li Shuo doing now? I'm typing. Or is he helping Daylight Entertainment choose scripts? Actually, none of those are true. Li Shuo is currently backstage at The Masked Singer, preparing with Jiang Yaohua and the other two. Chapter 219. What? Ning doesn't know he wants to use sweet girls to make us depressed? Impossible. The rules for this semi-final match were released yesterday. To maximize the show's viewership, the production team went to great lengths, arranging for the members of Tianlai and Huani to compete in pairs. And Ziheo, codename, Believe in the Light, versus Rapper, for Fires. Yu Wangshu, codename, White Swan, versus Sweet Love Song Girl, Gummy Bear. Jiang Yaohua, codename, Unmoved by the Spring Breeze, versus Smoky Voice, Cold-Blooded Man. Li Shuo always remembered the mission Li Xie had assigned him, to ensure that his 3 trainees would successfully achieve a top 3 finish. So his task today is to lead the 3 of them to eliminate all the opponents. In the rehearsal room, the 3 people who were ready were still practicing. Li Shuo moved among the 3, offering them suggestions for improvement. All 3 took this match extremely seriously, and they cried exceptionally hard. Ever since they received the song Li Shuo wrote for them and started singing it, they've gotten teary-eyed every time. And Ziheo never expected that even rap could make someone's eyes red and their nose sting. Yu Wangshu has a sweet appearance and a sweet voice. She thought Li Shuo would write a light and sweet song for her. But unexpectedly, they gave her a song like this. While marveling at Li Shuo's songwriting abilities, she felt like the sky had turned black after practicing singing for the past 2 days. Fortunately, the contestants are all fully armed and wear masks during the competition, so no one will see them crying on stage. Compared to the 2, Jiang Yaohua, who had lost a lot of weight in just over 2 months, had become much more accustomed to it and had accepted his fate. Even though they're all depressing songs, they're still alive. Maybe they'll be more careful in their next life. I just hope I never run into this devil again, whose songs are both incredibly beautiful and incredibly depressing. The atmosphere in the rehearsal hall was somewhat oppressive. The contestants had to go to the waiting area to wait until 15 minutes before their official performance. There will be live cameras from the moment you enter the waiting area, and as the team leader, Li Shua does not intend to appear in front of the public. However, as the team leader, he naturally had to personally escort the group to the waiting area. After receiving a notification from the on-site staff, Li Shua called over the three men, whose eyes were already wet with tears and who were already depressed, put on masks, and left the rehearsal hall to go to the waiting area. Led by staff, the group had just passed by the entrance of rehearsal hall number 3 when, coincidentally, a group of 4 from Warner Records also came out of the rehearsal hall. The man who was the leader of the group, with a delicate appearance like the male lead in an idol drama, three-dimensional and photogenic features, and an extremely tall stature that stood out from the crowd, immediately spotted Li Shua, who was wearing a mask. This was the first time the two of them had met. Wu Qingzhou had been following the progress of the competition closely. He was already familiar with Jiang Yaohua and the others, but Ning Buji was someone he was meeting for the first time today. I originally thought that the lyricist and composer, with his weathered and experienced life, must be an older man or someone who had weathered many storms. Upon seeing Ning Buji in person, even with a mask covering most of his face, one could immediately tell from his tall stature, well-defined features, and deep-set eyes that this man's age and appearance were probably similar to his own. The mere thought that this man had silently taken away Li Xie, whom he had been pursuing relentlessly but could never obtain, caused Wu Qingzhou's hostility towards Li Shua to surge. He quickly changed his mind. If he really was good-looking, why would he need to hide it and wear a mask? Perhaps the only things worth noting are his exposed eyebrows, eyes, and height. Li Shua. Sorry, I'm just a socially awkward person and my wife is a beautiful and famous star, so I'm keeping a low profile. Wu Qingzhou clenched and unclenched his fist, strode up to Li Shua, and looked at the mask he was wearing. He said, "You must be Ning Buji, right? Why are you wearing a mask to cover your face even backstage? Is it something shameful that you can't show it to others?" Li Shua didn't actually pay much attention to the singers in this competition. Even when listening to songs, he rarely observed the contestants' appearances. He couldn't even remember the code names of his opponents today. Hearing Wu Qingzhou's hostile greeting, he remained indifferent, simply looking at him and asking, "Who are you?" Is he the captain of the trainees from Vani? The renowned musical prodigy Wu Qingzhou. What? Did he hear that right? He didn't cover his face. Do you not know him? How could he not recognize him? You're just faking it. Not only Wu Qingzhou, but everyone present was quite surprised when they heard Li Shua's question. Anyone in the music industry knows Wu Qingzhou, just like how everyone knows Ning is not aware of the lyricist and composer. Now Ning doesn't know, but he's asking who Wu Qingzhou is? Wu Qingzhou's face turned pale and then red, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Jiang Yaohua and the other newcomers were naturally wary of a senior like Wu Qingzhou, especially since Wu Qingzhou was the son of the CEO of Huani Music. Even in Zaheo was no match for him. Jiang Yaohua was also afraid that Li Shua would have a hard time if he offended Wu Qingzhou. Now, just being involved in a scandal with Li Xie has provoked such great hostility from her. He immediately stepped forward, stood next to Li Shua, and whispered to him, "Old Shua, this is that Wu Qingzhou." Seeing Jiang Yaohua step forward to remind him, Wu Qingzhou subconsciously straightened his chest. Li Shua merely glanced at him indifferently and said, "Oh, it's true, the person doesn't seem to have much class. No wonder his boss didn't like him." Li Shua gave a nonchalant, "Oh," and under the astonished gazes of Wu Qingzhou and the others, he called Jiang Yaohua and the others and continued walking away. As he passed by Wu Qingzhou, he simply said, "Whether I wear a mask or not is my freedom, and it's none of your business." Wu Qingzhou. Everyone. Li Shua strode away, leaving Jiang Yaohua and the other two behind him stunned. Li Shua, he's so arrogant. I love them. Yu Wangshu's eyes lit up as she watched Li Shua's retreating figure. A cool and aloof man who possesses good looks, talent, and charm. It's really hard not to like her. After Li Shua and the others had walked away, Wu Qingzhou finally calmed down and turned around to stare at Li Shua's increasingly distant figure. He clenched his fists and roared, "You idiot! Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance." The song he gave to his 3 trainees today is a masterpiece he has been working on for over a year. It was originally intended to be used to curry favor with Li Xie. No need for that now. He wanted to use these 3 songs to thoroughly defeat Ning Buji and let Li Xie know that he, Wu Qingzhou, was the man qualified and capable of being her lover. There are 10 minutes left before the match starts. More than 10 million viewers have already flooded into the live stream. I thought I'd have a chance to see the true face of Mount Lu today. Even after both singers, including Wu Qingzhou, entered the waiting room, Ning Buji was nowhere to be seen. However, as soon as Wu Qingzhou appeared in the live broadcast, the audience at the scene and in front of the live broadcast screen were quickly drawn to him and burst into exclamations of amazement. Wow, Zhou is even more handsome than before. Ning Buji isn't even in the picture. I think I know why now, Dogemoji. Zhou and Xia are still the best match. Holy crap, Ning Buji really doesn't appear on camera. Looks like he's really making a living off his talent, crying. Don't speak too soon. It's possible that the singer's voice, like the one he's working with, is different from the type of music he's good at, and he might not be able to write songs suitable for her. That's not necessarily true. Even someone who doesn't know rap can write songs, so why can't a sweet girl write them? Luckily, neither Believe in the Light nor White Swan are the type of singers who cause sadness today. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to listen to this Masked Singer show, and I'd run out of tissues at home. The White Swan has indeed been sweet all the way. I believe that just listening to The Little Prince of Rap is already very upbeat. Only Can't Blow belongs to the depressing category, comparable to Jiang Yaohua. If Jiang Yaohua weren't fat, I would have suspected that Can't Blow was actually Jiang Yaohua. Yes, I think so too. But it seems like the song Can't Play comes out later, so we can relax by listening to The White Swan and Believe in the Light first. Even if I can't play, it won't make me depressed. Bull. +1. Shuixin, keep it up. Amidst the anticipation of the audience both at the scene and in the live stream, the semi-finals of The Masked Singer have officially begun. The first match is between the sweet and girly Yu Wangshu, White Swan, and Gummy Bear. The 2 drew lots on the spot. Warny Gummy Bears got their first chance to perform. Entering the stage amidst enthusiastic applause, Little Gummy Bear's rendition of Sweet Love captivated the entire audience, garnering a warm and unanimous response from both inside and outside the venue. With most of the 200 audience members lighting up red lights in support, the game started with a high score of 181. Wu Qingzhou was very satisfied with this score. They were also very confident that Vani would win this round. After Huani left the stage, Yu Wangshu soon took to the stage as well. The audience was still immersed in the sweet mood of the song and, with anticipation and curiosity, listened attentively to see just how sweet the song written for the White Swan really was. Until a low, slow piano prelude begins. Song information appeared on the screen behind the studio. Song, Missing You is a Pain That Breathes. Singer, White Swan. Lyrics by Ning Buji. Composer, Ning Buji. The moment the song title and melody were announced, the audience, both inside and outside the venue, were stunned. Is longing a pain that breathes? Is this song sweet? In the restaurant, the entire crew has finished filming. But not a single member of the entire crew left. They were all following this year's Masked Singer, including Bai Qining. Her first reaction upon hearing the song's intro and title was disbelief. The rhythm and song title don't sound very sweet. Ning didn't know he had written a sad song for a sweet girl. Is this appropriate? Won't it sound out of place if I sing it? Not only Bai Qining, but almost all the viewers who were following the Masked Singer were skeptical. They didn't think that sweet girls singing sad songs could move them. It's impossible to get into that feeling. Chapter 220. Song title with numbers? What song is this? The audience unanimously agreed that a sweet girl singing a depressing song would definitely have no effect on them. But the reality is, as soon as a few notes burst forth, everyone's hearts began to tremble, as if a thin blade were silently slicing across their faces. As the melody slows down, the drum beats begin, and a light and pure vocal performance begins. This melody, These lyrics, like a heart slashed by a blade, fresh blood trickles forth as promised. When the verse transitions into the chorus, each line of the lyrics feels like a knife stabbing into your heart. It lacks overtly dramatic expressions, yet it is brimming with emotion and power, evoking feelings of profound sadness and loss. It's as if I'm seeing a lonely and lost girl. She lost the person she loved most, yet she couldn't forget him. Every memory, every thought, even the breath she took when thinking of him caused her pain. She could no longer form close relationships with anyone else, and desperately longed for her beloved to return to her side, but he could never come back. A deep longing yet utterly powerless to change it. Wanting to love but unable to, wanting to see but unable to, the bloody wounds are torn open, causing excruciating pain. Gradually, the audience members' eyes welled up with tears. 1, 2, 3, 4. The singing ended at some point. A moment of silence fell over the audience, both inside and outside the venue. The atmosphere was somber, and many people were already in tears. They cried, and their faces were swollen. Everyone was immersed in the imagery created by the song, struggling but unable to escape the pain. Who would have thought that Ning Bougie could write a song that could make even a sweet-voiced swan sing with such despair and melancholy? I swear I will never lie again. The more I love you, the tighter I will hold you. I miss my mother who has passed away. The tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. The child may wish to care for his parents, but they are no longer there. Later, I started traveling alone, and I would use that blue Polaroid camera to record those moments during my travels. But I would burn those photos and take more and burn them again. So much time has passed, and I've taken so many pictures of scenery, but my heart still feels empty, because you're no longer here. I love that line. If only you were here. That's what I think too. If only you were here, but you're not. You don't know how much I'm crying. I came here to be a spectator, not to shed tears. The atmosphere at the scene was heavy, and after a brief silence, the live stream chat exploded with a dense barrage of comments. If only you were here. If only you were back. Who would you be writing this to? Has that ex run away again? I'm so heartbroken. If only you were here. I swear I wouldn't keep you waiting. Yes, if she were still here, still with me, I would never make her wait again. I would take the initiative. But it's all too late. This song is such a waste of space. I have no idea what you've been through. Can you please not write this that tears my heart out? Have some decency. He's definitely thinking about his ex, writing this song to express his feelings. He's suffering and wants us to suffer with him. How damn despicable. Seriously, I can't ship this couple anymore. They're already reminiscing about their exes. What's the point of shipping them? Shui Xian, is it possible that Ning doesn't know it's a song about missing a loved one, a father or a mother, and that this isn't a love song? Bol 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 bol. Sigh, I feel the same way. It's so upsetting. I really want to punch Ning Bougie. Maybe one day he'll get over this song, but I still haven't. Ning didn't know that one song could completely break the hearts of the audience, both inside and outside the venue. Even the singer Yu Wangshu himself was squatting on the stage, his face behind the mask already streaked with tears. Li Shua's songs are both classic and deeply depressing. In the waiting area, Wu Chengzhou, who had been brimming with confidence, was shocked by the atmosphere and felt a strong sense of crisis. He never expected that Li Shua would write such a sad song for the White Swan. It doesn't sound out of place at all when sung. Even he felt a lump in his throat while listening. It must be admitted that Li Shua's song in this song is far superior to his previous work, Sweet Love. Wu Qingzhou was unwilling to accept this fact, but he had no choice but to. The song The Pain That Breathes by Swan White received a high score of 189 in the voting round, eliminating its opponent. Moreover, several audience members were still in a bad mood and missed the voting time. In the first round of the competition, the angelic White Swan, while simultaneously captivating the entire audience and defeating herself, emerged victorious. Vanny lost the first game, and Wu Qingzhou was not in a good mood. However, Wu Qingzhou is still very confident of winning the next two matches. Even if eliminating one contestant means he can't get into the top 3, he's still confident he can get into the top 2. Next up is a showdown between two rappers. And Zihao secretly wiped away his tears, put on a mask, went on stage to draw lots with his opponent and won the first performance. Therefore, in the second round of the competition, Tianlai contestant Xingxing Wang was chosen to go first. The audience is really upset now. Knowing that the second round would be rap, everyone tried their best to calm down, thinking that it was good that the second round was rap. Rap is usually quite energetic, and they all pinned their hopes on this song, hoping that the following rap would help them get out of this depressing mood and stop crying. In the restaurant, Hua-Wan's desk was piled high with tissues. Her eyes were swollen from crying. It's so painful, it hurts to breathe, and my nose is chafed raw. I can't believe it, I'm going to cry. His life is so unfulfilled. God, please take care of him. He's so pitiful. Bai Qining rested her chin on her hand, her eyes slightly red. Accustomed to being aloof in front of others, she never easily shed tears in front of anyone other than Li Shua. After Hua-Wan finished speaking, she said in a low voice, "It is quite tragic. People like me, and born to be human, have endured the harsh realities and trials of society. Young and promising and decent must have run away with countless exes. Today's song, The Pain That Breathes, feels like losing a loved one, or like losing an ex." Bai Qining even felt a little sorry for Ning Buji, thinking that this person must be in a very bad situation. Li Shua, "Thank you, I actually feel fine." Ning, who was backstage at The Masked Singer and whom countless netizens and even his wife thought was in a terrible state, was actually using his free time to browse the news, and was quite content. Yu Wangshu won. Now it's time to see how Nzaheo and Jiang Yaohua perform. As for Nzaheo's rap today, although the song's difficulty and quality are slightly inferior to Compendium of Materia Medica, its significance is immense. At this moment, many netizens are also looking forward to believing that Guang will come on stage to soothe their emotions. Sigh, I just can't get over this. It seems I can only believe in the light. Believe in the light, and keep going. Please, just wipe away all my sadness. I'm sure the performance was always explosive and energetic, so now is the perfect time to listen to rap and calm down. Otherwise, I really won't be in the mood to watch today's show. I really need to get out of this mood right now. I don't usually like listening to rap, but I'll give it a try. Amidst the pleading gazes of netizens and the audience, Nzaheo, wearing a mask, stepped onto the stage. The stage lights went out instantly. On the screen on the stage, a row of subtitles appeared. Song, 197,653. Singer, Believe in the Light. Lyrics by Ning Buji. Composer, Ning Buji. When the song information was announced, the audience, both inside and outside the venue, were stunned. Looking at the row of numbers on the screen, almost all the viewers were stunned. 197,653. What's the song title? I don't understand. What does this mean? Did the staff at the back office make a mistake? Seriously? Even if you make a typo, you wouldn't type all numbers. What happened? The live stream chat was almost entirely filled with question marks. The audience was dumbfounded. Chapter 2, 21 Ning Buji, who follows her husband in chasing after celebrities. In the restaurant, Hua-Wan blinked her red eyes and looked at Bai Qining with a dazed expression. Ning, is this the title of a song that Ning doesn't know? Or is there a problem with the programs backstage? The staff around the dining table were also completely baffled. This was the first time they had ever seen a song title using numbers, and the key point was that they couldn't understand the meaning of this string of numbers. Until Bai Qining held her phone, her beautiful face framed by a glint in her dark eyes, and spoke softly as she looked at the screen. 197,653 refers to the 197,653 martyrs during the Korean War. This number was told to her by her grandfather, because her great-grandfather was one of the martyrs in that number. As Bai Qining finished speaking, everyone present was momentarily stunned. At this moment, in the studio, the deep, somber sound of a piano rang out, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. It was as if, in that instant, everyone was transported to a battlefield filled with the sounds of gunfire. Amidst billowing smoke and raging flames, countless soldiers fiercely fought against the enemy, their shouts echoing through the air. The expressions on everyone's faces turned solemn at that moment. The sounds of war drums and shouts filled the air, each deep beat striking the hearts of everyone present. The sounds of swords fading into the distance were replaced by a young and powerful voice. It was winter when he packed his bags and left his hometown. He didn't have time to say goodbye, but he never hesitated, and he traveled through the white mountains and black waters. Gray skies are filled with gray snow, and the silver earth is covered with blood-red frost. Demons have ravaged the land, causing immense suffering to countless lives. With righteous indignation on our shoulders, we cannot stand idly by. The lyrics are sung in just a few lines. The release, from a low murmur to a powerful and resounding one, instantly sent a jolt through everyone. His pupils widened. Even his breathing became a little rapid. The blood in my body began to surge at this moment. This is the passion and memory etched into the bones of the Chinese people. The devil has reached out his hand to China, causing immense suffering and loss of life. As a great nation, the sons and daughters of China will never stand idly by. The singing continued. At 17, he was a soldier with a gun in his hand. He never uttered a word of fear, even in the midst of a hail of bullets. Cross the Red River, and we'll make the enemy fear death, yet not fear death. He's like a dog trapped inside a closed door, robbing and killing layer by layer. Countless snowflakes fall, yet the wounds remain unmelted. The grass grows silently, lingering on the nameless hillside. On this endless journey, the stars guided his way, and he always believed that their light would eventually illuminate the world. As the song reaches its climax, the overall momentum of the music suddenly becomes stirring and magnificent. On the battlefield, that young man stood tall, fighting fiercely against the enemy in the icy snow and on the vast, desolate battlefield to defend his country. Almost everyone in the audience, both inside and outside the stadium, was filled with excitement and tears at that moment. Yes, how could they forget? Forget these 197,653 martyrs. Forget all the warriors who sacrificed their lives and blood for the prosperity and golden age that China enjoys today. Never forget. We must not forget the history of 70 years ago. With their flesh and blood, they built a new city. In this prosperous age, there are those who bear the burden and move forward. We should strive to be stronger and maintain our passionate spirit. Never forget the heroes' dreams, and all of China will be at peace, and our land will be safe and sound. 197,653 on that distant battlefield, 197,653 they left behind hope. 197,653 they left behind their faith. 197,653 they gripped their guns tightly. The singing stopped abruptly, and the entire audience fell into a solemn silence. On stage, beneath his mask, Nzaheo was already in tears. After calming himself down slightly, he said sincerely, 197,653, a tribute to every hero. After speaking, he bowed deeply to pay tribute to the heroic predecessors. At this moment, everyone present, both inside and outside the scene, had tears in their eyes, felt their blood surging in their chests, and were deeply moved. They never expected that this rap song, named with numbers, would be so different from the rap songs they knew, yet it moved them to tears. After a brief silence, countless people burst into enthusiastic applause. The live stream was flooded with a barrage of comments. Hearing this sent chills down my spine and brought tears to my eyes. 197,653 precious lives, countless families. These are our martyrs. They deserve to be celebrated. This is the best rap I've ever heard. No arguments allowed. I'm going to proudly promote this song at my school. I was blown away again by Ning Buji's song. It's so energetic and powerful. It turns out I don't dislike rap. I just dislike those who spew profanities and whine without any real substance. Could this song be on the Spring Festival Gala? It's so patriotic and inspiring. It makes my blood boil. The new generation of Chinese people needs this kind of upright spirit to guide their children. This was my first time listening to rap, and I never expected it to be so exhilarating, bringing tears to my eyes. The lyrics are just so beautiful. Tears streaming down my face +1. The girl in front. Aren't you a fan of Wu Chengzhou? Why are you praising Ning Buji? Crying. Oh, I'm no longer a fan of Wu Chengzhou. Heroes live on forever. How could I not know what YYDS is all about? Eternal glory to our heroic warriors. How could we not know YYDS? The livestream screen was quickly filled with comments. The tables of all the crew members were piled high with tissues. I thought that Ning Bougie had broken my defenses with the last song, and this one would be a good time to calm down. But they can't afford to wait. This song is so inspiring and so immersive that it brought tears to their eyes. Even on Bai Qining's desk, there were some tissues that had appeared out of nowhere, and the tip of her nose was slightly red. As a descendant of martyrs, she is very grateful to Ning Bougie for the songs he wrote for the martyrs and for her great-grandfather. She suddenly wanted to find out what kind of person the other person was. He was probably a middle-aged man over 40 years old, and what kind of stories had happened to him. Bai Qining became increasingly curious about this person. This is the first person besides Li Shuo that she really wants to get to know and be with. There was another one before, by author Huo Lo. Little did she expect that this person would be her husband, Li Shuo. Of course, she simply likes Ning Bougie's songs. It's a kind of appreciation, just like how she liked Huo Li's works back then. She's commenting on the work, not the person. You could check out his songs. At this moment, Huolan suddenly spoke up. Ning, I really want to meet Ning Bougie. Let's go together sometime. Regardless of whether he's good-looking or not, his songs are absolutely amazing. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining did not immediately agree. She doesn't follow people in the entertainment industry, so going to meet them would be considered idol worship, which is unacceptable. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. I'm not going. Ning doesn't know that Bai Qining is good at songwriting, but she admires it. However, if it's about being a fan, that's another story. However, his songs are so popular now, Li Shuo should like them too. If Li Shuo likes them, she could go with him to see the songwriter. Li Shuo, what? My wife wants to be a fan of celebrities with me? Chapter 222. How could one not know the tragedy of his life? The impact of the song 197653 is indescribable. The rhythm and lyrics are full of positive energy and infectiousness, containing a sense of national pride and patriotism that remembers history and cherishes the memory of martyrs. This is a gene ingrained in the Chinese people, a strong sense of national and familial responsibility. After calming down, the audience gave the score a high score of 195. Everyone was still reeling from the song's impact, and the audience didn't interact much during the subsequent rap segment by members of Warner Music. With the previous song as a comparison, after the audience had enjoyed the ultimate excitement and passion, the quality of this new song did not reach the level of the previous song, making it difficult to get the audience excited. When the members of Warner Music were performing on stage, even the live stream chat quickly quieted down. Thus, Wu Qingzhou's confident rap song unexpectedly became a major flop. The audience, whose listening standards had been inadvertently raised by 197653, gave the song a low score of 150, which shocked Wu Qingzhou. This result is arguably the worst performance this student has ever achieved in a competition. It's not that the student's skill level has declined, but rather that Ning Bougie's songs have raised the bar for listeners' musical appreciation. Wu Qingzhou originally wanted to take this opportunity to have Huani eliminate the members of Tianlai, severely humiliate Ning Bougie, and make Li Xia look at him with new eyes. Who would have thought that after the duel between his students, his face is now swollen like a pig's head? After all, before the competition started, he declared that he would take the top 3 spots in the Masked Singer competition. Unexpectedly, when they actually clashed with Ning Bougie, they lost 2 key members of their team. Still clinging to a sliver of hope of winning first place, before the final showdown, Wu Qingzhou suppressed his throbbing pain and gave his star players a good pep talk. The next song is also his proudest piece and his biggest trump card in the past year. Soon, the third PK officially began. 10 miles of spring breeze cannot move us versus cold-blooded man. Many netizens were blown away by Ning Bougie's 2 songs, and now hope to calm down in the next match. But to their dismay, the premiere performance was once again Tianlai Music's 10 Miles of Spring Breeze Cannot Be Moved. This is Ning Bougie's singer. So there's a high probability they'll soon become depressed again. I really want to escape. Lately, I've been listening to Ning Bougie's songs every day, and it feels like my wife has left me, my life is a failure, and even my parents are gone. Who isn't? But let's think about it from another angle. Who doesn't experience creative blocks? Is it really possible to make every song depressing? I think it's impossible. I'm out of toilet paper at home right now, but I'm not going to buy any. I'm going to listen to the rest of the songs. I brought my cousin, who's 25 and has 26 years of experience slaughtering pigs, over. He said he's been slaughtering pigs with adults since he was in his mother's womb and has never cried since birth. Today, I'm letting him listen to Ning Bougie song. I didn't slaughter a pig, and I don't believe that the gentle spring breeze can't move me to tears. I'm 30 and still a virgin. My heart is the hardest. Amid cheers from the audience and netizens, Jiang Yaohua took to the stage and performed Sorrow, which Li Shuo had prepared for him. When the audience at the venue and in the live broadcast room saw the song title on the stage screen, a sense of relief and excitement arose in their hearts. Xiao Chou, as the name suggests, means to eliminate sorrow, so this must be a healing song. Wow, has Ning Bougie finally come to his senses this time? Decided not to torture us fans anymore? Why am I suddenly feeling a little touched? In the restaurant, Huawan had already prepared to put down her phone and find something else to do to relax, and didn't plan to listen to the next song, Ning Bougie. But upon seeing the lyrics to Xiao Chou, meaning sorrow, she picked up her phone again, her eyes, already swollen from crying, narrowed into slits as she looked at Bai Qining. Wow, Ning finally knows how to care about her fans. Xiao Chou, are you trying to relieve our worries and troubles? Bai Qining originally planned to put down her phone and leave for a while. Even for her, it was hard to accept Ning Bougie bombarding her with 3 songs that broke her heart in a row. Seeing the song title, Eliminating Sorrow, piqued my interest again, and I thought that perhaps this song really wasn't depressing. She said casually, I don't know, but you can listen to it. At that moment, the sound of a pipe organ could be heard in the studio. The audience, both inside and outside the stadium, fell silent instantly. The prelude is slow and serene. Then, a faint sadness gradually spread out. Everyone was immediately stunned, and that ominous premonition surged into their hearts once again. It's over. This rhythm doesn't sound good at all. The guitar accompaniment followed, and a deep, resonant voice began to sing. When you step into this place of joy, carry all your dreams and aspirations on your back. Various faces, various makeup. No one remembers what you look like. After 3 rounds of drinks, you're in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song. As you listen to him being swallowed up by the noise, you pick up your glass and say to yourself, the melody and singing had no element of showing off skills, yet it immediately evoked a profound sense of loneliness. Everyone could foresee what was to come, but the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room could not escape it. They still couldn't help but keep listening, unaware of the magic it possessed, until the chorus arrives. The flat voice seemed to begin to fill with intense emotion. 1 cup to the rising sun, 1 cup to the moonlight, awakening my longing, softening the cold window. So you can fly against the wind without looking back, unafraid of rain in your heart or frost in your eyes. 1 cup to my hometown, 1 cup to the distant land, guarding my kindness, urging me to grow. Therefore, the road between north and south is no longer long, and the soul no longer has nowhere to rest. The lyrics don't explicitly mention loneliness, yet every line exudes it, as if they reflect the lives of countless people. When they first entered the workforce, the young men were eager to prove themselves and show the world their worth. After struggling through society, one often discovers in middle age that many things are beyond their control. He could only drown his sorrows in a cup of wine, murmuring his melancholy and expressing his grief. In the restaurant, as Bai Qining listened to the song, she unconsciously imagined the various things Ning Bougie might have experienced. In his youth, he had lofty ambitions and struggled hard, but lost his lover because of his youthful inaction. In his youth, he had many girlfriends, and even the breakups were not dignified. In middle age, he lost his dearest family member, and when he missed him, even breathing hurt. In the end, he could only sit at the table, drink himself into a stupor, raise a glass to drown his sorrows, and reflect on his tragic life. Gradually, her eyes reddened, glistening beneath her raven feather like eyelashes. Little did he know his life must have been incredibly miserable. If given the opportunity to meet this lyricist and composer, Bai Qining felt she might be able to help him within her means. Not only Bai Qining, but at this moment, countless listeners inside and outside the venue broke down in tears again, listening to the song and imagining Ning Buji's tragic life. In my youth, I was carefree and lost my beloved. In my prime, I worked hard but felt the cruelty of the world. I had many exes and experienced the sadness of time. I felt sorry for being born. My loved ones left me. Then came the mediocre middle age. I could only drink to drown my sorrows and lament the fleeting years. It's so tragic. Don't you know you really need to see a psychologist? No, I don't think seeing a therapist will help. This situation should be addressed by a fortune teller. Ning doesn't know how terrible it is, crying. Oh my God, what has he been through? Even though I'm broke, I really want to send him money. Chapter 223, she proactively booked a hotel for her husband. The audience, both inside and outside the venue, were once again moved by Ning Buji's song, giving it a high score of 199 on the spot. Many listeners said that even though Ning Buji was so miserable, they still gave him a high score because they couldn't bear to see him suffer anymore. At least this affirmation can bring a glimmer of light into Ning Buji's gloomy world. Li Shuo. Thank you, my world is actually quite bright. The audience was so engrossed in the melancholy of the songs performed that they didn't even notice what song their rival, 10 Miles of Spring Breeze Can't Blow, was singing next. First, they were overwhelmed by Ning Buji's 3 songs, leaving them unable to recover. Secondly, the audience's ears were spoiled by Ning Buji's songs, and the songs that followed were not on the same level at all, making it difficult to keep the audience interested. Jiang Qingzhou's song, his ultimate trump card today, only scored 178 points in the end. After 3 rounds of competition, Tianlai contestant easily defeated Huani, leaving Wu Qingzhou with a swollen face. As soon as the competition ended, he ran out of the venue with a dark expression, without even calling his bodyguards. Finally, completely unprepared, he was surrounded by a group of reporters at the entrance of the recording site of The Masked Singer, with countless microphones shoved directly into his face. Mr. Wu Qingzhou, we have seen the results of the competition through the live broadcast. Did you take the initiative to challenge Ning Buji for Miss Licia? Now that you have lost, how do you feel? Wu Qingzhou. Mr. Wu Qingzhou, Huani stopped at the top 6. Do you feel regretful? I wonder if, besides surpassing you in talent, he is also just as outstanding in appearance as you. Wu Qingzhou. Having stopped at the top 6, if you were given another chance to choose, would you still have the confidence to compete with Ning Buji for a top 3 finish in The Masked Singer? Wu Qingzhou. Wu Qingzhou's heart was pierced with 7 orifices, and he was completely overwhelmed by reporters. At the same time, Li Shuo, who had already achieved Li Xie's goal of getting the Tianlai students into the top 3, also retired successfully. Now that they've defeated Huani, the competition for the top 3 will be an individual contest between Jiang Yaohua and his team, with the finals not starting for another week. In 3 days, he will go to Cu Island to check out the venue set up for the fatal game, where the 3 Masked Singer will compete freely. Daylight Entertainment put in 100 effort to film this TV series. In less than 2 months, they booked several locations on Cu Island and built several filming sets, including the wooden dummy road from the deadly game. Filming is scheduled to begin in a week, and yesterday the producer invited him to come to the set in 3 days to see if there were any areas that needed improvement. He needs to prepare drafts these days. He had already informed Li Xie yesterday that if Tianlai won today, he would not participate in the rest of the competition. The recording of The Masked Singer is nearing its end today. Li Shuo was the first to leave the recording venue and arrive at the main entrance. He glanced at the spot that was surrounded by reporters, with inquiries about Ning Buji coming from time to time. Li Shuo adjusted his mask, then strode away quietly from a short distance away from the crowd. The reporters also noticed the unfamiliar man with a pass badge who came out of the TV station, but they didn't pay him any attention and continued to push into the center of the crowd, eagerly inquiring about Ning Buji's whereabouts. Wu Qingzhou. If things continue like this, he thinks he'll go crazy. Li Shuo got into a taxi without any trouble, while Wu Qingzhou was still surrounded by reporters. The bodyguards who arrived late began to come forward to rescue him. Li Shuo frowned as he watched the scene from inside the taxi. This is the consequence of standing in front of the screen. He would be swarmed by reporters whenever he stepped out of any door. On the way to and from Xiangfu community, his boss, Li Xie, called him, praising him for singing all 3 songs well today and offering to give him a raise. Starting tomorrow, we will raise the guaranteed minimum price per song to 2,000 yuan, plus a 20 commission. Ning Buji's reputation has been thoroughly established in today's battle. Li Xie doesn't even need to wait for Li Shua to speak. She must take the initiative to improve his treatment. Otherwise, her capable assistant might be poached by another company at a higher price if she's not careful. Before hanging up, the aloof Xiao Li awkwardly reminded Li Shua to rest more and have fun these next few days. A gentle, somewhat unnatural way of showing care for subordinates. Li Shua almost laughed. He felt that Li Xie might be somewhat similar to him in personality, as she wasn't very good at proactively expressing her concern for others. He smiled and thanked the person on the phone, saying, "Mr. Li, thank you." After exchanging a few words, the two ended the call. Li Shua suddenly felt a little melancholy again. Li Xie has already clarified the relationship between the two within the industry, but because Wu Chengzhou jumped out to provoke her, many netizens with wild imaginations have actually conjured up the idea that he and Li Xie are a couple. They even said that he and Li Xie's CP didn't need the consent of either of them, especially one of the CP fan leaders called Wan. Every day is a struggle. There's also a repeater, and it's either a favorite or a favorite. It often copies content from under the bowl-shaped characters. Li Shua would occasionally check on how things were developing, and he would always see these two accounts. He was a little tired. His wife, Bai Qining, might not agree to this kind of online pairing. On the way back, Li Shua began to think about whether he should find an opportunity to have Jiang Yaohua post a clarification statement on Douyin saying that he was already married. He didn't say it before because he was afraid that his marriage to Bai Qining would be exposed if he didn't have enough power. I never expected this generation of netizens to be so difficult to manage, shipping couples randomly on their own. After careful consideration, Li Shua felt he still needed to clarify the fact that he was already married before Bai Qining discovers his hidden identity. It was already past midnight when Li Shua got home. "I've been quite tired these past 2 days working on The Masked Singer, so I went home, washed up, and went to rest." The next day, he was woken up by a phone call from his wife, Bai Qining. "Qining, good morning." Li Shua sat up in bed, still sleepy. On the phone, Bai Qining listened to her husband's languid voice, her lips slightly pursed, and she looked forward to the life they would share in the future. She could imagine Li Shua looking sleepy right now, and if he were beside her, she would definitely kiss this silly guy. Slightly suppressing her smile, Bai Qining said to Li Shua in a calm tone, "Noon Sunshine told me that you're also going to Siyu Island to check out the venue the day after tomorrow. I'm going on the same day, and it seems they'll be picking us up by car. I'm currently booking a hotel. Do you need me to tell you so I can book one for you too?" In fact, film and television companies usually provide hotels when filming movies and TV series. However, Bai Qining usually booked the rooms herself and didn't tell her new husband, who had just entered the industry, about this common knowledge. This way, Li Shua could stay at the same hotel as her, making it easier for them to communicate during filming, whether it's business or personal matters. Li Shua really didn't know that the production company would provide accommodation. He had originally planned to ask the production company today, but now that Bai Qining had taken the initiative to ask him, he thought that they probably didn't provide it. He didn't know much about Siyu Island, but since his wife wanted to book it for him, he didn't hesitate for long and readily agreed. "Okay, then I'll trouble you with that." Li Shua went to bed late yesterday and is still very sleepy even after being woken up by his wife. His voice is magnetic and lazy, which Bai Qining really likes. Especially in the past month or so, she has been busy filming, and Li Shua has also been very busy, so the two of them have hardly seen each other. She misses her husband very much. Listening to Li Shua's alluring voice now feels like a million ants are crawling inside me. The thought of seeing Li Shua in a few days filled her with joy. His tone was calm and normal when he spoke. "Okay, then I'll book a hotel for you at the same time. See you in 3 days." It wasn't until his wife said those words that Li Shua's heart skipped a beat, and he regained his senses. "Okay, see you in 3 days." Li Shua hadn't seen Bai Qining for a while, and he missed her a little and was also inexplicably a bit nervous. His wife is so beautiful and has such a perfect figure that it's almost unfair. Whenever he doesn't see Bai Qining for a while, he gets inexplicably nervous when they meet again, especially when he thinks about his wife's identity as the beautiful superstar Bai Muge, the dream of 3.5 billion men. Chapter 224, A Surprise for My Brother and Sister-in-Law. After finishing his phone call with Bai Qining, Li Shua lost his sleepiness, washed up, and left the bedroom. Upon entering the living room, Li Shugang brought out the cooked noodles, which was today's breakfast. Seeing Li Shua, she smiled slightly. "Brother, I was just about to call you. Come and have breakfast." Li Shu greeted him with a smile and placed the steaming bowl of soup noodles at the table where Li Shua usually sat. After nearly 2 months of summer vacation, with better food, Li Shu gained a lot of weight and became fairer. Instead of handing out flyers under the scorching sun, Bai Qining also had many skincare products delivered to her. The skincare products given as gifts were not cheap, and Li Shu didn't dare to go out in the sun to waste them. In addition, girls do have a love for beauty. Since Li Shu didn't have to worry about Fong Lanying forcing her to marry, she would pay attention to sun protection. In just 2 months, he's gained some weight and his skin has become much fairer than when summer vacation started. He looks like a completely different person. This made Li Shua a little uneasy. He wondered if such a pretty girl might be targeted and taken advantage of by bad boys. Li Shua walked to the dining chair, picked up the Yuanzi who was washing her face in his seat, moved her aside, and sat down in the chair. At the same time, he asked Li Shu, "Shu, is school starting soon?" "Yes, I'm leaving for school in 4 days. I was just about to tell you, brother." She paused for a moment, as if she remembered something. "Brother, wait for me. I have something else to give you." As Li Shu spoke, she went back to her bedroom and quickly came out with a small box. She arrived at the restaurant, placed the items on the table, and pushed them in front of Li Shua. "Brother, these are gifts I bought for you and your wife. They're not expensive, but they suit you both very well. You and your sister-in-law are both very busy people. You're going on a business trip in a few days, and I'll be going to Wanqing then. I'll give you the things first, and you can remember to give them to your sister-in-law later." Upon hearing this, Li Shua put down his chopsticks, reached for the box, and asked, "What is it?" As he spoke, he opened the box, inside which were 2 separately packaged boxes labeled with his and Bai Qining's phone models. He picked up a box labeled with his phone model and opened it. Inside was a phone case with a glass back, which looked very high quality and had a simple, elegant design. Li Shua doesn't have any special requirements for phone cases. He thinks as long as it works, it's fine. However, this was a gift from his younger sister, so it has great significance for him. He smiled and said to Li Shu, "I like it very much, thank you." Li Shu pursed her lips and smiled like a flower. She said, "This isn't an ordinary phone case. It's a couple's phone case." "A couple?" Upon hearing this, Li Shua looked at the back of the phone case again, and then opened another phone case box. His is an elegant black, while Bai Qining's is a deep purple. The 2 phone cases are the same style, only the colors are different. "This can be called a couple's phone case?" "I can't tell," Li Shua murmured. Li Shu just smiled and said, "Remember to give this to your sister-in-law for me. This is a real couple's phone case. Only when the 2 of them use it will they discover that this phone case actually has a hidden surprise." Li Shu planned to give his sister-in-law and brother a surprise. Li Shua, being a straightforward guy, didn't think too much about it. He nodded and put away the gift his sister gave him. The brother and sister ate breakfast together, and Li Shuo reminded Li Shu to be careful at school. Now that the girl has grown into a beautiful young woman, he is actually a little uneasy. Li Shu could sense her brother Li Shua's concern for her. Feeling warm inside, she nodded in agreement, indicating that she would be more careful. Besides being careful not to be deceived by boys, you should also pay more attention to traffic safety. Last time, due to a traffic accident caused by not walking properly, Li Shu paid the other party over 10,000 yuan in repair costs. Because the subsequent payment was a month late, the other party rudely calculated interest for her. Although no one was injured in this traffic accident, Li Shu learned a profound lesson. From now on, she must never be distracted while walking. The brother and sister finished their meal. Li Shua then went to write, and Li Shu also went out. Li Shu usually takes the bus to her employer's house. Today was no exception. She got off the bus at around 8:40 a.m. It's about a kilometer from here to the employer's house. As usual, Li Shu chose to walk there. However, she had only walked a short distance when Fong Lanying called her cell phone. She had been calling her many times almost every day for the past few days, but she hadn't answered any of them. Li Shu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to answer the phone. Finally, "You're willing to answer your mother's call. You heartless wretch. You don't want to get married and become a rich wife. You don't answer the phone, and you haven't sent me the money you earned from working? Have you thought I've raised you for nothing for the past 20 years? Fong Lanying had been calling Li Shu for days, but Li Shu hadn't answered, which made her very angry. Li Shu would never have dared to do this before. Fong Lanying believed it was all because of that brat Li Shua, who had bewitched her daughter. And then there's Li Shuejuan, who coaxed his daughter to stay by his side so she could help him raise his son Li Shua and get married to make money. The father and son are like vampires, sucking Li Shua's blood for life. Take these 2 months of summer vacation for example. Li Shu earned at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, but she didn't send her a single penny. She is Li Shu's mother, and Li Shu is the daughter she gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. Fong Lanying was furious at the thought that her daughter was now using money to support Li Shuejuan and Li Shua. Li Shu was reluctant to answer Fong Lanying's calls in the first place, but the calls had been coming too frequently lately. After all, Fong Lanying was the one who gave birth to her, and she couldn't bring herself to block her own mother's number. I never expected that the first thing the other party asked for was money. Her good mood vanished instantly, and she coldly told the person on the phone, "You said it yourself, we're severing our mother-daughter relationship, and I have no money to give you." She really didn't have any money to pay. The 6,000 yuan in her card had all been used to compensate the boss who caused the accident. She used the remaining 1,000 yuan of her 2-month salary from summer vacation to pay off her debts. "I won't get my second month's salary until these few days of classes are over." With only about 4,000 yuan, Li Shu decided to use the 4,000 yuan for living expenses in the second half of the semester without asking her brother or Li Shuejuan for money. It seems that Li Shuejuan is in the early stages of starting his business, and the company is about to receive a big order. No money to pay. You earn over 10,000 yuan a month for 2 months, and tutoring only takes a few hours a day. You'll definitely need to find other jobs, which will bring in at least 20,000 yuan. You're telling me you don't have money? Even if we sever our mother-daughter relationship, you still have to pay me back all the effort and money I've spent on you over the years. Fong Lanying shouted angrily on the phone. She didn't believe Li Shu would be broke, unless she spends the money on her brother and Li Shua. Li Shu felt a chill run down her spine as she listened to the woman's voice on the phone. She even considered hanging up the phone immediately and blocking Fong Lanying. Just then, she passed a traffic light and, momentarily distracted, made the same mistake she had made not long ago. She didn't notice the red light and stepped onto the zebra crossing. After taking a few steps, I belatedly realized what was happening and instinctively retreated. They didn't even notice a Maybach driving by. The next moment, the Maybach driver saw a figure backing away on the zebra crossing, and the car suddenly swerved to one side. With a loud bang, the Maybach's headlights made direct contact with a roadside stone pillar. Hearing the noise behind him, Li Shu mechanically saw the car turned off by the roadside, and her heart sank. Chapter 225. Finally, she saw her husband again. Li Shu belatedly realized that the light had already turned green. She immediately turned around and ran to the front of the vehicle. Looking at the car that had crashed into the stone pillar, she saw that it was the same brand as the car that had caused the accident last time, and her heart sank. At this point, the people in the car also got off one after another. Hearing the noise, Li Shu looked up and was immediately enveloped by a tall, familiar figure, completely shrouding her in shadow. Looking up, she saw that familiar, dark, coffin-like face. Bai Sheng crossed his arms and looked down at the girl in front of him. His face first showed astonishment, then surprise, and finally turned as black as charcoal. It's that dark-skinned, slightly lighter-skinned girl again. He made the girl pay him 10,000 yuan after the last accident, thinking she would be more observant in the future. Looking back now, we still didn't lose enough money. Li Shu recognized the owner of the coffin-faced man at a glance. After looking at the man and then at the long car, he asked in a trembling voice, "Boss, you, you fixed the car so quickly. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted while walking." Bai Sheng's face was ashen. Without wasting a single word, he stared at her and said in a deep voice, "Pay up." Li Shu immediately shrank back, terrified by this man. Okay, it's over. Her newly filled wallet is about to be empty again, and she's in debt. Now, inside the villa, Fong Lanying heard that Li Shu seemed to have gotten into trouble and had to pay compensation, so she hung up the phone without hesitation. This heartless woman has declared that she has severed all ties with him, and whatever happens to her now is none of her business. Aren't there also Li Shuejuan and his son Li Shuo? She severed ties with her father and son to prevent them from getting into trouble, and then made them solve her problems. You heartless wretch, you're getting your just desserts for not being filial to your mother. Fong Lanying muttered something, and then tossed her phone aside. Wu Wenfeng was drinking tea nearby. He's been in a bad mood these days. Chen Helen took a liking to Li Shu and asked him several times to bring Li Shu to his home as a guest. However, he was unable to bring her over, which disappointed Chen Helen, so he simply cut off all contact with her. The other party had many connections and many choices. Wu Wenfeng's company was already in a worse position than others, and since he couldn't offer them satisfactory benefits, he was naturally ruthlessly sidelined. Yesterday I heard that the order he had been thinking about had been given to another company by Chen Helen, and he could no longer get on Chen Helen's big ship. Now Wu Wenfeng can't stand the sight of Fong Lanying no matter what. When Fong Lanying spoke, he seemed not to hear her and did not respond, only silently drinking his tea. Fong Lanying is useless. She can't even control her own daughter. And then there's that ungrateful Li Shu, who gave up being a perfectly good rich wife and chose to go back to being Cinderella. Did she really think that in this day and age, someone from an ordinary family could meet a Prince Charming from a fairy tale? Once she leaves school and faces many hardships in life, she'll regret it. Wu Wenfeng thought so. Li Shu got into trouble again. This time, Bai Sheng asked for 30,000. She initially thought Bai Sheng was trying to extort her, but after asking her classmates who were studying law, she learned that asking her to pay 30,000 yuan for a car like a Maybach was already very lenient. After all, it was her mistake, and the second time she made the same mistake. Li Shu didn't tell her family, and chose to bear the consequences herself. She emptied her wallet and lost part of her money. With the rest, she decided to continue working part-time after school started to earn money to pay off her debts and make amends for her mistakes. Li Shuo has been very busy these days, locking himself in his room to write except for mealtimes, and he is unaware of what happened to his sister. Moreover, Li Shu hid it very well so as not to put pressure on him, and seemed normal every day. Busy times always fly by. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed in a flash. He has already written the scripts for the next few days, and will now focus his attention on preparing for the filming of the deadly game. He won't be back for a while after this trip to Siu Island to inspect the site. If the location is okay, filming can officially begin, and he needs to be on site to provide guidance. Siu Island is located in Fujian Province, not far from Xiamen. If there is any emergency at home, he can get back in 6 or 7 hours. This morning, Li Shuo packed his bags and waited at home for the crew to come and pick him up. At this moment, Bai Qining and Hua Wan had already boarded the luxury van brought by the Noon Sunshine production crew. Also in the van with them was Ho Liang, the producer and chairman of Noon Sunshine. Normally, contacting celebrities and authors is the job of a film and television agent, but the two people we're meeting today are not ordinary people. One of them is Bai Muge, a superstar who is currently very popular, and she is also the female lead in his drama. The other one is the author Hua Lu, who has some close cooperation with the company. So Ho Liang decided to take the time to come and pick him up in person. In Ho Liang's heart, Hua Lu was far more important than Bai Muge, since he wasn't particularly fond of popular celebrities. But upon seeing Bai Muge in person, sitting opposite such an icy beauty in the business car, even director Ho, who was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful female celebrities, couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Bai Muge herself is so beautiful it's almost unfair. Yet it also creates a sense of distance that makes people dare not profane it. Chairman Ho seems a bit reserved and unnatural right now. He hadn't expected Bai Muge to be willing to ride in his van today. Usually, big stars like her would be accompanied by their own private cars and a team of bodyguards. Bai Muge was very aloof, and Ho Liang spent most of his time chatting with her manager, Hua Wan. Compared to Bai Muge, Hua Wan is a chatterbox. On the way to pick up Hua Lu, she couldn't help but ask Ho Liang about Hua Li's age and appearance. Ho Liang only knew that Hua Lu Run was very young, and he hadn't really looked into his appearance. After all, the company collaborated with Hua Lu Ren because they valued the high quality of their work. Therefore, Hua Wan didn't get much useful information from Ho Liang. Bai Qining remained calm and composed. Before setting off, she had not told Hua Wan about Li Shua's identity. Rather than letting her face Hua Wan's shocked questioning about Li Shua's cover-up, it's better to let Li Shua handle it himself. It's his own fault for lying to her for so long. Around 9 a.m., the van pulled up at the entrance of Xiangfu residential area. Bai Qining is very familiar with this place. This was Hua Wan's first time visiting. She glanced around the old, run-down neighborhood through the car window and said, "So, the great Hua Lu lives here. It's not far from their home, only a 40-minute drive." If she had known it was so close, she would have come and confronted Qin Ning when the other party rejected her request to act in the film. Ho Liang had already finished calling Hua Lu. The group waited in the van for a few more minutes. Soon, a tall and straight figure walked out of the community gate. Li Shua walked out with a laptop bag on his back and a suitcase in his hand, and immediately noticed the van not far from the entrance of the residential area. At that moment, the people in the van also saw Li Shua at the entrance of the residential area. Bai Qining's originally indifferent gaze fell on her husband and instantly became fiery. She finally, "I can see my husband now." When Hua Wan saw Li Shua at the entrance of the residential area, her heart skipped a beat. Li Shua actually lives in the same neighborhood as Hua Lu? Where is he going? Her eyes widened in surprise. She was astonished to see Li Shua here. She didn't dare turn around and interact with Bai Qining, afraid that someone would notice something was amiss. At this moment, to confirm that the people in the van were there to pick him up, Li Shua picked up his phone and sent a text message to Ho Liang. Ho Liang was wondering if this handsome guy who looked like a celebrity might be Hua Lu when he saw the message that came from the other party. Surprised, he quickly got up from his seat, pressed the door switch, and said to Hua Wan and Bai Muge, "Hua Lu is here. I'll get out of the car to meet him. Please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the car door opened. Ho Liang immediately got out of the car, waved to Li Shua, and strode towards him. Hua Wan, who was currently peering out the car window and witnessing everything with a completely bewildered expression, was thinking, "What? She wasn't mistaken? Was Chairman Ho greeting Li Shua? Could it be? No, really." Under Hua Wan's wide-eyed gaze, the two people at the entrance of the residential area quickly met up. After exchanging a few words, Ho Liang's face was full of bright smiles, and he quickly told the driver who followed to help Li Shua with his luggage. "I witnessed this scene with my own eyes." Hua Wan was stunned and her jaw dropped. Bai Qining's gaze was intense. Beneath her stunningly beautiful exterior, her heart was pounding with excitement as she waited for her husband to get into the car. Chapter 226. The husband sings, and the wife follows. Hua Wan was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped as she watched Ho Liang and the driver enthusiastically bring Li Shua into the car. Besides the driver's seat, the back of the van features a spacious four-seater seating arrangement and a bar counter. Ho Liang was afraid that Bai Muge, the ice goddess, would scare Hua Lu, so he took the initiative to sit opposite Bai Muge. Bai Muge was stunningly beautiful, but her exquisite appearance and temperament seemed to indicate that strangers should not approach her. If it weren't to avoid embarrassing Hua Lu, he would have been sitting opposite his manager, Hua Wan. Ho Liang sat down opposite Bai Muge, and as he expected, even without eye contact, he could clearly feel the other's cold and sharp gaze. He felt extremely uncomfortable, yet he had to force a smile, though it was a rather awkward one, as he took the initiative to introduce himself to the three of them. "Teacher Hua Lu, you must know this lady. This is Ms. Bai Muge, whom you recommended. She is a very outstanding and famous actress. This lady next to her is her agent, Manager Hua. Miss Bai, Ms. Hua, this is our author Hua Lu, and teacher Li Shua." Ho Liang's forehead was already damp with cold sweat as he introduced the group to each other. Sitting across from Bai Muge is really stressful. He wasn't sure if he was just imagining things, but he felt that Bai Muge seemed to dislike him a lot. She probably doesn't want any men sitting across from her. I've heard people in the industry say that Bai Muge seems to have androphobia. Ho Liang even doubted whether Bai Muge, given her circumstances, would actually have a boyfriend. What kind of man would dare to desecrate such a stunningly beautiful and aloof glacier goddess and get close to her? Bai Qining is indeed very unhappy with Ho Liang now. She thought her husband would sit opposite her, but Ho Liang took the seat, which inadvertently widened the distance between them. That's outrageous. Today was also the first time Li Shuo publicly acknowledged his wife's status as a big star since the couple's relationship was revealed. After listening to Ho Liang's introduction, he looked at his aloof wife in public and nodded to Bai Qining and Hua Wan in a cooperative manner. Miss Bai Muge, Manager Hua, hello. When her husband took the initiative to greet her, Bai Qining's expression softened. She nodded gently, but couldn't help but take a deep look at Li Shuo with her beautiful eyes before naturally nodding and saying, Great God Hualu, I've long admired your name. Hua Wan glanced at Li Shuo, then at Bai Qining. Goodness, you two are acting like human beings. It's obvious that the two of them had already talked it out. Li Shuo is the author Hualu, and she, a single dog, was kept in the dark and knew nothing about it. Despite her anger, in that instant, Hua Wan finally understood. No wonder Hualu finally agreed to give Qin Ning a role, and even actively recommended her for it. It turns out his wife exposed his true identity. Judging from the situation, Qin Ning probably only found out recently. The thought that her seemingly simple brother-in-law was actually the famous Hualu master, which she didn't know, made Hua Wan unable to resist turning into a hermaphrodite. Oh my, Hualu, you really can't judge a book by its cover. So young and handsome. I bet not many people around you know that you wrote those novels yourself, right? Take, for example, her wife's best friend, Li Shuo. I rarely talk about this with the people around me. He also realized that Bai Qining might not have told Hua Wan about his identity, and now his wife's best friend was very bothered by it. Having offended his wife's best friend, Li Shuo suddenly felt a little worried about his future. Hua Wan was naturally very bothered. Now that there were outsiders present, she could only make a few simple complaints. Afraid of saying too much and letting something slip, she stopped herself at the right time. She secretly resented the young couple for deceiving and playing the victim against her, a poor single woman. She must have missed out on so much gossip these past few days. After a brief greeting, the group officially set off for Siu Island. Several vans followed behind the Noon Sunshine commercial vehicle, escorting it all the way. After all, there was a beautiful female celebrity and the currently most popular author, Hualu, sitting in the car. On the way, Bai Qining really wanted to keep an eye on her husband, but she was afraid that Ho Liang would notice something was wrong, so she could only pretend to be aloof and turn her head to look at the scenery outside the window. Li Shuo looked down at his phone, seemingly reading a novel. This state of mind free of distractions filled Ho Liang with admiration. Sitting in Li Shuo's seat today, he often couldn't help but want to look at Bai Muge. She is like a breathtaking landscape, always drawing people's attention involuntarily. But since getting into the car, Li Shuo only glanced at Bai Muge once when he was greeting her. Although somewhat reserved, to be honest, Li Shuo's performance was much more natural compared to his own amazed and restrained state when he first met Bai Muge. A reclusive author who spends all day writing at home can remain so calm when he sees a beautiful female celebrity. This was far beyond Ho Liang's expectations. Bai Muge is indeed aloof. Even when she encountered Hualu, an author she had repeatedly requested to collaborate with before finally getting a chance to work with him, she remained aloof as always. This is probably what is known as misogyny. Ho Liang couldn't help but start to doubt the authenticity of Bai Muge's relationship again. Her mysterious boyfriend has remained unresolved despite extensive investigations by foreign media. Since coming to China, there has been no news about her love life. This relationship is like a smokescreen. Now, no matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem real. Bai Muge's personality is really not like that of a girl who would be in a relationship. For the rest of the drive, Hua Wan and Ho Liang did most of the talking. Bai Muge and Hualu remained silent in perfect sync. Li Shua is easygoing, but he doesn't talk much. Bai Muge exudes aloofness both inside and out. It was noon. The group stopped at a service area, just in time for lunch. Ho Liang led his team and a few others to the Chinese restaurant in the service area. While the bodyguards who were with them ate outside, the group ordered a private room. Bai Muge's identity is too eye-catching. If they didn't book a private room, this meal would definitely not be peaceful. The food at this service area is decent. The menu features local specialties. The group sat down, ordered their food, and the waiter quickly brought out the drinks. Bai Qining casually sat down next to Li Shua. When the drinks were served, Ho Liang asked the three of them, "Would you like some juice or fruit wine? This fruit wine seems to be a local specialty. You might want to try it." Upon hearing this, Li Shua, fearing that his wife might succumb to the temptation and agree to drink the fruit wine, which could lead to serious consequences, unusually spoke up before anyone else, saying, "Thank you, Chairman Ho, but I don't drink." After he finished speaking, he turned to Bai Qining beside him and asked, "Miss Bai, would you like some juice?" Bai Qining. She actually wanted to try the fruit wine. Huan. Oh wow, look at him. They're not even that close. But as soon as they start eating, he immediately starts controlling his wife, forbidding her from drinking alcohol. Ho Liang held a bottle of fruit wine in his hand, looking at Li Shua with a somewhat surprised expression. When Li Shua spoke to Bai Muge, he seemed more natural than when he spoke to him. He even offered Bai Muge juice. Wouldn't this be a bit presumptuous? Bai Muge's coldness might make her angry and refuse. Ho Liang's thoughts had barely formed when he saw Bai Muge look at Li Shua. Contrary to his expectations, her face did not show the anger he had imagined. She simply nodded and said, "Okay, I'll have juice too." She wanted to drink fruit wine, but her husband clearly didn't want her to. Of course, she was also a little worried that if she got drunk, she might lose control and do something to Li Shua. Just bear with it. We'll drink it again when Li Shua is alone. Ho Liang. Chapter 227 Beautiful Superstar Climbs Through Window. The lunch went fairly well. Bai Qining had a good appetite today. Sitting next to her husband, she ate most of a bowl of rice and tried all the dishes except those with pork. The meal is over. Seeing that everyone had put down their chopsticks, Li Shua got up and gestured to them that he was going to the restroom and that they didn't need to wait for him in the private room. He would catch up soon. Ho Liang had already relieved himself before entering the private room. Li Shua went to the restroom, and then he called Bai Muge and Manager Hua to come out. However, halfway there, Bai Muge needed to relieve herself, so Ho Liang and Hua Wan left the restaurant first. After relieving himself in the restroom, Li Shua left the men's restroom and went to the public hand-washing station between the men's and women's restrooms to wash his hands. I had just washed my hands when a familiar figure approached me. Bai Qining, wearing a mask and a cloche hat, stood very close to Li Shua at the sink next to him. While washing her hands, she turned her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling. There was another girl standing next to Bai Qining at the sink. Li Shua was afraid that the girl would recognize Bai Muge, so his heart jumped into his throat and he straightened up. Bai Qining seemed to see through his nervousness. Instead of calming down, she moved even closer to him, and the two were almost pressed together. She knew it was wrong, but Li Shua's nervous expression made her want to tease him. Li Shua was completely numb. This girl is playing with fire. If the driver or bodyguards who came with them had seen this, they would have confirmed the truth about the two of them in no time. He also noticed Bai Qining's deliberate provocation. While distancing himself from the girl beside him, he couldn't help but reach out and, with practiced ease, flicked her forehead as punishment. Bai Qining was so engrossed in teasing Li Shua that she didn't expect him to suddenly make a move. She immediately raised her hand to cover her aching forehead and glared at Li Shua with her beautiful eyes. Li Shua noticed the girl's dangerous gaze, immediately turned around and ran away. Bai Qining was unwilling to let it go. Li Shua had only taken a few steps when he caught up with him with his long legs. Then, just as Li Shua sensed danger approaching and instinctively reached out to protect his waist, the girl's delicate white hand precisely pinched the tender flesh on his waist. Hiss! Li Shua cried out in pain. But before he could take any further revenge, Bai Qining had already let go and walked away as if nothing had happened. Li Shua. The two returned to the car one after the other. After Ho Liang finished greeting Li Shua, He couldn't help but glance at Bai Muge and immediately noticed that there was a red mark on the other person's forehead. Miss Bai, is your forehead affected by an allergic reaction or a mosquito bite? Ho Liang asked with concern. He was a little worried that there might be some allergenic food in his lunch. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining subconsciously looked up at Li Shua before replying. I saw a big mosquito flying in front of me today. It must have been a mosquito. Li Shua, the giant mosquito. Hua Wan, a bystander, understood everything from the subtle atmosphere between the two. What kind of mosquito? Qin Ning's forehead was clearly flicked by Li Shua again. She only went to the restroom for a short while and came back with a bump on her forehead. This really shows how low Qin Ning's status is in her brother-in-law's eyes. In this world, only Li Shua has the opportunity and the guts to shoot Bai Qining on the forehead. The team set off again. The seats and space in the business van are quite comfortable. As drowsiness washed over her, Bai Qining adjusted the sofa to a comfortable angle and soon fell into a deep sleep. The round, oval face of the beauty was mostly covered by a mask, and her slightly wavy long hair fell over her fragrant shoulders. Today, Bai Qining was wearing a loose black t-shirt and jeans, but the skin on her neck was as white as snow. Even in her deep sleep, she was as beautiful as a classic painting of a beautiful woman. Ho Liang and Hua Wan saw that Bai Muge was asleep, so they consciously stopped talking. Even though Ho Liang was trying his best to restrain himself, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Bai Muge. He wondered to himself, can there really be a man who can hold such a perfect girl in his arms? Anyway, he wouldn't dare to fantasize like that. First of all, he is already married, and it would be a mistake for him not to be able to look at Bai Muge. Secondly, Ho Liang couldn't imagine that Bai Muge, with her aloof personality, would be intimate with a man. Ho Liang was looking at Bai Muge with a somewhat distracted expression when Li Shua's voice suddenly came from the side. Chairman Ho, I see that you and Manager Hua seem to still have something to talk about. How about we switch seats? You can sit opposite Manager Hua. It will be more convenient for you to chat. Ho Liang was taken aback upon hearing this. He sensed that Li Shua didn't look well. How could Li Shua possibly be happy when another man was secretly watching his wife right in front of him? Before Ho Liang could even figure it out, Li Shua had already stood up. In this confused state, Ho Liang switched seats with Li Shua. Hua Wan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was in turmoil. Secretly watching dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Ho Liang had some doubts in his mind, and he couldn't possibly think of the big star and the otaku writer he had just met today as a couple. He thought that Li Shua probably just wanted to make things convenient for him. The car was running normally. Bai Qining leaned against the cushion, a barely perceptible smile appearing on her lips. She wasn't actually asleep. She never expected that Li Shua would suddenly give her a surprise. That way he wouldn't have to get up to switch seats with Hua Wan, and he could sleep peacefully. There was another man sitting opposite her. Even though she was very tired, she couldn't fall asleep. Just as she was about to get up and switch places with Hua Wan, her husband switched places first. Bai Qining really likes this kind of husband. If there weren't other people around, she would have preferred to sleep in Li Shua's arms. The mode of transportation changed from cars to ships, from land to sea. The group arrived at their destination at nearly 7 p.m. After a long day of travel, Ho Liang treated the group to dinner at a restaurant on the island before saying goodbye and heading back to rest. There are only 3 hotels on the island. Li Shua and Bai Muge's team had already booked a hotel, and coincidentally, they booked the same one as Bai Muge's team. Ho Liang then instructed the driver to take Li Shua, Bai Muge, and Hua Wan directly to the hotel. This hotel is a bit far from the filming location, but it's the most distinctive seaside hotel on the island. Upon arriving at the hotel, the couple obtained their room keys from Hua Wan and then went to their room. Li Shua was very satisfied with his room. It had a semi-enclosed balcony with an unbeatable sea view. The room was decorated in a fresh and high-end style, and the electric curtains allowed him to see the entire sea. There's also a lounge chair and a coffee table on the balcony, where you can relax and enjoy the sea breeze. After taking a shower, Li Shua lay down on a lounge chair on the balcony to rest and take a nap, relieving the fatigue of the day. Based on his understanding of Bai Qining, he figured the girl would probably want to come see him tonight. But the hotel corridors are full of surveillance cameras, so she probably wouldn't be so reckless as to risk being filmed and swagger into his room. The risk is too great. The sea breeze was soothing, and Li Shuo fell asleep on the deck chair without realizing it. He thought Bai Qining wouldn't come looking for him today, since there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the hotel. Until it was almost midnight. A slender figure nimbly and lightly climbed from the balcony of the next room onto the window of the balcony. The girl half squatted on the windowsill, the sea breeze slightly messing up her long hair. Her face was striking and beautiful, and her gaze fell on her husband on the deck chair. A burning light shone in her dark eyes. I finally had a chance to be alone with my husband. Li Shuo was half asleep when he vaguely heard some noises. He was also worried that he shouldn't stay on the balcony in the wind for too long, and he might catch a cold. He slowly opened his eyes. Then, the figure in the window was immediately visible. His heart skipped a beat, and he instantly snapped out of it, springing up from the recliner. He hesitated for a moment, then recognized the person. His heart tightened, and he instinctively stepped forward to reach out and take the person's hand. Qin Ning, hurry, come down. Good heavens, how did this girl climb through the window? Thank you so much for all the gifts, short videos, and virtual flowers. Please give us 5 stars and comments for more updates. Today, table. Happy birthday. The table's going to eat cake first, everyone. Chapter 228 by Qining. I'm already here. Li Shuo was startled when he woke up to find his wife hanging on the window. By the time he came to his senses, Bai Qining was already clinging to him. The girl's feet were off the ground, her long legs were placed on his waist, and her soft arms were wrapped around his neck, like a koala clinging to him. He instinctively reached out to catch his wife, who then jumped from the balcony into his arms. Fortunately, Li Shuo's back was okay, and Bai Qining was light enough. Otherwise, such a sudden and large movement would have definitely strained his back. He didn't have time to enjoy the soft fragrance in his arms. If he remembered correctly, he lived on the 6th floor. At such a high position, Bai Qining actually climbed over the window. What if she slipped? This behavior is too dangerous. Before Bai Qining could even fully enjoy her husband's embrace, Li Shuo picked her up and placed her on a recliner. As she was placed on the recliner, her dark eyes glared at him with dissatisfaction, but Li Shuo said with a dark face, "This building is so tall. What if you fall? Don't you know how dangerous it is for a grown man?" In all her years, few people had dared to reprimand Bai Qining like Li Shuo. She paused for a moment before retorting, "I've climbed El Capitan all over the world, so getting to this hotel is as easy as walking for me." Bai Qining has loved all kinds of sports since she was a child, and she has always maintained her interest in sports such as fighting, martial arts, and rock climbing. She discovered her love for rock climbing at the age of 10, conquering countless mountains and rocks both at home and abroad. Climbing a window is nothing to her. She believed she was unlikely to encounter any danger. Li Shuo, however, thought differently. If you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. He was terrified when he saw Bai Qining squatting on the windowsill. He couldn't imagine the consequences and seen if the girl fell from the building. This is the 6th floor. Seeing that Bai Qining was now determined to climb through the window every day, Li Shuo solemnly and earnestly emphasized to her, "If you climb through the window again tomorrow, I will stay at a different hotel the day after tomorrow." Bai Qining came here hoping to get closer to Li Shuo and ease the longing she had felt these past few days. But to her utter surprise, she was met with Li Shuo's cold and serious rebuke and indifferent face, a huge contrast that she simply could not accept. She glared fiercely at her husband with her beautiful eyes, then got up from the recliner. They also said hurtful things. "Okay, then I'll never come looking for you again." She was thrown onto a recliner as soon as she arrived, and then her husband started berating her. Bai Qining had never suffered such injustice in her life. She clearly missed Li Shuo so much that she climbed over the window. Her nose felt a little sore. Only Li Shuo could so easily sway her emotions. Who told her to fall for this fierce and taciturn man? After uttering those angry words, she walked to the balcony, lifted her long legs, and decided to climb back up immediately. Li Shuo turned to look at the girl whose jade-like leg was already draped over the windowsill. Seeing Bai Qining about to climb out the window again, Li Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly stepped forward and, before she could climb onto the window, stretched out his long arm, grabbed her slender waist, and carried her away from the dangerous window frame. He then took a few steps away from the balcony and back into the room. Bai Qining was angry and was carried away by Li Shua, struggling several times in his arms. But they only used 10 of their strength. He was afraid that if he used too much force, Li Shua wouldn't be able to hold her anymore. After all, she's a professional in this area. She struggled symbolically in her husband's arms for a few moments, then stubbornly remained silent, letting Li Shua carry her to the room and place her on the sofa. After being put down by her husband, she turned around in a huff, hugged her knees, and turned her back to Li Shua. Li Shua watched the girl's retreating figure with a complicated expression, sighed, and said, "I told you, climbing through windows is dangerous. What if you accidentally slip and fall?" Bai Qining was confident in her skills, but she couldn't be 100% certain that there wouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances. After Li Shua carried her into the room and wouldn't let her leave, her anger had actually subsided somewhat. The tense atmosphere prevented her from telling Li Shua that she missed him, and that's why she had taken such a risk to come here. She remained silent. Having spent so much time with Bai Qining, Li Shua has come to understand her temperament fairly well. If Bai Qining had insisted on leaving when he carried her over, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stop her. The fact that she's willing to sit on the sofa and listen to him means that she's probably not very angry. Perhaps his attitude just now made her feel wronged. But Li Shua doesn't regret what he did. It's a matter of principle. I know you're good at fighting, but no one can guarantee they'll never slip and fall in their entire life. The consequences of falling from such a high building are far greater than what you'd experience from a fall. What if you really did fall? Li Shua's persistence was not meaningless. Bai Qining listened and calmed down a lot, her tense shoulders beginning to relax. Li Shua noticed Bai Qining's change and continued, "I can roughly guess why you came, but let's not use such risky methods next time, okay?" Li Shua spoke in a consultative tone. "Do you really know why I came here?" Bai Qining finally turned her head, her eyes filled with expectation. Li Shua met his wife's gaze, feeling a little awkward, and replied in a low voice, "She should know. This girl is a bit clingy to him. I would definitely want to come and see him if I had the chance to be alone with him." Bai Qining turned around. "Then tell me, why did I come here?" She didn't want to spend too much time arguing with Li Shua, and she also wanted to hear how Li Shua would respond. Maybe she misses me a little," Li Shua replied somewhat embarrassedly. His answer pleased Bai Qining, and not wanting to waste time arguing, she went along with her husband's suggestion. She whispered her accusation, "You know I miss you, yet you still yell at me. This is a matter of principle. Your safety is the top priority. How can you learn your lesson if I don't be a little stern?" Li Shua did not regret being so harsh to Bai Qining earlier. The matter was already very serious. The two exchanged a few words, expressing their respective views. Even though they still had disagreements on the matter, the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. "I'm not a child who needs you to be stern for me to learn my lesson." Bai Qining tilted her fair chin up, looking quite unconvinced, but her tone softened considerably. Li Shua knew that the girl had probably calmed down, so he jokingly said, "Climbing through windows is something only little kids do." Bai Qining. Li Shua's words left Bai Qining speechless. It must be admitted that her behavior today was indeed quite immature. After reflecting on her actions, Bai Qining realized her mistake and felt somewhat embarrassed. "Li Shua." She called his name softly. Li Shua didn't intentionally want to argue with Bai Qining today. Now that they've talked things out, the girl seems to have realized her mistake, so he won't dwell on it. Forget it, it's all in the past. Besides, we have plenty of time to spend together in the next 2 months. There's no need to climb through the window and risk it. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining stared at Li Shua for a moment and immediately said, "Since I'm already here today, shouldn't I do something?" Li Shua, Chapter 229. Miss Bai is very satisfied. Li Shua was a little unaccustomed to the sudden change in topic. I was stunned for a moment. Has this girl really realized her mistake? Seeing that Li Shua did not answer, Bai Qining turned her head and stared at him with a hesitant look in her eyes. Bai Qining was originally a bit willful and arrogant. Now that she had taken the initiative to come over and the two of them had talked things out, shouldn't her husband, Li Shua, also show some appreciation? Li Shua understood what his wife meant when she stared at him like that, and he was both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought that this aloof and unapproachable glacier goddess in public is actually quite clingy in private? He felt a little helpless, but couldn't help but laugh. He reached out his hand to Bai Qining. "Come on, let me give you a hug first." When Li Shua extended an invitation, Bai Qining immediately nestled her soft body into his arms. Li Shua reached out and put his arm around the girl's waist, but he was a little reserved and didn't hold her very tightly. After all, the two of them had barely seen each other in the past 2 months. "I'm still a bit rusty." Bai Qining also felt a little bit, so she was too embarrassed to ask her husband for a kiss. When he pulled her into his arms, she only pressed her face against Li Shua's chest. Listening to her husband's rhythmic heartbeat, she smiled slightly, her unadorned face as radiant as snow bathed in the morning glow. She felt like she was dreaming. "It feels so good to be held by Li Shua." "Li Shua." She called his name softly from her arms. Li Shua," she called softly again. Li Shua looked down at the person in his arms and couldn't help but smile, replying, Li Shua. "Ah." The two of them played this game, which seemed boring yet they enjoyed it immensely. Until Bai Qining's voice grew softer and softer as she fell into a deep sleep in Li Shua's arms. Li Shua wanted her to go back to sleep, but he didn't want Bai Qining to climb out the window and leave the room openly. Perhaps in a few days, the two of them would be on the front page of major news media. Helpless, he could only carry the person to the bed. The hotel bed was large and wide. Both of them have plenty of room to move around, sleeping on opposite sides. As soon as they got into bed, Bai Qining snuggled into his arms, clinging to him like a koala, impossible to push away. Li Shua even began to suspect that the girl was pretending to be asleep. Professional actress Bai Qining. "Yes, I was faking it, but I won't say it." The next day, when Li Shua woke up, Bai Qining was no longer in his bed. When the koala on his body was gone, Li Shua woke up almost instantly and immediately ran to the half-closed window on the balcony to look down. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw nothing unusual. Without a doubt, the girl most likely climbed back before he woke up. He originally planned to go outside today to find a safety rope to send her back. In any case, he would never allow Bai Qining to do such a dangerous thing again. Li Shua stood on the balcony and rubbed his temples. Who could have imagined that? The beautiful superstar Bai Muge actually climbed through a window without warning. Bai Qining ran back without saying a word. She hadn't even handed over the couple's phone cases that Li Shu had asked her to pass on. I can only hope there's an opportunity during the day to hand it over to her. Now, Bai Qining, who had slept soundly with her husband all night, had finished washing up and was sitting in front of the dressing table tying her hair while talking on the phone with her mother, Xie Jingji. Her mood was even more beautiful than the sun in the sky. "You seem to be in such a good mood today. What's wrong? Have you already won my son-in-law over?" After exchanging only a few words on the phone, Xie Jingji asked curiously. She knows her daughter very well. Before meeting Li Shua, she rarely had large emotional fluctuations. Today, she sounds like she's in such a good mood, so it seems that her relationship with her husband has progressed. Bai Qining simply tied her hair into a high ponytail, looked at herself in the mirror, and said, "It's not that fast. He already said that our statuses don't match right now, so he won't be coming home with me so soon." Although Li Shua is now a very popular author, out of 1.3 billion people in China, only 1/3 read novels. His short films for film and television are still in production or post-production and have not yet been broadcast, so his fame is limited. Furthermore, his complicated family background and mentally challenged upbringing mean that if the two of them were to be exposed, it would be a form of online harassment for Li Shua, unless he achieves remarkable success and fame. If it weren't for these concerns, Bai Qining wouldn't have climbed through the window to look for her husband. "I got scolded yesterday. Fortunately, the outcome was good. She slept while holding Li Shua. She was quite content." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingji couldn't help but feel sentimental. Indeed, Xiao Shua's upbringing is very complicated. Even if we help his father develop the company and he achieves success in his career, he will probably still face a lot of criticism as the Bai family's son-in-law. If it weren't for her daughter's fondness for him and Xie Jingji's own attraction to this son-in-law, their marriage would actually be quite unsuitable. After all, Bai Qining is not just an actress and star. She is also the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She had initially thought things through rather simply. The Bai family is such a large family, and the precious daughter's marriage partner is not only ordinary, but also has divorced parents and a history of autism and bipolar disorder. When their relationship is exposed, Li Shua will not only face all kinds of cold looks. The entire Bai family, along with her daughter Bai Qining, will become the subject of gossip among their rivals. Xie Jingji also attended a gathering of wealthy women a while ago and heard several of them talk about a similar marriage, which greatly affected her. A wealthy man's daughter married a company security guard. Although everyone tried to be restrained in their speech, the sarcasm in the wife's tone was still obvious. Xie Jingji feels a bit depressed whenever she thinks about how her daughter will be talked about behind her back in the entertainment circle. But things have come to this, and it's a blessing that her daughter has found a boy she likes. Marrying Li Shua is better than bringing a maid back to see her. Xie Jingji felt heartbroken, but also accepted the facts calmly. Bai Qining doesn't want to think about what will happen after her identity as a young lady of the Bai family and her marriage to Li Shua become public. Her current status as a big star has pushed Li Shua far away. Mom, that's all a long way off. Don't worry about it so much. It'll just make you wrinkle. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingji quickly reached out and touched her forehead. Ever since attending that party, she seemed to have developed a few wrinkles from worry. She called this time to ask her daughter if her aunt Xie Jingshu was very busy. She used to often go back to Kyoto to visit her, but recently she has been going back less and less often, and she can't find anyone to go out with to relax. They even suspected that their younger sister might have found love again. By the way, Ningning, has your aunt been seeing any outstanding men lately? I suspect she's like you, having found love again, and she's been contacting me less and less lately. Xie Jingji didn't dare to ask, and the two sisters had argued a lot about this. Her younger sister is a staunch non-marriage advocate, and, despite her age, has never had a man she likes. Xie Jingji believes that a woman must have a family. She may not think much of it now, but when she gets older and others have many children and grandchildren, she can only lie alone in her hospital bed and envy them, even though none of them are her own. The feeling must be incredibly unpleasant to imagine. Xie Jingji was also afraid that Bai Qining would be like her aunt, otherwise she wouldn't have been so eager to matchmake her daughter with Li Shua, who had a complicated background. Of course, liking her also means liking Li Shua. I've just been feeling a bit sentimental lately because of the wives around me. Bai Qining had no idea whether her aunt was dating recently, as she focused her attention on her husband in addition to her work. I'm not too sure about that. I'm currently out of town. I'll try to find out what my aunt thinks when I get back to Xiamen. If her aunt has someone she likes, what kind of person must he be? Bai Qining couldn't imagine it. All right, don't ask directly when you get back. Observe more and let me know if anything happens. If your aunt really does bloom, I'll have to go and fertilize her right away. Xie Jingji gave her instructions. She doesn't have any requirements for her brother-in-law anymore, as long as her sister Xie Jingshu likes him. Moreover, any man who catches her sisters must be quite outstanding. Thank you so much for all the blessings yesterday. I saw them all on the table, 600 or 700 of them. Thank you so much to SAR's 3 amazing contributors. Thank you so much for all the gifts, big and small, short videos, flowers. Please leave comments and 5-star ratings for more updates. Chapter 230 Bad News Travels Fast. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far. Bad news travels fast. Ever since Li Shuo refused to donate a kidney to his uncle Li Chengkai, the entire Li family has harbored resentment towards the father and son for their cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. Authors, please use your brains here. This is a parallel world setting where entertainment is underdeveloped, but medical care is advanced enough that matching isn't necessary. Today, Wu Zuixiang, an elderly woman, was in regular contact with her wealthy relatives to strengthen their relationships when she heard over the phone that Li Xuejuan had gotten divorced. She was overjoyed and her face was full of wrinkles from smiling. Wu Zuixiang turned her head and immediately shared with everyone in the room. He got his comeuppance. Li Xuejuan and Fang Lanying divorced. Li Guofu was smoking a pipe on the balcony when he heard this, so he craned his neck toward the living room and asked, Li Xuejuan got divorced? He snorted and continued, I knew it. He's heartless. He doesn't even care about his own brother. He'll get his comeuppance sooner or later. Li Cheng had already been discharged from the hospital. He sat on the sofa, his face pale and his body a little swollen. One kidney was simply not enough. Since being discharged from the hospital, he and his wife have been unable to have sex. He couldn't bear to use his children's kidneys. Each of his children was outstanding, unlike that good-for-nothing Li Shua, whose kidneys would be useless if left in his body. They were still unwilling to donate to his uncle. Now that Li Chengkai has heard about Li Xuejuan's divorce, the anger that has been building up in his heart for the past few days has finally dissipated somewhat. If Li Xuejuan had agreed to let Li Shua give me his kidney back then, our family might have even helped Li Xuejuan out, and Fong Lanying wouldn't have had to divorce him. This is what they call reaping what they sowed. Who told Li Xuejuan to be so ungrateful, refusing to give even a kidney to his useless son? Now he's ended up with a broken family. The family made a few sarcastic remarks, but Wu Zuixiang was still on the phone. That's all that happened next on the phone. Her beautiful mood came to an abrupt end, and she stood there stunned. Wu Zuixiang stared blankly for a long time before belatedly realizing what was happening. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, What? Li Xuejuan started a company, and it's doing very well. Wu Zuixiang's exclamation drew the attention of Li Guofu and his son in the living room. Did they hear me right? Li Xuejuan has started his own company. Does he still have business? Li Guofu and his son immediately perked up their ears. Wu Zuixiang was also surprised. She looked back at her husband and son, pressed the speakerphone button, and asked, What kind of company does he run? The economy is bad right now. Even with the boss's help, Cheng Kai's company can only earn about $1 million a year. How can he still start a company at this time? Li Cheng's business in Haiqing was built up in his early years with the financial support of his parents, taking advantage of favorable market conditions. In recent years, the market in various industries has not been good. After his two sons graduated, Li Chengkai directly sent them to work in the companies of the Bai and Li families. It's better than staying at home and guarding this little bit of wealth. Although the second brother, Li Shizong, was fired from the Bai group recently, the eldest brother, Li Shiqiang, had accumulated some connections in the Li Shi group. Now, the two brothers are doing very well in the Li Shi group, which is indeed better than the company under his control. Especially the boss's side, which happens to manage the machining company under the Li Shi group, and Li Chengkai's company specializes in producing and wholesaling cutting tools. Li Shiqiang brings a lot of business to him every year. Otherwise, Li Qingsai's company would probably have really gone out of business. Li Xuejuan, on the other hand, is different. He has no connections, no resources, a son and a daughter who are still in college, and a son who has a mental illness. What kind of company can he start? What kind of company can be successfully established? Li Chengkai remained skeptical about the news that Li Xuejuan had started a company. Until, over the phone, the other party gave a general account of Li Xuejuan's recent situation, leaving the family of three completely dumbfounded. Li Xuejuan's company is actually in the currently most depressed machining industry. Not only did it not go bankrupt, but after only a few months of operation, it started to expand by adding a lot of equipment. Outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. The Li family had thought that Li Xuejuan was now separated from his wife and children and surrounded by enemies. Who would have thought that he would be doing so well now? Wu Zuixiang tried to continue asking the person on the phone about Li Xuejuan's business partners, but the other party only knew that they had small orders with the military industry at the beginning and did not know the reason for the sudden expansion. It was probably because Li Xuejuan was intentionally keeping it a secret. That heartless brat. He usually looks so honest and unassuming. I never expected him to have such tricks up his sleeve. I heard he's invested over 3 million yuan at once and taken out a loan to expand the company with more than 10 pieces of equipment. Is there some big order coming in? Wu Zuixiang has lived in Haiqing with her son and daughter-in-law for many years and has a fairly good understanding of the industry. As soon as the phone call ended, he asked his son, Li Chengkai. Li Chengkai looked very unwell. He hadn't expected that Li Xuejuan would make so much money from cooperating with the military industry, and that he was still expanding. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. In this industry, information is readily available, especially regarding big moves like Li Shuejuan's. If you let an insider in the industry who has access to information about large orders check, they can roughly guess whose order Li Shuejuan is working on. Given Li Qingsai's current connections, investigating this would be quite difficult. However, if it's Li Shiqiang, the son of Li Shi Group, who works there, then that's a different story. He wanted to see what kind of incredible luck Li Shuejuan had gotten to land such a huge order. Today, Li Qingsai's family is having a tough time. I thought Li Shuejuan's family was living a miserable life and had suffered retribution. But before they could even enjoy their happiness for a few minutes, they heard that Li Shuejuan was starting to make a fortune. They cannot accept this fact. What right does Li Shuejuan, an ungrateful person who wouldn't even donate a kidney to his younger brother or uncle, have to rise to prominence? Heaven is truly blind. I've had breakfast. Li Shua then went to the filming location in Bai Qining's team's car. Bai Qining was very considerate today. To avoid suspicion, she did not ride in the same van as Li Shua. Her mother Xie Jingji's words that morning still touched her, even though she wanted to immediately announce to the world that Li Shua was her husband. However, once exposed, the public opinion Li Shua would have to bear would be too heavy. Therefore, I can only try to avoid spending time with Li Shua as much as possible, until the day when the two can date openly and honestly. Just thinking about it makes Bai Qining feel incredibly happy. Li Shua was happy to keep a low profile like this, since the two of them would have plenty of opportunities to spend time alone together, so there was no rush. When we arrived at the filming location and met up with Ho Liang, it was a little after 10 a.m. After the group met up and briefly introduced themselves to the main director and staff, they went together to see the completed filming backdrop. Here we must mention Noon Sunshine's professionalism in setting up props and backgrounds. In the statue's game area, the director used an enlarged doll to perfectly recreate the content of the novel, creating a bizarre and unsettling feeling. The second play space is also a surrealist venue. On the walls enclosing the space, seemingly simple lines and a few childlike drawings outline a dreamlike space, perfectly fitting the theme of children's games, making one feel as if they are in a dream. Of course, there are also many areas that need improvement. Li Shua will take notes while visiting the site to prepare himself mentally before discussing them with the director. The group spent a morning visiting almost all 7 filming locations. After visiting the last venue, the banquet triangular table, Li Shua finally shared the suggestions he had jotted down in his notebook with director Su Haosan. Director Su, these scenes are all set up very well, but I have a suggestion regarding the alley where people play marbles. Su Haosan is a highly professional director with exceptional aesthetic and visual taste. Almost no one has ever found fault with the scenes he creates. I thought that if Hua Lu came today, there wouldn't be any problems, since his scenes were 100% faithful to the content in the book. Now Li Shua suddenly tells him that there are areas that need improvement. Su Haosan felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 231: The Secret on Couple Phone Cases. Good directors all have a unique arrogance. Li Shua was genuinely dissatisfied with Su Haosan's location, and his expression was somewhat unpleasant. He didn't force a smile to flatter Li Shua. His displeasure was written all over his face. He asked Li Shua, "So, what suggestions do you have, teacher Li Shua?" Li Shua took a folder from the assistant who had been introducing the place, flipped to the photos and information about Pinball Alley inside, and said, "The details of this alley are very good, and the surreal space has been created with a strong sense of conflict, but the atmosphere is still lacking." Su Haosan raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Shua. "The atmosphere? What's wrong with it?" "He doesn't think so." Su Haosan's attitude was not very good, but Li Shua pretended not to notice and continued, "I think a deep red sunset environment would be better for this scene, as it would blur the boundary between reality and dreams." Upon hearing Li Shua's words, Su Haosan paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. It seems that it really is. If the surrounding scenery and environmental colors were changed to the colors of a sunset, the effect and atmosphere would perfectly match the blurred boundary between dreams and reality in the book. Su Haosan originally thought Li Shua was going to nitpick, but unexpectedly he pointed out his shortcomings incisively. Su Haosan was also convinced of this. When he looked at Li Shua, his gaze changed slightly, and his tone softened. He said, "Okay, I'll revise this later. Is there anything else that needs improvement?" Su Hokai asked, feeling that there couldn't be anything more. Li Shua said calmly, "Also, the glass elimination space can be decorated with a dazzling array of neon lights and curtains to create a casino and theater atmosphere." Upon hearing this, Su Haosan pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes shining slightly. The theater and the casino, because this is the ultimate gambling game, and it needs to blend in with the atmosphere of a Las Vegas casino. As for the theater design, it will give the VIPs backstage in the script an even greater sense of superiority and a commanding view. Su Haosan understood immediately. Li Shua smiled and nodded to the other person. Two insightful suggestions transformed Su Haosan's initial resistance into a feeling of instant connection with Li Shua, as if he had found a mentor. He readily accepted Li Shua's suggestion and nodded readily. Indeed, Teacher Li Shua's suggestion is very pertinent. I will immediately improve on these 2 points. Su Haosan's tone changed quickly, from initial rejection to now actively and humbly asking Li Shua for advice. "Teacher Li Shua, where else can we improve?" Li Shua was single-mindedly focused on working with his wife to make the drama a perfect success. Upon hearing this, he brought the documents to Su Haosan and offered his suggestions for the next step. These suggestions were things he had mentally prepared for beforehand, and he thinks they sound quite natural when he talks about them now. Bai Qining's sighs. Her usually cold gaze now held an uncontrollable admiration and infatuation for her husband. Li Shua was already outstanding enough that Bai Qining liked him very much, but now that she has witnessed another side of Li Shua, she likes her husband even more. Huawan originally thought that given Li Shua's taciturn personality, he probably wouldn't say a word or two during his visit today, let alone offer any advice. After all, she couldn't find a single flaw in the background set up by the director. Unexpectedly, Li Shua not only picked it out, but also impressed the director himself. Brother-in-law Sai Gao. Ho Liang was also surprised by Li Shua's performance. He listened attentively for a while before coming back to his senses and asking Bai Muge, "Miss Bai, do you have any suggestions for improvement?" Bai Qining stared at her husband and said calmly, "Teacher Li is very professional. With his guidance, I won't offer any opinions on the background of the shoot." Her husband has excellent taste, of course. This was the first time Ho Liang had ever heard Bai Muge praise someone on her own initiative. He was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, "Miss Bai is too modest." Li Shua originally only wanted to discuss the background of the deadly game with the director, but in the end, Su Haosan pulled him in to discuss it with him. When filming the loop bus, he was not satisfied and made improvements to the difficult details. Even when the group ate lunch together, they sat next to Li Shua. Su Haosan felt as if they had known each other for a long time. Li Shua is not only a good novelist, but also very suitable to be a director. The company's CEO, Ho Liang, didn't dare to slack off either, and sat on the other side of Li Shua's seat to entertain him during the meal. From the moment they started eating, Su Haosan and Ho Liang both felt inexplicably cold. "The person sitting opposite me is Bai Muge, a goddess who makes your mouth water. Why do I feel uneasy?" Li Shua was surrounded by 2 enthusiastic men, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He would only glance at his wife across the table when he occasionally picked up some food. Then she met the other person's hesitant and unsatisfied gaze. Li Shua. After finishing lunch, just before it was almost over, Li Shua heard his wife's resentful gaze fall on him again. So he told everyone he was going to the restroom. Take the initiative to create an opportunity to get closer to her. No sooner had Li Shua left than Hua Wan was forced to stand up suddenly, also needing to urinate, and asked by Muge if she wanted to go to the restroom together. So the 2 girls naturally left the private room. Unfortunately, the restaurant did not have public hand-washing stations today. The stations were located separately at the entrances to the men's and women's restrooms. The mother and baby room is also in use. When Bai Qining and Hua Wan arrived, they ran into Li Shua, who had been waiting for a while after coming out of the restroom. The sisters walked past Li Shua hand in hand. Bai Qining looked up at Li Shua, her dark eyes filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction. She's been watching her husband all morning, and he hasn't let her touch his hand even once. "I went to the restroom, but I still didn't get a chance to be alone. Li Shuo felt a pang of heartache seeing his wife looking at him like that, but he couldn't make any big moves. He could only glance back at Bai Qining, and when she passed by him, he took advantage of the fact that no one was around and handed the phone case that he had been carrying around for most of the day to the girl. Li Shu gave it to me, he said softly. What is it? Bai Qining stared at Li Shuo's face with her beautiful eyes. When she took the thing from his hand, her jade hand lightly touched his fingertips. The delicate and smooth touch made her heart tremble slightly. Li Shuo took a beat to recover before speaking. Couple phone cases. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qining and Hua Wan had already walked away. The two then went their separate ways as if nothing had happened. Li Shuo returned to the private room. After waiting with Ho Liang and the others for a while, Bai Qining and Hua Wan returned. The group had almost finished eating, so they left together. On the way out of the restaurant, a phone call came into Bai Qining's cell phone. She walked to the side to answer the phone. Ho Liang had gotten into the habit of glancing at Bai Muge from time to time. She was simply too beautiful, like a beautiful painting at all times. However, Ho Liang never expected that this look would lead him to discover an astonishing secret. The bottom right corner of Bai Muge's phone case was Chapter 232 Information about Bai Muge's boyfriend. Bai Qining continued her phone call as she walked out of the restaurant. Su Haosan was still discussing with Li Shuo the specific ideas for filming the deadly game. Ho Liang followed beside the two, his mind filled with the scene he had just witnessed. Bai Muge actually has a boyfriend, and the other person is. Mr. Ho, what are you thinking about? You won't respond when I call you. Su Haosan called out several times, but Ho Liang didn't respond, so he raised his voice. Ho Liang then came to his senses. Ah, it is. Ho Liang stopped, watching Bai Muge's departing figure with a strange sense of loss in his eyes, and asked Su Haosan and Li Shuo. Did you see Bai Muge's phone just now? Su Haosan was focused on learning from Li Shuo, and Bai Muge's aloof personality meant that he could only occasionally glance at her and secretly admire her outstanding appearance. He didn't pay attention to Bai Muge the whole time. If Li Shuo weren't around, he might often find himself unable to resist checking on him. He was puzzled as to why Ho Liang would suddenly ask such a question and looked at him, saying, "What's wrong with Bai Muge's phone?" Li Shuo stood to the side, a strange, ominous premonition rising in his heart. When Bai Qining came out today, he saw that she had already changed to the phone case he had given her. I've also observed it. It looks even more ordinary than her original phone case. How did Ho Liang suddenly notice it? He didn't speak, but his eyes were fixed on Ho Liang, waiting for him to speak. Ho Liang didn't think this matter was something that couldn't be talked about. Bai Muge had already used such a high-profile phone case, so he believed that she didn't mind everyone seeing her secret. Ho Liang leaned closer to the two of them and whispered, I hadn't paid attention to Bai Muge's phone before. I just noticed that when she was on the phone, there was a faint heart flashing and changing color in the lower right corner of her phone case. Next to the heart, there was the character Liet. Ho Liang looked at Li Shuo and continued. So Bai Muge not only really has a boyfriend, but her boyfriend also shares the same surname as Huolu, Li. Li Shuo. The mystery surrounding Bai Muge's boyfriend has garnered attention not only from fans, but also from many people within the entertainment industry. Even director Su, who is only focused on making movies, couldn't help but gossip when he heard this. Is that the rich second generation or official second generation among the children of wealthy and high-ranking officials in China? This narrows down the range a lot. In almost everyone's eyes, beautiful female celebrities never marry ordinary people. It's not that beautiful female celebrities are only interested in marrying into wealthy families, but rather that their fame and social circles are what they are. They are surrounded by wealthy people, so they have no opportunity or time to interact with or fall in love with ordinary people. Ho Liang rattled off the names of several wealthy Chinese businessmen, including the sons of rich officials and celebrities, who were considered likely to date Bai Muge. Based on his years of experience as a director, Su Haosan shook his head and said, These are all unlikely. Bai Muge has very high standards. Even if these people are already outstanding individuals, she may not be interested in them. Wasn't Wang Tsong, the son of the richest man, rejected without hesitation before? Wu Haosan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and continued, "Is it possible that Bai Muge is unconventional, and her target is someone we can't easily guess?" Su Haosan looked at Li Shuo and asked, "Teacher Li, what do you think?" Li Shuo, "What are you looking at?" He's the focus of their discussion right now, gossiping about himself along with them. Li Shuo glanced at Ho Liang, then shifted his gaze to Su Haosan. "President Ho, Director Su, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in Bai Muge's romantic partner and have no opinion on him." Li Shuo's answer surprised the two of them. Surprisingly, some people can resist gossiping about Bai Muge's relationship. As unexpected as it may be, since Li Shuo wasn't interested, Ho Liang and Su Haosan quickly changed the subject. Actually, neither of them are gossip lovers. In the entire entertainment industry, the only thing that interests them to talk about is Bai Muge's identity as their boyfriend. And the facts have proven that people in the industry pay close attention to Bai Muge's boyfriend. Many of the restaurants we ate at today housed celebrities and staff from the filming of Fatal Game. Within just a few minutes of leaving the restaurant, the unusual activity on Bai Qining's phone was noticed by sharp-eyed people and quickly spread throughout the film crew. Bai Muge does indeed have a boyfriend, and his surname is Li. Immediately, the identity of her mysterious boyfriend sparked a heated discussion on set. As for Li Shuo, who is at the center of the discussion, his ordinary background and identity as an author naturally led to him being excluded by everyone. Back at the hotel, he finally got rid of Su Haosan, who happened to be staying at the same hotel. He immediately sent a WeChat message to Bai Qining, telling her the little secret on his phone case. "I also put my phone case on my phone and studied it for a bit. The phone case looks normal most of the time, but when you make a call or play music, a heart and the words next to it will appear. The colors gradually change in sync with the rhythm of the sounds playing on the phone. The text on Bai Qining's phone is the Li from Li Shuo's name, while the text on his phone is the Bai from Bai Qining's name. Why didn't Li Shu say so sooner?" Li Shuo muttered to himself, thinking it was just an ordinary couple's phone case. "Li Shu, wasn't this just to give my brother and sister-in-law a surprise?" As it turned out, Li Shu's surprise was quite a shock for Bai Qining and Li Shuo. Bai Qining returned to the hotel, and Huawan only then heard from her subordinates about the unusual phone case incident, which made her feel a sense of lingering fear. Fortunately, Li Shu only ordered the initials of her surname. Otherwise, if Li Shuo's photo or full name were printed on it, Li Shuo is probably already surrounded at the hotel today. After seeing the message from Li Shuo, Bai Qining calmed herself down and replied to him, "I just found out too. It shouldn't be a big problem. I'll try to use it less in front of others in the future." She felt somewhat disappointed after replying to the message. "This situation is really painful. My husband and I have many things that we love, but we can't use them openly." Bai Qining didn't say anything, but Li Shuo could more or less imagine how she felt. It's obvious she really wanted to use this phone case. She put it on right away as soon as we gave it to her. He paused for a moment, then replied, "It's okay, you can keep using it. Anyway, everyone pretty much knows that your partner's surname is Li. I'll change my phone case after I leave the film set and use it with you." He was spared on set, but when he was used, people immediately took it personally. When they first got married, Bai Qining and Li Shuo would always end their WeChat messages with a casual, "okay" gesture. Upon seeing her husband's message, she smiled slightly, typed in the input box, and then hesitated to send it. He then deleted one word and replied with an Having always been aloof, she suddenly became uncontrollably clingy after falling in love with her husband, whom she married in a flash. Bai Qining herself felt a little uncomfortable. Before her whirlwind marriage to Li Shuo, she never imagined that one day she would want to be affectionate with a man, crave his hugs, closeness, and intimate emotional exchanges. Chapter 233 Bai Qining. "It's okay, I'll climb in another way." The next 2 days. The filming location is being improved based on Li Shuo's suggestions. Bai Qining and the crew are also making preparations before filming begins. I went over the script with the lead actors and worked on their makeup and costumes. Apart from Bai Qining, who has a built-in fan base, the other actors in the entire cast and crew are not particularly well known in the entertainment industry. What amazed Bai Qining was that these actors' acting skills were no less than those of today's young actresses and heartthrobs. When the lead actors discussed the plot and went over the script, They appeared serious and professional, completely immersed in their roles. Bai Qining thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere and became completely absorbed in acting alongside the other actors. Since Li Shua gave her the opportunity to act alongside these veteran actors, she certainly couldn't let her husband down with her performance. She also wanted to try to get more acting opportunities from Li Shua. Without relying on her talent, Li Shua might not continue to give her acting opportunities simply because of their marital relationship. That's just how principled this guy is. But she just really likes it. Li Shua has been busy these days as well. Before the TV series officially started filming, he stayed in his hotel room writing. Today, it's the final showdown for Masked King. The live stream will officially begin at 8 p.m. Li Shua turned on his computer to watch the live stream on time. Today we're not only watching Jiang Yaohua's match. He was still waiting for Jiang Yaohua to help him clarify his relationship with Li Xia. This show has a high level of viewership, so clarifying things on the night of the championship is the perfect opportunity. Before the live stream officially started, Li Shuo remembered that he hadn't given Li Shu his living expenses for school. He immediately picked up his phone, transferred 10,000 yuan to her, and told her to make sure she accepted it. He's not in a hurry at all. It's also because Li Shu gets 2 months' salary during the summer vacation, so there's no need to worry about her going hungry. Sometimes, when I'm busy, I tend to overlook that. Now that I think about it, the first thing I did was transfer the money to my sister. Li Shu had excellent grades at school and always received scholarships, so he almost never had to pay tuition. He just needed to transfer 10,000 yuan to this girl for living expenses. After transferring the money to his sister, the Masked Singer program officially began. Today is the final night for An Zihao, Yu Wangshu, and Jiang Yaohua to compete for the championship. The atmosphere at the program venue and in the live broadcast room was very lively. None of the three sang Li Shua's songs today. They relied entirely on their own abilities to win their rankings. After more than an hour of competition, Jiang Yaohua won the championship with his unique voice and melancholic temperament. The response from netizens was very enthusiastic, but the absence of Ning Buji's song made it feel a bit different, and many netizens expressed their regret in the comments. Although Ning Buji's songs are very heart-wrenching, they are so painful, yet somehow relatable that you can listen to them endlessly. They really liked it. The climax of today's championship competition was undoubtedly the unveiling of the identities of the three finalists. When An Zihao and Yu Wangshu, who came in third place, removed their masks, they surprised a small number of viewers. When Jiang Yaohua removed his mask, the entire live stream room erupted in a frenzy of excitement and gasps. The heavenly spring breeze couldn't move it, but it turned out to be Jiang Yaohua, the melancholic fat man who was already a hit on Douyin. Netizens were also surprised that Jiang Yaohua's image had changed so much in just over 2 months. From a chubby guy to a handsome, well-built 185 centimeters tall, refreshingly dashing man. He even won the championship of the Masked Singer. That's really surprising. The audience in the live broadcast room and at the scene exclaimed excitedly, and the host immediately joined in the atmosphere. I really didn't expect that the one who couldn't be moved by our 10 miles of spring breeze was actually Ning Buji's old friend, Jiang Yaohua, whom netizens say has run away with many girlfriends. May I ask Jiang Yaohua how he managed to transform so much in less than 2 months? In the center of the stage, Jiang Yaohua stood on the stage, listening to the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, his eyes filled with tears. He picked up the microphone, his emotions running high, and took several deep breaths to calm himself down. I am honored to stand here today because of the love and support of all my fans and viewers. Holding the microphone, his voice trembled with excitement. Of course, I want to thank my good brothers, good classmates, good teachers, and Ning Buji for giving me the opportunity to stand on such a big stage, to win the championship of the Masked Singer, to get out of a failed relationship, and to successfully lose weight. They are all of extraordinary significance to me. When the words, "How could I not know?" came out of Jiang Yaohua's mouth, they immediately drew enthusiastic applause and cheers from the live broadcast room and the audience. This man, who could upset the entire internet with a single word, has left a deep impression on them. If he hadn't pulled me back from the abyss in time, I might still be wallowing in the sadness of a failed relationship, giving up on myself. I wouldn't have had the chance to sing so many songs and be loved by everyone. And I wouldn't be standing on the stage of The Masked Singer today, winning the championship. Jiang Yaohua released the microphone, looked at the camera in the live broadcast room, his smile as simple and warm as ever, with tears in his eyes, and bowed deeply to the camera and to Li Shuo, who was watching the live broadcast in front of the room. He was genuinely grateful to Li Shuo for making him who he was. Li Shuo sat at his computer desk, a knowing smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yaohua did not forget the task that Li Shuo had given him. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, he publicly clarified on the live broadcast stage that Ning Buji was not dating his boss, Li Xie. Furthermore, on behalf of Ning, it was stated that she already has a partner and hopes that netizens will not ship her with another person. The audience's reaction to Jiang Yaohua's statement was even more intense than when he won the championship. Holy crap, Ning Buji and Li Xie are actually innocent. I've already written half of my fanfiction, so who exactly is Ning Buji's lover? Is he also someone in the industry? Personally, I think Ning Buji is probably an older man. After all, his songs are truly tragic. Let's stop shipping him with other people. He's already gone through so much. He probably finally found a wife. Wouldn't it be even worse if we just drove her away? That's true. It's obvious that Ning Buji is nervous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to have Jiang Yaohua publicly deny the rumors. Everyone, please be rational when shipping this couple, and don't lose Ning Buji's beloved. Bull. OMG, did I really ship the wrong couple? Shui Xian. At the hotel, Bai Qining watched the live stream of The Masked Singer with Huawan today and was somewhat taken aback. Ning didn't know that he and Li Xie were indeed not a couple. However, Bai Qining soon decided to come through. Ning had no idea that someone with such rich and profound life experiences could write so many songs. He must be quite old already. There's an age gap between Ning and Li Xie, and Ning might not even know that Li Xie is already married or has found a partner, so naturally, Ning wouldn't develop feelings for her. Even she was somewhat swayed by this trend and ended up shipping the wrong couple. Bai Qining suddenly felt a little guilty. Her actions caused great harm to the person Ning was unaware of. Huawan felt very regretful. But since Ning Buji already has a partner, she had no choice but to give up. She couldn't help but sigh to Bai Qining. Ning Buji must love his partner very much. Instead of taking advantage of Li Xie's popularity to create a CP with her and boost his own popularity, he went public with it in a high-profile manner when his popularity was rising. The quality is indeed quite good, Bai Qining said, rarely showing any appreciation. Her thoughts only lingered briefly on what Ning didn't know, because she has something more important to do today than gossip. Bai Qining glanced at the sky. It was already getting dark. After giving Huawan a brief reply, she got up, grabbed the emergency safety rope that the hotel staff had just prepared for her over the past 2 days, and headed towards the balcony. Huawan grinds her teeth and touches herself randomly while sleeping at night, so the two of them do not spend the night in the same room. I don't know if my girlfriend climbed through the window to look for her husband, Li Shuo, a couple of days ago. Watch as Bai Qining lifts the safety rope to the hotel balcony and attaches the securing buckle to the balcony railing. She blinked in confusion and asked Bai Qining, Ning, what are you doing? Bai Qining deftly put on the safety harness, then draped her long legs over the half-closed window to start warming up. Her legs, encased in jeans, looked straight and long. She calmly replied, Go find your brother-in-law. Since Li Shuo was afraid she would fall and wouldn't let her climb out of the window, she decided to bring a safety rope and climb. Huawan, huh? Chapter 234 Dislocating the Legs of Li Shuejuan and His Son. The city of Haiqing is brightly lit at night, with bustling traffic on the streets and skyscrapers shining brightly under the lights. Li Chengkai and his family sat in the living room, completely unwilling to go out and enjoy the city's nightlife. Just now, the family received some shocking news from Li Shiqiang. Li Shuejuan has truly made a fortune now. Through some unknown means, they somehow managed to get involved with the Bai family. This year, Bai's new projects were not given to their old friend Li Shi Group, but were directly assigned to Li Shuejuan's company. Li Cheng is the one who is suffering the most right now. He has been working in this industry for more than 10 years, but his business has been sluggish in recent years. If it weren't for his eldest son, Li Shiqiang, bringing in some orders from the Li Shi group, he would have closed down last year. He received this special treatment through the efforts of his intelligent son, a graduate of a prestigious university. What does Li Shuejuan have? Li Shuejuan has a son and a daughter who are still in school, and his son is a good-for-nothing mentally ill person. What qualifications does he have to get involved with the Bai family and have them take such good care of him? From childhood to adulthood, he never paid any attention to his taciturn older brother, who seemed like a hard-working animal. The two were not blood brothers, and he never regarded Li Shuejuan as his older brother. They were not family. And this brother, whom he had never taken seriously since childhood and had even deliberately distanced himself from in name, suddenly turned his life around in less than a year. Li Chengkai felt very uncomfortable and even a little angry. Li Shuejuan clearly has nothing, so how can he be connected with the Bai family? Li Qingsai's wife, Wan Finlan, never took Li Shuejuan's poor relatives seriously, but she had a very deep impression of Li Shua's wife, Bai Qining. In particular, when they wanted to get rid of Bai Qining's job at Bai Shi Group, they didn't expect that the second young master of the Bai family would take action himself and instead lose her second son's job. The daughter was also forced to break up with her boyfriend. She attempted suicide by cutting her wrists several times, but failed to win him back, thus losing this golden opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Wan Finlan was certain that the person responsible for all of this was Li Shua's wife, Bai Qining. With her face and unparalleled figure, if she wanted to, there's probably no man in the world she couldn't win over. Wan Finlan sat next to Li Chengkai, her well-maintained face revealing a malicious intent, and said, Li Shua's beautiful wife must have done something shady with the second young master of the Bai family in private, which is why Li Shuejuan got on the Bai family's good side. In Wan Finlan's eyes, given Bai Qining's temperament and appearance, unless there were special circumstances, she would never marry Li Shua, a mentally ill person. Li Shua and Bai Qining are probably just a couple in name only. Bai Qining must have an unusual relationship with the second young master of the Bai family. At this moment, the old lady Wu Tsuexiang frowned and said, Didn't you say that the Bai family has another very favored young lady? Li Shua's wife also has the surname Bai, and she has such a great influence. Is it possible that? Wu Tsuexiang was interrupted by Wan Finlan halfway through her sentence. Absolutely impossible. Wan Finlan looked at Li Shiqiang, the eldest son of an elite, and said, Even a white-collar worker like our Shiqiang, who has an outstanding family background and appearance, can't even find out the name of Miss Bai. Not to mention Li Shua, who is autistic and stays at home all day. It's not certain whether he will ever meet Miss Bai in his lifetime. Besides, think about it with your knees. Would a top-tier family like the Bai family agree to let their only daughter marry an autistic man from a poor family? Absolutely impossible. If that were to happen, both the Bai family's reputation and Miss Bai's reputation would become a laughing stock in high society. Therefore, Li Shua marrying the eldest daughter of the Bai family was hundreds of times more difficult than winning the lottery in China. Absolutely impossible. Wu Tsuexiang only mentioned it casually. She didn't believe that such a magical thing could happen to Li Shua. So, is Li Shuejuan's order the payment that Li Shua's wife made for being Bai's second young master's mistress? Wu Tsuexiang speculated. Li Guofu was smoking his pipe on the balcony when he said, Putting everything else aside, just based on Li Shua's wife's face, that brat Li Shua isn't good enough for her. I bet he's just a smokescreen, a fake husband. With the internet so developed now, all sorts of shocking news stories are constantly emerging. A recent report featured a husband who had been cuckolded for years, accusing his wife of having an affair with a certain leader before marriage and maintaining a secret relationship for a long time. Now that Li Shuejuan's family has established a connection with the Bai family, it must be because Li Shua's beautiful wife is having an affair with the second young master of the Bai family. Li Chengkai only regretted that the person who got involved with the second young master of the Bai family wasn't his daughter. His face was gloomy as he said, He, Li Shuejuan, doesn't deserve to get orders through such dishonorable means. Li Shiqiang was also extremely resentful at this moment. His good-for-nothing cousin had just been cuckolded and had been living a life of luxury ever since. He, however, had to work hard at the company, and socialize every day just to get more orders for his family's company. Even so, the family business can only earn about $1 million a year. Li Xuejuan's orders alone amount to at least a small goal in a year. How could he sit idly by and watch Li Shuo and his son make money through such dishonorable means? After thinking silently for a while, Li Shiqiang said to his family members in a righteous tone, Li Xuejuan and his son are so despicable that they have disgraced grandpa and grandma. We cannot let them continue to ruin the Li family's reputation like this. Li Cheng had the same idea and said to Li Shiqiang, Shiqiang, what do you want to do? Now that Li Xuejuan has latched onto the Bai family, they are no match for them and are likely to provoke the Bai family in the process. After all, the family's daughter wasn't good enough to marry into the Bai family, and offending the Bai family would only cause more trouble. Li Shiqiang also understood this principle well. If they couldn't stand out, then they would find a gun that was on par with the Bai family. Li Shiqiang revealed a sinister smile and said, the old masters of the Bai and Li families have always been on good terms. Now, the Bai family has actually bypassed the Li family, with whom they have always cooperated closely, and directly awarded their new project to a small company. If the Li family finds out about this move by the Bai family, they will definitely ask questions. With the two families falling out, the head of the Bai family will naturally investigate the cause. Li Xuejuan's order will be cancelled, and he might even be able to find out about the secret relationship between the second young master of the Bai family and Li Shua's wife. For the sake of the Bai family's reputation, he will definitely sever it. At that time, will Li Shua and his son still have any powerful backers to rely on? Will they still have such despicable methods to use? After Li Shiqiang said this, a smile instantly spread across Li Cheng's swollen face as he looked at his son with great admiration. As expected of the most outstanding son I've raised, this is a great idea. Mr. and Mrs. Li Guofu smiled as brightly as chrysanthemums, exclaiming that their eldest grandson was indeed clever. Li Chengkai was very grateful to his wife Wan Finland for giving him such a smart son, and reached out to touch his wife's hand. Wan Finland saw the man's fat hand reach out, but instead of flinching, she smiled and praised, our Shiqiang is so clever. Chapter 235 My mouth is sore. At this time, Li Shua was still sitting at his computer desk, typing away. If all goes well, filming will begin tomorrow. I might be a bit busy in the future, so I'll try to save up some drafts during these few days when I have some free time. I'm currently writing the most important concluding section of today's work, and I'm really into it. Li Shua could already foresee readers scratching their heads in frustration after seeing this abrupt chapter, and then offering to go to the kitchen to get him some food, as a friendly greeting in the comments section. An author who never stops writing. Not a good author. It was at this moment that, suddenly, a noise came from the balcony. Li Shua's computer desk is located right next to the balcony. I instinctively turned my head to look, and saw my hand still flying across the keyboard, until I saw that familiar yet terrifyingly beautiful figure outside the half-closed window. Li Shua paused on the keyboard, and in the blink of an eye, he immediately got up from the computer chair and rushed to the balcony. Why is this girl climbing out the window again? Bai Qining's movements as she climbed the window were even more swift and decisive than Li Shua's walking. In just a few moments, she climbed up the half-enclosed window and jumped onto the balcony. With two quick thuds, she removed the safety rope from her body and successfully entered her husband's room. Li Shua, who had just run up to her, was speechless. This is too skillful. He finally understood why Bai Qining was so confident about climbing through the window. They're experts in this field. When Bai Qining saw her husband running over, she immediately stood up straight. She tilted her head back, her thick eyelashes fluttering slightly, and before Li Shua could reprimand her, she said, I'm wearing a safety harness today, I won't fall. Li Shua. He stared at the serious-looking girl in front of him, then looked at the safety rope that had just been untied, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the fact that this girl is so stunningly beautiful, the name Bai Muge would be a household name. At this moment, Li Shua really couldn't reconcile the fact that this girl, who was so incredibly skilled at climbing through windows, was a beautiful and famous female celebrity. What normal big star would do something like this? Li Shua looked at her with a complicated expression, while Bai Qining, without any hesitation, strode towards the room with her long legs. She glanced at the computer on the table, which was still on the typing screen, and said sensibly, "You continue with your work, I won't bother you." Turning back to Li Shua, before her husband asked her to leave, she put on another pair of unused disposable slippers in the room, sat on the sofa, and looked at him leisurely. "Really, I won't bother you." Li Shua. He really couldn't do anything about this girl. Startled by Chining's reaction, he lost all interest in continuing to write. He could only walk to the small freezer on the table in the room, open it, take out a bottle of juice and a glass, sit down next to Bai Qining, pour her a glass of juice, and hand it to her. "Have a drink," he said. Only when her husband handed her the juice did Bai Qining realize that Li Shua wouldn't ask her to go back, and she immediately reached out her delicate hand to take it. "Thanks." Li Shua can no longer accuse Bai Qining of climbing through the window. "A few days ago, I told her it was too dangerous to climb out of the window, and I wouldn't let her, but she's already equipped with a safety rope." He has nothing to say now. After a moment of silence, he changed the subject and asked her, "How's the rehearsal going these past 2 days?" Bai Qining has been almost entirely on set these past 2 days, so the two haven't seen each other much. Bai Qining took 2 sips of juice, and upon hearing this, pursed her lips and replied, "It went very smoothly, and we can officially start filming tomorrow." After speaking, she placed the glass on the table, took out a lipstick from her jeans pocket, applied some to her lips, and pursed her lips. Her rosy lips were moist and glossy, like an enticing peach. Bai Qining noticed Li Shua's gaze and took the initiative to explain, "It's windy on this island, and the weather has been dry these past few days. My lips get a bit dry after a day of filming. Applying this will make them feel much better." After speaking, he habitually pursed his lips again. The girl had a fair complexion, delicate and striking features, and her white teeth were faintly visible through her moist, cherry-red lips. Perhaps it was the natural peach scent of the lipstick that wafted into his nose, causing Li Shua's throat to bob, and it took a great deal of self-control to pull his gaze away from his wife's lips. Then, he gave an unnatural "oh." Bai Qining caught her husband's slight embarrassment and was instantly aroused by his innocent reaction, wanting to tease him. She leaned closer to Li Shua, turned her head, looked directly at him, and asked softly, "Look, isn't it much more moisturized?" Li Shua. His gaze fell on Bai Qining's lips as they approached, his Adam's apple bobbing again before he leaned back tactically. "Yes, they are quite moist." Bai Qining pursed her lips slightly, about to burst out laughing at the innocent-looking man. She moved closer and asked, "Does this smell nice?" "It smells like peaches." Bai Qining now looked as cunning as a little fox, her eyes almost squinting with laughter. Her lips, painted with lipstick, were rosy and moist. Li Shua retreated again and again, realizing that Bai Qining was deliberately teasing him and didn't take him seriously at all. If he continues to let her tease him like this, what will become of his manly dignity? Suddenly, he frowned slightly, stopped backing away, reached out and grabbed the back of the girl's head. Bai Qining's beautiful eyes widened instantly. He really liked the scent of this lipstick. The next day, filming for The Deadly Game has officially begun. It's 8 a.m. now. At the filming location of the statue's game, all camera positions are ready. The actors have changed into their costumes and are currently finishing up their styling. Li Shua was sitting at a table in the director's rest area, eating noodles delivered by the hotel. He wasn't late for the film crew today, but he ate much slower than the others. After Su Haosan finished checking all the camera positions, he returned to his rest seat. Looking at Li Shua, who was still slowly eating noodles, he hesitated for a moment, then sat down opposite him and asked, "Teacher Li, is it because the noodles aren't to your liking today?" Li Shua was eating noodles with his head down when he heard this. He immediately waved his hand and looked up. No, these noodles are just right for my taste. It's just that I accidentally bit my lip yesterday." Li Shua's speech was not very fluent. Su Haosan then noticed that there was indeed some blood on Li Shua's lips and frowned, saying, "Oh dear, what did you eat that made your lips look like this?" Peaches," Li Shua replied after a moment's hesitation. "Then be more careful next time. It's less likely to bite into something softer," Wu Haosan casually suggested. Li Shua nodded. "Okay." It was indeed very soft, but he never expected Bai Qining to suddenly bite him. At this moment, Bai Qining, having finished her makeup and styling, walked over from a distance. "Teacher Li Shua is still having breakfast," she greeted casually. Upon hearing this, Su Haosan offered an explanation for Li Shua. He bit his lip while eating a peach yesterday, so he's been eating more slowly today. Bai Qining raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "So careless?" Li Shua looked up at the culprit, feeling somewhat resentful, and said, "There was nothing I could do. The peaches were practically offered to me, so why not eat them?" Bai Qining. After a few brief words, the filming was about to officially begin. Su Haosan immediately called out to the two of them and ran off to monitor the camera positions, while the staff in each group also took their places. Li Shua had almost finished eating his noodles, so he picked up the box and prepared to throw it away. Unexpectedly, just as he stood up, the girl who was about to leave suddenly took a step closer to him without warning. The next moment, the tender flesh around my waist suddenly suffered. Hiss. Chapter 236, Teasing the Jealous One. For the next few days, Bai Qining was filming on set. Li Shua followed the director during filming, occasionally offering his suggestions, but otherwise remained mostly silent, appearing rather aloof. Because director Su trusted Li Shua a lot, and Li Shua was also the author of the drama, his suggestions were always very pertinent. In addition, his rather aloof temperament naturally made him highly valued by the crew. And during these days of filming, because of the character Li on by Muge's phone case, the information that her mysterious boyfriend's surname is Li has spread from inside the entertainment circle to outsiders. Many foreign entertainment media outlets have obtained clues and are currently investigating the identity of the Asian goddess's mysterious boyfriend. The targets are almost all high-quality second-generation rich, second-generation officials, and second-generation celebrities with the surname Li in China. Su Yu, a loyal fan with extensive connections, naturally learned of this news as well. Su Yu was very distressed. Because his goddess by Muge hadn't broken up with her boyfriend yet, and they were even using matching couple phone cases, their relationship seemed exceptionally stable. The idea is that if one person is suffering, it's better to find someone else to suffer with. In the afternoon, Su Yu sent a WeChat message to Li Shua to discuss this upsetting matter. In his eyes, Li Shua had just started to idolize Bai Muge, and it seemed like he was quite enthusiastic about it. Previously, none of the short films under my supervision were willing to cast Bai Muge. Ever since I started following Bai Muge, I've insisted on having him star in the short story Fatal Game. This shows how deeply Li Shua had fallen for her. Su Yu believed that only Li Shua could truly understand how he was feeling. "Old Shua, aren't you also on the set of Fatal Game? You must know about Bai Muge using a couple's phone case, right? Not only have she and her boyfriend not broken up, but their relationship seems to be very stable." Li Shua. Li Shua was holding his phone at the director's break table. Upon seeing the message from Su Yu, his expression became complicated. After a moment, he replied to Su Yu's message. Indeed, the two not only did not break up, but their relationship is still very good. Bai Muge contacts her boyfriend every day. He climbs through the window to see him every few days. Su Yu. Just hearing about it is heartbreaking. You gave all the roles to Bai Muge, and now you're watching her fall in love every day. You must be feeling even worse than me, right? Su Yu suddenly felt a little sorry for Li Shua. They learned about this information through intermediaries, which was much better than Li Shua watching it every day. If you put yourself in Li Shua's shoes, it would be truly agonizing for him to be like Li Shua, watching Bai Muge date other men every day. Li Shua even gave away the script and personally joined the crew to provide guidance. Yet he could only watch Bai Muge fall in love with someone else. Pain. Li Shua must be in a lot of pain. He even began to regret coming to talk to Li Shua about this topic. Li Shua was already miserable enough, and he still had to provoke him. When Li Shua saw Su Yu's message, he didn't know how to reply to him for a moment. He's not in pain. After all, Bai Qining's boyfriend is him. I am a little worried. I'm afraid that Bai Qining might bump into something while climbing through the window someday. Li Shua was pondering how to reply to the other party. Suddenly, a bottle of ice water was handed to him. Teacher Li Shua, would you like some water? Li Shua looked up when he heard the sound. A tall girl with two small tiger teeth was standing in front of him, holding a water bottle with water droplets still clinging to it. This is Lu Jiyun, the art director's assistant on set. She has a carefree personality and is very lively. Li Shua hesitated for a moment before taking the water from the other person. Thank you. He is not talkative, and apart from Director Su, few people in the crew will take the initiative to greet him or bring him water. Lu Jiyun has a rather outgoing personality and is very popular in the group. Li Shua took the water, and she sat down on a chair nearby. She took out her phone and spoke to Li Shua. Teacher Li Shua, would it be convenient for you to add me to your WeChat friends list? Li Shua was in the same drama group chat with her, but he had set it so that she couldn't add friends in the group, so she came over to ask. After spending a few days together, Lu Jiyun became very interested in Li Shua. He is handsome and talented, and his aloof demeanor easily arouses a desire to conquer him. Li Shua's waist suddenly tightened for no apparent reason. He was silent for a moment, then locked his phone and put it aside, saying frankly, I'm sorry, my wife is quite strict. You can talk about it in the group chat if you need anything. This is the first time Li Shua has proactively revealed to others that he is married. He rarely spoke on set, and very few girls were as bold as Lu Jiyun in approaching him to ask for his WeChat. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyun glanced at Li Shua in surprise, clearly somewhat taken aback and hurt. Then, that's really offensive. Her mood instantly soured. She sat next to Li Shua for a while, then found an excuse to get up and leave. Lu Jiyun was also surprised to find that Li Shua was already married. She rarely saw Li Shua making or chatting on the set, so she assumed he was single. Who would have thought that Li Shua wouldn't even contact his wife while he was away? Although they don't contact each other often, their relationship seems to be quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proactively confessed that he already had a boyfriend and rejected her when she showed interest. What a strange marital relationship. As Lu Jiyun walked away, Li Shua subconsciously looked towards the filming location, searching for his wife Bai Qining. Bai Qining had finished filming at some point. Just as Li Shua looked over, she suddenly took the script and walked towards him. Li Shua instinctively sat up straight. Bai Qining walked to Li Shua's side, put the script on the table, sat down in the chair next to him, glanced at the water on the table, and asked in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "What was that girl doing here with you just now?" Anyone who didn't know the situation would have thought that Bai Qining had come over to discuss the plot with Li Shua. Only Li Shua could truly sense that his wife had come to check up on him. Having accepted a bottle of water from the girl, he felt inexplicably guilty and chose to answer truthfully. She brought me water and wanted to add me as a friend. And then, Bai Qining blinked her clear black and white eyes and continued to ask. She had been watching this area closely and noticed that Lu Jiyun didn't seem very interested when she left, probably because she had been rejected. She couldn't confirm exactly what Li Shua had said to the other person. Li Shua always made her feel very insecure. If she wasn't careful, girls would come up to her. Bai Qining was now eager to hear how Li Shua responded to the other party, whether he had rejected him or not. Having spent these past few days with Bai Qining, Li Shua had become much more familiar and at ease. Now, sensing the sourness of her jealousy, he decided to tease her and replied, I said yes, I'll add her from my WeChat group list later. As soon as Li Shua finished speaking, Bai Qining instantly became extremely jealous, her whole body bubbling with sourness. You can't tell she's interested in you. Why did you add her? She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, her hand twitching as she reached for Li Shua, wanting to pinch him. Since this morning, Lu Jiyun has been staring at Li Shua. Women understand women best. This girl is clearly interested in Li Shua. Li Shua not only accepted her water, but also agreed to add her on WeChat. Bai Qining grew angrier the more she thought about it. There were too many people around, so she couldn't do anything to Li Shua. All she could do was turn around angrily, pick up the script with her delicate hand, throw it aside, and pretend to read the script. Chapter 237 Li Jin Song. I'm so angry. I lied to my daughter-in-law and then had my orders stolen. Su Haosan was filming scenes with other actors and originally wanted to call Li Shua over for advice. He was somewhat taken aback when he unexpectedly saw Bai Qining smash the script and turn to the side. What happened? The two characters disagree on the plot? What did Li Shua say to make Bai Muge so angry? Bai Muge's acting was pretty good, He captured the emotions very well in every scene. Although she is aloof, she almost never loses her temper on set and has extremely high manners. Su Hao-san was completely baffled, but it wasn't appropriate to step forward and get involved. He highly approves of Bai Qining's acting skills and also agrees with the suggestions made by Li Shua. Going there now would just be asking for trouble and putting others in a difficult position. I can only pretend I didn't see it and let the two of them handle it themselves. Li Shua only wanted to tease Bai Qining, but he didn't expect her to react so strongly to jealousy. At this moment, many people in the crew were drawn to Bai Qining's actions. He turned to look at his wife. The woman was still facing away from him, her back straight. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, and the lines of her neck were beautiful. A few strands of hair were set off against her fair skin, swaying gently in the breeze. Li Shua resisted the urge to pinch the girl's neck, cleared his throat, and whispered to her, "Okay, don't be angry. I was just teasing you." Bai Qining remained sitting upright, ignoring him, but her tense shoulders visibly relaxed a little. Seeing this, Li Shua continued, "I really didn't add her. I even told her that I'm already married and have a wife." Upon hearing this, Bai Qining turned to look at him, her eyes showing surprise. "You said you got married?" Li Shua sincerely coaxed his wife, "I'm already married. There are a lot of people on the set right now, otherwise I could show you the records on my phone. I didn't add her." Bai Qining's pretty face was still tense, but her tone softened considerably. "It's okay. I'll go to your room tonight to check and settle the accounts while I'm at it." Li Shua. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What accounts?" Bai Qining stared at him for a moment, then shifted her gaze to the water bottle on the table and said, "You know you're married, yet you still accept water from other girls. I'll teach you a lesson." Li Shua. "What? She's jealous of this too?" Bai Qining actually ate it. Before standing up to leave, she casually took Li Shua's water from the table and continued filming. Li Shua. Watching his wife's figure disappear into the distance, Li Shua sat for a moment, replied to Su Yu with a message, and then continued to immerse himself in his work. These days, Li Shuejuan has been exceptionally busy. It seems that the products he made recently have gained a great deal of recognition and attention in the military industry. Surprisingly, a big order came in. According to Chun Jingyan, even his superiors were not qualified to handle this deal. It seemed that a top family in Kyoto was interested in his skills and gave him a new project, which also gave his company time to expand. At first, Li Shuejuan thought this business was like a windfall. Even with the best technology, he was just a newly established company. Such a large client already has established partners. Why would we risk giving him an order due to instability? Only after the leader in charge of business contacts sent him an authorization letter, saw the company's production license and qualification certificates, and confirmed that there were no problems, did he accept the order and begin to expand the company. "I've been incredibly busy lately, and often I've just been grabbing a bite to eat." However, in the beginning, after his daughter-in-law's aunt, Xie Jingshu, his attending physician, noticed that he had started eating irregularly and resting on time, she would come to the company to supervise his meals in her spare time. This afternoon, Xie Jingshu is taking a break. At dinner time, she brought a carefully prepared nutritious meal to the company to supervise Li Shuejuan's meal on behalf of her niece and nephew-in-law. In the office, Li Shuejuan was engrossed in eating his meal when the figure sitting across from him made him feel a bit pressured, and he subconsciously wanted to finish his food as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a fair and smooth hand reached onto the table and pulled the bowl on it. "Father-in-law, eat slowly. Eating too fast will hurt your stomach," Xie Jingshu gently reminded him. She was really worried sick about her father-in-law. If I hadn't visited him last time to check on his health, I wouldn't have realized that he was almost developing stomach problems from working so hard to fulfill the orders placed by the Bai family. The Bai family gave the order to Li Shuejuan with the intention of improving the Li family's financial situation, making it easier for Li Shua to accept Qin Ning's true identity later. Xie Jingshu never expected that Li Shuejuan would work so hard to earn money. He developed stomach problems shortly after receiving the order. To prevent the other party from overworking themselves due to this order, she had to come and keep an eye on things frequently. "This has caused my sister Xie Jingji to be in a bad mood lately, and I haven't had much time to spend with her. It's not appropriate to tell the other party that you're helping to take care of your father-in-law. Her sister's pressure to get married has long been obsessive. If she knew that she had been in a lot of contact with Li Shua's father recently, and that the man was single, she might just desperately try to match them up. Xie Jingshu believed that she was simply taking care of her niece and son-in-law on their behalf, and had no other intentions. She said something to Li Shuejuan, and seeing that he seemed a little embarrassed because of her, she stood up. You eat first. I'm going out to make a phone call. As she finished speaking, and Li Shuejuan looked up with a sigh of relief, she continued. You must finish the soup in the thermos too. I added ginseng. It's specially for nourishing your body. From childhood to adulthood, Li Shuejuan has almost never felt any care or attention from anyone other than his son, who has recovered, and his deceased wife. In particular, Xie Jingshu is a key figure in this effort. Having grown accustomed to shouldering everything alone, he found it somewhat difficult to adjust. Upon hearing this, he nodded rather awkwardly. Okay, thank you. Although he knows that the other party is paying special attention to him on behalf of his son and daughter-in-law, he is now at a loss. Xie Jingshu could also sense the other person's restraint. After nodding to the other person, she turned and left the office. She understood Li Shuejuan's situation. From a psychological perspective, a person who did not experience enough love from their parents during childhood is unable to build good intimate relationships with others as they grow up. Faced with the care, love, comfort, and kindness of others, they are somewhat at a loss and do not know how to respond. When others approach him, he will back away little by little, even though he also longs to be cared for. Xie Jingshu didn't know how Li Shuejuan had spent his childhood, but from his behavior and daily interactions, she could tell that he probably had a difficult childhood. Despite an unhappy family background and a terrible ex-wife, he still managed to raise 3 children, start a company, and even have his products recognized by professionals in the Bai family. This father-in-law is quite something. Otherwise, relying solely on their in-law relationship, without sufficient power, her brother-in-law would not have agreed to allocate some resources to Li Shuejuan, as promised by her sister Xie Jingji. Li Shuejuan is capable of taking on this batch of orders. Upon arriving at the office door, Xie Jingshu took out her phone and called her sister Xie Jingji twice, but neither of them answered. She didn't continue. A few days ago, Xie Jingji told me that she had been invited to attend an important banquet. They must be busy right now. Right now? Inside the Kyoto Grand Hotel, a high society dinner is being held. One of the most talked about figures at the event was Mrs. Bai, Xie Jingji, who was chatting with a group of wealthy women dressed in high-end evening gowns. Her husband, Bai Yingtang, was also talking to his business partner beside him. Li Jinsong, another heavyweight guest who was also invited, seemed to be in a bad mood today. His expression was particularly cold when he looked in Bai Yingtang's direction. 2 days ago, he heard that Bai Yingtang had given one of his orders to a small company. He sent someone to investigate, and discovered that the small company belonged to Qin Ning's current father-in-law. Although he didn't want to become in-laws with Bai Yingtang, Li Jinsong also harbored great hostility towards the family of the young man who suddenly appeared and married Qin Ning. Just because Li Che doesn't dare to marry Qin Ning doesn't mean that his cousin, who might have been born in the world, wouldn't dare. With a personality like Qin Ning's, it's impossible for her to get married and fall for someone else so early. He had originally planned that if he found his elder brother in the future, and the brother had a son, he could get to know Qin Ning. If they hit it off, and the boy wasn't afraid of Qin Ning, the two families could form a marriage alliance. Who would have thought that some scoundrel would suddenly appear and steal Qin Ning away? Not only was Bai Yingtang's daughter cheated, but he also shamelessly poured resources into supporting the other family's newly opened small company. His daughter-in-law was swindled away, and his orders were also stolen. Li Jinsong felt that Bai Yingtang was deliberately slapping him in the face, and he was very unhappy. After exchanging a few words with the person who approached him, he strode toward Bai Yingtang with a sullen face. Chapter 238 Head-to-Head. When Bai Yingtang talks to people, his usually stern face softens considerably. But when he saw Li Jinsong walking over to him, his gentle expression immediately disappeared. The group of people who were chatting noticed the change in Bai Yingtang's expression and followed his gaze to see the approaching head of the Li family. They immediately realized that something was wrong, and, being quite sensible, greeted the two family heads, and hurriedly left. The Bai family head and the Li family head have always been at odds, but the two patriarchs are also close friends. Even though the two often give each other the cold shoulder at banquets, few people dare to take sides and support one of them. Unless their strength is comparable to that of the two families, such as the Yi family, which is only slightly inferior to the Li family, they would not have stood high and mighty in the Bai family's camp. And he sent his son Yi Xian to pursue the Bai family's daughter. It's a pity that the Bai family's daughter doesn't even look at the Yi family's young master, and recently there have been rumors that she found a boyfriend surnamed Li. The wealthy wives in the banquet hall did not believe that the Bai family's daughter had actually found a boyfriend. The upper echelons of Chinese society are interconnected. There are only so many wealthy and politically connected individuals with the surname Li. If Miss Bai had really taken a liking to any talented young man in the circle, it would have been public knowledge long ago. The Bai family's daughter has very high standards, and the person she chooses is definitely not an ordinary person. Now everyone agrees that the Bai family's daughter deliberately spread the news of her dating in order to deal with the engagement and suitors she didn't like. Bai Qining started dating, which naturally caused the relationship between the Bai and Li families, who were originally engaged, to deteriorate rapidly. Li Jinsong may be going to see Bai Yingtang for personal matters. If they don't leave quickly and stand here, they may offend both families. We must stay far away. Mr. Li, what wind blew you here? Didn't you say you hated seeing my coffin-like face because it's bad luck? What? Aren't you afraid of getting bad luck on me? As soon as Li Jinsong walked up to Bai Yingtang, the latter asked him with a stern face. Li Jinsong snorted coldly. If the wind isn't strong enough, it really won't be able to blow me over. I just heard that some people not only failed to keep an eye on their precious daughters from being cheated away, but even poured resources into helping their sons-in-law's families who were in trouble. Don't spoil your daughters too much, or you'll lose your precious daughters and ruin your family's reputation. Li Jinsong's words were not without reason. The Bai family's daughter married into an ordinary family, and even needed her father-in-law, Bai Yingtang, to allocate resources to take care of her. The news of Bai Qining's marriage hasn't spread yet, and no one else knows that the person Bai Yingtang is helping is his in-law. When this secret is exposed, not only will the Li family lose face, but the entire Bai family will also suffer, inevitably becoming a laughingstock in the upper echelons of Chinese society. Bai Yingtang has been a bit annoyed by this matter lately, but he won't allow anyone to say that his precious daughter has bad taste. He kept a straight face and said coldly, "Our Qin Ning has excellent taste. The husband she chooses must be good. At the very least, he must be a man who dares to marry her and won't wet his pants in fear. Your father-in-law is also an outstanding person. If he doesn't have outstanding abilities, I think even if we poured resources into him, he might not be able to handle it." Bai Yingtang gave Li Jinsong a meaningful look and continued, "Instead of meddling in my Bai family's affairs, I suggest that you pay more attention to your own problems and not be used as a pawn by those with ulterior motives." Bai Yingtang kept this deal very low-key for Li Xuejuan, not only because he didn't want to attract too much attention and cause trouble for Li Xuejuan, but also because he was concerned that the old man Li had lost Bai Qining, his prospective granddaughter-in-law. Unless someone sees Li Xuejuan's actions with malicious intent, and that person has sufficient information channels to know about his orders and long-term cooperative relationship with the Li family, and uses Li Jinsong as a pawn. They wanted to damage the relationship between the two companies and then try to steal Huang Lixujin's orders. Bai Yingtang trusted everyone under him who had contact with Li Xuejuan, so the problem was with Li Jinsong. When it comes to dealing with enemies, especially those who deliberately sow discord between the two families, Li Jinsong and Bai Yingtang have always been on the same side. They may dislike each other, but they want to secretly sabotage and sow discord between the two families. Then the road will narrow. When Li Jinsong learned of this news, he immediately ordered an investigation into who was spreading the information within the company. If they want to use Li Jinsong as a weapon, then the first person he'll target is the person behind him. Even though he had already made his move, Bai Yingtang's rebuke still made Li Jinsong very unhappy. He snorted coldly. "That's none of Mr. Bai's business. I, Li Jinsong, never act as someone else's pawn. I just didn't expect Mr. Bai's vision to be even lower than I imagined." A father-in-law with only one skill who only started making a fortune in his old age can actually satisfy Mr. Bai so much. Bai Yingtang was naturally dissatisfied, but his daughter happened to like this boy from such a complicated family, which was like hell on earth, and who was also mentally ill. What could he do? At this moment, being mocked by Li Jinsong, his face turned as black as could be. The two men had only been together for a few minutes when the temperature in the entire banquet hall seemed to drop suddenly, and the atmosphere became cold and stern. Finally, their wives quickly came forward, greeted each other with smiles, and led their husbands away, ending this daily hustle and bustle. The banquet has ended. The extended Rolls-Royce that travels to and from the estate. Li Jinsong suddenly spoke to his assistant in the passenger seat. Xiao Lu, is there any result on the matter I asked you to investigate yesterday? Boss, I was just about to report to you when the results came out. It turns out the news was spread by a business manager named Li Shiqiang from Haiqing in our machinery company. He also has a younger brother who works in the biotechnology company. Should we deal with them both? Li Jinsong closed his eyes to rest, his calm tone as if he were just talking about a garbage sorting destination, and said, clean everything up, including the companies they have business dealings with. Cut off all business ties with them. Upon hearing this, the latter immediately nodded in agreement, indicating that he would do it right away. This matter is now closed. Li Jinsong seemed to remember something, suddenly opened his eyes, and said, go and investigate the owner of that small company that cooperates with the Bai family. He seems to be quite capable in the machinery field, and his technology is good in all aspects. We can acquire his company into Li Shilai as well. Bai Yingtang, with his coffin-like face, rarely praises anyone. Since the other party acknowledges that person's strength so highly today, his father-in-law must be a rare talent. By acquiring the other company to expand his machinery business, Li Jinsong naturally became the boss and major shareholder of Bai Yingtang's father-in-law, making him far superior to Bai Yingtang's coffin-faced self. Mrs. Li stood to the side, looking at her husband with a meaningful expression, and shook her head helplessly. Her husband was always like that when it came to his relationship with Bai Yingtang. He always wanted to win. The one from the Bai family is about the same. However, if her husband really acquires his in-law's company, who knows if Bai Yingtang will come knocking on their door when he finds out. Chapter 239 Exciting. My husband kissed me again. It's 9:30 p.m. Li Shua has returned to the hotel and is sitting on the sofa talking on the phone with his sister, Li Shu. Today is Li Shu's first day back at school. After taking a shower, he took the initiative to call her to ask how she was doing. Li Shu is currently on the dormitory balcony, talking on the phone with her brother. The other girls weren't sleeping either. They were gathered around their classmates' computer desk, browsing gossip over the wall. The gossip surrounding Superstar by Muge and her mysterious boyfriend surnamed Li. Li Shu had no interest in celebrities. Leaning on the balcony with one hand and holding her phone in the other, she said to the person on the other end, brother, nothing serious is wrong here. Everything is normal. Have you and your wife made up yet? When Li Shua gave her 10,000 yuan last time, she immediately transferred it to Boss Bai. Now she has 4,000 yuan left over from her tutoring salary, which is enough to cover her current living expenses. Li Shu didn't want Li Shua to worry about her traffic accident, since the relationship problems between her brother and sister-in-law hadn't been completely resolved. Before my brother went on his business trip, he was still staying at my parents' house. Li Shua was currently anxious about Bai Qining coming to settle scores with him tonight. So upon hearing this, he simply replied, it's all right. Li Shu had no romantic experience and didn't know how to advise her brother. After a moment of contemplation, she said, brother, sometimes you should be more considerate of your sister-in-law. She's so gentle and kind to you. I've never heard her raise her voice when she talks to you. I think she's a very good person. Li Shu had only met Bai Qining once or twice, but she had a very good impression of her. She genuinely felt that her brother would definitely not suffer if he stayed with his sister-in-law. Hopefully, the two can reconcile soon. Li Shua stared at his phone, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Gentle. Is Bai Qining associated with gentleness? He had just mentally complained when a noise came from the balcony. When he turned around, his gentle and quiet wife had already entered the house from the balcony and was walking straight towards him. Bai Qining is currently wearing a simple set of home clothes. Underneath the soft fabric shorts, her legs are both shapely and straight, and dazzlingly white. Knowing the purpose of Bai Qining's visit today, Li Shua did not want to get up to greet his wife. He was even reluctant to hang up the phone, trying to talk to Li Shu a little longer to buy time. The lights are still on in the dorm, right? If not, let's talk a little longer. Bai Qining had already sat down next to Li Shua. Upon hearing this, she asked, "Are you talking to Shu Shu on the phone?" Li Shua turned to look at the girl beside him, wanting to say, "Yeah, that's why I'm busy right now." But Li Shu, who was on the phone, heard his sister-in-law's voice and spoke first. "Brother, is your sister-in-law here? I'll talk to her on the phone." Li Shua. He glanced at Bai Qining, hesitated for a moment, but still chose to hand over the phone. "Li Shu wants to tell you something." The girl took the phone from Li Shua's hand with her delicate white hand and brought it to her ear. "Shu Shu. Good evening, sister-in-law. My brother should have given you the phone case by now, right? Do you like it?" Li Shu asked with a smile. "Yes, I like it very much, thank you." After exchanging a few words, Li Shu checked the time and said, "It's getting late. I won't disturb your rest any longer." Bai Qining glanced at her husband beside her and replied, "Yes, get some rest. Your brother and I do have some things to do." Li Shu's delicate face flushed slightly. Okay. After saying that, he took the initiative to end the call. Then, the girl stood on the balcony and couldn't help but imagine it. My sister-in-law and brother have some things to do. Her mind was filled with images of her sister-in-law's stunning face and figure, which she herself envied. Imagine your brother embracing your beautiful sister-in-law, the two of you so intimately connected. Even Li Shu, a girl, felt a sense of envy towards her brother, Li Shu. Her brother is Salaki. However, the reality was completely different from what Li Shu had imagined. Bai Qining had just finished her call with Li Shu when she grabbed her husband, who was getting up to leave, and pushed him onto the sofa, pinching and scratching him mercilessly. In retaliation, Li Shua deliberately teased her during the day and made her accept water from other girls. Li Shua had someone straddling his waist, his body itching and sore from being pinched, and Bai Qining was moving too fast for him to protect her. After being tormented for a while, he also got angry at the girl for bullying him. When Bai Qining tried to lift his clothes and pinch him, she went even further and abused him. Li Shua stretched out his hands, his long arms gripping the girl's waist, climbing up her back, pressing the unsuspecting person down, and tilting his head back to kiss her cheek hard. Bai Qining has always been a master of verbal sparring with Li Shua. Li Shua's sudden kiss surprised her greatly, and her pretty face instantly flushed red, her beauty blossoming like spring, leaving Li Shua stunned for a moment. Bai Qining didn't know whether to be angry or secretly pleased. Feeling a little flustered, she immediately got off Li Shua and gave him 2 light punches on the chest. Li Shua never expected that a simple kiss on the cheek would instantly subdue her. He took 2 punches, sat up, and the atmosphere was a little awkward, but he quickly realized that Bai Qining was not without weaknesses. This girl can tease him all she wants, but when it comes to real sex, she's a pushover. Li Shua was actually a little embarrassed. Even though Bai Qining had quieted down, she seemed to be angry too. After a moment of awkward silence, he turned to look at her and asked, "Are you angry?" Bai Qining wasn't actually angry. Now that she realized her husband had kissed her again, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. When Li Shua asked her this, she couldn't possibly answer that she was not only not angry, but also happy. The aloof Miss Bai, afraid that her husband would notice her excitement, immediately stood up and said, I want to go back." Having said that, they tried to leave, moving their hands and feet in unison. Li Shua quickly followed, thinking of trying to coax her, but Bai Qining kept her head down as if she didn't want to talk to him. All he could do was help fasten the safety rope and let his wife leave. Watching Bai Qining climb back, Li Shua stood on the balcony for a long time, his heart pounding, and couldn't help but frown. Should he not have acted this way today? It seems Bai Qining is very angry again. Unbeknownst to Li Shua, his wife, who had already returned home and was sitting in front of her dressing table, was resting her chin on her hands, savoring the moment when Li Shua kissed her cheek, feeling a flutter in her heart and a secret joy. Her cheeks were flushed, revealing 7 parts shyness and 3 parts happiness. Now, it was equally joyful and exciting. There are also the Li Shiqiang and Li Shirtsong brothers from Haiqing. Both of them received a call from their superiors tonight, asking them to go to the company leader's office first thing tomorrow morning. The two brothers are highly educated, have excellent work abilities, and are highly valued by their superiors. Li Shiqiang is also quite adept at handling interpersonal relationships. Recently, he even managed to build a relationship with his superior thanks to his excellent communication skills. The superior admires him greatly and is interested in marrying his daughter to him. He went on a date with the woman today, and tonight his boss called and asked him to come to the office tomorrow. Moreover, his boss had recently mentioned that he would promote him and give him a raise, offering him the position of manager, and also intended to use his connections to promote his younger brother, Li Shirtsong. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, we're going to the Dill Hotel for dinner tomorrow night. Shirtsong and I have some good news to tell you. In the villa's living room, Li Shiqiang, beaming with joy, spoke to his family. If nothing unexpected happens, he and his younger brother Li Shirtsong should soon reach new heights and achieve great success. Chapter 240 Gossip about Horlu and Bai Muge. The Li family members paid close attention to the development of the company by the Li brothers, Li Shiqiang and Li Shiqiang. Li Shiqiang has recently become close to his superior and is expected to be promoted. He is also dating his superior's daughter. The Li family has known about this for a long time. Upon hearing Li Shiqiang's words, Li Cheng immediately understood and laughed. Okay, I'll contact the hotel manager later and book a large private room for tomorrow to invite our business partners from Haiqing. My son works at the largest company under the Li Shi Group and is about to be promoted from business supervisor to business manager. This is fantastic news. If you get promoted to manager, you'll have the opportunity to get to know the daughters and young masters of the Li family, and even the head of the Li family. With two such outstanding sons, and so many unmarried daughters in the Li family, the situation is dire. Given the emotional intelligence of his two sons, they could easily win over the young ladies of the Li family if given the opportunity to make contact. Moreover, the Li family also has an only son. Li Qingsai's daughter, Li Huan, is exceptionally beautiful. Once she has recovered her health, the Li brothers should also get to know the Li family's daughters. I'll introduce my daughter to the only son of the Li family. Even if Li Shuejuan works hard for several lifetimes, he still won't reach Li Qingsai's status and level. Li Cheng had already started to make his own plans. He didn't care that his eldest son, Li Shiqiang, was dating his current boss's daughter, since he needed to use his boss as a stepping stone. Once Li Shiqiang gets promoted and comes into contact with the young ladies of the Li family, he can just dump this girl who has no use to him. Wu Zuexiang could roughly guess the purpose of her grandson's dinner party, but she still couldn't help but ask, is he going to be promoted to business manager? Li Guofu immediately interrupted with a dark expression, saying, don't talk nonsense before things are settled. I've said it countless times. Things are accomplished in secrecy and ruined by leaks. Wu Zuexiang was afraid that if she said that, her grandson's promotion would fall through, so she immediately raised her hand and patted her mouth. Oh dear, look at my foul mouth. I deserve a beating. We can't let this good thing for our grandsons really be ruined. Li Chengkai also remained silent, as businessmen tend to be wary of such matters. But I still have to treat them. Anyway, by tomorrow's dinner party, it'll all be a done deal. Then the party can be turned into a promotion celebration, allowing you to show off in front of your business partners. His son is now the business manager of Li Shi Group's machinery company. Just that title alone can bring him a lot of business. Seeing that it was still early, Li Cheng and Wan Finlan quickly contacted their acquaintances in Haiqing and extended dinner invitations. The daughter, Li Huan, stayed in her room all night and did not come out. Her repeated attempts to cut her wrists to keep her rich boyfriend had left her physically weak, and she is currently recuperating. Tonight is the night when the Li family is dreaming of rising to power by clinging to someone's coattails. The next day, it was a little after 7 in the morning. Siyu Island. Li Shua and Bai Qining have arrived at the film set. The scene we're filming today is a group scene between the female thief and her brief, easygoing, romantic partner. This character is a girl who only joined the game because she didn't want to live anymore, and she had no passion or enthusiasm for the game whatsoever. However, when Bai Qining was reading the script between the two of them, She was unsure whether she should act out a pure friendship or a tragic romance with the girl. There are as many Hamlets as there are readers. In Bai Qining's understanding, she and this girl seemed to have a complicated relationship, and she wondered if the two of them would develop feelings that went beyond friendship in the future. So before filming officially started, Bai Qining immediately came to Li Shua to ask the author whether she intended the character to be a simple sisterly bond or a tragic love story. Li Shua was initially completely bewildered when Bai Qining raised this question. These two girls share a friendship that transcends death. He had no intention of engaging in lesbian relations. The couple sat at a distance from each other on chairs next to the director's break table, with a script and disposable water cups on the table. Bai Qining rested her chin on one hand and held a water glass in the other, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man explaining things to her, listening attentively. In today's scene, you see Ji Young alone, so you put her on your team. Ji Young feels your kindness and becomes very dependent on you. The two of you quickly become good friends. As for Ji Young's feelings for you later, it's because her family background meant she didn't experience much family affection, so the kindness you showed was very precious to her. For Ji Young, who has nothing, you are the most important person in her heart. Although you have only known each other for a short time, you have both given your hearts to each other, but it is only friendship. Li Shua glanced meaningfully at his wife beside him and emphasized, I'm a male author. How could I possibly write about the romantic feelings that develop between two women? Bai Qining blinked and said, I felt it when I read the script. I sensed that their relationship transcended friendship. Especially at the end, when Ji Young willingly sacrificed himself for the female lead, Bai Qining was unable to get over it for a long time after seeing that part of the story. It's even more heart-wrenching than reading a tragic love story script. However, Li Shua said that there was no romantic relationship between the two of them that went beyond friendship, and Bai Qining did not argue about it. After all, the other party was the author of this drama. Before Li Shua's expression could become even more complicated, she immediately said, Of course, you are the author, so I will definitely take your advice and hold back a bit when we're rehearsing. Well, but everyone has their own interpretation of Hamlet, so it's normal for you to feel that way. Maybe when you perform it, some viewers will even ship you as a couple. Li Shua also took a step back and spoke to Bai Qining. Now I'll act out a dialogue between the female lead and Ji Young. See if I'm good enough. Bai Qining picked up the script. Li Shua readily accepted his wife's performance for him, even though he felt a little embarrassed. The two sat together, one watching and the other acting, both very engrossed. The pairing of handsome men and beautiful women also provided a feast for the eyes of the crew members. They couldn't help but secretly discuss it in private. I have to say, Bai Muge and Teacher Huolu look like a perfect match. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Bai Muge has a boyfriend now, and although Teacher Huolu is very talented, he has only written a few novels. Even if the two of them were to create a CP, couple pairing, it wouldn't work. Besides, Teacher Huolu is already married. What? Teacher Huolu got married? Such a young age. What a pity. Wow. Teacher Huolu is so aloof. What kind of girl could be his wife? The crew has gained another topic of gossip. It's a little past 8 o'clock. Haicheng, Chuangqing Machinery Corporation. General Manager's office. Li Shiqiang stood in front of his desk, with shattered coffee cups and steaming coffee scattered all over the floor in front of him. His high-quality suit trousers were splattered with coffee stains. This is the most expensive suit in his house, which he specially wore to meet his boss today, hoping for a promotion and a raise. Before entering the office, Li Shiqiang never expected that he would be greeted by his boss's fury and the words, "Get out," he was told. He even doubted whether he had misheard, but the coffee cup that his boss had smashed in front of him made it impossible for him to ignore the reality of the moment. So, the boss called him over today not for a promotion or a raise, but even to fire him immediately? Li Shiqiang was completely dumbfounded. Hey everyone, the table is back to full power. July 13th, update at 5 p.m. sharp. Chapter 241 Li Shuejuan is their family's jinx. The sudden turn of events left Li Shiqiang stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He looked up at the man with a gloomy face behind the desk and asked in a low voice, Mr. Zhou, may I ask what aspect has caused you trouble? Could you give me a chance to correct it? Of course, he knew that the chances of changing his ways and staying on were slim, and his boss's overwhelming anger today proved that it was impossible for him to continue working at the company. He believes he has been performing well at work lately. Otherwise, his boss wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite him to dinner and introduce his daughter to him. The only thing that could potentially affect his work is that he recently spread the news within the company that the Bai family was allocating resources to Li Shuejuan's company and not giving Li Shixin any orders. However, the leaders of the Li and Bai families have always been at odds. Even if he spread this news, it doesn't warrant such a direct dismissal. Shouldn't the Li family be turning their guns on the Bai family instead? Knowing that the order was placed with a new company that lacked the necessary qualifications, will the head of the Bai family be furious and investigate the second young master of the Bai family who had an affair with Bai Qining and bring Bai Qining, his secret lover, to justice? How come he was fired while he was in the creative team? Li Shiqiang has begun to question the meaning of life. Hearing his question, the man behind the desk snorted coldly and said, "Fool. Even if the heads of the Li and Bai families are at odds, it's not your place to sow discord behind their backs. Do you really think the relationship between the two families can be shaken by a tiny ant like you? Fool. Get out of here and pack your things and get out of Chuanqing right now." The man now doesn't even want to look at Li Shiqiang properly. He had previously tried to introduce his daughter to this young man and promote her to succeed him. He never expected that this guy would be so stupid as to mess with the relationship between the leaders of the Li and Bai families. Li Shiqiang, in his position, might not know the relationship between the two families, but anyone with a certain status and background in this circle knows that even though the heads of the two families often argue fiercely, no one dares to take sides casually, let alone stir up trouble like Li Shiqiang. Even his boss was almost affected. How stupid and overconfident. Li Shiqiang confirmed the truth about his dismissal with his superior, his face filled with astonishment. He looked up, wanting to say something more, but the other party was already very impatient. "Get out of here. Before you leave the company, hand over all the business of the partner companies under your jurisdiction." This time, the head of the Li family was clearly furious. He not only wanted to dismiss the Li brothers, but also terminate the cooperation with companies that had business dealings with Li Shiqiang. "Mr. Zhou, are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll call security." When Li Shiqiang left Chuanqing Machinery, he was completely devoid of the high spirits he had that morning, looking just like a dog that had just lost a fight. Today's weather mirrored his mood, turning from sunny to torrential rain. On his way home, he rear-ended someone. His car was towed away, and he got soaked in the rain. When he finally got home, he was disheveled and dejected. The Li family, including the elderly couple and one Finland, were preparing to go to the Dill Hotel to have their meal booked as soon as the two brothers got off work. Several wives had even arrived at the Li family home early and were playing mahjong with one Finland. Li Chung is busy at the company and won't be back until the afternoon. The three were stunned when Li Shiqiang suddenly returned home in such a disheveled state. When Wu Zuexiang saw her grandson soaked to the bone, she was heartbroken. She quickly grabbed a bath towel and draped it over him, worried that the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors would make him catch a cold. In the living room, Li Shiqiang put on a bath towel, and one Finland, sensing that something was wrong, had already invited the wives to the study. One Finland then asked Li Shiqiang what had happened that day. Learning from Li Shiqiang that he had not only not been promoted, but had also been fired was like a thunderbolt from the blue for everyone. Still shaken, Li Shiqiang, who hadn't even gotten home yet, called back to say that he had been inexplicably fired from his company. Wu Zuexiang and Wan Finland's sharp exclamations rang out in the living room. Their grandson, Sun, was actually fired by the Li Shi group. Just because of what happened with Li Shuejuan. They couldn't stand Li Shuejuan taking advantage of his daughter-in-law's ambiguous relationship with the second young master of the Bai family to get orders for Li Shuejuan. So they stepped in to uphold justice and punish their own family. Li Guofu's blood pressure soared when he thought about how his eldest grandson, Li Shiqiang, was expelled because of his eldest son, Li Shuejuan. "I told you, Li Shuejuan and our Li family are incompatible. Look, now even our eldest son has lost his secure job because of him." Wu Zuexiang slapped her thigh in anger and said through gritted teeth, that's not all. Shiqiang was fired from Chuangqing Machinery and Shirtsong was fired from Guiwu. Both companies are owned by Li Shi Group. No company will dare to hire him easily in the future. Where will he find such a good job? Being fired is completely different from resigning. Being fired is like a stain on Li Shiqiang's career, and it will be almost impossible to find a job with such treatment in the future. Wu Zuixiang was filled with regret. She shouldn't have rushed into this mess and bought Li Shuejuan, this jinx, from someone else. The future of his two grandsons was completely ruined by Li Shuejuan. Wan Finlan also hated Li Shuejuan to the extreme, and was even more unhappy with Li Guofu and his wife for selling people to the Li family. She glared at the two of them secretly and said, "If it weren't for Cheng Kai, Huan wouldn't have broken up with her boyfriend and tried to cut her wrists several times, and my two sons wouldn't have lost their jobs because of him. Mom and Dad, you really brought home a good son." The two elderly people were very unhappy with what their daughter-in-law said. But since the two brothers had indeed lost their jobs because of Li Shuejuan and his son, they didn't have the confidence to argue with their daughter-in-law. Li Guofu glanced at his daughter-in-law, frowned, and said, "My wife and I didn't know that Li Shuejuan was such a jinx to our Li family. Shiqiang and Shirtsong have lost their jobs, but they still have Chengsai's company. The two children are so capable at work, so they can go back and help Chengkai develop the company." Upon hearing this, Wu Zuixiang agreed, saying, "Yes, the two children can go to our company. Young people are quick-witted, and they might be able to develop the company very quickly." Now that Shiqiang has been fired, Li Shuejuan is definitely not having an easy time either. Maybe in a few days the Bai family will find out that the second young master had an affair with Bai Qining, terminate their cooperation with Li Shuejuan, and expose Bai Qining as the mistress. Wu Zuixiang's words made everyone in the living room feel a little better. Yes, the two brothers lost their jobs, as well as their family and company. As for Li Shuejuan, the Bai family patriarch will definitely not allow his son to act so recklessly, and will teach Li Shuejuan, his son, and Bai Qining a lesson sooner or later. Just then, Wan Finlan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Li Chengkai calling from inside the company. Wan Finlan was in a bad mood, but she quickly answered the phone, preparing to tell Li Chengkai about her two sons being expelled. Unexpectedly, on the phone, Li Chengkai told her an even bigger piece of bad news first. Chuangqing actually terminated all cooperation with their company and took back all business that had been between the two companies. Without any orders, Shanghai is on the verge of bankruptcy. Upon receiving the series of devastating news, Wan Finlan could not bear the blow and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Just one chapter for today, everyone. Regular updates tomorrow. Thank you all for your continued support. Table is back. Hehehe. Chapter 242 Li Shuo. My wife's boss is actually a pretty nice person. It was evening. In his hotel room, Li Shuo had just finished his work for the day. After taking a shower and changing into his pajamas, he lay on the sofa on the balcony, enjoying the sea breeze and taking a nap. Not long after lying down, Bai Qining, who was already adept at climbing through the window, arrived as promised. When Li Shuo opened his eyes upon hearing the noise, Bai Qining had already untied her safety harness and walked over to him with her long, slender legs. After these days of celebrity wives climbing through his window to visit him, Li Shuo had long since gotten used to it. Seeing Bai Qining walk over, he sat up from the recliner, glanced at her bare feet, and turned to go to the living room to get her slippers. Bai Qining followed him into the room, where her husband had already brought her shoes and placed them on the floor in front of her. She obediently stretched out her delicate white feet and slipped them into the disposable slippers. "I want to drink apple cider vinegar today." She touched her slippers with her toes and said to Li Shuo, "Okay, I'll go get some from the mini fridge for you." Li Shuo agreed and went straight to the small bar in the living room, picked up a glass, opened the mini fridge, took out apple cider vinegar, and poured juice for his wife. Bai Qining gazed at her husband's tall and straight back. Her beautiful eyes filled with adoration, and she even felt an urge to go over and hug him from behind. Since she had important business to discuss with Li Shuo today, she could only restrain herself and walk over to his side. He took the apple cider vinegar from Li Shuo, took a sip, and then said to him, "I'm here today because I have something important to tell you." Her mother just called her, saying that someone is secretly trying to sow discord between the Li and Bai families, with the aim of using them to target Li Xuejuan's orders. This indicates that Li Xuejuan is being targeted. The Bai family immediately launched an investigation and discovered that the perpetrator was a family surnamed Li from Haiqing. Bai Qining believes it must be Li Shua's group of awful relatives. She has been developing her career in Haiqing and has never paid any attention to Li Shua's family. When she first married Li Shua, she even came to ask him to donate a kidney. Bai Qining was deeply impressed by this family. Hearing Bai Qining say she had important business to attend to, Li Shua turned his gaze to her and waited quietly for her to speak. Bai Qining placed the glass on the bar and looked at him. "Is Li Shiqiang your relative?" Upon hearing this, Li Shua searched his memory for any recollections of the name and said, "Yes, that's my second uncle's eldest son." Fang Lanying used to frequently mention to him that Li Shiqiang had joined the Li Shi group and had helped the family bring in a lot of business. She would compare Li Shiqiang to her silly son, Li Xuejuan, every day. Therefore, Li Shua had a fairly deep impression of this name. He asked, "What's wrong with him? How did Bai Qining know her cousin's name?" He probably knew that Dad had landed a big order. The Bai family might have originally given this order to Li Shiqing Machinery, but the Bai family valued Dad's technology and gave it to him. This Li Shiqiang somehow found out about this and tried to sow discord between the Bai and Li families. Now he has been fired from the company by the head of the Li family, and his business with their family has also been cut off. Bai Qining frowned slightly and continued, "They failed in their attempt to sabotage you, and now they've lost their jobs and the company. Will they start harassing your father?" Bai Qining had only met Li Shua's grandparents and aunt once, but she could tell that Li Shua's relatives were the worst of the worst. This attempt to steal a chicken backfired spectacularly, and these people will inevitably cause trouble for Li Shua's father. So after finishing her phone call with Xie Jingji, Bai Qining immediately came over to talk to Li Shua. It took Li Shua a while to process what Bai Qining had told him. His brows furrowed and his expression darkened. He said, "Given that family's nature, they will definitely cause trouble for my father." He was about to continue by saying he needed to take a couple of days off to go home when he quickly realized something, looked at Bai Qining, and asked, "How do you know about these things?" Li Shua wasn't very clear about the Bai family's background, but he remembered the Li family. He had gotten his hands on some big gossip from the Li family through Suyu. The Li family is a prominent and prestigious family in the capital. The head of the family is the wealthy man who lost his wife and then married his twin sister. He has 6 daughters and 1 son. However, even if Bai Qining is a world-famous star now, it would be difficult for her to come into contact with such a wealthy man, right? How come she knew about something that only happened yesterday? If he could tell her about this, does that mean he also knows about his relationship with her? So, she not only knows the Li family, but her relationship with them is also quite extraordinary. They even knew that the two of them were married and that Li Shiqiang was his relative. Li Shua's sudden question startled Bai Qining slightly. Facing her husband's probing gaze, she felt a pang of guilt. She immediately picked up her glass, took a sip of apple cider vinegar, and said, "I learned about this from my boss. He's the eldest son of the Bai family and also my current boss. He knows about what happened between you and me and has investigated your background. After finding out about this yesterday, he called me today to tell me." Bai Qining spoke rather naturally. Fortunately, Li Shua didn't stare at others while they were talking, so he didn't notice the slight unnaturalness on Bai Qining's face. Bai Qining is a professional actress. The reason her previous films and TV series weren't popular was because her eye for choosing roles was just too outrageous. Now, when she acts in front of her husband, her expressions and movements are natural and on point. She would be more natural and less nervous if she weren't deceiving Li Shua. Bai Qining's answer quickly dispelled Li Shua's doubts. This was revealed to her by her boss, who knew her situation, and everything became much more reasonable. After all, she is a popular and beautiful superstar. If the boss finds out that his celebrity husband might have some awful relatives visiting, a friendly reminder can prevent things from getting out of hand. He refilled Bai Qining's glass with juice and said, "Your boss is actually quite nice." Bai Qining felt a pang of guilt, stole a glance at her husband, but said calmly, "He's a very good boss." Bai Chung, 1,000 miles away, Achu. "Who's thinking of me? Ning Ning?" A brief silence fell over the room. After a moment, Li Shua said to his wife, "Then I'll ask Lao Su for 2 days off tomorrow and go back to visit." Given the awful nature of that group, especially his grandparents, Li Shua estimated that the two old people would very likely shift the blame onto his father. Previously, when he refused to donate a kidney to Li Chengkai, the two elderly people threatened to sever ties and left while cursing. Of course, it's also possible that they'll find that his father's side hasn't been affected by their instigation and is operating normally, so they'll come over to ask for his help or try to use moral blackmail. No matter what, Li Shua couldn't let Li Xuejuan face these relatives alone. They outnumbered him, and his father was likely to suffer. Bai Qining was not surprised by Li Shua's decision. As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately replied, "Okay, I'll go with you." Chapter 243 Bai Qining. "I'm here, you don't need to be afraid." Together, Li Shua was a little surprised that Bai Qining wanted to go back with him, and looked at the girl beside him with some astonishment. That group of awful people is actually quite annoying. Most normal people would avoid them like the plague. Bai Qining noticed Li Shua's gaze, looked back at him, and said, "You are my husband. As your wife, isn't it normal for me to go back with you to handle things when there are things going on at home? It's my duty as a wife." Beneath the girl's raven feather-like eyelashes, her starry eyes showed no hesitation or retreat. Li Shua was deeply moved. He gazed at his wife's beautiful face for a while, a smile appearing on his lips. He said, "Thank you, but I can really handle this myself. You're the lead actress in this film, so it's not easy for you to take leave. I can go back by myself." At this moment, the girl was looking at him with her head tilted to the side, her hair falling down her temples, her skin white and flawless, exuding an indescribable dynamic beauty. Li Shua stared in disbelief. His wife was indeed stunningly beautiful. He subconsciously reached out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, but as soon as he reached out, he felt Bai Qining's gaze and withdrew his hand awkwardly. Although the two see each other every day now and are much closer than before, Li Shua is still not used to doing whatever he wants to Bai Qining. Bai Qining had just noticed that Li Shua seemed moved and wondered if her husband might take the initiative to do something to her. When she saw him lower his gaze and raise his hand, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. She got back to the main point and said, "It's not difficult for me to ask for leave. I can just let Director Su shoot the other actors' scenes and shots for the next couple of days." After saying that, she picked up her cup, walked to the sofa, sat down, picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and started watching TV without consulting Li Shua again. She wouldn't let Li Shua go back alone. What if those awful relatives heard him? Last time, Fong Lanian cracked Li Shua's head open. She couldn't feel at ease without accompanying her this time. Li Shua didn't want Bai Qining to face the ugly faces of his relatives, so he walked over and sat down next to her. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, the girl next to him turned and laid down on the sofa, resting her head on his lap and naturally placing her legs on the sofa, adjusting herself into a comfortable position. Under Li Shua's somewhat bewildered gaze, she said in a domineering tone that did not allow for refusal, "Your relatives won't be able to get to Luqing so soon. We'll ask for leave tomorrow and set off the day after tomorrow." As she spoke, she switched the remote to the movie channel and turned on a movie called Sadako Yamamura. "I don't have anything planned for today, so I'll go see a movie with her." Li Shua. Bai Qining insisted on going back with him without giving him a chance to refuse, and he couldn't stop her, so he had no choice but to compromise. "Okay." He glanced at the movie the girl had selected, then looked down at the person in his arms. "Are you sure you want to watch this?" Bai Qining had already put down the remote control, looked up at him, and asked, "You're not afraid to watch, are you?" Li Shua. "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Then let's see. Don't be afraid with me by your side," Bai Qining said seriously. Li Shua. "I'm really not afraid." As it turns out, Li Shua really wasn't afraid. He wasn't particularly moved by the high-energy scenes from the beginning to the middle of the movie. On the contrary, the girl who had just claimed to protect him was now nestled in his arms. Listening to the terrifying background music and the upcoming high-energy scene, she subconsciously shrank into Li Shua's embrace and quickly grabbed the remote to turn the TV off. "This place is a bit scary. Let me turn the volume down for you. It'll make it feel better." Li Shua. "Thank you." Even though Bai Qining pressed the mute button, the image of Sadako with long hair crawling out of the TV still terrified her. A girl who can easily catch a crab in a few seconds and leap across rooftops every night is now trembling with fear because of a movie. Bai Qining hugged her knees and huddled in Li Shua's arms, both scared and unable to resist wanting to keep watching. Li Shua was almost amused by the girl. Noticing the slight trembling of the person in his arms, his usually gentlemanly and well-behaved hand finally wrapped around his wife's slender waist and held her tightly. Bai Qining was completely absorbed in the plot when she noticed her husband's sudden action. Her heart, which had been pounding with fear, was suddenly filled with a sweet feeling. She felt her husband's chest pressing closer, broader and more reassuring, and suddenly she wasn't as scared as before. A slight smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she wrapped her arms around her husband's waist, nestled in his arms, and continued watching the movie. She loves this feeling so much. Bai Qining didn't go home tonight. After watching the movie, the two of them naturally spent the night in Li Shua's room. The movie was really good, and she was quite frightened. When Li Shua asked her if she wanted to go back, she didn't say that she was afraid to go back and sleep alone. Instead, she used the excuse that she was too tired from filming during the day and didn't have the strength to climb back, and stayed in her husband's bed and arms. Li Shua didn't expose her, and just agreed with a wry smile. We can't just see that she's scared and call her back, can we? The young couple practically slept together all day. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, 1,000 miles away, Li Chengkai and his family, however, were unable to sleep. Wan Finland fainted again and was hospitalized. The dinner party at the Didi Grand Hotel that evening also failed to take place. Although Wan Finland had invited the wives to the study, they still overheard the conversation in the living room. When Wan Finland fainted and woke up, the wives had already made various excuses to leave, saying they were too busy to attend the dinner party that evening. She also received a series of text messages and phone calls from other wives, informing her that she could not attend the dinner party that evening. Wan Finland tried to call several of his close wives, only to find that she had been blacklisted. The only call that went through was to his wife, who told him not to contact her again, that her family had offended the Bai and Li families, and that associating with them would inevitably bring disaster. After saying that, she hung up and blocked Wan Finland. The Li family ended their cooperation with their company on the grounds of the company's illegal operations, and the lawyer representing them was none other than the ever-victorious lawyer, Yu. It's simply impossible to get the other party to pay damages for breach of contract. The bank we were working with also called to demand payment. Wan Finland was unable to accept such a shock and fainted again shortly after waking up. The Li family quickly took the person to the hospital. Li Chengkai was also too emotional and felt unwell. After all that commotion, the couple ended up in hospital beds. It's already 11:30 p.m. The Li family members are still awake. In Li Chengsai's hospital room, Li Guofu and his wife sat by the bedside, their bodies hunched over, no longer displaying their former arrogance. The Li brothers, Li Shiqiang and Li Shicong, stood to one side, their faces dark and gloomy. Li Huan was taking care of her mother, Wan Finland, in the next ward. The atmosphere among the family was completely different from last night. Li Chengkai and his two sons are clearly very upset that the adopted son their parents brought in ruined 2 generations of their lives. Since this afternoon, they haven't given Li Guofu and his wife a friendly look. The elderly couple could sense the resentment of their son and grandson. After a long silence in the ward, Li Guofu suddenly looked up at his son and 2 grandsons and said, "It's all because that brat Li Shuejuan didn't know how to walk the right path, letting Li Shua marry a vixen who's bringing bad luck to our whole family, along with Li Shuejuan." That's right. If it weren't for Li Shua's vixen wife having an affair with the second young master of the Bai family and not going down the right path, our Shiqiang wouldn't have had to turn against his own family for the greater good. Instead, we were targeted by the unreasonable Li family, lost our jobs, and also ruined Chengsai's company. As Wu Zuixiang cursed, she pointed at the hospital window, wishing Li Shuejuan were standing in front of her right now, so she could beat him up. It's all Li Shuejuan's fault. If he had followed the right path, would Shiqiang have needed to turn against his own family for the greater good? Upon hearing this, Li Cheng glanced at the 2 old men and said in a deep voice, What's the use of you two cursing here? Li Shiqiang couldn't stand looking at the two old people anymore, and he sarcastically chimed in. That was the good son that Grandpa and Grandma brought home, and he had a good grandson and a good daughter-in-law. Our family is like this now because the two old people brought home uncle back then. Li Shiqiang was unwilling to say anything more to the two old people. He glared at them, snorted coldly, and strode out of the ward, slamming the door shut behind him. Li Guofu and his wife are heartbroken to see that their son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, and other family members have all distanced themselves from them because of Li Shuejuan. After a moment of silence, Li Guofu slapped his thigh and stood up, saying, Tomorrow I'm going to Luqing with the children and their grandmother to demand an explanation from those two ingrates, Li Shuejuan and Li Shua. We definitely need an explanation. As the eldest brother, he not only refused to let his son donate a kidney when his younger brother was sick, but now he's ruined Cheng Kai's family. He won't get away with this. Wu Zuixiang said excitedly. Li Chengkai naturally didn't want Li Shuejuan to have an easier time than him, so upon hearing this, he immediately said, We need an explanation. Shiqiang, buy tickets for your grandparents later and send them to Luqing. Chapter 244 Xie Jingshu. I really was just taking care of my father-in-law. Nothing was said that night. When Li Shua woke up in the hotel the next day, the person in his arms had already gone back. After getting ready, they got into the production crew's car and went to the filming location. When I met director Su, he seemed to be in a rather unpleasant mood. On set, the actors were still preparing for filming. Li Shua and Su Haosan stood in front of the main camera, waiting for filming to begin. Seeing Su Haosan frowning, he asked him, Old Su, why do you seem a little unhappy today? Upon hearing this, Su Haosan sighed silently and replied, Bai Mugei's agent just came over and told me that she needs to take a few days off tomorrow to go back and reshoot a commercial advertisement. We also need to adjust the shooting schedule these few days. That's the troublesome thing about working with big stars. Big stars have too many things to do. Su Haosan picked up his thermos, took a sip of coffee to refresh himself, and continued, If Bai Mugei's acting skills weren't so good, I definitely wouldn't have agreed to this kind of scheduling. Li Shua. I see. I wonder how Lao Su would feel if he knew that Bai Mugei had taken leave to accompany him back to see his father. He paused for a moment before saying to Su Haosan, Old Su, actually I also have something to tell you today. He also came to ask for leave. I just asked Su Haosan a question because he seemed to be in a bad mood, but I didn't expect it to be about Bai Qining taking leave. He couldn't just avoid mentioning it because Su Haosan was in a bad mood. Su Haosan blew on the coffee in his thermos, took a sip, and asked, What is it? Li Shua. Something came up at home, so I have to go back to Luqing in the next few days. A moment later, a man's exclamation suddenly came from the set. What? You need to take leave too? Su Haosan is now heavily reliant on Li Shua's opinions in this filming process. It could be said that Li Shua is far more important to him than the assistant director. Bai Mugei was already annoyed that he had to take leave, so why did Li Shua suddenly ask for leave as well? Although extremely unwilling, Su Haosan had no choice but to agree since Li Shua had already spoken, and in the end, he could only reluctantly agree. He even suggested to Li Shua, Bai Mugei is also returning to Luqing, so you should go with Bai Mugei's team. Su Haosan had spent some time with Li Shua and had noticed that Li Shua didn't like to bother others. He closed the thermos lid, leaned closer, and whispered, If you're too embarrassed to talk to Bai Mugei's manager, I can put in a word for you. Traveling with their team will definitely save you a lot of time. Upon hearing this, Li Shua looked at Su Haosan with a complex yet touched expression. Then I'll have to trouble director Su. He wonders if Su Haosan will come after him with a knife once their relationship becomes public. Seeing Li Shua's expression, Su Haosan assumed that the other party was embarrassed and said with a smile, You're too kind. It's just a matter of a word. He has a good relationship with Hua Jie and Bai Mugei, so asking Li Shua for a ride is no problem at all. That's all. Both Hua Lu and Bai Mugei requested leave with perfectly legitimate reasons. Director Su Haosan also helped Li Shua get a ride with Bai Mugei's team, and they'll set off together at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, to avoid suspicion, Huawan took the initiative to make a condition. Bai Mugei and Li Shua could not ride in the same car. Li Shua readily accepted, as this would indeed avoid a lot of gossip from the media. Although Bai Qining was somewhat dissatisfied with the arrangement, she was still quite cooperative. She lingered in Li Shua's arms for another night before departure, and only returned to her hotel room an hour before leaving the next day. It was a little after 5 a.m. Li Shua stood on the balcony and watched his wife return to her room. He breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit amused and exasperated. When he had his whirlwind marriage with Bai Qining, he never imagined that this aloof, icy goddess would one day climb through his window every day and snuggle into his arms to sleep. Certainly, her 3.5 billion fans probably never imagined that their idol was a clingy person who would climb through the window to sleep in her husband's arms every day. After Bai Qining returned, Li Shua didn't linger on the balcony for long either. After a quick tidy-up, I replied to Li Che's WeChat message from the previous night. After having breakfast delivered by the hotel, I left with Bai Mugei's team and headed back to Luqing. On the way back, whether by boat or car, Bai Qining rarely spoke to Li Shua, trying her best not to cause him any trouble. We set off early in the morning. The group arrived in Xiamen at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The car returning to Tangyuan Community will pass by the industrial area near Li Shuejuan's company. Under Hua Wan's arrangement, the driver drove the car to a secluded corner, and the two got out of the car midway. The couple entered the industrial park together and arrived at the company entrance. The security guard recognized the company's young boss, Li Shua, at a glance and quickly let them through. After the couple entered the factory area, the security guard looked at the young boss's wife, who was fully covered up except for her hair, and thought to himself, "No wonder the young boss's wife is as fair as a fairy. She does such a good job of sun protection. Not even one of her eyes is showing. She's even better at sun protection than the future boss's wife." Upon arriving at the company, Li Shua led Bai Qining to the office with practiced ease. As soon as they pushed open the door to Li Shuejuan's office, the two immediately saw Li Shuejuan and Xie Jingshu standing together by the coffee table in the reception area. The two stood by the coffee table. Xie Jingshu was taking food out of the insulated lunchbox and placing it on the table. Li Shuejuan carefully helped her, afraid that Xie Jingshu would get burned. The office door was pushed open from the outside, and the two looked over at the same time. When they saw Li Shua and Bai Qining at the door, they were slightly stunned. Bai Qining had just taken off her sunglasses when she saw her aunt in her father-in-law's office at this hour, and a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Auntie, Dad," Bai Qining said first, greeting the two of them. Li Shua reacted a little slowly, only realizing what was happening after his wife greeted him. He stepped inside and greeted the two of them at the same time. "Dad, Auntie." Xie Jingshu felt the questioning gazes of her niece and nephew-in-law. Even though she hadn't done anything, a strange sense of guilt welled up inside her. After the two greeted her, she came to her senses, put the lunchbox in her hand on the table, and said with a smile, "Why did you two suddenly come back?" "I came here today to cook for my father-in-law. He's been on a big business deal lately, and his meals have been irregular. I'm worried about his health, so I'm keeping an eye on him for you young people," Xie Jingshu explained with a smile. Li Shuejuan quickly nodded in agreement. "Ah, yes. Thanks to your aunt. Otherwise I might have really developed a stomach problem." The couple had already entered the office. Upon hearing this, Li Shua looked at the sumptuous meal on the table and said to Xie Jingshu with great gratitude, "Auntie, thank you so much." Xie Jingshu smiled and said, "We're all family. No need to be so polite." This wasn't the first time Xie Jingshu had said this to Li Shua, but when she said it today, she felt like something was off. She was simply taking care of her in-law's father for the sake of her two children. These two kids mustn't misunderstand. Chapter 245, Is he/she biologically related? Li Shua didn't really think much about it. In his eyes, Xie Jingshu was a very responsible and enthusiastic medical worker. On the contrary, Bai Qining, who knew her aunt better, felt a sense of doubt. Logically speaking, her aunt is so busy. Even if she is worried about Li Shua's father, she could have easily hired a housekeeper to help take care of him. Why did she personally cook so many dishes and send them over? A while ago, her mother, Xie Jingji, said that her aunt was too busy dating to pay attention to her. Now it seems that she might be focusing her attention on her father-in-law, Li Shuejuan, and neglecting her mother. Bai Qining's eyes were filled with inquiry, making Xie Jingshu very uncomfortable. Even though she felt she had no other relationship with Li Xuejuan, she guiltily changed the subject and asked Bai Qining and Li Shuo, "Weren't you guys on a business trip? Why did you suddenly come back together?" Li Xuejuan was also surprised that his son and daughter-in-law, who happened to be on a business trip together, suddenly returned together. "Yes, why didn't you let me know you were coming back? I could have cooked for you at home." Li Shuo frowned slightly and replied to Li Xuejuan in a serious tone, "Dad, Qi Ning and I actually took leave to come back this time. I guess Uncle's family might come to your door to cause trouble." "They're causing me trouble? What's wrong with them now? Do they want you to donate a kidney again?" Li Xuejuan's relaxed expression immediately turned serious. "Li Shuo, no, not at all." Li Xuejuan asked, "What happened?" In the office, Li Shuo spent a few minutes recounting the actions of Li Chengsai's family to Li Xuejuan. Listening to the whole process, Li Xuejuan's face darkened, and the veins on his forehead bulged, clearly showing that he was trying his best to control his emotions and not let himself get angry. After all, the daughter-in-law and her aunt were both there at the moment. The relationship between the Li family relatives was already bad enough. He couldn't afford to lose his composure at this time. Li Xuejuan remained silent. After listening to everyone's comments, Xie Jingshu looked at the man with a dark face, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She had already noticed that Li Xuejuan might have had a difficult childhood, which led to his personality. But to everyone's surprise, Li Xuejuan's relatives turned out to be such awful people. The parents had lived with their second son in Haiqing for many years, completely ignoring their eldest son. When they heard that their eldest son was about to make a fortune and start a business with the Bai family, instead of helping him, they used their connections and resources to try and ruin Li Xuejuan's orders. Xie Jingshu can now easily imagine what kind of role Li Xuejuan played in his family since childhood. He was clearly very capable and ambitious. So why did he only start to make a fortune at such an advanced age? Because he was stuck with such a family, a pair of parents who didn't love him at all. Xie Jingshu even had doubts about whether Li Xuejuan was actually his parents' biological son. Logically speaking, people in that era might have had a stronger preference for sons over daughters. Li Xuejuan was a son, and he must have behaved well since childhood, being the kind of well-behaved child in other people's eyes. His parents must really like him. How could parents be so vicious to their own son, even unable to bear seeing him succeed? Knowing that their son was about to rise to prominence, they still allowed their grandson to secretly cause trouble. And then there's that thing about getting Li Shuo, a young man full of energy, to donate a kidney to his second uncle. Even without asking for specific details, Xie Jingshu could tell that Li Xuejuan's parents and brothers did not treat him as family. She never gossiped about anyone other than her niece and nephew-in-law, but she couldn't help herself and looked at Li Xuejuan, saying, "Father-in-law, if I may ask, are you really related to your parents by blood?" Xie Jingshu's question was also a source of confusion for Li Shuo and Bai Qining. As soon as she asked the question, both of them turned their gazes to Li Xuejuan, waiting for his answer. Li Shuo really hoped that his father was not related to this family by blood. Just thinking that he also had the same blood flowing through his body as this family of scoundrels made him feel uncomfortable all over. Bai Qining shared the same thought as Xie Jingshu. The temperaments of the Li family were completely different from those of Li Shuo and his son, as well as her sister-in-law. Li Xuejuan felt very uncomfortable being stared at by the three of them. He actually knew that he was not the biological son of Li Guofu and his wife. When he was a child, relatives told him that he was sold, but he never wanted to believe it, thinking that he was just not sweet enough to please his parents. But as he grew older, he realized more and more that his parents had never loved him. All their plans and considerations revolved around the second son, and they even wanted him, the eldest son, to help them. Li Xuejuan knew that he was very likely bought. However, the family relationships in the Li family are already complicated enough. Even today, when Li Shuo was talking about what the second son's family had done to him, Li Xuejuan would occasionally look at the expressions on Xie Jingshu and Bai Qining's faces. He was afraid that his complicated relationships would cause trouble for his in-laws and also affect the relationship between his daughter-in-law and son. Li Xuejuan remained silent for a long time before reluctantly saying, "How could there not be? Li Shuo's grandparents don't like me, simply because I've always been bad at talking and don't know how to please them. Xie Jingshu naturally didn't believe it. She thought Li Xuejuan had a very good personality. At this moment, Bai Qining spoke up directly. Dad, your personality is very good. Li Shua is just like you. It's not that he's bad at talking, you just don't like to talk nonsense. She also liked Li Shua for that reason. Upon hearing this, Li Shua glanced at his wife beside him, a slight stirring in his heart. He had always felt that his personality was not good, but he never expected to hear such praise from Bai Qining. Li Shua looked at his wife for a long time, but did not comment on Li Xuejuan's answer. Even if it weren't for that, the other party would still consider his son's marriage prospects, so they would have reservations. Xie Jingshu's best friend is a psychologist, and she can tell at a glance whether Li Xuejuan is lying or not. Li Xuejuan didn't want to talk about it, and she couldn't force him to. Besides, this is someone else's family matter, and she doesn't need to interfere too much. She simply said, I was just asking casually. Not all parents love their children. Xie Jingshu took out her phone and continued, I'll order more food. We'll have dinner in the office tonight. We'll deal with the rest later. That relative shouldn't be coming to our door so soon. Okay, thank you for your trouble, Annie. We'll eat at Dad's place today, Li Shua said to Xie Jingshu with a smile. Just as the two finished speaking, the office door was pushed open from the outside by the company clerk, who looked anxious. Boss, there are two elderly people outside who say they are your parents. They want you to go out and see them right away, or they will run over and die in front of our company. Dear writers, I'm taking a day off today. I'm having writer's block and need to find some inspiration. Chapter 246, A family undergoes a tremendous upheaval. At the main gate of Shanha Machinery Company, Wu Zuixiang stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the young security guards in the security room, and said coldly, How could Li Xuejuan raise a bunch of clueless people like you? I, as a mother, came here and was stopped at the gate by several security guards. Upon hearing this, Li Guofu immediately turned his gaze away from the impressive company factory area, put his hands behind his back, walked a few steps to Wu Zuixiang's side, and put on the airs of the boss's father, saying, This ingrate must have changed his phone number at some point without even informing his parents. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come all this way only to be stopped and left standing at the gate by a few security guards. Li Shiqiang, the eldest son of the Li family, also accompanied them on this trip. At this moment, he simply stared at the imposing Shanha Machinery Company without uttering a word. In Li Shiqiang's memory, his uncle Li Xuejuan was always mild-mannered and easy to bully. This time, he came to cause trouble with the two old men. He just didn't expect that the company Li Xuejuan established by having his daughter-in-law hook up with the second young master of the Bai family would actually look quite impressive. In particular, the several vehicles parked in front of a warehouse in the factory area had already captured his attention, leaving him no time to follow the two old people around. Li Shiqiang worked at Chuangqing Machinery for more than 2 years and often visited the machining center. He is now very familiar with the vehicles parked in front of Shanha Machinery's warehouse. Military orders have extremely strict requirements. The raw materials for manufacturing products are all provided by the military industry, and the processing center is only responsible for product research and development and process manufacturing. The vehicles parked at the entrance of Shanha Machinery's warehouse are the special vehicles that Baisher Group uses to transport raw materials to its partner companies. In Li Shiqiang's imagination, he and Li Shizong had already been fired by Li Shi yesterday, and their family's company had also quickly terminated its cooperation. Li Xuejuan's side should have already issued the wrath of the Bai family, terminating their cooperation with Shanha Machinery. But to his surprise, the Shanha Machinery warehouse, which should have already terminated its cooperation, still had Baisher Group's vehicles transporting raw materials parked at the gate, and workers were unloading the goods, indicating that this batch of raw materials had just been delivered today. In other words, even though the Bai family knew that Li Xuejuan had obtained this batch of orders through dishonest means, they had no intention of terminating their cooperation with Li Xuejuan, and the cooperation continued as before. Li Shiqiang stood blankly at the factory gate, his face full of astonishment. He had never met the head of the Bai family in person, but the other party was known in the industry for his strong principles, especially regarding military cooperation. Companies that cooperated with the Bai family were all large, professional companies with profound foundations and among the top in the industry. Given the Bai family patriarch's personality, he would definitely terminate the cooperation immediately upon learning that Shanha Machinery obtained this order through improper means. Several days have passed, and by now this matter should have already escalated. So what's going on with the vehicles parked in front of Shanha Machinery's warehouse now? Li Shiqiang is completely bewildered. Li Guofu and his wife also noticed their grandson, who had been staring blankly for a short while after arriving at the company entrance. Just as Wu Zuixiang was about to go over and ask her grandson if he was feeling unwell, she saw several figures appear at the entrance of the office building. Her attention was immediately drawn to them, and she reached out to touch the old man's arm beside her. Look, isn't that ingrate Li Shuejuan out here? Li Guofu was so angry that he was practically fuming. He had traveled a long way to his son's company, only to be stopped outside and left to stand there for several minutes. At this moment, Wu Zuixiang reminded him, and he immediately turned his gaze to the figures walking out of the office building and began to prepare himself. When that ingrate Li Shuejuan comes out later, let's see if he doesn't give those snobbish security guards a good dressing down. Wu Zuixiang never gave this adopted son a kind look. From childhood to adulthood, whenever Li Shuejuan was around, if she encountered something unpleasant or was in a bad mood, she would pick a fight with Li Shuejuan without saying a word and beat him up to vent her anger. Over time, this became a habit of either beating or scolding his submissive eldest son. Now that her own son's company has gone bankrupt because of her eldest son, and her two grandsons have lost their jobs because of Li Shuejuan, they were stopped at the company gate when they came to look for him. Naturally, she couldn't let go of this opportunity to reprimand Li Shuejuan. Compared to the two elderly people, Li Shiqiang's eyesight is much better. He stood at the company entrance, watching the four people approaching from afar, looking dazed and even incredulous. Is the man walking towards him really his uncle, Li Shuejuan? Li Shuejuan now needs to meet with many business partners every day to maintain the company's image, so he wears expensive suits. Recently, he has been in frequent contact with Xie Jingshu and has adopted many of her fashion suggestions. He was naturally good-looking, and years of work had left him without an ounce of excess fat. Recently, under Xie Jingshu's care, he was also in good health. At this moment, dressed in a suit and tie, he inexplicably exuded an innate air of nobility. When he walked over, he was completely different from the poor, ragged, and always haggard old man that Li Shiqiang remembered. It wasn't just Li Shuejuan who changed so drastically that Li Shiqiang began to question his own existence. Li Shiqiang was dumbfounded by his cousin Li Shuo, whom he had only met once or twice, and who had been autistic since childhood, whose tall and spirited figure, clothing, and the refined and noble aura of a young nobleman that was exactly the same as Li Shuejuan's. When his blank gaze shifted to the girl next to Li Shuo, whose beauty and temperament were so stunning that it was almost unfair and made people afraid to look directly at her, he was stunned again. This is Li Shuo's wife, his cousin-in-law. Her looks and demeanor completely surpassed all the wealthy young ladies he had ever seen in Haiqing. No wonder she managed to hook up with the second young master of the Bai family. In return, this family is now impeccably dressed. A surge of jealousy and disdain welled up in Li Shiqiang's heart. If it weren't for Li Shuo's stunningly beautiful wife, would Li Shuo and his son have enjoyed this brief period of glory? Soon, Li Shuejuan and his group arrived at the company entrance. When the security guards in the guard booth saw the bosses and their wives coming over, they immediately went to greet them and reported the situation to the bosses. When Li Guofu and his wife saw their eldest son and grandson, whose demeanor and appearance had changed so drastically, they were stunned for a while before they could react. Wu Zuixiang put her hands on her hips, walked to the company's isolation fence, and said sternly to Li Shuejuan, Li Shuejuan, why don't you open the door for your mother right now? Li Guofu glanced at his capable and energetic eldest son before stepping forward with a dark expression. He didn't say anything, but glared at Li Shuejuan, signaling him to open the door for his father. Let's go inside first and settle accounts with these two. He never expected that Li Shuejuan would change so much in just over half a year. However, because of Li Shuejuan's unethical methods, his second son Li Qingsai's company went bankrupt and his grandson lost his job. Li Xuejuan's company probably won't be able to continue operating. Since the business is already failing, they should try to take as much money back as possible before it goes bankrupt to help their second son cover his losses. This can be seen as him, as the older brother, making up for his younger brother's shortcomings. Chapter 247 by Qining. I'm more of a professional in this area. Li Xuejuan already knew what the Li family had been doing behind the scenes from Li Shuo and Bai Qining, and he could also tell that the two old men and Li Shiqiang had come with ill intentions. But after all, they are still his parents in name only. If they are really not allowed to enter, the two elderly people will probably make a scene at the company entrance. Especially now that there are transport vehicles from our partner companies here, it would be bad if the news got back to them. Li Xuejuan merely glanced at Li Guofu and his wife, his eyes showing a calm indifference, devoid of the fervor he once displayed when seeing his parents. He spent the first half of his life waiting for the day his parents would treat him like their own child. Now that he's woken up from that dream, he no longer expects anything from his two elderly parents. Li Xuejuan exchanged a few words with the security guards, and several guards immediately came over to open the door for the three of them. Once the barriers were opened, Li Guofu and his wife immediately called Li Shiqiang into the company. As soon as they crossed the barrier, Li Guofu and his wife wanted to confront Li Xuejuan and his son directly. Just as Wu Zuexiang opened her mouth, she noticed a chilling gaze emanating from one of the group, which sent shivers down her spine. It was as if she opened her mouth to say something, the other party would attack her without hesitation. This person was none other than Li Shua's wife, Bai Qining. She had met Li Shua's wife once. She had a terrible temper and was backed by the second young master of the Bai family. It's still unknown whether the second young master of the Bai family has severed ties with her. Wu Zuexiang felt uneasy under Bai Qining's gaze, but she couldn't lash out, so she had to suppress her anger. Even though Li Shiqiang was amazed by Bai Qining's beauty, his face was full of disdain and contempt. In his eyes, the family's current prosperity was all due to Li Shua's beautiful wife selling herself out. So what was there to be proud of? The group barely spoke before heading to Li Xuejuan's office. Upon arriving at the office, Li Guofu and his wife unceremoniously sat down on the sofa in the reception area. The food on the table had already been cleared away by Xie Jingshu. She didn't want to give this awful family the chance to eat her cooking. After surveying Li Xuejuan's office, Wu Zuexiang's eyes fell on Xie Jingshu, a stranger with an imposing presence, and she tentatively asked Li Xuejuan, "Who is this? Is she an employee of your company?" She had noticed this woman earlier. She seemed to be a perfect match for Li Xuejuan, and her demeanor didn't suggest she was just a worker. But it's impossible for Li Xuejuan to find someone who is hundreds of times better than Fang Lanying right after his divorce, right? She even looks several times better than her second daughter-in-law, Wan Finlan, in terms of temperament and appearance. It's one thing for Li Shua to marry a vixen, but Wu Zuexiang can't accept that Li Xuejuan could find such a classy woman in his second marriage. After all, Li Xuejuan wasn't her biological son, and he had caused great harm to her second son Li Qingsai's family. Of course, she didn't want Li Xuejuan's family to have an easy life. Li Xuejuan naturally understood the probing in Wu Zuexiang's words, and he also knew that with his complicated family background, there was no way he could have any relationship with his daughter-in-law's aunt. Fearing that Xie Jingshu would feel uncomfortable, he immediately said, "This is Qin Ning's aunt, and also my attending physician. She is not a company employee." Xie Jingshu did feel awkward for a moment, but hearing Li Xuejuan so eager to explain their relationship made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. On the contrary, Li Guofu and his wife breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Li Xuejuan's answer. So she's a relative of Li Shua's wife. 2. Li Xuejuan is already quite old and still divorced. This woman is a doctor and has such a refined air about her. So naturally, she wouldn't be interested in Li Xuejuan. And at this age, they must be married by now. Wu Zuexiang felt a little better and didn't continue the topic, nor did she greet her granddaughter-in-law's relatives. She crossed her arms and cut straight to the point, saying, "Li Xuejuan, the three of us didn't come here today because we had nothing better to do." She glanced at the old man and Li Shiqiang beside her before looking at Li Xuejuan's family and said, "You use dishonest means to do business. Chen Kai and Shi Chong were afraid that you would ruin the Li family's reputation, so they took action to uphold justice. In doing so, they were implicated because of your family's dishonest business, which has affected Chen Kai's company and the jobs of the two Shi Chong brothers. Her gaze fell on her son, Li Xuejuan, who seemed easy to bully, and she continued, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Li Guofu snorted coldly. "How could we not give it? If it weren't for his daughter-in-law, Chen Kai's family wouldn't be in this situation today. This company can be sold for a lot of money, so we'll use that to compensate Chen Kai and the two children." Upon hearing the two old men's words, Li Xuejuan, who was sitting opposite them making tea, paused and looked up at the group. "What do you mean? When did he ever do business through illegitimate means?" Li Qingsai's family secretly used underhanded tactics and are now reaping the consequences. Now, the two elderly people want him to take responsibility. Li Shua was helping his father set out the teacups for his wife and aunt when he heard this, and slowly looked up at the three of them. Li Shiqiang looked down on Li Shua. He believed that the reason why Li Xuejuan and his son were able to run such a large company was purely because Bai Qining had slept with the second young master of the Bai family. She couldn't bear to see Li Shua and Bai Qining so inseparable and having such a good relationship. When Li Shua's gaze fell on them, he couldn't suppress his jealousy and sneered. "What? Uncle and cousin, you don't know that this company was acquired by your cousin's wife seducing the second young master of the Bai family, do you?" Bang! Upon hearing Li Shiqiang's words, veins bulged on Li Shua's forehead. He gripped the teacup in his hand and slammed it on the table with a loud thud. He stood up abruptly, his eyes revealing a rare, murderous intent. Li Shiqiang was startled by Li Shua's sudden action and unwilling to be outdone by his autistic cousin. He stood up defiantly and continued to provoke. "What? Living off your woman and being cheated on, and you don't even want people to talk about it?" Smack! Li Shiqiang had only spoken halfway when a white light flashed by, and a loud, terrifying slap landed on his face, making him see stars and knocking him to the ground. By the time everyone came to their senses, Bai Qining had already stopped and was standing beside her husband, Li Shua, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on Li Shiqiang on the ground. This scumbag! How dare they slander and defame her in front of her husband? Damn it! Bai Qining's sudden slap stunned everyone. Li Guofu and his wife belatedly realized what had happened and rushed to help their eldest grandson up from the ground. Li Xuejuan's expression had shifted from anger to astonishment. The person who just slapped Li Shiqiang to the ground was his daughter-in-law? Li Shua didn't expect his wife to act faster than him. Coming to his senses, he looked at Bai Qining's withdrawn hand, frowned, and immediately reached for a wet wipe from the wet wipe box on the table. He then took Bai Qining's hand and began to wipe it. "I'll deal with this kind of person. You're just getting your hands dirty." When Bai Qining's gaze fell on her husband's face again, her cold expression instantly softened, and she obediently let her husband wipe her hands. She blinked her raven-white eyelashes and looked at her husband, saying, "I'm more of a professional at this, so I tend to be a bit heavy-handed. Just wipe it clean if it gets dirty." Upon hearing this, Li Shua looked at Bai Qining with undisguised affection in his eyes, a half-smile on his face, and continued wiping his wife's hands. When it comes to beating people up, this girl is definitely more professional. A question mark slowly appeared on Li Xuejuan's face. He suddenly realized that he didn't really understand his daughter-in-law, Li Shiqiang, who was knocked unconscious on the ground. "Dear experts, the table is back. I'm sorry for the long break. I was in a bad state of mind at the time, my writing was in terrible condition, and I was very averse to writing. There were many things in my life that required me to work at my desk, and I felt very tense and anxious every day. My emotions were not right, so I simply took a break for a while. I'm back in shape now, my desk is organized, and I'm busy with life during the day and writing late into the night. I update every day around 5 p.m. sharp." Chapter 248, He's definitely not her biological son. All the elderly couple, Li Guofu and his wife, knew was that Li Shua's beautiful wife was skilled at seducing the second young master of the Bai family. "I never expected that such a beautiful and elegant girl would actually hit someone and slap their grandson to the ground." Mr. and Mrs. Li Guofu were shocked and heartbroken, and quickly helped their grandson to sit on the sofa. Li Shiqiang wasn't unconscious, but one side of his face was swelling up at an alarming rate, and blood was trickling from one nostril, showing just how hard Bai Qining's slap had been. Wu Zuixiang was both angry and anxious. As soon as her eldest grandson settled on the sofa, she stood up and roared at Li Xuejuan. Li Xuejuan, you ungrateful wretch. This is your nephew, the one your daughter-in-law beat up, and you're just standing there instead of disciplining your daughter-in-law. Looking at his eldest grandson's swollen face, Li Guofu trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Li Shua, who was wiping Bai Qining's hands as if nothing had happened. Then he looked at Li Xuejuan and said in a deep voice, the Li family will never allow a daughter-in-law who would ruin the family's reputation and lay a hand on her own family. Li Xuejuan, tell your son to divorce her immediately. Even if what Li Shiqiang said was a bit harsh, he is still this brat's cousin. What right does she have to hit Li Shiqiang? The two elderly people dared not provoke Bai Qining, but instead glared at their eldest son, Li Xuejuan, whom they had exploited for decades, and told him to quickly deal with this ill-mannered daughter-in-law. However, things are different now than they used to be. Before today, Li Xuejuan would not have known what his parents, his younger brother Li Qingkai, and his two nephews' families had secretly done to him. He might still harbor a sliver of hope for this family. But ever since he learned of his parents' ruthless actions and their attempts to sabotage his military orders, Li Xuejuan has become completely disillusioned with them. Moreover, Li Shiqiang was just making baseless accusations and slandering his daughter-in-law, so giving him a slap was the least he could do. Li Xuejuan's gaze swept coldly over Li Guofu and landed on Li Shiqiang. He said in a cold voice, Qin Ning didn't make a mistake by slapping her. Even if Qin Ning hadn't slapped her, I, as her father-in-law, would have personally avenged her. Although Bai Qining's performance today surprised him, Li Xuejuan did not believe that she was the kind of girl Li Shiqiang described. We cannot allow Li Shiqiang to slander us like this. Li Xuejuan had always been submissive to Li Guofu and his wife since he was a child. If two people tell him to go east, he will never go west. Even when they asked him to drop out of university to help support his second son, Li Qingkai, he agreed. Li Xuejuan's change of attitude has made it difficult for Li Guofu and his wife to adapt. Wu Zuixiang stared at Li Xuejuan in astonishment, and it took her a long time to react. She was both angry and heartbroken, and said incredulously, Li Xuejuan, have you grown too big for your britches? You don't even listen to your mother anymore? Li Shiqiang is your nephew. Your son and daughter-in-law hit Shiqiang, and you're just siding with an outsider like this? Li Guofu was utterly disappointed in his son and sneered. Shiqiang just said a few words to her. Does that mean what Shiqiang said wasn't true? You didn't even bother to find out the truth, and you directly helped an outsider bully your nephew? Li Xuejuan, your mother and I have wasted all these years raising you. You ungrateful wretch. First, he asked his son to donate a kidney to his uncle, but the son refused. Later, she used underhanded methods to do business and bankrupted the second son's family. Now she's protecting an outsider and helping her bully her own family. Li Guofu was extremely disappointed in his eldest son. The two elderly people rebuked him, accusing Li Xuejuan of siding with outsiders. Li Xuejuan unconsciously clenched his fists. When he looked up at the two men again, his eyes were bloodshot, but a sad smile appeared on his lips. He said self-deprecatingly, Family? From childhood to adulthood, have you ever treated me as family? Am I really family with you? In the heat of the moment, he and Li Guofu's family had already reached the point of no return, and Li Xuejuan no longer cared whether breaking the ice would affect his son and daughter-in-law's relationship. He stared directly into Li Guofu and his wife's eyes and asked in a low voice, I was never really part of the Li family, and you've never treated me, your adopted son, as family, have you? Li Xuejuan's weighty words struck Li Guofu and his wife like a thunderbolt, leaving them stunned. This also drew the attention of Li Shua and the others in the office, and their suspicions were completely confirmed at that moment. Li Xuejuan is indeed not the biological son of Li Guofu and his wife. Bai Qining subconsciously grabbed Li Shua's hand, her beautiful eyes observing the expression on his face, somewhat afraid that this fact would affect Li Shua. Li Shua was already in a terrible situation, suffering from autism since childhood, and then being stuck with a stepmother like Fong Lanying. Now that even his grandparents aren't his biological parents, Bai Qining couldn't imagine how Li Shuo must feel. Such a background is indeed distressing, but it's not that important to Li Shuo right now. Anyway, he had no feelings or affection for these two grandparents and that bunch of awful relatives. It would be better if they weren't his biological children. However, upon noticing his wife's actions and feeling her concerned gaze, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He gently squeezed Bai Qining's hand in response, indicating that he was all right. Compared to Li Shuo, Li Xuejuan is currently the one who is suffering the most. He spent most of his life trying to fit into this family, even sacrificing his originally bright future and his studies to support his younger brother, but he was never treated as a member of the family. How could I not feel bad about having to admit it to myself today? Xie Jingshu saw all of this, her gaze falling on Li Xuejuan's clenched fist. Before Li Shuo could make a move, she took a step forward, stood beside Li Xuejuan, and gently patted his arm to signal him not to get too excited. Xie Jingshu's comforting words were very effective. Even though she didn't say anything, they instantly made Li Xuejuan clear-headed, calm him down, and prevent him from being swayed by his emotions. Yes, his family situation is already so complicated, he can't afford to lose his composure in front of his in-laws and daughter-in-law. Li Guofu and his wife also came to their senses at this time. Looking at Li Xuejuan's questioning expression, Wu Zuixiang felt no remorse. Instead, she thought Li Xuejuan was an ingrate. So what if you're not my biological child? If it weren't for me, you would have been abandoned on some roadside and starved to death long ago. You're such an ingrate. You've completely forgotten the kindness of raising you. And all you remember is that we're not related by blood and we're not family. Wu Zuixiang grew angrier as she spoke and continued. If I had known, I should have thrown you into the cesspool and drowned you, you ungrateful wretch. When she gave birth to Li Qingkai, she didn't want this eldest son. If it weren't for Li Guofu listening to the fortune teller who said that Li Xuejuan was a benefactor of their Li family and stopping her from throwing him away, she would have thrown Li Xuejuan into the cesspool to drown him long ago. Now look what's happened. They raised her all these years only to bring misfortune to her entire Li family. What kind of benefactor is he? He's clearly a jinx. Li Guofu now regrets that he shouldn't have listened to that fortune teller. If it weren't for this adopted son, the Li family wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Now they're just saying they don't acknowledge it anymore. Even if he doesn't admit it, Li Xuejuan still has to compensate the Li family for their losses and sell the company to his son, Li Qingkai, to cover the company's deficit. Li Guofu and his wife wanted to continue their tantrums and unreasonable behavior in the office. Before they could even react, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Chapter 249, Helping to Find Relatives. The person who came was the person in charge of raw material handover at Baisher Group. He's about the same age as Li Xuejuan and is not particular about details. People almost never knock before coming to Li Xuejuan's office. When the other party opened the door and saw the unusual atmosphere in the office, his gaze swept over Xie Jingshu and Bai Qining. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately called out to Li Xuejuan, told him to sign the delivery slip quickly, and then left. Surprisingly, no sooner had the person handing over the reins left than Li Shiqiang, whose face was swollen, quickly pulled Li Guofu and his wife away from the company. Although Li Guofu and his wife were unwilling to leave just like that, they were also worried that their grandson might be feeling unwell, so they could only leave with their grandson while cursing and swearing, planning to come back and cause trouble again tomorrow. They raised Li Xuejuan, and there's no way they would sever ties with him just because he said they weren't family. The grace of giving birth is greater than that of a person, and the grace of raising a person is greater than that of heaven. Even if they bought Li Xuejuan from human traffickers, they raised him, so Li Xuejuan should be filial to them. After the three members of the Li family left, the atmosphere in the office was quiet for a while, but it eased when Xie Jingshu brought out the food again, put it on the table, and invited them to eat. Li Shuo and his son, along with Bai Qining, were not good at easing tensions. Fortunately, Xie Jingshu was there. Otherwise, this dinner would have been very awkward. Li Xuejuan was not in a good mood, and no one brought up the matter of Li Xuejuan's adopted son after that. After dinner, Li Shuo helped clear the table and thanked Xie Jingshu again. Auntie, I'm so sorry to have troubled you to take care of my dad these days. I hope you can forgive my poor appearance today. Xie Jingshu put the cleaned, insulated box into a bag, and upon hearing this, she subconsciously replied to Li Shuo. I already said, we're all family. No need to be so polite with me. As soon as she said this, she noticed the gaze from her niece Bai Qining and felt inexplicably guilty. That's really strange. Her relationship with her father-in-law was completely innocent. They were simply a doctor and patient, a purely platonic relationship between her aunt and father-in-law. Why do I feel guilty just from being looked at by Bai Qining? What's there to be ashamed of? Xie Jingshu kept telling herself not to feel guilty, and she tidied up exceptionally quickly today. She finished clearing away the dishes in a minute or two, and with an elegant smile, said to the group, All right, it's getting late, and I should head back now. Let's visit each other at my place sometime in the future. To put it simply, Xie Jingshu nodded gracefully to Li Shuejuan, then picked up the insulated box and turned to leave, as if she had suddenly encountered some urgent matter. There was nothing urgent. It was just that her niece Bai Qining's gaze made her uneasy. Xie Jingshu hurriedly left the office. Li Shuejuan was a little puzzled. His in-law's aunt seemed a bit off today. Before I could figure out what was going on, I saw Xie Jingshu's cell phone on the table. Dr. Xie didn't take his phone. Li Shuejuan muttered something to himself, reached for his phone on the table, and strode out of the office to catch up with Dr. Xie. The two left one after the other, and Li Shuo and Bai Qining exchanged a knowing glance. Li Shuo hesitated for a moment before speaking to his wife. Dad and Auntie. It seems there's something going on, Bai Qining replied softly, then looked up at him and said, If it really is, it's a good thing. She was already worried that if Li Shuo found out about her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, he would distance himself from her because of the huge difference in their family backgrounds. If my aunt really marries her father-in-law, it would be a double blessing from relatives. Li Shuo's aunt became his stepmother. Even when the two of them had a fight, his aunt could always keep an eye on her husband and coax him back. So for Bai Qining, this is a great thing. On the contrary, Li Shuo is now starting to feel lost. Is this a good thing? The generations are all messed up. If his father really had something going on with Bai Qining's aunt, wouldn't the family hierarchy be all messed up? Should he call Xie Jingshu auntie or mom then? What should we call Bai Qining? The young couple had a slight disagreement about their elders' romantic relationships. At this time, in the company parking lot, Xie Jingshu had already received the phone that Li Shuejuan had given her. After thanking him, she opened the car door and prepared to get in and leave. Before getting into the driver's seat, she glanced back at Li Shuejuan, as if she wanted to say something, but stopped herself in time and just smiled knowingly. All right, father-in-law, I'm driving back now. She got into the car, rolled down the window, nodded to Li Shuejuan, and then drove away. Actually, Xie Jingshu wanted to ask if Li Shuejuan wanted to find his biological parents. The eldest daughter of the Li family owns a large detective agency, and most of her business involves helping people find their relatives. If Li Shuejuan is interested, she can help him go through this channel to find his biological parents and return to his original family. But before she spoke, she reconsidered. It was Li Shuejuan's family matter, and as an outsider, she shouldn't meddle. I've been getting involved too much lately, and I feel guilty being watched by that girl Bai Qining. Does this girl really think she'll fall for her father-in-law, Li Shuejuan? How could that be? Absolutely impossible. The other party is her father-in-law. If he really messes things up, the family hierarchy will be thrown into chaos. Therefore, Xie Jingshu decided not to meddle in other people's family affairs. If this matter needs to be handled, it should be handled by her niece and nephew-in-law themselves. At the same time, in the taxi, Mr. and Mrs. Li Guofu were accompanying their eldest grandson to the hospital to treat his wounds. Wu Zuexiang was very worried about her grandson Li Shiqiang's current physical condition. Not long after getting into the car, she asked her grandson in the passenger seat, Shiqiang, are you feeling unwell because that guy surnamed Bai beat you up badly? Li Guofu, his eyes filled with worry and anger, said, Call the police as soon as we get to the hospital. We absolutely cannot let her get away with this. The two elderly people were indignant, but Li Shiqiang, who was in the passenger seat, remained silent for a long time. When the two elderly people began to worry about whether their eldest grandson had been hurt, he finally spoke up. We can't call the police. Bai Qining's relationship with the second young master of the Bai family is probably not over yet. He turned his swollen face to the two elderly people and continued. Li Xuejuan's company is still cooperating with the Bai family. Instead of continuing to cause trouble, you two should have a good talk with uncle and ask him to take care of our family who have been implicated by him. Li Shiqiang was initially unsure whether Li Xuejuan was still cooperating with Bai Shi, but just before leaving Shanha Machinery, he immediately recognized the person in charge of the Bai family who came to the office to sign a contract with Li Xuejuan. The Bai family is still cooperating with Li Xuejuan. Rather than continuing to fall out with Li Xuejuan, it would be better to have his uncle take care of his father Li Qingsai's business. It would be better to support the Li family and arrange for him and his two nephews, Li Shizong, to join the Baisher group. A family should live a glorious life together. The Li Guofu couple were so busy making a scene today that they assumed Li Xuejuan's company must have been affected and would have to close down. Hearing Li Shiqiang's words, they were very surprised and almost exclaimed in unison, "What? The Bai family is still cooperating with Li Xuejuan?" Chapter 250 Bai Qining. Am I jealous of this? Li Shiqiang spent a few minutes telling Li Guofu and his wife everything he had seen at Shanha Machinery that day. After hearing Li Shiqiang's words, the two elderly people belatedly realized that Li Shiqiang had pulled them away not because he was feeling unwell, but because he had seen people from the Bai Shi group. Li Shiqiang confirmed that Li Xuejuan was still cooperating with the Bai family, so he stopped in time and pulled them away to prevent the two families from getting into an even more awkward situation. After speaking with the two old men, Li Shiqiang raised his hand to touch his swollen face and continued. My face was swollen from being hit by Bai Qining. I also deliberately avoided her when she came in, so she didn't recognize me. Everyone in Haiqing already knew about the Li family's affairs. Li Shiqiang didn't know how much the Bai family knew, but he was certain that the Bai family was now hostile towards him. After all, it was he who spread the word about the Bai family, giving Li Xuejuan the order. Of course, if Li Shua's wife, Bai Qining, were to put in a good word for them with the second young master of the Bai family, the Li family's situation might improve. Li Shiqiang is now somewhat regretting that he spoke too quickly out of jealousy today and offended Bai Qining with his words. Unexpectedly, Bai Qining actually maintained a relationship with the second young master of the Bai family, and the two families continued to interact, which even the head of the Bai family could not control. Although his autistic cousin was cuckolded, he managed to bring prosperity to his entire family through his wife's connections. He's incredibly lucky. Now, after hearing what his eldest grandson said, Li Guofu also felt regretful. If he had known that Li Xuejuan was still cooperating with the Bai family, he wouldn't have broken ties with this brat today. But it's still the same old saying. The kindness of raising and nurturing is greater than heaven. There's no lasting grudge between father and son. If the family has a disagreement today, just let it pass overnight. Tomorrow, the father can take the initiative to go over, say a few kind words, and apologize to Li Xuejuan. Li Guofu knew his eldest son well. The boy had been diligent and sensible since he was a child, and all he wanted was to gain Li Guofu and Wu Zuixiang's approval. However, Li Xuejuan was not their biological son after all. The more outstanding Li Xuejuan was, the more incompetent their biological son, Li Qingkai, appeared in comparison. The couple couldn't accept that their biological son was inferior to their adopted eldest son, and they couldn't help but belittle Li Xuejuan. From childhood to adulthood, they had never praised their eldest son. Since Li Xuejuan is still cooperating with the Bai family, let's not make a scene tomorrow. Let's talk to him properly and not mention his daughter-in-law. Let's go along with him. The Bai family has such a big order and needs a lot of knives. I'll ask him to take care of Chung Kai and order knives from Chung Kai's company to look after his younger brother. Li Guofu had already suppressed his anger and spoke slowly. After saying that, she turned to Wu Zuixiang beside her and instructed her. Be gentle with that brat tomorrow. He has always been good at flattering you since he was a child. He has been waiting for you to praise him. Even if you don't like him, praise him a few times for the sake of Chung Kai and Shiqiang. Only when he is happy can Qingsai's company and Shiqiang have a way out. Wu Zuixiang now knows that her eldest son is still cooperating with the Bai family, and she feels a mix of emotions. I'm happy but also sad. After all, he's not their biological son. Today, Li Shuejuan kept insisting that they weren't family. Wu Zuexiang felt utterly heartbroken. But in order for her son to make a comeback, she could only nod and say, although he only got ahead because of his wife, and he's not really successful, he does need her help to succeed. We'll praise him when the time comes. Li Shiqiang was pleased that the two elderly people were so pragmatic and agreed, saying, then it's settled. Tomorrow, Grandpa and Grandma will bring some things to apologize to Li Shuo and his son, and we won't hold it against them for Bai Qining hitting me. Of course, Li Shiqiang wouldn't be so magnanimous as to go to someone's house to apologize after being beaten. Now, the Li family can only hope to rise again by relying on Li Shuejuan's family. He must swallow this anger and wait until he makes a comeback to avenge today's slap. Thinking of this, Li Shiqiang's swollen face inevitably throbbed with pain again. He reached out and gently touched the swollen face that Bai Qining had slapped, muttering to himself, she just looks like a girl who's ridiculously beautiful, so how come she hits people harder than a man? Recalling Bai Qining's stunningly beautiful face, which seemed too beautiful to be touched, Li Shiqiang was amazed and vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Meanwhile, on the other hand, there's Miss Bai, who's so beautiful it's almost unfair, but also incredibly ruthless. Not long after Xie Jingshu left the company, she said goodbye to her husband Li Shuo and returned to their small home, Tangyuan Community. The reason Li Shuo risked his life to go back to Tangyuan Community with Bai Qining was largely because De Yuanzi was now at her small home. Before going to Siyu Island to film with Bai Qining, he sent De Yuanzi back in advance. When the two of them are away on business trips, a dedicated nanny will come regularly to take care of De Yuanzi's 3 meals a day. Having not seen the little guy for a while, Li Shuo missed him. Today, his wife asked him to come back with her, so he went along to see De Yuanzi. Li Shuo knew that De Yuanzi might miss him, but he never expected that De Yuanzi would be even more excited than he imagined when she saw him. As soon as the young couple entered the door, De Yuanzi, who had been in the living room, jumped onto him and meowed in his arms, complaining about how he had left the cat at home for so many days. They didn't even care about Bai Qining, the female homeowner who had returned with them. De Yuanzi snuggled into his arms, and Li Shuo, disregarding everything else, carried the cat, changed his shoes, and went into the house. He stroked De Yuanzi's head and said, I missed you too. I won't meow anymore. Animals are not people, and Li Shuo is obviously much more natural and relaxed when he is with animals than with people. He simply can't resist cats like De Yuanzi who are so affectionate with him. Bai Qining's face had been tense ever since she entered the room. Hearing Li Shuo so naturally tell De Yuanzi that he missed, it made her feel terrible. No matter how long she was separated from Li Shuo, she never heard Li Shuo say that he missed her. After changing into slippers in the entryway, she walked into the living room with a tense expression and sat down on the sofa far away from her husband, secretly sulking with him. Li Shuo sat on the sofa with De Yuanzi in his arms for a while, before he noticed that his wife seemed a little strange, so he turned to look at her. Seeing Bai Qining's tense face and her seemingly strange emotions, he belatedly realized what was going on. Oh, this girl is probably jealous. He quickly picked up De Yuanzi and walked towards Bai Qining, whispering to De Yuanzi, come on, go stay in your mother's arms for a while. You rushed into my arms as soon as you came in and left her to the side. Your mother is jealous. Go and give her a hug. Bai Qining, is she jealous of this? That's outrageous. Chapter 251 Li Zhiyue, the fifth son of the Li family. Bring your flash-married husband out to meet us. Li Shuo never expected that even after kindly offering the large glutinous rice ball to Bai Qining, the girl was still dissatisfied. For no reason, she pressed him onto the sofa and began to grope him all over, causing damage to many of his tender flesh. Not to be outdone, he pinched the girl's waist a few times and flicked Bai Qining's forehead several times. The two of them started playfully fighting on the sofa without warning, which startled De Yuanzi, who had run away to the side. Bai Qining's forehead was flicked red again. Looking at her disobedient husband, she was so angry that she flipped over and straddled Li Shuo. She reached out her hands to restrain Li Shuo and give him a good beating. Just then, the phone on the coffee table rang at an inopportune moment. Bai Qining frowned slightly, wanting to continue, but Li Shuo, seeing that the situation was not good, quickly reminded her, "Go and deal with things first." It's clear that Bai Qining is getting serious. He can't beat him. The phone on the table kept ringing. Li Shuo reminded her, and Bai Qining had no choice but to leave him and go to the coffee table to pick up her phone. I was slightly taken aback when I saw the nickname of the friend who sent the video call. This is Li Jiyue, the fifth young lady of the Li family. She is 1 year older than her, so she has to call her elder sister. Li Jiyue has a rather bold and straightforward personality. She enjoys associating with Bai Qining and has always been very proactive. Bai Qining didn't dislike this older sister either. The two were among the closest of the younger generation in the Li and Bai families. In the past year or so, apart from participating in motorcycle races in various countries, Li Jiyue has spent the rest of her time searching for the missing old man of the Li family. The two sisters have been in contact much less. Bai Qining was somewhat surprised when Li Jiyue suddenly sent her a video call today. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly tidied her somewhat messy long hair, pressed the answer button with her fair fingers, and connected the video call. As soon as the video call connected, a beautiful girl in her early 20s with an oval face, delicate features, and a high ponytail appeared on the phone screen. "Ning Ning, why did it take you so long to answer? What were you busy with?" The girl took the initiative to greet Bai Qining and asked. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining glanced at Li Shuo on the sofa and said, "Something came up and I was held up for a moment." Li Jiyue put her phone on the table, reached behind her head to untangle her ponytail, revealing her shapely figure under her tight-fitting clothes, and said to Bai Qining, "I'm in Luqing right now. Do you have time these next couple of days? Let's get together." With her long hair cascading down, Li Jiyue reached out and brushed a strand aside. She brought her face close to the screen, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, and continued, "By the way, bring your husband from your whirlwind marriage along for a meeting." She wanted to see what was so great about this brat that he managed to steal her sister-in-law away. Li Shuo, who was petting a cat nearby, paused for a moment and turned to look at Bai Qining. He didn't really want to go. Bai Qining knew that Li Shuo didn't like interacting with people, so she pretended that Li Shuo wasn't there and replied to the person in the video. "Okay, I'll ask him first and see when we're both free these next couple of days so we can meet up." The two exchanged a few more words before ending the video call. Li Shuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his wife hadn't made him awkwardly chat with his girlfriends. He went to the kitchen and got a glass of juice, then poured one for Bai Qining. Bai Qining reached out and took the juice, took a sip, thought for 2 seconds, and asked Li Shuo, "By the way, Li Shuo, do you want to find your real relatives? A friend of mine has some connections in this area. If you're interested, I can introduce you to her and ask her to help you find them." The Li family's daughters are all busy looking for their grandfather's son, and the eldest sister, Li Jiyue, even runs a professional detective agency. The fifth sister, Li Jiyue, spends all year collecting suspicious information from various places and providing it to the detective agency. She is the one most enthusiastic about finding her uncle's family. If Li Shuo needs anything, and Bai Qining has a good relationship with Li Jiyue, she can ask Li Jiyue for help. Li Shuo wasn't really interested in finding his relatives. He was a time traveler, and his only real relatives were Li Shuejuan and his 2 younger siblings. Whether or not he looks for other relatives with whom he has no emotional ties is actually dispensable to him. But if it's his father, Li Shuejuan, he would probably really want a complete family and relatives. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sacrificed her own future to support her parents and younger brother, Li Guofu, all these years. He was silent for a moment before looking at Bai Qining and saying, "If your friend has any connections, I can ask my dad about what happened to him in the past and provide some clues to try and find out. If his family can be found, it should be a good thing for his father, Li Shuejuan. Okay, go to Dad's company tomorrow and ask him for details. Make a note of it, and I'll ask Jiyue for a favor when I meet her." Bai Qining said calmly, "I won't be going tomorrow morning. I need to go and reshoot an advertisement." She came back this time because there was an advertisement that needed reshooting, and she needs to be busy with it for a while tomorrow morning. After saying that, he seemed a little uneasy and continued, "To prevent the Li family from causing trouble tomorrow, I will arrange some bodyguards for you." Li Shua did not refuse Bai Qining's suggestion and readily accepted it. Even if he doesn't refuse, given the girl's personality, she'll secretly arrange for bodyguards to follow him. It's better to accept it readily. Besides, having a few bodyguards around would indeed make it easier to deal with this group of scoundrels without having to lift a finger himself. Li Shua had no idea that the number of bodyguards Bai Qining mentioned far exceeded his expectations. The next morning, Bai Qining drove to the company alone. After seeing his wife off, Li Shua arrived at the entrance of the residential complex and got into the high-end business car that was waiting for him. Not long after we started driving, several identical minivans followed us. Out of curiosity, he asked the head of the bodyguards who was accompanying him, and learned that Bai Qining had sent all of her bodyguards today, a total of 23. Li Shua. In the future, when I talk to this girl, I should ask her more questions. They'd assign him a dozen or 20 bodyguards at the slightest disagreement. When I arrived at the company, it was still early. Li Shua did not run into Li Guofu's family. To the astonishment of the company's security guards, he led a large group of bodyguards into the company and then went into his office alone. His father, Li Shuejuan, was having a meeting in the next room, so he didn't disturb him. Instead, he found a spot in the office to sit down and start writing. The bodyguards who accompanied them were also busy. A few people stayed outside the office to watch over the son-in-law, while the rest spontaneously went to the production workshop to help move things and do odd jobs. As long as the son-in-law is happy and satisfied, the young lady will be happy, and their bonuses this year are expected to double. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Shua had been typing in his office for almost an hour. Li Shuejuan finally finished the morning meeting. Li Guofu and his family arrived as promised, carrying several plastic bags of fruit at the gate of Shanha Machinery Company. Today, Wu Zuexiang changed her previous attitude. She walked to the security booth and greeted the people inside in a gentle voice. "Young man, please inform my son Shuejuan that his nephew has realized his mistake and his parents have brought his nephew Shiqiang to apologize to him." Chapter 252 Throw It Out. Today, Shanha Company does not have any important partners present at the company. Li Shuejuan was still bothered by Li Shiqiang's slander of his daughter-in-law, Bai Qining. He had long been completely disappointed with Li Guofu and his wife. When he received a report from the security guard around 9 a.m., he did not go out to deal with the three of them. Instead, he told the security guard to tell the three of them to leave on their own and that he would not go out to meet them. If his parents and Li Shiqiang had only come to cause trouble yesterday and hadn't slandered Bai Qining, he might have let his nominal parents into the company out of courtesy. Now, impossible. Li Guofu and his wife waited at the company entrance for more than 10 minutes. They learned from the security guard that Li Shuejuan not only refused to let them in, but also refused to come out to meet them. They were furious. What does Li Shuejuan mean? Now that he's become successful, he really doesn't care about his parents anymore? Has his conscience been eaten by dogs? Even when Li Shuejuan disagreed with Li Shua donating a kidney last time, Wu Zuexiang never felt so wronged by her eldest son as she is today. He couldn't help but start cursing at the company entrance. Li Guofu's old face was also tense, and his chest heaved with anger. That brat. If he hadn't stopped Wu Zuexiang back then, she would have been thrown into the cesspool and drowned long ago. How could he be where he is today? Now that he's become successful by marrying a vixen as his daughter-in-law, he doesn't even acknowledge his father anymore? What an ingrate. This ingrate has really disappointed me. Li Guofu stood with his hands behind his back, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If Li Shuejuan were in front of him, he would love to slap that ingrate's face with his shoe insole. Li Shiqiang also felt that his uncle was really heartless. Didn't he just expose what his daughter-in-law had done yesterday? Bai Qining is just an outsider, while the Li family is the real family. Is it necessary to make such a fuss over an outsider? But Li Shiqiang was unwilling to give up. After standing at the company entrance for another 10 minutes, he glanced at Wu Zuexiang, who was cursing angrily, and quickly stepped forward to whisper a few words in the old woman's ear. Upon hearing this, Wu Zuexiang immediately understood what her eldest grandson meant. She walked to the window of the security booth, her expression excited. She raised her finger and pointed at the security guard inside, about to speak. But before she could even utter a word, her eyes rolled back in her head, and she fainted in front of the security booth. Although Li Xuejuan had instructed them not to enter the company and not to pay any attention to them, these were still his parents. Fearing someone might die, the security guards immediately notified the two general managers, Mr. and Mrs. Li, in the office when they saw Wu Zuixiang faint. Wu Zuixiang's fall to the ground successfully lured Li Shuo and Li Xuejuan out of the company. Since they are Li Xuejuan's nominal parents, if something were to happen to them at the company's entrance, and the company's competitors maliciously exaggerated the facts and spread the news, it would have a significant impact. The father and son quickly arrived at the company gate. Li Xuejuan saw that Wu Zuixiang was lying on the ground unconscious, so he asked the security guard to open the barrier and carry Wu Zuixiang into the security booth. Li Guofu and Li Shiqiang then naturally followed him into the company gate. Wu Zuixiang was carried into the security booth, and she immediately woke up after her philtrum was pinched. Opening her eyes, she saw her eldest son, Li Xuejuan. Sitting weakly in a chair, she said, "Xuejuan, are you trying to anger your mother to death?" Shiqiang didn't mind that your daughter-in-law slapped him so hard he got a concussion, but he came here today to apologize. "How could you be so heartless, leaving your dad and me, people our age, standing outside the company? Xuejuan, you've really broken my heart." Li Shiqiang stood behind Wu Zuixiang, nervously supporting the elderly woman. After Wu Zuixiang finished speaking, he looked at Li Xuejuan, his face bruised on one side, and said sincerely, "Uncle, I really shouldn't have spoken to my sister-in-law like that yesterday. She also slapped me, so we're even. I won't hold it against her. We should all be more magnanimous and not let this small matter damage the harmony of our Li family." When Li Shiqiang spoke to Li Xuejuan, he completely disregarded Li Shuo. In his mind, Li Shuo was an autistic person who couldn't help with company matters and could only come to Li Xuejuan's office every day to kill time while waiting for his wife to cheat on him to keep the company running and orders coming in. A cousin like that doesn't deserve Li Shiqiang's attention at all. Of course, a large part of the reason was that she was unhappy that Li Shuo, a good-for-nothing, could marry such a beautiful wife as Bai Qining. Even though Bai Qining might never have wanted Li Shuo, that good-for-nothing, to touch her in private, Li Shiqiang was quite jealous of having such a beautiful wife by his side, who could also seduce the second young master of the Bai family and bring in business. She only regretted that he wasn't Bai Qining's husband. If Bai Qining were his wife, they might develop feelings for each other over time, and Bai Qining, seeing his abilities, might even be willing to let him touch her. Unlike a good-for-nothing like Li Shuo, who can only maintain a superficial marital relationship and feign affection. Li Guofu was also very dissatisfied that Bai Qining didn't marry one of his two great-grandsons, and he didn't give Li Shuo a kind look. He only said to his son Li Xuejuan, "Xuejuan, that's enough. Look, Shiqiang's face is still bruised, and he even came over to apologize to your daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Li Xuejuan's face remained expressionless. He simply turned to Li Shuo and asked, "Shuo, Qi Ning isn't here. Do you think Qi Ning will accept his apology today?" As soon as Li Xuejuan said this, Li Guofu and his wife immediately showed their dissatisfaction. "What's wrong with Li Xuejuan? Is he really taking advantage of me now?" An apology today could have been a mere formality. There was no need to solicit opinions like this. Even if he were to consult, Li Shuo wouldn't have the authority to make decisions for Bai Qining. Li Shuo didn't pay attention to the expressions of the Li family's grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter. Upon hearing this, he coldly said, "Even if Qi Ning has already slapped Li Shiqiang, I, as her husband, will not accept Li Shiqiang's apology. From now on, we'll go our separate ways." "Sigh, Li Shuo, you little ingrate. How can you be so petty? Is it really necessary to sever ties with your cousin for the sake of Bai Qining, an outsider? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing that Li Shuo seemed determined to sever ties with their family, Wu Zuixiang slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Li Guofu stared at his ungrateful grandson, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. He immediately pulled out a shoe insole and strode towards Li Shuo, saying, "You ingrate. Your father didn't raise you well, so today I, as your grandfather, will teach you a lesson." Li Guofu and his wife acted without hesitation, relying on their age to ensure that Li Shuo wouldn't dare to fight them, and instead went to cause trouble for Li Shuo. Just as the two approached Li Shuo, a group of tall, burly bodyguards in black rushed into the security booth, and several strong arms quickly separated Li Shuejuan and Li Shuo from Li Guofu and his wife. The head bodyguard protected Li Shuo and immediately asked him, "Boss, do you need help clearing these people out?" Wu Zuexiang was startled by the group of bodyguards. Hearing their words, she quickly composed herself and said, "What are you cleaning up? I'm his grandmother." Li Guofu stuffed the insole back into his shoe and immediately said to Li Shuejuan, "Shuejuan, tell these people to leave. We came here today to apologize and reconcile as a family. There's no need to make things like this." Li Shiqiang quickly stepped forward. Yes, I really came here to apologize. I hope that in the future, my uncle can take good care of my father's business, and that the whole family can achieve great success and live in harmony. The family was used to suppressing Li Shuejuan and his son, and when they saw that Li Shuo was unwilling to make peace, they couldn't hold back any longer. At this moment, Li Shuejuan felt only sarcasm when he heard Li Shiqiang's words, and he understood what Li Shiqiang wanted to do today. He ignored the others and turned to Li Shuo, saying, "Shanha Company is yours, Xiao Shuo. You can handle this matter however you want." Li Shuo immediately understood, looked at the bodyguard captain, and said calmly, "Throw these people out. Don't let them linger at the company in trance." After Li Shuo gave the order, he and Li Shuejuan walked out of the security booth. Li Guofu and his grandson, who were caught off guard, were quickly picked up by a group of bodyguards and thrown to the company gate like chickens. Chapter 253 Information about one's background. Wu Zuexiang and Li Guofu used the same trick again, fainting at the company entrance. Several bodyguards then performed a magic trick to resuscitate the two elderly people, causing them to scream in pain and dare not pretend to faint anymore. In the end, the family of three could only leave the entrance of Shanha Machinery Company in a disheveled and embarrassed state. The grandfather, and grandson finally saw through Li Shuejuan and his son, realizing they were two ingrates. Even if he were to become incredibly successful now, he would never extend a helping hand to a family that had fallen on hard times. On the way to and from the hotel, Li Shiqiang became increasingly angry. Why should people like Li Shuejuan and his son Li Shuo rise to prominence? The two of them are simply getting their way. Li Shuo must have had incredible luck to marry a wife like Bai Qining, bringing prosperity to his entire family. Li Shiqiang's face was in excruciating pain, and he couldn't clench his teeth. He could only grip the leather of the sofa seat with his hands, his nails digging deep into the leather. At this moment, the taxi stopped at a traffic light. Not far away was a bus stop, and a group of workers had just replaced the advertisements on the billboard with brand new ones. Li Shiqiang's gaze inadvertently swept across the billboard, and when he looked away, he realized that something seemed amiss. He looked up again and immediately saw a figure on the billboard, dressed in a white dress, with stunning beauty and an ethereal aura, like a celestial being descended to earth. He was momentarily stunned. Just as Li Shiqiang realized what was happening and tried to take another look at the billboard to confirm his shocking thought, the traffic light turned green, and the driver immediately started the car and drove away. Li Shiqiang stared wide-eyed at the billboard, his pupils seemingly shaking as he watched it recede into the distance, his mind reeling. No wonder he felt that Li Shuo's wife looked familiar. That face, isn't it? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Who is Li Shuo? A mentally ill person? How could such a beautiful and popular female star possibly submit to him? Absolutely not. But, if his wife weren't a big star, how did he manage to find so many professional bodyguards around him to do his bidding? The professionalism of those bodyguards is something that even the wealthiest people in Haicheng might not have. Even so, Li Shiqiang found it hard to accept this fact. He immediately took out his phone and, based on the few impressions he had, began searching on it, silently praying that the truth was not what he imagined. It absolutely cannot be. The company returned to calm. Li Shuejuan then went to the production workshop and worked until noon. Li Shuo also spent the whole morning typing in the office. The father and son didn't stop until lunchtime, when they ate the fast food that Li Shuo had ordered together in the office. Around 1 p.m., after the two finished lunch, Li Shuo noticed that his father, Li Shuejuan, seemed to be in a better mood than in the morning, so he took the initiative to make tea and poured a cup for Li Xuejuan. Dad, the food was a bit greasy. Have some tea to cleanse your palate. Li Xuejuan took the teacup from his son, smiled faintly, and casually said, "It is indeed a bit too rich. I've gotten used to Dr. Xie's cooking these days. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to tell the difference before." He used to eat just a little bit, mainly to fill his stomach. Recently, Xie Jingshu has been watching him closely, making him chew slowly and carefully, which has become a habit, and his palate has become a bit picky. Li Shua picked up his teacup, took a sip, glanced at his father Li Xuejuan, and said, "Your aunt takes such good care of you." Li Xuejuan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "That's all thanks to you and Ningning. I was afraid you two kids would worry about me, so I took time out of my busy schedule to come and keep an eye on things." He initially refused, but Xie Jingshu was very firm on his health. He was very grateful, but didn't know how to repay the other party. Xie Jingshu seems to lack nothing. He had nothing of value to offer in return. Today, Li Shua wasn't mainly discussing his aunt's matter with his father. He filled Li Xuejuan's teacup with tea and then got to the point, asking him, "Dad, Qi Ning told me yesterday that she knows someone who can help people find their relatives. Should we try to find our real relatives?" Upon hearing Li Shua's words, Li Xuejuan paused in his tea-drinking motion, his eyes brightening briefly before dimming again. He put down his teacup and said in a low voice, "Of course we want to find it, but there's probably little hope of finding it." "What do you mean?" Li Shua asked, puzzled. Li Xuejuan sighed inwardly and said, "According to the neighbors in the village, I was only a little over 1 year old when your grandparents brought me back. In those days, things weren't as developed as they are now. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, and everyone has an ID card and birth certificate. Even a professional team would have very little hope of finding their relatives." Li Shua frowned slightly. It was indeed difficult to find relatives under such circumstances. "But let's give it a try. What if we actually find it?" "Dad, do you know where you brought him back from?" Li Shua asked. They shouldn't be from the same village or a neighboring village. If they were, his father, Li Xuejuan, would probably have already reunited with his family. Li Xuejuan shook his head. "Your grandparents never talked about this. The neighbors in the village also have different opinions. Some say I am their biological child, some say I was bought, and some say I was found. The cities and places I was found in are also different. Many people are just guessing. Your grandparents probably didn't tell anyone specifically. Given the personalities of Li Guofu and his wife, they might reveal that their son was adopted, but they certainly wouldn't give out his specific address. Otherwise, if the son they raised knew where their hometown was, he would go back to find his relatives, and they wouldn't do something so unprofitable." Li Shua did not place his hopes of learning specific information about Li Xuejuan's childhood on Li Guofu and his wife. Especially now that his father, Li Xuejuan, has made progress in his career, it is even less likely that Li Guofu and his wife would reveal Li Xuejuan's background and give him the opportunity to go back and reunite with his biological parents. After pondering for a moment, Li Shua asked Li Xuejuan again, "Dad, who in our hometown is close to those two and might know about your background? I'll go back and ask them." "Someone I know quite well." Li Xuejuan frowned and thought for a moment, then quickly raised an eyebrow and said, "There really is one. Your grandmother's younger brother. I heard from the villagers that he went to another place with your grandparents back then, and when he came back, I was with him. Maybe he knows. Besides, ever since your grandparents became successful, they no longer care about this younger brother. Perhaps we can find out some useful information when we go back," Li Xuejuan said, his eyes lighting up with hope again. Li Shua immediately nodded. "Okay, then leave this matter to me. I'll find some time as soon as possible to go back to my hometown and ask. Dad, you just focus on managing the company now and wait for my good news." Li Xuejuan is indeed unable to leave right now, as he is working on a major deal with the Bai family. His primary goal is to develop his son Li Shua's company and put his son's future first. "Okay, but don't push yourself too hard and tire yourself out," Li Xuejuan gently advised Li Shua. After the father and son finished talking, Li Xuejuan went to take a nap at Li Shua's urging. Just as Li Shua was about to take a nap in his office, his wife Bai Qining, who had already finished her work, arrived at the company. As soon as the two met, Bai Qining did not ask Li Shua about the Li family's awful relatives, but instead inquired about the search for her relatives. Bai Qining didn't ask about the 3 members of the Li family, and Li Shua wasn't surprised. The bodyguard captain should have already reported to her after the Li family's top-notch members left. When she asked about Li Xuejuan's background, I spent a few minutes telling her the information I had gathered from Li Xuejuan that day. When Bai Qining heard that Li Shua wanted to go back to his hometown to investigate, she immediately said without hesitation, "I'll go back with you." In the office, Li Shua paused for a moment, turned his head, and saw the stunning profile of the girl beside him. He slowly said, "My hometown is very remote, in the mountains. You might not be used to it if you come with me." Bai Qining looked back at him with her beautiful eyes. "With you here, I can get used to going anywhere." Chapter 254 Bai Qining, "You're dreaming. With you here, I can get used to going anywhere." The girl's answer was simple, yet full of affection. Li Shua's surprised and astonished eyes met hers at that moment. In the girl's obsidian-like eyes, it seemed as if stars were flowing, stirring a ripple in one's heart. He looked at the stunningly beautiful face beside him, unable to hide the flutter in his heart. His gaze fell on her rosy lips, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Bai Qining noticed Li Shua's change and involuntarily moved closer to him. Li Shua wasn't used to seeking thrills in this kind of setting. When Bai Qining suddenly leaned closer, he instinctively tilted his head back, his ears feeling a little hot. This girl is quite bold. Isn't she afraid that her father-in-law might suddenly come and see her? After all, this is Li Xuejuan's office. Although he is not taking a lunch break in his office right now, he might suddenly open the door and come in later. Li Shua's reaction seemed exceptionally innocent to Bai Qining, and she particularly loved this kind of innocent husband. Seeing Li Shua straighten his neck slightly, Bai Qining stepped forward instead of backing down, her eyes even showing a hint of teasing. The author of novels, Hua Lu, is so good at driving scenes, but when it comes to putting them into practice in real life, he gets shy. Bai Qining's beautiful eyes held a hint of teasing, yet also a touch of infatuation. She really loved her innocent husband. Li Shua was indeed embarrassed, but being so openly teased by his wife made him feel utterly ashamed. As soon as Bai Qining finished speaking, he quickly steeled himself, turned back and forward, and boldly met the girl's gaze, moving closer to her stunning face. Li Shua turned the tables and advanced, while Bai Qining, under her husband's wolf-like gaze, quickly lost her edge after only 2 seconds. Actually, she didn't dare to do anything in the office, since it wasn't her own office and she didn't feel safe. As Li Shua approached, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, yet she was unwilling to easily admit defeat in this silent confrontation. Just as Li Shua's nose was about to touch hers, Bai Qining suddenly raised her hand and gave him a sharp rap on the head. "You really want to come here? You wish." Li Shua cried out in pain when Bai Qining tapped him on the head, covering his head with one hand. At the same time, he quickly reacted and reflexively flicked Bai Qining's forehead with his other hand. "Ouch, it hurts." "So you know it hurts, huh? You flick me so hard." "Force? Fine, I'll show you just how much force I can exert." "Ouch, it hurts." "Bai Qining, stop it. Stop it." The ambiguous atmosphere suddenly shifted, and the young couple soon started playfully wrestling on the sofa. After a short while of playful fighting, Li Xuejuan arrived at the office. He pushed open the office door and immediately saw Bai Qining straddling Li Shua on the sofa in the reception area. He only glanced at her briefly and didn't even get a clear look before he dared not look any longer. He immediately stepped back and slammed the office door shut. "Li Shua." Bai Qining quickly pulled away from her husband. "Dad, have you misunderstood?" "Be confident. It's definitely a misunderstanding." Bai Qining. When Bai Qining left the company, her face was still flushed. Although she and Li Shua tried their best to explain, her father-in-law, Li Xuejuan, didn't seem to believe them. Miss Bai was so embarrassed today, she wanted to disappear into the ground. Of course, the most important thing now is not these things, but to put Li Shua's search for his relatives on the agenda. The two of them came back on leave. "We can't afford to delay for too many days." Li Shua's hometown is in Fujian province, specifically Ningqing Mountain Village, which is only 300 kilometers away from Xiamen, a journey of more than 4 hours by car. It's 2:30 p.m. now, and we'll be in Ningxing by 8 p.m. at the latest. Therefore, the two decided to set off for Ningxing immediately to investigate the information about Li Xuejuan's background and provide it to Li Jiyue, so as to return to filming as soon as possible. Under the watchful eyes of a group of security guards, Bai Qining drove her Audi away from the company with her husband. More than 20 bodyguards remained at the company to prevent the Li family's troublemakers from causing trouble again. And at this very moment, having returned to the hotel and confirmed Bai Qining's true identity, Li Shiqiang has already told Li Guofu and his wife this shocking news. The three of them are questioning their existence. They simply couldn't believe that the famous star Bai Muge had married Li Shua. However, the information Li Shiqiang had just uncovered about Bai Muge and the various news facts about her mysterious boyfriend made it impossible for them to ignore. Bai Muge's photo is exactly the same as Bai Qining's, and the couple's phone cases are even engraved with the character Li. The line of bodyguards surrounding Li Shua is something only a superstar of Bai Muge's caliber would have. So Li Shua really must have had some incredible luck to marry Bai Muge, this beautiful superstar. The three men, grandfather, grandson, and daughter remained silent for a good 10 minutes. Li Shiqiang, still in shock, slammed his fist on the table and said in a deep voice, "What despicable methods did Li Shua use to get Bai Muge to marry him?" Wu Zuixiang wasn't a fan of celebrities, but after learning from Li Shiqiang about Bai Qining's fame and influence in China, she felt extremely resentful. Bai Muge, such a beautiful and famous star, should have been paired with her two outstanding grandsons. How did that brat Li Shua manage to snatch them away? This ungrateful bastard doesn't even deserve to marry a big star. God must be blind. Li Guofu's face turned pale and then red. The thought of his famous granddaughter-in-law leading Li Xuejuan's family to a better life without helping Li Chengkai filled him with rage. He said to Li Shiqiang, "Since Li Xuejuan and his son are so ungrateful and unwilling to help their family, it's no use letting them rise to prominence. Shiqiang, think of a way to make sure Li Xuejuan's family doesn't have an easy time." Upon hearing this, Li Shiqiang pondered for a moment and said, "Bai Muge is so famous, and Li Shua and Bai Muge are already married. Yet there have been no news reports about the two of them. Besides the head of the Bai family, his sons are all doing very well in various fields. Bai Muge's entertainment company is an industry under the control of the eldest son of the Bai family. It is likely that public opinion about Bai Muge in China has long been controlled by Bai Muge's employer, the Bai family. It's absolutely impossible for Li Shua and Bai Qining's marriage to be exposed domestically right now, but the Bai family can't get that far with foreign media." At this point, Li Shiqiang revealed a sly smile. "As long as I find an opportunity to take pictures of the evidence of the two of them being together, and then use my connections to spread this news on the internet, the dream of 3.5 billion men has married a mental patient. When the media storm breaks out, can Bai Muge and Li Shua's family withstand it?" In this internet age, Li Guofu understood his grandson's words almost instantly. His eyes lit up and he gave his grandson, Li Shiqiang, a thumbs up. "That's great. Kill two birds with one stone. If they can't make things easy for us, they won't have an easy time either." Wu Zuixiang also cast an admiring glance at her eldest grandson and said with a smile, "As expected of a man from our Li family, our Shiqiang is much smarter and more shrewd than that silly boy Li Shua." When Li Shiqiang saw that his grandmother was comparing him to Li Shua, a fool, he frowned in displeasure and said, "Grandma, Li Shua is just lucky. Can his brain be compared to mine? Don't compare me to him in the future." Upon hearing this, Wu Zuixiang immediately slapped her mouth and chimed in, That's right. Look how senile I am. Our family Shiqiang is the smartest." The Li family, grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter, finally found an opportunity to vent their anger at Li Xuejuan and his son for not helping them. Li Shiqiang immediately set about contacting reliable acquaintances to arrange for them to follow and secretly photograph Li Shua and Bai Qining. Chapter 255 The sense of security he gave. Meanwhile, the young couple who had been in the news finally arrived at a remote town in Ningxing after several hours of travel. At 7:30 p.m., the two took a short break in the town, ordered some local delicacies to fill their stomachs, and then continued their journey to their destination, Longjing Village. Wu Zuixiang and Li Guofu are both from this village, which is a very remote natural village. There is no public transportation, and driving yourself is a real test of skill. Because it's located in the mountains, you have to drive up a winding, one-way mountain road to get there. Fortunately, Bai Qining was a good driver, and the nearly 1-hour drive went relatively smoothly. By 8:30 p.m., it was completely dark. The two finally arrived at their destination, Longjing Village. This village is built against the mountain. Because of its remote location, there are no young people left in the village. Even now, before 9 o'clock, many houses have already turned off their lights. In the pitch-black night, the only sounds besides the car tires rubbing against the stones on the road are the chirping of insects and birds, and the slow flow of a babbling brook. Li Shua was not familiar with his hometown, so when he arrived in the village, he took out the map his father, Li Shuejuan, had drawn for him. After walking around the village for more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at Wu Zuixiang's parents' home. This is an old, single-family, mud brick house at the end of the village. Due to years of disrepair, large sections of the walls have weathered away. The lights were still on inside the house. Bai Qining parked the car on the roadside not far from the earthen house, and the couple got out one after the other, carrying the rice and flour they had bought in advance, and went together. The house was inhabited only by an old man with gray hair and dark skin. He was initially wary of Li Shua and Bai Qining. It wasn't until Li Shua revealed his identity that they realized what was happening and quickly invited the two of them to their home. This is Wu Zuixiang's younger brother, Wu Huaishan. According to Li Shua, after Wu Zuixiang's family became successful, they did not take care of her younger brother's family. Instead, when Wu Huaishan's son was diagnosed with cancer, they cut off all contact with Wu Huaishan. Not long after Wu Huaishan lost his son, his daughter-in-law also had an accident, leaving him to raise his grandson alone from the age of 8 until he graduated from university. Li Shuejuan had no idea how Wu Huaishan's grandson was doing now. However, judging from Wu Huaishan's current living conditions, Li Shua can also tell that his grandson's development in the big city is probably not going smoothly. Although Wu Huaishan and Wu Zuixiang are siblings, their personalities are quite different. Knowing that his nephew had brought his wife back to visit, Wu Huaishan busied himself pouring tea for the two of them and washing the few apples he had at home to serve them. Xiao Shuo, Ning Ning, I didn't know you were coming back. There wasn't anything good to eat at home. Your great-uncle will go to town to buy some for you tomorrow. Wu Huaishan smiled simply on his dark, aged face. He placed the small basket containing apples on the octagonal table in front of the two of them, said something with a smile, and then went to tidy up the unfinished straw hats piled on the ground. Li Shua immediately stood up to help, saying, "Uncle, you're too kind." It was also a surprise that Ningning and I came here. This was the first time Bai Qining had ever seen such a poor environment. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she was not quite used to it and was not as quick to react as Li Shua. Only after her husband got up to help did she belatedly get up from the wooden stool to join in. The two younger relatives were very polite, especially Li Shua, the grandnephew, who didn't seem to be as withdrawn and manic as the villagers had described. Wu Huaishan was very pleased. After quickly packing up his things, he invited the two of them to sit down and eat apples. He also asked about Li Shuejuan's situation in Luqing. Wu Huaishan clearly cared more about his nephew Li Shuejuan than his sister Wu Zuixiang. Li Shua told Wu Huaishan about his father Li Shuejuan's situation in Luqing, and then took the initiative to inquire about Li Shuejuan's background. "Uncle, I heard from my dad that he wasn't my grandparents' biological son. Can you tell me about my dad's background?" When Li Shua tentatively asked the question, Wu Huaishan's smile froze slightly, and he looked embarrassed. "Xiao Shua, why did you suddenly ask this?" Li Shua did not hide anything from Wu Huaishan, and told him frankly that he wanted to try to find his relatives. Wu Huaishan, however, was not supportive. He frowned and said to Li Shua, "Shua, your great-uncle advises you not to waste your time. Given your father's situation, even if I tell you his background, it will probably be very difficult for him to find his relatives. Whether I can find it or not, I'll give it a try. I hope you can provide some clues, uncle." Li Shua said sincerely. Bai Qining chimed in. "Uncle, If you can help provide clues, we will definitely reward you handsomely, regardless of whether Li Shua can find his family or not. Wu Huaishan lived his entire life in this secluded mountain village. He was an honest man. Li Shua and Bai Qining talked to him for another 10 minutes or so, and finally he told them everything about Li Xuejuan's background. Li Xuejuan was brought back by Wu Zuexiang and Li Guofu from a man named Ma Qing in Wanqing. At that time, Li Xuejuan was only a little over 1 year old, just a toddler who had just learned to walk. Wu Huaishan did not know the other party's address, only that Wanqing and this man's name existed. Even though the information provided was limited, it was still a significant step forward for Li Shua and Bai Qining. If we go back and let Li Jue find out about the man named Ma Qing in Wanqing, Li Xuejuan's true identity might be revealed. It was late at night when the two finished talking with Wu Huaishan. Fearing for their safety while driving at night, Wu Huaishan warmly invited them to stay overnight. He happened to have a guest room at home, but it was rather simple. Bai Qining had been driving for most of the day, and Li Shua, considering that she really needed to rest, agreed. He took Bai Qining's hand, and the young couple followed behind Wu Huaishan to the small attic on the 3rd floor. The light bulbs in the attic were from many years ago, and even though the light wasn't very bright, Bai Qining could still see the spider webs hanging all over the beams and around the bed. Her palms were sweating slightly, and she felt uneasy at the thought of possibly sleeping in a room full of spiders and insects tonight. Li Shua could sense Bai Qining's unease, and even regretted agreeing to stay overnight. He had never lived in such terrible conditions, let alone his wife, who came from a well-off family and had been pampered since childhood. Just as Li Shua was hesitating whether to take Bai Qining to town to find a place to stay, Wu Huaishan had already taken sheets and blankets from the burlap sack on the bed. He had just made a move when a dark figure suddenly jumped off the bed. Bai Qining was already flustered. When she saw the dark figure darting over from the bed, her beautiful eyes widened. Before the figure reached her feet, she hooked her arms around Li Shua's shoulder and lifted her feet off the ground, clinging to him like a koala. Not screaming was the last bit of stubbornness from Miss Bai, who had never been afraid of anything since childhood. Fortunately, Li Shua had been keeping an eye on Bai Qining. When her soft body suddenly clung to him, he instinctively reached out and hugged her, steadying himself. The two were almost pressed tightly together. Li Shua could even sense Bai Qining trembling slightly, clearly quite frightened. He quickly hugged her and gently comforted her, saying, "It's all right, it's all right." Bai Qining only realized how embarrassing her cowardly behavior was after jumping onto Li Shua, but hearing her husband's gentle comforting voice, her heart was instantly filled with sweetness. She no longer rushed to jump down and show off, but instead chose to submit in Li Shua's arms, burying her face in his neck, tightening her arms, letting Li Shua hold her, enjoying the unique sense of security that Li Shua gave her at this moment, and softly responding in his arms. Chapter 256. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Bai Qining moved swiftly. By the time Wu Huaishan belatedly turned around to warn the two of them about the rat, he saw Bai Qining already clinging to Li Shua, who was gently comforting her. Wu Huaishan. The old man paused for a moment, then felt a little embarrassed. After a while, he said, "That was a mouse. I'm so sorry, I scared Ningning." When Wu Huaishan spoke, Bai Qining could no longer stay in Li Shua's arms. She immediately got out of his arms, stood on the ground, and said, "I'm fine. It was just a little sudden. I'm all right now." Li Shua hadn't expected the room in the attic to be in such poor condition. Although he wasn't too bothered by it, Bai Qining was clearly experiencing such an environment for the first time. He frowned slightly and suggested to her, "Qining, if you're afraid of mice, then we cannot stay at your great-uncle's place tonight. We can stay in town or in the car. It's already very late. This remote town is not like a big city. Li Shua can't guarantee that there will be a room in town. If the two of them go out, there is a high probability that they will sleep in the car." Bai Qining was somewhat tempted by Li Shua's suggestion, but when she came back with Li Shua, she had said that she could get used to any environment as long as Li Shua was there. If she doesn't like going out today, it's uncertain whether she'll be able to find a place to stay, and she'll be contradicting herself. Wouldn't Li Shua's great-uncle also think that Li Shua married a very spoiled wife? She's not delicate at all. The strong-willed Miss Bai immediately refused Li Shua, saying, "No need, I think it's fine. I can just make the bed and sleep." After she finished speaking, she walked to the bedside, reached for the snakeskin bag, and said, "Uncle, are the sheets and blankets here?" Wu Huaishan was already a little embarrassed to have his two children sleep in such a simple room, but when he saw Bai Qining come over, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, the sheets and blankets in here are all clean. Okay, I'll make the bed myself." Bai Qining moved swiftly, even though her legs were still a little weak. Li Shua could tell that this girl was strong-willed and that it was indeed difficult for her to find a place to stay, so he didn't expose her. Instead, he stepped forward to help and told his great-uncle Wu Huaishan to go back and rest first. Wu Huaishan left quickly, and the young couple made the bed together. Although the bed sheets and bedding were very simple, they still had a sun-dried smell, probably because the old man often took them out to air them. The two of them spent a few minutes making the bed. Li Shua also cleaned the spider webs and spiders off the mosquito net as soon as possible, and tucked the edges of the mosquito net into the mattress to prevent spiders and insects from getting into the mosquito net. A reasonably safe and clean bed was made, and it would be fine to spend the night there. After a quick wash downstairs, the two went back to the attic to rest. Fearing that the rats would frighten Bai Qining again at night, Wu Huaishan silently caught the cat in the attic after the two fell asleep and ordered his capable henchmen to catch the rats that day. Then, tonight, with General Cat in charge, Li Shua and Bai Qining slept relatively soundly. Bai Qining was still a little afraid that insects and spiders would crawl onto her and Li Shua's bed, so she woke up several times in the middle of the night to secretly check. The next day, when the two got up, Wu Huaishan had already prepared breakfast. It was pork crackling noodles that he made himself with flour. Although the taste was far less rich than those in the city, it was clear that this was a delicacy that the old man rarely ate on a regular basis. After breakfast, Li Shua formally said goodbye to the old man. Both he and Bai Qining had taken leave, as they still had many filming assignments to complete and couldn't afford to be delayed for too long. Wu Huaishan's home was really simple, and he was too embarrassed to let his nephew and granddaughter-in-law stay for long. Before the two set off, Wu Huaishan enthusiastically packed 2 chunks of cured pork and dried bamboo shoots into Bai Qining's trunk, all from pigs he raised and bamboo shoots he picked himself. The old man was a warm-hearted person and helped Li Shua a lot on this trip. Li Shua was a grateful person. When he said goodbye to the old man, he planned to ask Wu Huaishan what his grandson was doing outside, so he could see if he could help. Unexpectedly, Bai Qining spoke up before he could. "By the way, great uncle, I'd like to ask you what kind of business your grandson is doing and watching." The two had heard Wu Huaishan mention that his grandson was doing business, but they did not know the specifics of the business. Although Wu Huaishan was poor, he had always supported his grandson's ideas. When Bai Qining asked him about it, he smiled and said, he opened a building materials store, which mainly provides decoration and building materials. However, the market has not been good in the past 2 years, and he hasn't made much money." When Wu Huaishan got to this point, his expression inevitably became somewhat melancholy. His grandson couldn't be with him all the time, as he devoted all his time to his career. The two of them rarely saw each other, and they still couldn't make money in the big city. The old man couldn't help him at all. Bai Qining noticed the old man's dejected expression and quickly said, "That's quite a coincidence. I happen to know a friend who works in real estate. Most of the houses he owns are fully furnished. Uncle, could you give me your grandson's contact information? Perhaps he can cooperate with my friend in the future." Upon hearing this, Wu Huaishan's expression brightened, and he immediately agreed with a smile. Okay, I'll go get the pen right away. As long as he can cooperate with his grandson, the size of the other company doesn't matter, at least it's business. Wu Huaishan could never have imagined that the friend Bai Qining mentioned was someone his eldest grandson might never meet even after a lifetime of hard work. After getting Wu Huaishan's phone number, Bai Qining formally said goodbye to the old man. Li Shua was quite surprised by Bai Qining's actions today. After saying goodbye to the old man, he had just driven a short distance from Wu Huaishan's residence when he turned to look at the girl who was driving seriously. The morning sunlight shone through the glass onto her face, making her skin appear crystal clear and delicate, with fine downy hairs faintly visible in the sunlight. Li Shua paused for a moment before saying, "Isn't this what you call having a cold exterior but a warm heart?" Before he understood her, he felt cold whenever he saw Bai Qining. The more I spent time with her, the more I realized that this girl was not only clingy in private, but also very warm-hearted. Li Shua also knew that Bai Qining's second brother seemed to be a professional in this field, and was a manager, so he didn't find it strange that Bai Qining was acting as a matchmaker for Wu Huaishan's grandson. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining simply said, "I'm not enthusiastic. He just helped my husband by providing clues, so I will naturally reward him handsomely. Besides, I'm just helping his grandson make a connection. Whether he can secure the order depends on your great-uncle's grandson's capabilities." The men of the Bai family have always been very principled in doing business. They are willing to use connections, but one must also have solid capabilities to have the opportunity to cooperate. Just like her father-in-law, Li Shuejuan. If he weren't so capable, even with her as his daughter-in-law, he wouldn't have given her orders. The men of the Bai family only recognize partners who are capable and have the strength to cooperate with. She was just the matchmaker. Of course, the number of people that Miss Bai would actively try to set up can be counted on one hand. One of them is Li Shua's father. Another person was her great-uncle, who also helped Li Shua a lot. Upon hearing Bai Qining's reply, Li Shua smiled faintly, glanced at his wife beside him, and did not speak again. Bai Qining couldn't help but steal a glance at the man beside her, just in time to catch the gentle smile on his face. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile as well. Chapter 257 Private Investigators Follow-Up Filming. Li Shua didn't have a driver's license, so Bai Qining drove the whole way back alone. At a service area along the way, she called her second brother, Bai Sheng, to ask him to look after Wu Huaishan's grandson and arranged to meet Li Jiyue that evening. The two had a very rushed trip to Xiamen, as they needed to get back to filming as soon as possible, so their schedules were packed. Li Shua needed to ask Li Jiyue for help, and since she was Bai Qining's good friend, he couldn't refuse to meet her that evening. He had to go with her to meet her. When I got back to Xiamen, it was exactly 5 p.m. In September, Xiamen is still very hot, with only a hint of autumn coolness in the mornings and evenings. Li Shua and Bai Qining returned to Luqing. Seeing that it was almost time to meet Li Jiyue, they went to the Dill Hotel together and met Li Jiyue. Li Jiyue already harbored hostility towards Bai Qining, her husband whom she had married in a whirlwind romance. As soon as Li Jiyue entered the private room, her peach blossom eyes scrutinized Li Shua from head to toe, and then from toe to head, until Bai Qining called her name. Only then did she lower her gaze and greet Bai Qining with a smile. "Ning Ning, it's only been a short time since I last saw you, and you've become even more beautiful." As she spoke, a look of regret appeared on her face. She said, "It's such a pity that she didn't come into my family and become my brother's wife." From the moment Li Shua met Li Jiyue, he felt a strange, inexplicable feeling. However, he quickly sensed her hostility, and upon hearing her words, his expression immediately darkened. He didn't like Bai Qining as a friend. The way she looked at people made him uncomfortable, and her words were really harsh. After all, the other party was Bai Qining's friend, and Li Shua didn't like arguing with people, so he only complained to himself. "Jiyue, I've already registered my marriage with Li Shua, so don't say things like that again." Bai Qining beckoned Li Jiyue to sit next to her, and immediately spoke to her seriously. Seeing how much Bai Qining protected Li Shua, Li Jiyue became even more annoyed with Li Shua. However, out of respect for Bai Qining, he took the initiative to greet Li Shua. The three sat down, and after the two sisters exchanged a few words about their recent situations, Bai Qining got down to business and told Li Jiyue about Li Shua's search for his relatives. The two had already discussed it over the phone, and now Bai Qining and Li Shua only needed to provide Li Jiyue with the information they had collected yesterday and Li Shuejuan's data. Therefore, the communication process is very fast. In less than the time it takes to eat a meal, Li Jiyue had recorded the information provided by the two people. After dinner, the three of them came to an end in their short get-together. As they walked out of the private room, Li Jiyue pulled Bai Qining several steps forward. Only after confirming that Li Shua couldn't hear her did she ask Bai Qining with a serious expression, "Ning Ning, are you really marrying this silent guy, or Is it just a fake marriage? Li Jiyue felt that Li Shuo was only a bit more handsome and composed than her brother, but he was also dull and boring, not as good as her brother. Bai Qining glanced back at Li Shuo behind her and immediately noticed that he had seen her and Li Jiyue whispering to each other. She wisely slowed down her pace. She liked her husband's sense of boundaries and told Li Jiyue, "We are really married." After saying that, he didn't forget to whisper in Li Jiyue's ear, "Jiyue, you should also watch your words. Don't let him know about my identity as a young lady of the Bai family and about Li Che." Recently, Li Shua's relationship with her had eased slightly. Bai Qining knew Li Shua's personality. If he discovered that their backgrounds were too different, their relationship would probably immediately revert to its original state. Li Jiyue frowned. The two were actually real. She didn't understand Bai Qining's meaning, but she didn't ask her why she did this. It just so happens that she doesn't like Bai Qining, her husband, who had a whirlwind marriage. It's actually a good thing that she doesn't reveal Bai's identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family. The two should break up as soon as possible, so her brother still has a chance. Li Jiyue really liked Bai Qining. With such an excellent personality and genes, she only regretted that she wasn't a man. She really didn't want such an outstanding girl to marry into another family instead of theirs, the Li family. So even though Li Shuo did nothing today, Li Jiyue still disliked him. As for the matter of finding her relatives, although she didn't like Li Shuo, she could understand his desire to return to his family, just like her entire Li family was hoping that their missing uncle would come back soon. Li Jiyue will do her best in this area. After the two girls finished their private conversation, the three of them left one after the other. Li Jiyue always travels by motorcycle. After leaving the hotel, she rode off on her BMW latte, leaving a trail of amazed glances from passers-by. After all, she is a currently popular and mysterious motorcycle goddess. Even though she is fully armed and does not show her face, her stunning figure combined with the wild motorcycle still attracts a lot of attention. Li Jiyue left in a high-profile manner, while Bai Qining and Li Shuo drove back to Tangyuan community in a low-key manner. After traveling back and forth for the past 2 days, Bai Qining said she wasn't tired. After getting home, she took a shower, made a phone call to Hua Wan, and fell asleep on the sofa. When Li Shuo came out of the room, he only saw a girl wearing a nightgown, sleeping soundly on the sofa, her private parts partially exposed. The next day, when Bai Qining woke up, she was already lying in bed, and Li Shuo was not beside her. She accidentally went to bed early yesterday, missing a precious opportunity to pull Li Shuo into her bed. Bai Qining was a little annoyed. She was about to leave for the film set today. There was never any freedom at home while she was at the film set. Besides, Li Shuo had come back to stay at her little home twice, which was a rare opportunity. She had actually fallen asleep there yesterday. Annoyed, she washed up and left the bedroom, where Li Shuo had already prepared breakfast. Since returning from abroad and after the turmoil of their divorce, this little family hasn't felt this warm and cozy in a long time. "I'm up. I was just about to go and wake you up." Li Shuo placed the fresh milk in Bai Qining's seat and greeted her with a smile. Bai Qining strode to the dining table, pursed her lips, looked at Li Shuo as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she could only sit down in silence and thank Li Shuo. She wanted Li Shuo to stay with her after his trip to Siyu Island. However, even now that the two have been exposed, Li Shuo and his family still risk being cyberbullied and even facing personal danger. Bai Qining didn't want to put pressure on Li Shuo. Li Shuo could roughly guess why Bai Qining was unhappy, but he couldn't say anything to cheer her up at this time. He just silently poured her milk and added some food. He can't move back in any time soon. If the relationship is exposed, his father Li Shuejuan and Li Shu's lives will definitely be affected, and Bai Qining will be labeled as mentally ill and scolded. He didn't make empty promises to Bai Qining. The atmosphere at breakfast was rather somber. At the same time, near Tangyuan residential area, several private investigators carrying cameras were already lurking in some bushes. They waited for the big star by Muge to come out of the residential area to follow and film her. Li Shiqiang, the instigator, had already returned to Haiqing. The family is having breakfast at the villa. Wu Zuixiang made breakfast today. Now that the Li family has gone bankrupt, the company still needs millions to clean up its mess. Wan Finlan, Li Chengkai, and Li Shiqiang and their siblings sold their cars and a house to raise enough money to pay back the bank and save the Li family's villa. With the company bankrupt, Li Cheng and his sons lost their source of income, and they couldn't afford to hire a nanny. Now I have to cook all my own meals. Li Cheng was initially quite angry that Li Shuejuan, as his elder brother, was unwilling to help him. But after learning about his nephew Li Shua's wife's identity and Li Shiqiang's plans from his son Li Shiqiang, he went from anger to shock, and now to anticipation. He couldn't wait to see Li Shua and Bai Mugei's relationship exposed, their whole family subjected to cyberbullying and insults, and Li Shuejuan's company severely affected. Shiqiang, the Bai family is quite powerful. Will the private investigator you hired cause any problems? Although Li Cheng was looking forward to it, he was also worried that Bai Qining's employer might ruin the whole thing. Li Shiqiang put down his chopsticks and said confidently, "Dad, you can rest assured about this. We've already discussed it. They'll only be responsible for taking photos for me, and the payment will be in cash. The Bai family won't be able to find them. Nobody turns down money. Once the private investigator has obtained irrefutable evidence, he will use it to expose the case through overseas channels, catching Bai Qining and Li Shua completely off guard. A beautiful superstar has fallen in love with a mentally ill man with such a complicated family background. With Bai Mugei's fame, her fans will definitely be furious. At that time, no one in the Li family will have a peaceful life." Thinking of this, Li Shiqiang revealed a sinister smile. Soon, this ungrateful father and son will get their comeuppance. Li Chengkai proactively clinked glasses with his son. It's still up to our Shiqiang to deal with those ungrateful father and son, Li Shuejuan. The detective Li Shiqiang hired was indeed highly skilled. As soon as Li Shua and Bai Qining left the residential area to meet up with their team, he secretly followed them all the way, not missing any opportunity to capture details of the two of them together. Chapter 258 Imported Milk Tea. Wanqing Beijul Building Materials Company. Wu Mingfei looked tired, rubbing his temples as he sat in his office, talking on the phone with his grandfather, Wu Huaishan. "Grandpa, I might have some time during the National Day holiday this year. I'll go back and spend a few days with you then." Although he looked very tired, Wu Mingfei's tone sounded relaxed and cheerful when he spoke to Wu Huaishan. This is a habit he developed from childhood. To avoid worrying his grandfather, he always reports good news and not bad news. Even though Wu Mingfei spoke naturally, Wu Huaishan on the other end of the phone sensed something amiss. He sighed inwardly, also thinking about what Bai Qining had said, and tentatively asked his grandson, "Since you've been so free lately, you might as well come back and help me harvest the tobacco leaves in the fields." The old man didn't dare tell Wu Mingfei that a relative had offered to help introduce business opportunities. His sister, Wu Zuixiang, had told him many times that she would help take care of Wu Mingfei. In particular, when Wu Mingfei decided to resign and start his own business, Wu Zuixiang verbally promised to introduce a real estate acquaintance to cooperate with Wu Mingfei. After a moment of excitement, Wu Mingfei quickly scraped together enough money to start the company. When he asked Zuixiang about clients, she simply replied that they had been poached by another company. With their guests stolen, Wu Huaishan and Wu Mingfei could only swallow their anger. Neither of them blamed Wu Zuixiang. On the contrary, Wu Zuixiang overheard Wu Mingfei complaining about her during a conversation with him. The two families never had any contact again, which was also due to Wu Zuixiang's anger that she broke off the relationship. If even his own sister was like this, Wu Huaishan dared not have too much hope for his grandnephew's wife, whom he didn't know very well. "I didn't dare tell my grandson rashly, for fear that it would all be for nothing again. Wu Mingfei doesn't have any orders right now. Once his housing contract expires at the end of this year, the building materials company will have to close down." When the old man asked, he gave a wry smile. Just as he was about to speak, an unknown number called his phone. The company is in dire need of orders, and Wu Mingfei never misses a single phone call. This call came from Kyoto. He quickly greeted Wu Huaishan, hung up the phone, and answered the incoming call. "Hello, are you Mr. Wu Mingfei?" "Hello, that's me." "Hello, Mr. Wu. I am the assistant project manager of Wanqing Real Estate Company. May I bother you now? Do you have a moment?" After listening to the introduction on the phone, Wu Mingfei opened his mouth slightly and asked incredulously, "Wansheng, Is it launching real estate under the Bishare Group? That's right, it's our company. As soon as the person on the other end of the phone answered, Wu Mingfei's expression immediately turned serious and then angry. Goodness, I received a scam call. Who betrayed his phone number and information? Wu Mingfei was very self-aware. With his newly opened building materials company, even real estate companies with little reputation would have to think twice before cooperating with him. Who is Wanxing? It's one of the leading companies in China's real estate industry. Why would they be interested in a small building materials company like Wanxing? Absolutely not. But what the person on the phone said next struck Wu Mingfei like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned on the spot. Mr. Wu, our company currently has a project in Wanxing, and we haven't found a suitable partner for the bathroom fixtures yet. I heard from an acquaintance that your company's bathroom products are quite good. When would be a convenient time in the next few days to meet and discuss this? Huh? Wu Mingfei was completely stunned. He didn't hear wrong, did he? Is it really Wanxing Real Estate calling? Sitting in the office, the god of wealth comes down from the sky? Acquaintance? When did he meet the influential person who qualified him to have access to Wanxing Real Estate? After a brief moment of confusion, Wu Mingfei did not hang up the phone. Instead, he composed himself and seriously communicated with the person on the other end to verify the information. It took him nearly 20 minutes to confirm that there was a 90% chance the person on the phone was from Wanxing Group. They also agreed that the head of the engineering department would come to his company to inspect the products the day after tomorrow, and if he was satisfied, they could finalize the deal quickly. Wu Mingfei was extremely excited. The moment he hung up the phone, he ran around the empty office several times, slapped himself a few times to prove he wasn't dreaming, and then quickly informed his employees to start preparing to welcome the people from Wanxing Company who were coming the day after tomorrow. While busy with his work, Wu Mingfei also began to recall from various corners of his memory when and where he had unknowingly met a great benefactor. But after racking his brains for a long time, he still couldn't remember which important person he knew. Now, great noblemen, Bai Qining and Li Shuo, are still on their way to and from Cu Island. At 1 p.m., the team stopped at a service area and had lunch at the restaurant. Li Shuo took the unfinished milk tea back to the nanny van, intending to drink it in the car. This was the first time he had ever tasted better milk tea at a service area than in the city. He had just arrived at the van with his milk tea and was about to get in when Bai Qining, who had already gotten in the van next to him, suddenly rolled down her window and shone her hand at him. Li Shuo looked puzzled, walked over to the van, and asked the girl inside, "What's wrong?" Bai Qining's gaze fell on the milk tea in Li Shuo's hand, and she said, "You seem to really like this one." They liked it so much that they brought it out and continued drinking it in the car. Bai Qining had just been drinking juice, not milk tea. She was a little curious about how delicious the milk tea was that Li Shuo loved it so much. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo smiled and nodded. "The taste is not bad." A girl's fair hand reached out from the car window. "Give it to me." Li Shuo, "Huh? That's not right." He drank from her. Li Shuo hesitated for a moment, but the person in the car beckoned to him again. Helpless, Li Shuo could only approach the car window, look around to make sure there were no suspicious people, and then hand the half-finished milk tea to Bai Qining. Bai Qining took the milk tea from her husband, brought the straw to her lips, and took a sip, nodded in agreement, took another small sip, and then handed the milk tea back to Li Shuo. "The taste is indeed very good." Li Shuo's gaze fell on the milk tea the girl handed back. There were still specks of damp milk tea left on the straw. He swallowed slightly, looked up at the person in the car, and pushed the milk tea back to her. "Never mind, drink as much as you like. I can't sleep if I drink too much of this stuff." After saying that, he didn't linger any longer and walked away from the nanny van. Li Shuo walked away, and Bai Qining could only take back the milk tea, feeling a little depressed as she looked at the man's back. Could it be that this guy is disgusted by the fact that she drank it and doesn't want it anymore? Li Shuo got into the van, and soon the team members arrived. The vans then left the service area together. The entire interaction between the two was captured on film by the detective in camouflage from the bushes. Shock! Bai Muge actually drank the imported milk tea that her boyfriend had drunk. Dear readers, I'm taking a day off today because I had to update only one chapter. Something came up and I really had to take a day off. I only have one day off per month, and it's the beginning of the month, so I'll have to use it. If I have time tonight, I'll update again. Otherwise, I'll just take one chapter off. Chapter 259 by Sheng. How could the black girl's brother actually find a wife? 4:30 p.m. Kyoto Mansei Real Estate. By Sheng, the second master of the Bai family, sat in his office, looking down at documents and listening to his assistant report on the progress of the work. Mr. Bai misinstructed that the person from the engineering department has already contacted him and will go to Wanqing the day after tomorrow to inspect his company. If there are no problems, we can officially start cooperating. Bai Sheng paused in his work of reviewing documents, looked up at his assistant, and asked, "Is that person's company in Wanqing?" If he remembered correctly, the black girl also went to university in Wanqing. The assistant was surprised that the boss would suddenly ask such a strange question and respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Bai, the company address is in Wanqing and the name is Beijing. Is there a problem?" Bai Sheng continued writing, saying casually, "No." He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said to his assistant, "Change the time off on my schedule for the day after tomorrow so I can personally contact this company to discuss the inspection." Upon hearing this, the assistant opened his mouth slightly, somewhat surprised that President Bai would personally handle such a small matter, but dared not ask any further questions, and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." After the assistant finished speaking, he took the reviewed documents from Bai Sheng and left the office. Bai Sheng picked up his phone from the table and, almost without thinking, opened the chat window for Black Girl in his friend list. The last few exchanges between the two were in early September. Bai Sheng, when will the remaining money be paid out? Black Girl, good morning, Boss Bai. I found a good part-time job. If all goes well, I'll be able to pay you back 2,000 by the end of the month. Thank you for your understanding, boss. Hands clasped together. Hands clasped together. The next message was by Sheng replying with an OK emoji. It's already the end of the month. Why hasn't this black girl contacted me yet? Bai Sheng held his phone, his brows furrowed slightly, his thoughts racing. Unable to contain his curiosity, he clicked on the other person's moments. Bai Sheng doesn't usually browse his WeChat moments. He basically only looks at his sister Bai Qining's WeChat moments. His sister hasn't posted anything for months, so he's almost forgotten that WeChat even has this feature. Opening the Moments feed, a dozen or so posts immediately come to mind. Bai Sheng clicked on the latest post, which was from 9 a.m. this morning. It contained a photo and a short caption. The photo shows two elderly people with gray hair standing in front of a breakfast shop on the street. They each have their hands behind their backs, right hand holding left hand, and they step out with their right feet at the same time. Even the angle of their necks bending and their heads bowing is almost the same. The caption reads, "A lifetime of living together has made the two elderly people look so alike from behind, as if they were copied and pasted. It's like seeing what my brother and sister-in-law will look like." After reading this post, Bai Sheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He wondered, isn't this black girl's brother mentally ill? How come he has a wife? Can mentally ill people develop feelings for normal people and live together harmoniously in old age? This dark-skinned girl has quite the dream. He swiped his finger to the next post on his WeChat moments, which was from a few days ago. It was also a photo, a sheepdog sticking its head out of the back of a pickup truck, grinning at the camera as if it were smiling. The caption was just a simple grinning emoji. Perhaps influenced by the expression of the sheepdog in the photo, Bai Sheng's lips also unconsciously turned up. Her posts on social media are pretty uninformative. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Sheng continued scrolling through the updates below. Li Shu's posts on WeChat moments are irregular and infrequent, mostly consisting of interesting and touching moments from her life. For example, the bracelet and skincare products her sister-in-law gave her. Although some of the photos were blurred, you could still feel her happiness through the words and pictures. She was simply sharing her joy, not showing off. Bai Sheng thought to himself that this girl was too easily satisfied. A bracelet was enough to make her so happy she could fly away. He didn't think that the girl's mentally ill brother could find a well-off sister-in-law who could give her expensive gifts. On the contrary, he gives Bai Qining countless bracelets every year, the cheapest of which costs tens of thousands of yuan. It's possible that Bai Qining has received countless gifts like this since she was a child, and she doesn't like wearing them. When he gave her the bracelet and jewelry, she didn't even properly thank him, her second brother, but instead told him not to give her any more. But he earns so much money that he doesn't have time to spend it all, so of course he uses it to buy things for his sister. So he still sends some to his sister every month. Even if I give her a lot of gifts, she'll still wear them sometimes if she sees something she likes. Bai Ershao continued browsing He Gunyang's WeChat moments. On the other side, after several hours of travel, Bai Qining and Li Shuo arrived at Siu Island around 1 p.m. and quietly checked into their hotel. Meanwhile, the private detectives who had been following them also checked into the hotel next door. Bai Qining and Li Shuo were both quite cautious. Aside from a photo of them drinking milk tea together, with Bai Qining only sticking one hand out of the car window, they didn't get any other opportunities along the way. Holding a milk tea in one hand isn't enough to prove that the person drinking it is Bai Qining. They need to take more concrete photos. Bai Qining won't be back on set until tomorrow. She plans to spend the afternoon reviewing the script and discussing the plot with Li Shuo. When she took the script to the balcony, she discovered that the hotel room balcony had been sealed with iron bars after she had been away for several days. Bai Qining. She immediately asked Hua Wan to call the hotel's customer service to inquire. She learned that the day before yesterday, a man was caught on a date with his lover, climbed out of a window, fell, and nearly died. To prevent such incidents from happening again, the hotel sealed off all the windows on the upper floors. In the hotel lobby, Bai Qining sat on the sofa with her long legs crossed, her beautiful face showing displeasure. This man is really hateful. How are we supposed to see the sea view now that all the windows are sealed up? Not only did he have an affair, but he also fell off a building, causing the hotel to seal all the windows. How is she supposed to find Li Shuo after this? That's absolutely despicable. Seeing Bai Qining say such a contradictory thing with a tense face, Hua Wan said leisurely, "During the few days we stayed at the hotel, I never saw our Ningning looking at the sea view from the balcony, but I saw her climbing out the window almost every day." Bai Qining. I'm going to Li Shuo's place to see the sea view with him. What's the point of seeing the sea view alone? Single girl Hua Wan. With the balcony windows sealed off, Bai Qining couldn't go to Li Shuo and could only stay in her room reading scripts. In the next room, Li Shuo had already started typing. He wrote over 20,000 words, but Bai Qining didn't come over until it got dark. He went to the balcony and found that the window was sealed. Although he was a little disappointed, it was good to seal it up, so that the girl wouldn't climb it every day and might have an accident one day. Even with a safety rope, Li Shuo was still terrified, as such an activity was extremely dangerous. It is also very likely that the hotel took such measures to prevent guests from climbing out of windows after such an incident. Miss Bai's dating channels are facing enormous resistance. Haicheng, the Li family, who intended to make a big fuss about Bai Qining and Li Shuo's relationship, were extremely excited at this moment. According to the private investigator, they have captured evidence of Bai Qining and Li Shuo's intimate interactions, but it's not conclusive enough, so Li Shiqiang has instructed the investigators to continue their surveillance. Once solid evidence is in hand, the day when Bai Qining and Li Shuo's family are completely embroiled in a media storm is not far off. Victory is within reach. Chapter 260 is another great discovery. 2 days later, Wancheng Wulong City Plaza. Li Shu has no classes this afternoon, so she comes to the mall every day for half a day to do on-the-ground promotion for an early childhood education institution. Wearing a frog mascot costume exclusive to early childhood education institutions and carrying a bunch of small gifts, she was attracting the attention of children and passers-by in the mall with various tricks and enthusiastically promoting her products. Li Shu has been working part-time since high school, which has given her a lot of experience. She is generous and natural when selling things to people, and she can also have fun interactions with children. She is also very sweet-talking and can win over parents with just a few words. Many parents immediately scan the QR code to add the organization's contact information to support Li Shu. After bowing goodbye to a young mother once again, Li Shu secretly calculated that she had earned 3 yuan from recruiting another person. As she slowly raised her head, her gaze, through the gap in the doll's mouth, fell upon a pair of straight legs clad in dress pants. She paused for a moment, her gaze traveling upwards to the finely tailored, high-quality suit and shirt, which accentuated the man's already tall and imposing figure. making him appear even more noble and elegant. A familiar feeling gradually welled up in my heart. Li Shu hid inside the frog doll case. The frog raised its head, and the next moment, she saw that face that both frightened and was familiar to her, and she was slightly stunned. "Mr. Bai, what are you doing here?" She recognized the person and, in a barely audible voice, instantly stood up straight with her legs together. "How come I run into this person here? The debt collectors have come all the way here?" Bai Xing put his hands in his pockets, leaned forward slightly, and brought his sharp eyes close to the wide, open frog mouth, staring into the eyes of the person in the mascot costume. It seemed that he stared at Li Shu for a while before recognizing and remembering her. He said, "I came to Wanqing to take care of some business. I didn't expect to see you here. It's almost the end of the month. I was just about to ask you why you haven't paid me back yet." Only after Bai Sheng said this did he notice that there were tiny beads of sweat around the girl's eyes inside the hood, and the hair on her forehead was also wet with sweat. The black girl was clearly sweating profusely inside the mascot costume. Although the mall has air conditioning, it's still unbearably hot inside all those thick plush toys. Bai Sheng frowned subconsciously. "Boss Bai, the money I can raise the money today, sorry." Li Shu was terrified of the other party's sharp eyes. When she met Bai Sheng's gaze, she subconsciously lowered her head to apologize, and her wide open frog mouth bumped against Bai Sheng's head with her movement. From a distance, one could see a well-dressed, tall man with half his head being bitten by a frog, a rather comical sight. The assistant beside him almost couldn't hold back his tears, having gone through all the sad things in his life. He pursed his lips, too afraid to step forward. "Bai Sheng, Li Shu, how embarrassing. Brother, save me." Right now, Li Shuo and Bai Qining are already filming on set. A filming session has just ended. Li Shuo's nose itched, and he couldn't help but sneeze several times. Su Haosan picked up his thermos, took a sip of coffee, and said to Li Shuo with a smile, "Is your wife at home missing you?" With Bai Qining and Li Shuo back, Su Haosan, who hadn't been in good condition for the past few days, seemed to have come back to life. Today, they quickly res-hot a few important scenes that had been deliberately left unfinished. Now, even if Li Shuo sneezes, he's in the mood to tease him. Li Shuo rubbed his nose, took a sip of water, glanced at his wife who was touching up her makeup not far away, and said, "It shouldn't be. Both of them are on set. They're easily visible. There's no need to think like that." It had been many days since Li Shu had contacted her, so Li Shuo decided to call her after filming ended today to ask how she was doing. Teacher Li is good-looking and talented. It's really hard to leave him out there. It's normal for your wife to miss you. Try to contact your wife more often. Su Haosan closed the thermos lid and continued, "I've never seen you make or receive any phone calls on set. If you don't contact each other enough, be careful that your relationship with your husband might suffer." Upon hearing this, Li Shuo simply smiled and thanked Su Haosan for his reminder. The two chatted briefly before quickly starting to discuss the next scene. Not far away, under a tent, Bai Qining was sitting in a chair, tilting her head back to cooperate with the makeup artist to do her makeup. Her beautiful eyes were slightly open, her long eyelashes were lowered, and she seemed to be casually looking in the direction of director Su Haosan. But her gaze was fixed on Li Shuo, who was talking to the director. The warm afternoon sun shone through the branches, casting dappled shadows on him. He suddenly smiled, his smile gentle and warm, as if it could melt hearts instantly, perhaps because he heard something from the person beside him. If the two were in a normal romantic relationship, Bai Qining probably wouldn't be able to control herself and would get up and hug her husband. But the two of them couldn't be open about it, nor could they let the crew find out anything, so she could only suppress the impulse in her heart. Bai Qining didn't dare to act recklessly on set, and Li Shuo was constantly being pulled along by Su Haosan to discuss the plot, so the two rarely had the opportunity to be close to each other. They were busy until 6 p.m., and the whole crew ate boxed lunches together. Bai Qining happened to have a plot point she wanted to discuss with Li Shuo and the director, so she naturally sat down next to Li Shuo. Su Haosan was reading the script even while eating. This play was all he could think about. Part of the reason was that the girl opposite him was just too beautiful. Even though he was quite old, he still felt a bit pressured eating at the same table as Bai Qining and being in such close contact with her. So director Su had to find something to distract himself, and halfway through his meal, he took his lunchbox to his assistant to add some more chili peppers. Li Shuo, on the other hand, had already gotten used to it. After all, he had been eating and living with the people around him for many days. Even with the beautiful and famous actress Bai Muge sitting next to him, he ate his food slowly and deliberately. Bai Qining is a picky eater. She didn't like several dishes in the lunchbox. While everyone was eating with their heads down, she silently used her chopsticks to put the braised pork from the lunchbox into Li Shua's bowl. Li Shua was startled by the girl's sudden movement and subconsciously turned his head to look around. Fortunately, everyone in the crew was eating or looking at their phones. But for some reason, he felt uncomfortable, as if he were being stared at by a pair of eyes. This feeling has lasted for several days. Li Shua didn't continue eating, but instead turned his head to look at the bushes not far from the filming location. Just as he turned his gaze over, a branch in the bush twitched strangely. Li Shua immediately became alert, craned his neck, stared at the bushes where the movement had occurred for a moment, and then looked away to continue eating. He casually picked up a piece of meat from Bai Qining's lunchbox and put it in his own bowl, while whispering to the person opposite him, "There's someone secretly filming us in the bushes to the southwest. Can you catch them?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qining looked up at her husband, a charming smile blooming on her face. Of course. Hidden in the bushes, a private investigator, relieved to have escaped a close call, frantically snapped photos, capturing the moment the two secretly exchanged food and exchanged sweet glances. Another great achievement. Continue. Continue. If we keep squatting like this, and things continue at this pace, we're sure to capture even more intense and exciting shots. Chapter 261. Candid photos of two holding hands. 3 private investigators positioned themselves in 3 different locations, their cameras aimed at Li Shua and Bai Qining. They hadn't even gone out for dinner that day, just waiting for this rare opportunity for the two to get close. Unfortunately, the only time the two of them spent eating was when Bai Qining put the meat she didn't want into Li Shua's bowl, and they looked at each other for a while. Although releasing such interactions could prove their relationship, it still leaves room for denial. What their employer needs is concrete evidence that the two people clearly had physical contact. In order to get the most generous reward when they finished their work, the group continued to huddle in the bushes with their cameras. Especially now that it's getting dark, Bai Muge and her boyfriend might secretly interact under the cover of night. They could also take advantage of the cover of night to more easily film their interaction. This is also a major reason why almost all private investigators and paparazzi prefer to follow and film at night, and why it's easier to catch big scoops at night. Under the cover of night, the man in the lead even found a comfortable spot in the bushes to sit down and take pictures. However, during the subsequent filming, Bai Muge was almost always in front of the camera and did not interact with Li Shua. Li Shua stayed with director Su Haosan the whole time. There was nothing to film, and 3 men squatted in the shadows, starting to yawn. Until 7:30 p.m., when the last scene of filming ended, Bai Muge and Li Shua exchanged a glance from afar. "Quick! There's sugar. Oh no, quick, there's something. Everyone perk up." Yang Weikong, the leader of the 3, immediately whispered into his earpiece, telling the other 2 to perk up. Soon, the lenses of 3 cameras were all pointed at the 2 of them. The crew was busy wrapping up the film, while director Su Haosan sat in front of the monitor reviewing the day's footage. Li Shua stood to one side with his arms crossed. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bai Qining walking towards him with a script. The 2 exchanged a glance from a distance, and he understood, so he walked towards the girl. Bai Muge often consults with Li Shua about the script, and the crew members have become accustomed to it, even secretly praising Bai Muge's dedication. "Even after we've finished work, I still want to chat with teacher Li Shua." Actors of her stature, especially young actresses, are now extremely rare to find someone so dedicated and serious during filming. In addition, one of them is not interested in men and the other is not interested in women and has a beautiful wife at home. They are both aloof and cold to people. Everyone in the crew believed that the 2 of them would only talk about business and would never talk about feelings. It was obvious that Bai Muge and teacher Li Shua's hearts were made of iron. After Li Shua and Bai Qining met up, the 2 openly walked together to a relatively quiet spot. Bai Qining then approached Li Shua with the script in her hand, turning to him and saying, I've had the bodyguards investigate. There are 3 people filming us this time, and we've already located their positions. Now it's time to make our move. You and I will distract them for a bit." As Bai Qining spoke, she gently reached out her hand towards Li Shua's, which was very close to his. Upon hearing this, Li Shua noticed the movement of the girl beside him and immediately understood. Although he was somewhat concerned that 3 cameras were pointed at him and Bai Qining, he still cooperated by reaching out to Bai Qining to attract the attention of the detectives. This is probably what a few people wanted to film. These detectives followed us all this way, just to get solid evidence of the 2 being intimate. As expected, Li Shua and Bai Qining's actions quickly attracted the attention of the Bush trio, who stared intently at the 2 about to hold hands, ready to press the shutter at any moment to capture the moment. They were completely unaware of the team that was quietly approaching from behind them. "Hurry up and hold hands. We've been waiting for you too. Finding dirt on by Muge is fucking exciting. Hee. Let's hold hands. Let's hold hands, and we'll get 500,000. In the high-definition camera lens in front of the 3 people, 2 extremely beautiful hands were seen slowly approaching each other, getting closer and closer. The next moment, just as the 2 hands were about to touch and hold each other, the group opened their eyes wide and prepared to press the shutter. Suddenly, a noise came from behind them. The group was startled, and a chill ran down their spines. Before they could react and turn around, several large, dark figures had already loomed over them. Just as Bai Qining and Li Shua's fingertips touched, a slight movement came from the bushes in the distance. The commotion was minimal, and everyone on set was busy with their work and didn't pay much attention. Only Bai Qining turned her head to take a look, and then whispered to Li Shua, "It worked." Li Shua felt awkward about holding hands with Bai Qining in front of other people's cameras. Upon hearing this, his tense nerves instantly relaxed, and he subconsciously withdrew his fingers. The owner of the delicate white hand that had already approached was unwilling to give up. As soon as Li Shua made a move, Bai Qining reached out and grabbed his hand without hesitation. A cool, delicate touch came over him, and in this filming location with so many eyes watching, Li Shua's heart skipped a beat. His hand was being held by the girl, and he looked at her in astonishment. How dare this girl be so bold? Bai Qining acted as if nothing had happened, taking the script and moving closer to him, using her body to cover their clasped hands, while outwardly appearing to be seriously reading the script. Li Shua stared at the person beside him for a while, looking at the girl who still maintained a cold demeanor on the surface but secretly held his hand. He finally couldn't help but smile slightly and hold her hand back. Li Shua responded, but Bai Qining's eyes were fixed on the script, yet at that moment, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were tinged with spring, making her look captivating. After all, there were people around, so Bai Qining was also mindful of her surroundings. After receiving Li Shua's response, she quickly let go, satisfied, and began to discuss the script with teacher Li Shua. Bai Qining only returned to her team and left the set after filming wrapped up. Li Shua talked with director Su Haosan for a while, then got on the bus that the crew was using to transport the staff and returned to the hotel. Back in his hotel room, he had just finished showering when he received a call from Bai Qining in the next room. When he returned to the hotel, the windows were sealed off, and Bai Qining had been contacting him privately by phone these past few days. Bai Qining's call today wasn't a routine attempt to connect with him. Rather, it was because she had already investigated the backgrounds of the 3 private investigators. The 3 were sent by Li Shua's awful relatives in Haiqing. The other party already knows that Li Shua's marriage partner is by Muge. They offer 500,000 yuan to let them take photos as evidence of her marriage to Li Shua. Li Shiqiang will then take the photos abroad and expose them, catching them off guard. Knowing the Li family's despicable plan, Li Shua felt a chill run down his spine. They can't stand seeing others do better than them, even if they themselves are not good enough. Truly the best of the best, Li Shua said with a stern face. Bai Qining agreed with Li Shua and said to him, "They are top-notch. They are still your relatives. You decide how to handle this matter. I will help you." Since they weren't her relatives, she was afraid of going too far, so the decision on how to deal with them was up to Li Shua himself. Chapter 262 Bai Qining. My husband seems to be richer than I thought. Li Shua walked to the balcony, the cool sea breeze blowing through his hair. he said coldly. Since they like hiring detectives to dig up people's privacy and kick them when they're down, then let's do as they please and give them a taste of their own medicine. I'll turn these detectives against us and pay double the price to dig up dirt on their family and expose it. Li Shua didn't like this kind of open and covert struggle, but Li Qingsai's family seemed to have taken advantage of his and Li Shuejuan's aversion to fighting, so they stuck to them and refused to give in. They discovered that his marriage partner was by Muge, that he had a complicated family background and a history of mental illness, so they hired a private investigator to follow and secretly film him. They even planned to go to great lengths to find channels abroad to expose him and his family, including by cheating, and drag them into a media storm. This person is so malicious, leaving him no way out. Why should he show mercy to such a person? Anyway, the Li family is morally corrupt and has countless dirty secrets. Let's send a few detectives to dig up their darkest and dirtiest information and give the Li family a huge surprise. Li Shua is not short of money right now. He just received his royalties from Tianlai a while ago. He received nearly 2.8 million yuan in one go, including the guaranteed share and commission for several songs. However, Li Shuejuan's company is currently working on a military order, and the payment has not yet been settled. The knives they need are too expensive. Not long after the payment came in, he transferred 1 million yuan to Li Shuejuan. Currently, I have about 2 million yuan in royalties and song copyright commissions combined. Li Shua originally planned to save the money to buy a villa in the future, but now he has decided to use it first to deal with this bunch of awful relatives in the Li family. Bai Qining was surprised and agreed with Li Shua's methods for dealing with the Li family. Their ideas were exactly the same. But this time, Li Qingsai's family offered 500,000 yuan to get her big news. Of course, this is only the fee for taking photos and videos. If it were to provide solid evidence of her relationship and expose it, even if it cost 5 million, there might not be any media paparazzi in the entire country who would dare to take on the job. When Bai Qining heard Li Shua say that he would use double the price to recruit a private investigator, she couldn't help but worry about her husband's wallet. After deducting the royalties from his several books from those given to his father-in-law Li Shuejuan, did he have 1 million yuan left? She gently reminded him. Li Shiqiang promised the detective agency 500,000 yuan, but will charge 1 million yuan to turn them. If you don't have enough money, I'll lend you some first, and you can pay me back later. Bai Qining didn't care about the money. Whether she paid it back or not didn't matter. But she wouldn't actually say that to hurt Li Shua's pride. Li Shua smiled and said to Bai Qining, "Thank you, but I have just enough money on hand, so you don't need to lend me any." Bai Qining. The novels Li Shua wrote were actually more profitable than she had imagined. Bai Qining was a little surprised. Before she could even ask, Li Shua asked her, "This detective agency should have some principles, so wouldn't it be difficult to win them over?" Bai Qining remained non-committal. "You don't need to worry about that. Others can't be turned, but I certainly can. If they agree to this condition, their company can continue operating, and they won't have to be sent to jail by Attorney Yu. Otherwise, not only would the company lose money, but Attorney Yu could also easily send them to jail." Although few people know that Bai Muge is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, everyone knows that Bai Muge was promoted by the entertainment company founded by the eldest son of the Bai family. Every media outlet that has ever tried to target Bai Muge has met with a bad end. This is why these private investigators only dare to take photos and even require cash payments. They were afraid of being discovered by the Baishir group. Today was just my unluckiest day. I got caught hiding in the bushes. This is also thanks to Li Shua. Although she was wary, she was already used to the camera. Unlike Li Shua, who discovered someone was secretly filming him within the time it took to eat a meal. We were able to catch these people today, thanks to your discovery. Bai Qining praised her husband, recalling how Li Shua had noticed her and then naturally took meat from her bowl. A smile appeared in her eyes as she continued. "You're quite the actor. You can even fool a detective." If it weren't for Li Shua's good looks, which made her hesitant to let him appear in the public eye, Bai Qining would have suggested that Li Shua enter the entertainment industry. Fortunately, Li Shua is introverted and doesn't like to show off in front of others, so she can enjoy it alone with peace of mind. Li Shua genuinely found it difficult to accept the awkwardness of being surrounded by cameras every day and had no intention of becoming an actor. Hearing his wife's praise, he smiled and said, I was just afraid they would realize I had alerted them, so I put on an act. If the group discovers that they've been exposed, they'll stop filming and run away immediately, taking the material they have to expose. Even if the two haven't been overly intimate these past few days, it could still cause quite a stir. Either Bai Qining's side has to go through a difficult public relations effort to clarify and deny the allegations, or the truth about the two of them has been unearthed, and both of them are caught in a vortex of public opinion. Being the boyfriend of Bai Muge, the beautiful superstar, is no easy task. The two talked on the phone for a while, but Bai Qining remembered that she still had things to deal with, so she ended the call early. She took Hua Wan out of the hotel to meet the 3 unlucky men who had been discovered by her husband. 9 o'clock in the evening. The Li family is still awake. Besides Wan Finlan, who was still out socializing with several girlfriends and wives and getting her hair done. Recently, in order to maintain his relationship with these wives, Wan Finlan has been frequently going out to get his hair done, and sometimes he even stays overnight at his sister's houses. Very busy. The whole family sat in the living room, waiting for news from the private investigator today. Li Shiqiang was sitting in the living room, having just made a phone call to the boss of the detective agency he had hired. The reward for this mission was not low, not only because the other party was by Muge, but also because he appointed the boss himself to lead the team. The phone rang for a while before being answered quickly. Good evening, Mr. Li. Upon hearing the man's voice on the phone, Li Shiqiang frowned slightly and said, Boss Yang, your voice sounds strange. The man on the other end of the phone chuckled wryly and said, Don't even mention it. 2 of my wisdom teeth are inflamed and are hurting right now. I can't even eat properly, let alone talk. You'd better give me a raise for this job. Hearing the other party's joke, Li Shiqiang's doubts instantly vanished. He smiled and said, As long as I am satisfied with the filming and can firmly prove that Bai Muge married that mentally ill Li Shua, you can rest assured about the remuneration, Mr. Yang. It will be more than enough. He glanced at Li Cheng and Li Guofu, who were leaning closer and straining to listen to the phone call, and continued asking the person on the other end, How's the progress today? It's all right, but the 2 of them are being quite cautious on set, and the footage they've taken isn't solid enough. Mr. Li, please wait a little longer. I feel it'll be ready soon, the other party replied. Li Shiqiang calmed down and said patiently, It's okay, no need to rush, take your time. It's best to get the most explosive and irrefutable evidence so that we can give their family and the domestic and foreign media a huge surprise. As soon as Li Shiqiang finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone immediately replied, No problem. Li Shiqiang smiled and said, Then I will wait for good news. Must. Chapter 263 Li Shu. Good heavens, Boss Bai actually has his eye on this. After finishing his call with Bai Qining, Li Shua didn't forget to call his younger sister, Li Shu, to say hello. Although the girl said everything was fine, he always felt that something was off about her mood. I only had time to call Li Shu today because it was too late, and she was about to turn off the lights on her end after we had only talked for a short while. It was so late, and Li Shua didn't want his sister to disturb others, so he had to end the call. He decided to find a time in the next couple of days when both he and Li Shu had plenty of time to ask her properly. Is she in a relationship, or is she facing some kind of problem in her life? Li Shu is very similar in personality to her father, Li Shuejuan. They are used to handling many things on their own and trying not to bother others. Since Li Shu didn't bring it up, he, as the older brother, would ask more questions so that he could offer help if Li Shu was facing any difficulties. Li Shu is indeed facing some difficulties right now. The dormitory lights were already off, but she was still looking for new part-time jobs online. The Early Childhood Education Center is already full today. Her class schedule is not fixed, and it's hard to find a part-time job with flexible hours and relatively high pay these days. While talking to her brother Li Shua on the phone just now, she wanted to ask for help several times. But every time she tried to speak, the image of the few times she had asked Fong Lanying for help since she could remember would flash through her mind, and the look of disgust and cold disdain in Fong Lanying's eyes would appear. Fong Lanying always said that she was a burden to the Li family, and that no matter how much money was spent on her, it would only benefit other families in the future. The destructive power of language is immense, especially the belittling and insulting remarks from parents, which can be fatal to children. Over the years, under Fong Laniying's subtle influence, Li Shu has become accustomed to the positioning her mother has given her, a burden that is not worth the family's efforts. As her older brother, Li Shua was already doing her a favor by giving her several thousand yuan a month for living expenses. She dared not tell her brother that she had caused trouble and owed a lot of money to others, and that she had even used the money from before to pay off debts. Li Shu didn't have that kind of courage. She was afraid that her brother would start to hate her like her mother had. Even though she kept convincing herself that her brother Li Shua wasn't like her mother, Li Shu still decided to earn the remaining 3,900 yuan to return to Boss Bai. At that moment, a notification popped up on my WeChat account that I had received payment. After the early childhood education institution settled Li Shu's wages that evening, she transferred 2,000 yuan to Bai Sheng along with the wages she had earned previously. After Bai Sheng finished receiving the payment, Li Shu opened the chat window and sent him a bowing emoji with the caption, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Bai. I will repay the rest of the money as soon as possible. I would like to apologize to you again for what happened at the mall today." Li Shu still remembers the scene of Boss Bai leaving the mall with a dark face. Fearing that the other party would hold a grudge and urge her to repay the money, she apologized first as a sign of respect. In his hotel room, Bai Sheng leaned back on the sofa, his handsome face tense as he recalled the most embarrassing moment of his life at the mall earlier that day. But what lingered in his mind even more was the girl's sweat-drenched hair and flushed face when she took off her wig to apologize to him. He unconsciously furrowed his brows, and after a moment, he replied to the black girl's message. "No, we can't call her black girl anymore. This girl seems to have gotten much fairer recently." When Bai Sheng saw her today, if it weren't for her timid eyes, he almost wouldn't have recognized her. This dark-skinned girl is the same person as before. It seems that the skincare products her sister-in-law gave her really had some effect, as they managed to whiten the skin of a dark-skinned girl. He can ask the other party about the brand if he has the chance. If it's a really good product, I could get a set for his sister by cheating. Girls love things that can make their skin whiter and smoother. While Bai Sheng was multitasking, he secretly marveled at the amazing effects of the skincare products from the woman's sister-in-law, He Gunyang, and also sent her a message. "Pay me back the remaining money within a month." When Li Shu saw the message from Bai Sheng, her eyes widened, and she immediately replied to Bai Sheng, "Is Boss Bai really holding a grudge? She has to pay back 3,900 in a month, and she also has classes to attend. How could she possibly earn that much money? That person is truly despicable." Before Li Shu could send another message, the person on the other end seemed to understand her thoughts and sent another message. "I can introduce you to another part-time job." After receiving the message, fearing that Li Shu might misunderstand, he immediately sent another one. "I just don't like people owing me money, and they have to pay me back as soon as they earn it." Li Shu originally wanted to refuse, but the other party was determined to make her pay back the money within a month. She couldn't find such a part-time job, so she had no choice but to compromise and ask the other party what kind of job they could introduce to her. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder if this Boss Bai was a bad person, forcing her like this and then introducing her to a job. Yes or no? He's got his eye on her kidneys. In the past 2 years, too many young people have been tricked into taking kidneys through various means. So Li Shu is very careful about every part-time job she looks for. She never expected that the job Boss Bai introduced to her would be to tutor a friend's middle school child in an affluent neighborhood not far from her university. He even sent her the job posting that the friend had posted on social media. "We need students from top-tier universities like 985 and 211. I have to take extra math classes for 5 hours every Saturday and Sunday. 150 yuan per hour." Li Shu's eyes widened at the sight of this treatment. "I go to tutoring classes 2 days a week, and each day costs at least 750 yuan. 2 days is 1,500. That would amount to at least 6,000 yuan a month." She stared at the screen for a long time, her eyes wide open, and was very tempted. But after thinking it over, I felt that this treatment was too unrealistic. This boss, Mr. Bai, clearly has plenty of money. Yet he's forcing her to pay back the 3,900 yuan within a month, and then introducing her to another part-time job with such outrageous pay. They must be eyeing her kidneys. After much hesitation, Li Shu, always wary, politely declined Bai Sheng's offer. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, I won't be taking this job. I'll find a way to pay you back as soon as possible. Hands clasped together in prayer. Bai Sheng. No, does this girl not trust him? He looks like a bad guy. Li Shu, absolutely. Speaking of kidneys, there is indeed someone in Haicheng who is troubled by this kidney issue. It was already late at night, and Li Cheng was sitting in the empty room, but he couldn't fall asleep. Tonight, Wan Finlan didn't come back to rest, and stayed at her sister's house again. Since his discharge from the hospital, he has been far less capable in bed than before and has rarely had sex with Wan Finlan. Sometimes he actually hoped that Wan Finlan would stay overnight at her best friend's house, so that he wouldn't feel embarrassed about being unable to avoid his wife. Anyway, Wan Finlan, his best friend, was someone he knew well. She was a divorced woman who hadn't dated anyone for years and had no man in her family, so he felt comfortable with the two of them being together. However, as the couple spent less time together, Wan Finlan's attitude towards him gradually became distant. Li Chengkai was powerless to reverse the situation. The reason for their terrible marital relationship lies with the ungrateful father and son, Li Shuejuan. He is Li Shua's uncle after all. What would happen if Li Shua donated a kidney to him? Isn't there another one we can use? Not only did the father and son refuse to donate a kidney, but they also turned a blind eye to his family's bankruptcy. China is now cracking down hard on this issue, and kidney donation is only permitted between relatives. It would be extremely difficult for him to find a kidney donor through other channels. Even if he could find one, such a scarce kidney would cost at least $1 million, not to mention the subsequent care and rehabilitation. They also risked getting arrested. If Li Shua had agreed to a kidney transplant back then, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. The people who brought the Li family to their current predicament were the carefree father and son. If he's not having a good time, neither he nor his son will be. Li Chengkai was also unable to accept that his elder brother Li Shuejuan, whom he had always looked down upon, had now transformed into a big boss of a company and even cooperated with Baishir Group, boarding Baishir Group's big ship. Their son also married a beautiful female celebrity, and the family's net worth skyrocketed. In contrast, he lost a kidney, his company went bankrupt, and his two promising sons were fired from Li Group and can no longer find good jobs. Li Chengkai couldn't accept it and was unwilling to accept it. Chapter 264 Invite Ning Buji to come and compose music for Li Shua's TV series. In the following days, besides being busy on set, Li Shua also took some time to write and update Do Di. Despite being so busy, she still found time to write a new song called Gentleman for Jiang Yaohua and help it climb the charts. In just 2 days, they once again captivated the entire internet with a single song, significantly boosting Jiang Yaohua and Ning Buming's popularity in the music industry and giving them a strong boost in their presence. Noon. The crew members are having a meal. Every day at noon, the young staff members in the film crew would request songs to be played on the speakers. The song that everyone in the group requested the most today was naturally the one that topped all the music charts in just 2 days, The Gentleman. Li Shua was already used to the fact that his songs were often played on set. He quickly finished his lunch, then took his notebook to a quiet corner to type. Li Shua is very busy, and Bai Qining has rarely bothered him these days. After lunch, she asked Hua Wan to order milk tea for everyone in the crew. This is the same milk tea shop that Li Shua likes to drink at the service area, so he asked Hua Wan to order the same one that Li Shua likes. As soon as the milk tea arrived, he had his subordinates distribute it to him. Bai Qining doesn't like milk tea, so she sat in a recliner and listened to Gentleman, a song that the crew had been playing on repeat for a while. I couldn't help but hug you from behind, but I kept it just in time so I wouldn't be thinking about you. As she listened to the song, she felt the helplessness and sorrow in the lyrics, and unconsciously began to imagine herself in the relationship between Li Shua and her partner. Aren't the two of them like that now? Even a simple act like holding hands or hugging requires careful consideration. However, the distance between her and Li Shua was mainly due to the fear that exposure would bring too much negative impact. Little did he know that this new song sounded like the story of a man who loved but could not have the one he desired. Even though they love each other deeply, when they meet, they can only greet each other and talk like friends, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor and distance. Ning doesn't even know he already has a wife, so why are his songs still so bittersweet and sorrowful? Is this also based on a tragic romantic experience before he met his current wife? Bai Qining was puzzled. At this moment, Su Haosan suddenly walked up to her and thanked her, saying, "Teacher Mu Gu, thank you for this milk tea today. I rarely drink things that young people like you drink, but I didn't expect this milk tea to taste so good." Although he came to express his gratitude, Su Hoshan's old eyes were slightly red. There was nothing he could do. The song he was listening to today was too upsetting, reminding him of an experience from his youth, and he couldn't bear to have it changed. This song is heartbreaking, but it's also really good. Director Su looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sighing inwardly. Bai Qining was not surprised by Su Hoshan's current state. Because of Ning's new song, the entire crew was in low spirits, including herself. Hearing that Su Haosan had come specifically to thank her, she said calmly, "Director Su, you're too kind. If you like it, I'll treat you to a cup every day from now on." It just so happens that Li Shua also likes to drink it. As Bai Qining spoke, she unconsciously shifted her gaze to Li Shua, who was diligently typing. He wasn't affected by Ning Buji's song. His hands flew across the keyboard. It seems that Li Shua is not a fan of Ning Buji. He doesn't seem to like Ning Buji's songs. Bai Qining thought to herself. That was unexpected. It's unbelievable that there are people who can't be moved by even the most melancholic songs. Su Haosan, standing to the side, made a polite remark, then seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Bai Qining, "By the way, Teacher Mu Gu, how about we ask Ning Buji to write a theme song for our TV series? Or, when we're producing the background music, how about we invite this excellent lyricist and composer to be the producer?" Bai Qining naturally hoped that this drama would be a huge hit, so that Li Shua's fame could quickly spread in the entertainment industry. The plot of Fatal Game and the current filming are both excellent. In addition to the plot design and presentation, the background music in the later stages is also a very important part of a good work. Ning is exceptionally talented in songwriting and composing. Perhaps, as director Su Haosan suggested, he could indeed be invited to participate in the production of the background music for later stages, or write theme songs for the novels that Li Shua is adapting, combining Ning Buji's amazing influence with Hua Li's high-quality works to elevate the fame of both of them to a higher level. Bai Qining turned to Su Haosan and agreed. "Director Su, your idea is excellent. We can invite Ning Buji to come and try it out later. There might be some unexpected gains." Su Haosan was overjoyed, but quickly frowned again. "However, I heard that Ning Buji is very low-key and aloof, and doesn't like to interact with people, so it will probably be difficult to invite him over." Bai Qining said calmly. "He is a lyricist and composer under Tianlai. I know Ms. Li Xie from Tianlai. I will contact her when I have time to try to see if she is willing to let Ning Buji cooperate with us." In the entertainment industry, there are very few people that Bai Qining admires and actively seeks to collaborate with. Besides the renowned author Hua Lu, there's also Ning Buji. She greatly admired Ning Buji's talent in lyrics and music and was determined to bring him over to enhance Li Shua's works. Bai Muge had connections and was eager to help, so Su Haosan was naturally grateful and happy and immediately thanked her with a smile. Bai Qining only wanted to help Li Shua make his name known in the entertainment industry as soon as possible. After exchanging a few polite words with director Su, she began to contact Li Xie. The Bai and Li families were not on good terms, but because the two old men were close friends, the younger generation often gathered together with the adults and exchanged WeChat contacts. Bai Qining rarely contacts Li Xie. She took the initiative to send a greeting message to Li Xie, but Li Xie was probably busy and didn't check her phone, so she didn't receive a reply. Bai Qining wasn't in a hurry. Li Xie would check her phone eventually. Li Shua was unaware that his wife, just a few meters away, was contacting him through his boss. He focused intently on typing several thousand words to complete tomorrow's update task. The film crew resumed work, and he threw himself back into filming, making it a busy and fulfilling day. The couple worked on set until late at night. During one scene, the male lead actor wasn't in good form and kept getting reshots. The crew was still helping him adjust and reshoot the scene. Meanwhile, the Li family, who had nothing to do in Haiqing, had been waiting every day for news from the private investigator about Li Shuo, hoping that the ungrateful Li Xuejuan and his family would fall from grace and be kicked by everyone. It's 9:30 p.m. At his father Li Qingsai's prompting, Li Shiqiang took the initiative to call a private investigator to inquire about the situation. It's been so many days, and these detectives still haven't made any progress. Li Cheng and his son Li Shiqiang are almost losing their patience. As soon as the call connected, Li Shiqiang asked rather displeasedly, "Boss Yang, has there been any progress on the matter I asked you to handle?" At this moment, Yang Weikong and his team are stationed near the Haiqing Dill Hotel. Just as she heard Li Shiqiang's question through her earpiece, before she could even speak, she saw Wan Finlan, dressed in a sexy pink floral dress, holding the hand of a middle-aged man in a white shirt beside her. Like a couple deeply in love, they walked together towards the Di Lu Hotel with charm, lightness, and enjoyment. "Yes, there's been a big breakthrough. Mr. Li, don't rush me. I'll take the pictures right away." Yang Weikong replied to Li Shiqiang, hung up the phone, immediately raised the camera, and started snapping pictures of Wan Finlan and the man next to her, until the two of them walked into the Di Lu Hotel together. Inside the villa, Li Shiqiang was stunned for a moment after the phone call was hung up before he reacted. His expression was excited as he said to Li Chengkai beside him, "Dad, it seems like they've got solid evidence. They're filming now." A smile immediately spread across Li Chengsai's chubby face, and he slapped his thigh. "That's great. We finally caught him." It's only a matter of time before Li Xuejuan and his family are dragged into this mess. Chapter 265 On-Site Output. The next morning, Bai Qining received some nice things from Yang Weikong and Haiqing and took them to the film set. The cruise car departed earlier than their team to make preparations, so Li Shuo always left home earlier than Bai Qining every day. Especially in the last 2 days, because the male lead was not in good condition for several important scenes. Li Shuo, who is also the author and director consultant, has been working hard to help the actor adjust his condition and reshoot. 8:30 a.m. Bai Qining arrived at the film set, where Li Shuo, Su Haosan, and the filming crew were reshooting scenes for the male actor. The male actor was diligently licking a sugar painting in front of the camera, while Su Haosan sat in front of the monitor watching. Li Shuo stood to the side, hands on his hips, brows slightly furrowed, completely unaware that his wife had come to the set with the team. As the scene ended, Su Haosan slowly turned to look at Li Shuo. "Teacher Li Shuo, how was it?" He actually felt that the male actor's performance this time was already acceptable, but Li Shuo's requirements were much higher than his. Su Haosan was unsure about Li Shuo's idea. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo shook his head, then walked up to actor Zhong Yuliang and said to him, "The emotional state is still not right. We'll have to do it again." Among the cast of actors on set, Cheng Yao Liang, the male lead, is the most senior and has achieved remarkable success in film and television. He has won more than a dozen film and television awards, and is the first Hong Kong actor to win a national television award for a police and gangster film. Zhong Yuliang believes he has perfectly portrayed the male protagonist's state in today's scene of licking sugar paintings. This time, Li Shuo rejected it again, and he looked unhappy. He disliked Li Shuo, a mere novelist, interfering with his acting skills as a professional actor. Zhong Yuliang believed that Li Shuo was deliberately nitpicking and making things difficult for him, a Hong Konger. His expression wasn't good, and he didn't even want to look at Li Shuo's face. He said coldly, "Teacher Li Shuo, I'm more professional than you when it comes to acting. I think my performance just now has shown the male lead's psychological state at that time, and there's nothing wrong with it." Zhong Yuliang has his own principles, and he believes he has done a great job. Seeing the tense atmosphere between Zhong Yuliang and Li Shuo, Su Haosan immediately got up and walked towards them to prevent the conflict from escalating. Actually, he also felt that Zhong Yuliang's performance just now was a little lacking, but this scene had already been res-hot more than a dozen times, which should be Zhong Yuliang's limit. Su Haosan had just walked up to the two of them and hadn't even spoken when Li Shuo said to Zhong Yuliang in an even more forceful tone, "I told you, you didn't portray the male lead state well enough. This scene needs to be res-hot." Zhong Yuliang immediately straightened his neck and stared intently at Li Shuo. Since you say I didn't show the male lead state, what do you think is lacking, Teacher Li Shua? Zhong Yuliang believed his performance was perfect and that Li Shua was deliberately making things difficult for him, unable to find any specific fault with him. Su Haosan was also afraid that Li Shua would be embarrassed, so he put his hand between the two of them and was about to speak up to smooth things over when Li Shua started to criticize. Your biggest shortcoming is that you can't let go of your burdens. Your expressions, breathing, and movements are not close enough to the persona you're portraying. What this character is meant to show is the everyday life of the male protagonist, the kind of life that is so ordinary, like a person in everyday life who is desperately trying to survive. For scenes like licking sugar paintings, you need to lick them exaggeratedly, as if you're risking your life in a competition, so you have to go all out. In such a tense, exciting, and life-threatening situation, can a person in everyday life control their facial expressions and calmly lick the sugar painting? This is the first time in so many days that Li Shua has produced so much content at once on set. These were the issues he had observed in male actors over the past few days, and at this moment, he pointed them out incisively. This drama is not only his work, but the female lead is Bai Qining, so he must ensure the quality of this drama to the greatest extent possible. Otherwise, why would someone transmigrate here, become a cheat-like character, and then ruin a classic parallel world movie? He concluded with a harsh statement. When I signed the contract with Daylight Entertainment, I reserved the right to choose the actors. If you still can't get into character, just pack your bags and leave, and we'll replace you with an actor who is more capable than you. Everyone present was stunned when Li Shua said this. This is the first time they've seen Li Shua so angry on set since filming began. Su Haosan realized from Li Shua's speech that Zhong Yuliang's performance did indeed lack the down-to-earth quality of an ordinary person. Even he, the director, couldn't have pointed this out before, but now that Li Shua is asking for a change of actors, he immediately pursed his lips and dared not utter a word in rebuttal. Zhong Yuliang didn't expect Li Shua to be able to point out his flaws in one go. Only now did he belatedly realize that when he licked the sugar painting, he was indeed a little restrained from licking it exaggeratedly, feeling that it would be too ugly. But as Li Shua said, when it comes to a life-or-death situation, who would care about whether it would look too ugly? At that time, survival was the most important thing. However, it's true that he didn't act well in that scene. At this moment, Li Shua was still making such a tough statement, saying that if he couldn't act well, he would be replaced. With that unyielding attitude, Zhong Yuliang was really afraid that he, a professional actor, would be replaced because his acting skills were not up to par. That's so embarrassing. He coughed unnaturally, realizing his own shortcomings. He toned down his previous assertive attitude and instead said to Li Shua, I must admit, Mr. Li Shua, the problem you pointed out was very accurate. I apologize for my behavior just now. He looked at Su Haosan. Then, let's listen to Teacher Li Shua and film it again. I'll do it according to what the teacher said. In Su Haosan's eyes, Zhong Yuliang is already a rare actor whose acting skills, appearance, and even age match the male lead in the script. However, Li Shua's world seems quite different from theirs, and he has higher requirements and more precise suggestions for his work. This is also why Su Haosan relies heavily on Li Shua's opinions. Su Haosan didn't want to lose the actor, nor did he want to offend Li Shua and prevent him from giving him guidance in the future, so he smiled and said to him, Yes, Teacher Li Shua, let's try to reshoot. He performed well again this time. Let's see how he is. Li Shua wasn't deliberately making things difficult for Zhong Yuliang. He genuinely hoped that the TV series would resonate with audiences and achieve great success. Since Zhong Yuliang recognized his mistake and Su Haosan acted as a peacemaker, Li Shua nodded and said, Okay, but I'll only give Teacher Zhong one chance. If he still can't integrate, I'll have to regretfully replace him. Soon, the scene of licking the sugar cake was red hot. This time, Zhong Yuliang not only adopted Li Shua's suggestion to lick the sugar painting without any restraint, but also feared that he would be fired by Li Shua and ruin his acting career because of his poor acting skills. He exuded a strong desire to survive from the inside out. Under multiple pressures, he truly brought out the tension, disarray, and survival instinct required by the plot. During filming, He was so nervous that large drops of sweat rolled down his head, perfectly matching the storyline. Su Haosan stood next to Li Shua and saw Zhong Yuliang's performance on the monitor. His eyes lit up, and after a reshoot, he immediately gave Li Shua, who was sitting in front of the monitor, a thumbs up. Li Shua was very satisfied with Zhong Yuliang's performance this time, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Zhong Yuliang was still kneeling on the ground. As soon as the camera finished filming, he immediately observed Li Shua's expression. When he saw that Li Shua finally smiled, his tense nerves immediately relaxed, and he lay down on the ground, panting heavily. Finally, I don't have to get fired. As soon as Zhong Yuliang lay down, Li Shua immediately raised his hand to signal the cameraman to hurry up and film, not wanting to miss this natural and plot-appropriate scene. The male protagonist's reaction after surviving the ordeal. Zhong Yuliang. Chapter 266. Li Chengkai, a green surprise? Li Shua was completely absorbed in his work and hadn't yet noticed Bai Qining, who had silently witnessed everything that had just happened and was now on set. Bai Qining sat in the director's rest area, resting her chin on her hand, taking in her husband's earnestness and unique temperament and charm in every gesture. This guy, despite his usual quiet demeanor, can be more like a director than the director himself when he gets serious. At this moment, Li Shua also noticed the intense gaze not far away. He subconsciously turned his head to look and found that Bai Qining had already arrived at the film set. When Bai Qining saw her husband looking over, she immediately suppressed the fervor in her eyes and beckoned to him. On the monitor, Zhong Yuliang had already gotten up from the ground, looking at the several cameras pointed at him with a completely bewildered expression. After another perfect shot was completed, Li Shua stood up and strode towards Bai Qining. The two have been communicating frequently on set recently, and the crew has gotten used to it. Li Shua got up to find Bai Muge. The staff and actors at their posts continued to work, each performing their duties. He walked to the rest table, sat down opposite Bai Qining, and immediately noticed the brown paper bag on the table. The girl pushed the paper bag in front of him with her fair hand. This is something sent from Yang Weikong's side. I had it printed out. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. While Bai Muge was communicating with Li Shua, no one dared to come up and disturb them. Bai Qining pushed the things over, and Li Shua lifted the bag to take a look at the contents. When he saw that the people in the photos were actually his Aunt Wan Finland and other men, a rare look of surprise appeared on his face. Li Chengkai was actually cuckolded. Yang Weikong's films are really interesting. Li Shua glanced at the photos briefly, then closed the bag, quite satisfied. He said to Bai Qining, "Have Yang Weikong contact me this afternoon, and I'll transfer the money to him." "So, how do you plan to surprise them with these photos?" Bai Qining asked. Li Shua pondered for a moment and said, "Since they've been waiting for Yang Weikong's surprise, let him send one to them, and also return the surprise he wanted to give us. Let's get it on the news and expose it, a two-pronged approach. If Li Chengsai's family wants to drag him and Bai Qining's family into a media storm, then let them experience what it's like." Li Shua's idea coincided with Bai Qining's thoughts, and she immediately had someone take the things away and set about making arrangements. The two did not waste too much time on the awful affairs of Li Chengsai's family. After Bai Qining made the arrangements, the next scene was about to be filmed, and the two quickly got into the filming together. This TV series has a total of 9 episodes. The male lead is finally in the zone, and if the filming is efficient, it can be completed in about 20 days. Last night, Li Xie replied to Bai Qining's WeChat message, and Bai Qining also told her thoughts. Li Xie is very interested in collaborating with Hua Li's works. They said they would ask Ning what his wishes were. Now she's just working normally and waiting for Ning to reply. 4:30 p.m. Bai Qining had just finished filming and was sitting under her tent waiting for the other actors to have their scenes res hot. On the rest table were the script and the cell phone that Li Shua had left on her table earlier. Bai Qining had only been sitting for a short while when her phone on the table received several message notifications. She glanced at the phone on the table, then looked towards the film crew, where she saw Li Shua still sitting in front of the monitor, engrossed in his work. She didn't make a sound to disturb him, nor did she touch Li Shua's phone. Although she is his wife, she does not interfere with his privacy unless there are special circumstances. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and found her chat with Li Xie, but the other party had not yet replied to her message. It's been almost a day. Is it Sister Sia who's busy, or is Ning Bougie too busy? Bai Qining murmured aloud. Just then, Li Shua's phone, which was on the table, rang again. Bai Qining glanced sideways and thought to herself, who's been messaging him? Is it that cowardly Che? Li Xia. No, it's me, the boss, who is so busy that I only just remembered to contact my employees. Li Shua was so busy that he didn't stop until late at night. I spent dinner discussing the plot with Su Haoshan and Zhong Yuliang. Since Li Shua and Zhong Yuliang had a conflict this morning, he has gained another fanboy, the male lead of this TV series. Zhong Yuliang, who used to be unwilling to communicate with Li Shua, is now completely convinced and will go to Li Shua to discuss the plot from time to time. With two men entangled with Li Shua, Bai Qining had much less private time to communicate with her husband, Li Shua. They couldn't even have a proper dinner together, which made Bai Qining increasingly dislike Zhong Yuliang and Su Haoshan. But there was nothing she could do about the situation, and she could only hope that the TV series would finish filming soon. Bai Qining was a little depressed at this moment. Meanwhile, Li Chengkai and his family were in Haiqing, thousands of miles away. At this moment, however, there was a great deal of excitement. Just now, Yang Weikong had someone personally deliver the footage he had taken last night to the Li family. The efficiency is astonishing. The entire Li family is at home right now, including one Finland, who has been very busy these past few days. Upon hearing the news that Bai Muge and Li Shua had been caught with solid evidence, she stayed home, waiting to see what the private investigators hired by her son, Li Shiqiang, would deliver. The adopted son of the Li family is now successful. So what if the foolish son married a big star? Her son still discovered the secret and got hold of it. Her two sons lost their jobs because of Li Xuejuan. Li Qingsai's company went bankrupt, and Li Shua's nephew was unwilling to donate a kidney to Li Chengkai. Wan Finland now feels both hatred and jealousy towards the father and son. Fortunately, karma comes full circle. Now they finally have a chance to bring the Li family down from their high position, and Wan Finland is extremely excited. Li Chengkai and his wife Li Guofu were also very excited. Li Chengkai was so eager that he urged Li Shiqiang as soon as the family sat down in the living room. Shiqiang, hurry up and open it up to take a look. As soon as Li Chengkai finished speaking, the radiant Li Shiqiang quickly unbuckled the leather belt and pulled out a handful of photos. The moment the photo was pulled out, several pairs of eyes in the living room immediately turned to it. Everyone initially thought it would be solid evidence of Li Shua and Bai Qining's intimate contact. To their surprise, the people in the photo were not Li Shua and Bai Qining. Instead, 10,000 Finland and the middle-aged man holding her hand intimately. When the members of the Li family saw the contents of the photo, they were all dumbfounded, their smiles freezing on their faces. The expectant smile on Li Qingsai's originally bloodless old face instantly froze, disappeared, and then turned into anger, his eyes so red they were practically dripping blood. He actually got cheated on by that bitch Wan Finland. Chapter 267. Very satisfied. In the living room, Li Chung was the first to react. He was so angry that he trembled all over. He turned around, his eyes wide like copper bells, and slapped Wan Finland hard across the face. Smack! A crisp, loud sound rang out in the living room, pulling everyone back from their daze. He was the first to be hit hard, and his face burned. When he came to his senses, he quickly covered his face with his hands. She looked at Li Chengkai in disbelief, immediately stood up from the sofa, covered her face, and said with red eyes, Li Chengkai, you actually hit me? Li Chengkai, already enraged by being cuckolded, stood up immediately when he saw Wan Finland still had the nerve to accuse him, and roared, I'm going to hit you. You shameless woman, how dare you betray me? Li Guofu and his wife's blood pressure soared, and they were too weak to question their daughter-in-law. They were so angry that they felt dizzy and lightheaded. They thought it was their grandson who had gotten the private investigator to find something on Li Shua and his wife. But who would have thought that the photos in the bag were actually evidence of their daughter-in-law Wan Finland's infidelity? Li Shiqiang and his two siblings were also in a daze. They were supposed to be dealing with Li Xuejuan's family. So how did such a shocking bomb suddenly explode in their family? My mom cheated on me in Finland. Wan Finland was exposed to her face, and Li Chengkai slapped her again. She was furious and immediately decided to throw caution to the wind and pounce on Li Chengkai. Li Cheng, you beast. If you hadn't ruined your kidneys by indulging in debauchery all these years, I wouldn't have gone out to find someone else. What right do you have to hit me? He can not only satisfy me, but he can also give me money. Can you do that, you bastard? What else can you do besides beating your wife in this impotent rage? Wan Finland has a sharp tongue, especially now that she has broken ties with Li Chengkai. She speaks rudely and without restraint, and every word she utters is precisely aimed at Li Chengkai's heart. Li Chengkai couldn't argue with Wan Finland at all, and was even told by the other party in front of everyone that he was no good. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering. He grabbed Wan Finland's hair and dragged her towards the kitchen. You slut, I'm going to kill you today. Li Chengkai, you coward. What the hell can you do besides bullying a woman like me? The entire villa hall was filled with the sharp, piercing screams of the Finnish people. How could Li Guofu and his wife tolerate their son being humiliated like this by an outsider? Wu Zuexiang felt dizzy and lightheaded, but she gritted her teeth and lunged at Wan Finland. Wan Finland, you slut, I'll beat you to death. Li Guofu felt a sharp pain in his chest, his blood pressure soared, and he couldn't stand up. He pointed at Wan Finland and shouted, beat her, beat her, beat this slut to death. The Li family mother and son pinned Wan Finland to the ground and beat her. Li Shiqiang and his two siblings rushed forward to break up the fight. Just minutes before, the family was radiant and full of energy, but now they were in complete chaos, throwing punches and kicks at each other. It took the three Li siblings quite a while to separate the group. Li Guofu, his son, and Wan Finland were all covered in scratches and grime, their hair disheveled and their former high spirits completely gone. The group had barely separated when Wan Finland's phone rang. Li Chengkai thought it was Wan Finland's lover calling, so he immediately ran to the sofa, grabbed Wan Finland's phone, and saw that it was her best friend who often invited Wan Finland out. His temples throbbed with anger, and he immediately pressed the speakerphone button to answer. Li Chengkai originally wanted to question this woman about why she conspired with Wan Finland to deceive him, but the woman's anxious voice came through the phone first. Finland, what's going on? Who did you offend? You and Lao, you were photographed in front of the Delo Hotel, and the video was uploaded to TikTok. Your whole family's information has been dug up, and now you're a hot topic on TikTok. The woman's words struck the Li family like a thunderclap. Wan Finland's eyes widened. She ran to Li Chengkai's side, snatched the phone, opened Douyin, and saw that the homepage recommendation was a video of her holding hands with her lover as they walked into a hotel. The video title is even more eye-catching. Shocking. The Shang Knives company has just gone bankrupt. The wife of its CEO, Li Chengkai, has already found a new lover, meeting him in hotels every night. Li Chengkai, the protagonist in the video with a green meadow on his head, was standing next to Wan Finland, taking in the video content and the eye-catching title. He was so angry that he didn't even have the strength to fight Wan Finland anymore. His blood rushed to his head, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The entire city of Haiqing should know that Li Chengkai has been cuckolded by his wife, Wan Finland. Li Chengkai fainted, and Li Shiqiang and his two siblings rushed forward to help him up. However, before they could help Li Cheng up, the elderly Li Guofu and Wu Zuexiang also fainted one after another from the shock. The main reason is that the extreme joy and sorrow within an hour caused such a large emotional fluctuation that the body could not withstand it. Originally, I was thinking of finding out what shocking dirt on Li Xuejuan that would bring down that ungrateful wretch. Who would have thought that Li Xuejuan failed to get what he wanted, but his family became famous throughout the country instead. For the two elderly people, their daughter-in-law's infidelity was something they couldn't bear to see in the light of day. Now that everyone knows about it, how are they supposed to accept it? This is absolutely unacceptable. The Li family was in complete chaos. Meanwhile, Li Shuo, who was far away on Siu Island, quit Douyin and was very satisfied with everything that had happened to the Li family. I just got back and had a chance to check my phone. Besides a lot of unread WeChat messages, the latest one was about Li Chengkai, the bankrupt CEO of Haiqing. Li Shuo immediately opened the message and read its contents, quite satisfied with the current buzz it was generating. This is exactly the kind of buzz Li Chengkai's family wanted. Only the target audience has changed to themselves. They should be very satisfied. Li Qingsai's family. After exiting the software, Li Shua opened WeChat. Quite a few people messaged him today. Not only did the editor, they, ask him questions about his work. Also, there's his boss, Li Xie, and his friend, Yi Xian. After replying to Day's message, Li Shua opened Li Xie's chat window. Upon seeing the contents, his relaxed brow furrowed slightly. Bai Muge, the female lead in the Fatal Game, takes the initiative to invite Ning Buji to be the producer of the background music for the later stages. The two of them see each other every day, yet his wife went through all this trouble to find Li Xie. Before replying to Li Xie, Li Shua hesitated slightly about whether to reveal his identity to Bai Qining. On second thought, his fame is only so-so now. He had such a big scandal with Li Xie not long ago. Although it has been clarified, Bai Qining, that jealous person, must still remember it. If he confesses now, he'll definitely get another beating. It's better to delay it. Wait until the internet's memory has faded a bit, and until his fame has increased. Then he'll have more confidence to confess to her, and not let her beat him up. Thinking this, Li Shua replied to Li Xie. Sure, I can cooperate in the post-production of this TV series. Although she won't be honest now, Bai Qining's request cannot be denied. As a celebrity, she doesn't need to appear in post-production. That's his and Daylight Entertainment's post-production team's business, so there's no need to worry about her finding out. If you agree to her request now, you'll likely avoid getting beaten up if you find out he's also involved later. Chapter 268 Coming to visit the set. After replying to Li Xie's message, Li Shua didn't expect his busy boss to reply to him quickly. He then read the message Yi Xian had sent him that afternoon. It turns out this guy was planning to come to Siu Island in a few days and visit him on set. Li Shua had no reason to refuse Yi Xian's request to come over. However, he seriously doubted whether the kid came to see Bai Qining or him. After all, this guy had pursued Bai Qining relentlessly and was completely infatuated with her. Li Shua still had some recollection. It seemed Yi Xian had said that he and Bai Muge were childhood sweethearts. I had always wondered how an ordinary family like Bai Qining could have connections with a super-rich second-generation family. Upon closer reflection, Bai Qining had mentioned when introducing her and Li Xuejuan's family situation that her mother worked as a nanny. She must have worked as a nanny for a wealthy family when she was young, and as their daughter, Bai Qining naturally got to know Yi Xian. No wonder Xie Jingshu, the mother-in-law, exudes the elegance and grace of a noblewoman in every gesture. Spending years with these wealthy women, her daughter became a big star and lived a life of luxury, thus becoming a true wealthy woman herself. Li Shua is not one to actively ask about other people's affairs, but he is good at making assumptions. Even without asking Bai Qining and Yi Xian, he could reasonably deduce the process of their childhood friendship on his own. Since Bai Qining wasn't interested in Yi Xian anyway, he didn't need to keep arguing about it. Anyway, this is all just wishful thinking on young Master Ye's part. Li Shua was worried that Yi Xian's visit would cause trouble for Bai Qining, so he asked proactively, "Are you sure you're here to see me, and not Bai Muge?" Yi Xian is not as busy as Li Xie. She quickly replied to Li Shua, "Of course it's up to you. No matter how much I like Bai Muge, she already has a boyfriend. Why would I shamelessly try to interfere in their relationship? Besides, he couldn't get in anyway." According to her father, Bai Qining found a marriage partner on her own to appease her family, but over time, they developed feelings for each other, and Miss Bai has become serious. Bai Qining was never moved by him in the first place, and now that she has someone she likes, he has even less of a chance. This trip to the film set was really to see Li Shua. Of course, he still held on to a sliver of hope. He wanted to see if Bai Qining had truly fallen for him. He's still putting on an act for his family. If it's acting, he still has a chance. I simply can't give up on this idea unless I go and see for myself. If Bai Qining really has a boyfriend, he should immediately go abroad to heal his wounds and return to China only after he has forgotten about this White Moonlight, his love interest. Although young Master Yi is flamboyant, he has very sound values. Li Shua could tell from their usual interactions that Bai Qining really had a boyfriend, so he stopped pressing the issue and said, "Okay, you can call me in advance when you're coming over." No problem. After the two made the appointment, Li Shua immediately called Bai Qining to tell her that Yi Xian was coming to the film set to see him. Li Shua and Yi Xian became good friends, and when Yi Xian wanted to visit Li Shua, Bai Qining had nothing to say. She was just a little worried that if the three of them met, and Yi Xian spent more time with Li Shua, Yi Xian might reveal her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family. However, Bai Qining thought again that her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family had always been kept secret from the outside world, and even Yi Xian and Li Che kept quiet about her real name. Otherwise, Li Shua wouldn't still be in the dark. So the two of them should be aware of this. And even if they get along very well, they won't easily reveal the secret about her identity as the Bai family's young lady. If Yi Xian comes over, as long as she has less contact with him, and Li Shua is so busy that he doesn't have time to gossip and chat with her, her identity won't be easily exposed. Thinking about it this way, Bai Qining felt a little more at ease. She said, although he is still unaware, he is still your rival in love. The two of you should not get too close, and you should not mention me to him often, or he may see through our relationship. After all, the two spend every day together, and Bai Qining was afraid that Li Shua would get used to it and often mention her as his wife, thus exposing their relationship, so she gave him a heads up. Li Shua answered without the slightest hesitation. Don't worry, I will never mention you in front of anyone. Bai Qining. After a brief silence on the other end of the phone, Bai Qining's tone turned noticeably cold. All right, it's late. I'm going to sleep. Li Shua glanced at the time on his phone and said, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. You're sleeping so early today. Yes, I'm going to bed early today. Bai Qining said coldly, then angrily pressed the hang-up button, ending the call. Li Shua. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the girl seemed angry. He sent Bai Qining a message. Are you angry? Bai Qining, no. Li Shua, that's good. Then go to bed early. I'll go to bed early tonight too. Good night. Good night. After saying good night to Bai Qining, Li Shua went to rest early today. It wasn't until the next morning, when he went to the film set, that he discovered Bai Qining was angry with him. Realizing what had happened, I quickly took some time to comfort the person while filming. Qining, I was wrong. What's wrong? Is it because you shouldn't have agreed to let Yi Xian come that you're angry? Idiot, stay away from me. Li Shua. The young couple, despite their busy schedules, still find time to flirt and banter in private every day. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Li Chengkai and his family have returned to their hometown and moved into an old house that they haven't lived in for many years. Wan Finland's affair became common knowledge, making it impossible for Li Chengkai's family to continue living in Haiqing. Li Chengkai wanted a divorce, and Wan Finland agreed to the divorce, but wanted the villa in Haiqing worth tens of millions of yuan. Li Chengkai was unwilling to give Wan Finland a single penny, and the two remained deadlocked. Wan Finland openly ran off to her lover in Haiqing, while her family hid back in these deep mountains, too ashamed to stay in Haiqing. Li Chengkai is unwilling to sell the house, and will divorce Wan Finland on a 50-50 basis. The family is now in dire financial straits. Now that they've returned to this old house, the family, accustomed to a life of luxury, can't stand the dilapidated state of the house and the surroundings. There aren't even any pots, pans, or anything else in the house. The two elderly people had no idea they would return to this poor, remote place, and had long since lost contact with the villagers and neighbors. When some people contacted them about matchmaking opportunities, they never offered any help. Who would have thought I'd have anything to do with these poor bastards? We've become estranged from our neighbors. Today, our first day back home, the whole family still hasn't managed to prepare anything to eat by evening. Li Guofu was starving and remembered Wu Zuixiang's younger brother, Wu Huaishan. He said to Wu Zuixiang, why don't we go to your brother's house for a meal? Even though you two siblings have had a falling out, you are still brothers and sisters. It's only right that you help each other out. Upon hearing this, Wu Zuixiang retorted arrogantly, I'm not going. You go if you want. That kid Wu Mingfei has racked up a mountain of debt from his business over the past 2 years. If you go to eat there today, you'll owe him a favor, and who knows, he might come knocking on your door tomorrow to borrow money. What's the point of associating with them? It's better to drive to town for a meal than to eat at their house. Li Shiqiang had originally intended to go over and visit, but after hearing what Wu Zuixiang said, he immediately picked up his car keys and said, I still have some money on me, so let's go to town to eat. Wu Mingfei wasn't doing well, and Wu Huaishan's family didn't have much to eat. When the family went to his house to freeload, it only made them a laughingstock among the neighbors, who treated them like beggars. So, the Holy family squeezed into the second-hand car that Li Shiqiang had bought and went to town to eat together. Having been away from their hometown for so long, they had forgotten that this remote town was not like a big city, where there were no night markets or food available in the middle of the night. At this hour, Li Shua was still working, typing away in his hotel room. Yi Xian informed him in advance today that he would be visiting the set on Siyu Island tomorrow. He needs to save the manuscript in advance, so he'll have time to spend with his friends tomorrow. Chapter 269 Li Shua. Yi Xian and Bai Qining actually met at a birthday party? The next day, not long after Li Shua arrived at the film set, Yi Xian arrived as promised to visit him. Many young people in the crew recognized him as the rich second generation who had relentlessly pursued Bai Muge before her relationship was made public. I never expected that this rich kid would come here today to see the author, Li Shua. Amidst the gossipy gazes of the young crew members, Li Shua took advantage of a break to chat briefly with Yi Xian. Bai Qining was already putting on makeup in her rest area and didn't have time to come over and greet Yi Xian. While posing as the female celebrity Bai Muge, she would avoid having too much contact with Yi Xian, since the two were probably not familiar with each other. But seeing Yi Xian and Li Shua together today made her feel inexplicably uneasy. He would glance in their direction every now and then. Yi Xian was also secretly loyal to Liu Bei, and when he talked to Li Shua, he would unconsciously look in the direction of Bai Qining. Li Shua's smile gradually froze. When Yi Xian turned to look in Bai Qining's direction again, he reached out to block his view and said seriously, "Yi Xian, did you come to see me, or Bai Muge?" Yi Xian was surprised that Li Shua, who usually didn't like to meddle in other people's business, would actually stop him from looking at Bai Muge. He was stunned for a moment before saying to him, "She's still the white moonlight in my heart. I can't help myself when I come to the scene." As he said this, he suddenly leaned closer to Li Shua and whispered, "You've been with her on set for so long. Has Bai Muge's boyfriend ever come to visit the set? What does he look like?" Li Shua looked at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and skipped the first question, answering directly, "Her boyfriend looks about the same as me." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart. Since Li Shua had said that, Bai Muge's boyfriend must have already visited the set, and he's about as handsome as Li Shua. He looked Li Shua over carefully, and his heart sank even further. Yi Xian was always confident in his appearance, but even he felt inferior to Li Shua in terms of looks. If Bai Qining's boyfriend is as handsome as Li Shua, then he is indeed not as handsome as that man. Even so, Yi Xian was still unwilling to give up and continued to ask Li Shua, "Does Bai Muge and her boyfriend contact each other frequently?" Yi Xian didn't believe a single word others said, but he believed Li Shua's words even if they were just punctuation marks. Yi Xian trusted Li Shua a lot. In his eyes, Li Shua was a very sincere man. Li Shua was indeed very sincere. Looking at this rival who clearly hadn't given up, he replied, "Yes, they keep in touch often. Their relationship seems to be very good, and Bai Muge is a bit clingy. Actually, it's not just a little bit, but he's very clingy." "What? Bai Muge is clingy? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Yi Xian exclaimed in disbelief. He simply couldn't imagine what it would be like for someone as aloof and icy as Bai Muge to be clingy. "I didn't see wrong, and you didn't hear wrong either. She and her boyfriend have a good relationship, so you shouldn't think about her anymore." Li Shua solemnly instructed Yi Xian, asserting his authority. In Yi Xian's eyes, Li Shua was simply reminding him in good faith not to interfere in other people's relationships. Moreover, now that he had received the answer from Li Shua, the last vestige of hope in Yi Xian's heart was instantly shattered. He sat next to Li Shua, looking disappointed, dejected, yet handsome. After bowing his head and remaining silent for a while, he finally spoke, "Old Shua, thank you for reminding me. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who interferes in other people's relationships." He slowly turned his head to look in Bai Qining's direction and said absent-mindedly, "Now that she really has a boyfriend, from today onwards, I will definitely not bother her anymore." Yi Xian is feeling very down right now, and Li Shua can't say anything to comfort him. This guy has his eye on no one but his wife. If the two hadn't become friends without knowing each other's identities, Li Shua wouldn't want to talk to Yi Xian now. He didn't say anything, but simply raised his hand and patted Yi Xian's arm. The two had only been sitting for a short while when Bai Qining, who had already finished her makeup, called over a staff member and asked Li Shua to come over and give her some pointers on the script. Li Shua greeted Yi Xian and then got up and left. Li Shua and Yi Xian were separated for a whole morning. The male and female leads, along with the director, spent almost the entire morning talking to Li Shua. He simply didn't have any extra time to spend with Yi Xian. Yi Xian then naturally spent the entire morning sitting on the set. We finally got to lunchtime. Just when Li Shua thought he could spend some time with Yi Xian, less than 10 minutes after they sat down, Bai Qining had another problem. She needed to discuss some parts of the afternoon's filming with Li Shua in detail, so she called someone to invite Li Shua to her rest area. If it were anyone else, Li Shua would definitely have refused outright. But this is not only Bai Muge, but also his wife. He could only apologize to Yi Xian and go back to his work. However, after talking with Bai Qining, Li Shua found some things strange. Given Bai Qining's understanding of the script, he shouldn't need to worry about these minor issues. Why is this girl so insecure today? Could it be that she wants him to spend more time with her? Another reason is probably that Bai Qining was afraid that he would have too much contact with Yi Xian and that Yi Xian would discover their relationship. After explaining another scene to Bai Qining, Li Shua whispered to her, "Qining, you don't need to worry about me like this. I will definitely not expose our relationship to him." Bai Qining, is this what she's afraid of? What she feared was that if the two spent too much time together, her identity as a young lady from the Bai family would be discovered. She said against her will, "We should minimize contact as much as possible. Too much contact is too risky. Anyway, I've been asking you to help me out, so he won't suspect anything and will understand." All right. Bai Qining kept saying she was worried about their relationship being exposed, so Li Shua couldn't really refute her. After explaining the scene to Bai Qining for a while, Li Shua finally had some free time to go find Yi Xian and ask him to book a hotel to rest. Yi Xian, still recovering from heartbreak, confirmed that Bai Muge was indeed in a relationship with someone else and had no desire to stay any longer. Since Li Shua didn't have much time to spend with him, he decided to go to the island alone to clear his head and then leave. He stood up and said goodbye to Li Shua. "Old Shua, you go ahead and do your work. I'll wander around the island by myself to clear my head. We'll get together again when you have more free time." Li Shua patted his arm and said, "Okay, don't be too sad. You can't force things. You've liked her for so many years and your pursuit has been fruitless, which proves that she really isn't interested in you. Now you can move on." Yi Xian nodded, then gave a wry smile and sighed. "If only she hadn't come to my birthday party when I was 9, I wouldn't have met her and been so persistent all these years." Li Shua was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Birthday party? Did you meet at your birthday party? Would a large family, like the Yi family, invite the nanny's child to their birthday party?" Li Shua thought that Xie Jingji often brought Bai Qining with her to work, which was how the two met. Chapter 270 Testing Her. Yi Xian is currently feeling very down and wants to find someone to confide in. Li Shua, the mentor who helped him pursue Bai Qining, was the most suitable candidate. When Li Shua asked, he replied, "Yes, I returned to China when I was 9. Not long after, it was my birthday, and my family held a party. Her mother brought her to my birthday party. That was the first time I saw her, and it was love at first sight. I fell in love with her after we met. For many years, I often greeted her parents and sent them nice things from abroad. I treated them even better than my own parents. That's how I got past her parents' hurdle. They tacitly agreed that I could pursue Bai Muge, but I didn't expect Bai Muge to be faster than me. I don't know when she developed a boyfriend." As Yi Xian spoke, he looked up at the sky, lost in memories, his eyes welling up with tears. Li Shua, however, was completely confused. The two did not meet when Xie Jingji worked as a nanny at Yi Xian's house, but at Yi Xian's birthday party. Yi Xian not only knows Xie Jingji, but also Bai Qining's father, Bai Yingtang, and has a good relationship with both of them. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Isn't Bai Muge's mother your family's nanny?" Yi Xian snapped out of his daze, his expression exaggerated. Huh? What nanny? How could your aunt work as a nanny in his house? The wife of the head of the prestigious Bai family holds a position in the family even higher than that of the Bai family patriarch, let alone the Yi family. Even the most powerful family in the capital wouldn't dare say that Madame Bai had worked as a nanny in their household. What's wrong with Li Shua's thought process? Yi Xian had no idea that the person standing in front of him was Bai Qining's husband, nor did he expect that the other party had already met Bai Qining's family members. He assumed that Li Shua only saw Bai Muge as others did, and asked him, "Where did you hear that Bai Muge's mother was a nanny?" Li Shua's expression was complicated. Of course, it was his mother-in-law and Bai Qining herself who said it. But Yi Xian's reaction at this moment made him feel that things were not so simple. Instead of answering, he asked, "Isn't that right?" Yi Xian opened his mouth but didn't speak. He really didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't reveal too much about Bai Qining to others, even if it was Li Shua. He trusted Li Shua, but if Li Shua accidentally revealed Bai Qining's true identity, Bai Qining and her brothers from the Bai family could beat him senseless with just one punch each. He simply waved his hand and said, "I can't really say for sure. Anyway, Bai Muge's mother is not someone's nanny, let alone the Yi family's nanny." "Don't say that again." Li Shua became increasingly confused as he listened, and wanted to ask more questions, but Yi Xian seemed unwilling to continue discussing Bai Muge. He quickly said goodbye to Li Shua and left. Li Shua was left completely bewildered. Yi Xian doesn't seem to be lying. His mother-in-law doesn't work as a nanny. Why did Bai Qining and Xie Jingji hide her past work? Could it be that, like him, you have some unspeakable secret? Before Li Shua could think about it further, Su Haosan called him over to help, so he had to put the matter aside for the time being and focus on his work. Today's shoot is outdoors, and there will be thunderstorms around 5 p.m. The crew also managed to finish filming before the rain started, thus concluding their task for the day. Li Shua was traveling the same way as Bai Qining. The crew's car wasn't going to leave yet, so at Su Haosan's suggestion, Li Shua got into Bai Qining's bodyguard car, and they traveled to and from the hotel together. To avoid suspicion, even when he hitched a ride with Bai Qining, Li Shua didn't interact with her at all. He didn't even have a chance to ask Bai Qining about his mother-in-law. Back in his hotel room, before Li Shua could even message Bai Qining, she called him first. "Will Yi Xian come to see you again tonight?" Li Shua sat on the sofa and, upon hearing Bai Qining's question on the phone, paused for a moment before deliberately saying, "Yes, I was just about to invite him over to chat for a while since we finished work so early today. I won't mention you to him." Upon hearing Li Shua's words, Bai Qining's face visibly showed a hint of panic, but she said rather domineeringly, "No, you can't see him." Being with the two of them today made her feel uneasy. Bai Qining had a premonition that if she continued to let the two of them interact, Li Shua might find out something. He didn't know she was Bai Muge before, so he wouldn't ask Yi Xian about her. Things are different now. If Yi Xian mentions anything about her, Li Shua might not be able to resist asking a few questions. Therefore, it is necessary to prevent Li Shua from contacting Yi Xian. Li Shua continued to probe. "I won't mention you. So why can't I see him?" "No, we can't. We've both been very busy lately, and we finally finished work early today." Bai Qining had a sudden inspiration and continued, "You pack up, and we'll go out to eat and wander around the island later. We've been here for so many days, and we haven't had a proper chance to explore the island yet." Bai Qining's reason was impeccable. The two had indeed not gone out on a date privately for a long time. Li Shua had achieved his goal of testing Bai Qining, and, after confirming that she did not want him to have contact with Yi Xian, he did not expose her. He looked out the window. It was raining on the island. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Are we going out in the rain?" "That doesn't matter. Just bring an umbrella." Li Shua. "Okay, I'll change my clothes and come out in a bit." It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Having changed their clothes, Bai Qining and Li Shua left the hotel one after the other, agreeing to meet in a small alley near the hotel. Li Shua went into the alley first. He waited for a while with his umbrella, then heard a noise, turned around, and immediately saw a girl walking towards him with an umbrella in the rain. The other person walked slowly towards him, and as she got closer, she opened the edge of the umbrella a little higher, revealing a beautiful figure under the umbrella that instantly came into Li Shua's view. Because of the rain, Bai Qining specially wore a pair of light yellow rain boots this time. She was wearing a loose white puff sleeve top and light gray casual shorts. Her slightly wavy long hair was naturally loose, adorned with a few childlike, colorful hair clips. With delicate features and fair skin, Bai Qining now exudes a refreshing, rainy season-like charm compared to her usual appearance. Li Shua's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the girl had already closed her umbrella, slipped under it, and naturally took his arm with her delicate hand. She shook the water off her umbrella and said to him, "Let's go." Okay." Li Shua was a beat slow to react and immediately moved the umbrella a little closer to Bai Qining, asking her, "What do you want to eat?" The two walked forward in the rain. Bai Qining thought for a moment, then turned to her husband. "Huawan told me before that there's a restaurant called Sihejiang Banquet nearby that serves good food. Shall we go check it out?" Li Shua looked back at Bai Qining, reached out and gently brushed the raindrops from her forehead, and replied softly, "Okay." Li Shua withdrew his hand and looked ahead. Bai Qining gently pursed her lips, tightened her grip on Li Shua's hand, and pressed herself even closer to him. The two walked forward together. At the same time, inside the Suha River Banquet restaurant, Yi Xian sat by the window, watching the waiters bring out one exquisite dish after another. He looked lonely, dejected, yet handsome. If Li Shua weren't so busy, I could be with him at the restaurant and listen to him vent. Well, Chapter 271 Yi Xian, what did I see? The rain continued to fall, and the sky gradually darkened. Yi Xian faced a table full of delicious food, but had no desire to touch it at all. He tilted his head and looked out the window, where the world seemed to be shrouded in a vast, hazy curtain of beads. The weather at that moment mirrored his mood gray and gloomy, making him feel melancholic. Yi Xian couldn't help but wonder what kind of man he, such an outstanding young man, had lost to. Besides being as handsome as Li Shua, what kind of personality does the other person have? The man who could make a girl like Bai Qining, who has symptoms of male dysphoria, fall in love must be a master flirt, right? My thoughts wander. In the dim light, two blurry figures came into his view. In the hazy rain, a tall, upright man could be seen holding a black umbrella. Beside him was a girl with an charismatic presence and a beautiful figure. Even through the rain and with black masks on their faces, Yi Xian could tell at a glance that they were a well-matched handsome man and beautiful woman, making it impossible to look away. Yi Xian rested his chin on his hand and couldn't help but think. Li Shua said that Bai Qining is usually very clingy to her boyfriend. When Bai Qining goes on a date with her boyfriend, is she as clingy as this girl? He pictured Bai Qining's aloof and stunningly beautiful face, exuding an unapproachable aura, and immediately dismissed the idea. Bai Qining looks like the kind of girl who wouldn't even hold her boyfriend's arm. He couldn't imagine what Bai Qining was like when she was in a relationship. Yi Xian followed the couple's gaze the whole way, watching them put down their umbrellas at the door and walk into the store together. His location was quite a distance from the store entrance. As soon as the two entered the store, the staff greeted them warmly. As the shop assistant approached, Bai Qining instinctively avoided eye contact. Even though only her eyes were visible and she had changed her clothing style, she was still highly recognizable and needed to avoid being recognized. Because his wife was so famous, even though Li Shua wasn't used to being the one in charge at the dinner, he reached out to protect Bai Qining and stubbornly tried to communicate with the staff. "Hello, please arrange a quiet private room for us." With a mask covering his face, he seemed to communicate quite naturally. The shop assistants didn't notice anything amiss and immediately responded warmly, leading the two to the second floor. Yi Xian's gaze followed the two of them from the moment they entered, his thoughts wandering. Once the rain stopped obscuring his vision, he could see much more clearly. As he watched the two walk past the restaurant, the more familiar they seemed, and he began to take them seriously. This couple looked so alike. As this outrageous idea popped into his mind, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He jumped up from his seat, his eyes wide, trying to take another look to confirm the impossible idea in his mind. However, just as he stood up, the couple had already gone up to the second floor and left with the shop assistant. Once the two were out of sight, Yi Xian gradually came to his senses and instantly realized that his previous thoughts were too outrageous. He actually thought the couple was Li Shuo and Bai Qining. Is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Putting everything else aside, when he met Li Shuo was already married. He even became his relationship mentor, helping him pursue Bai Qining. Based on this alone, Li Shuo could never be Bai Qining's boyfriend. How could a man in this world possibly help someone else pursue his own wife? Moreover, according to Li Shuo, he was dragged to the Civil Affairs Bureau by his wife to get their marriage certificate. With such severe androgyny, how could Bai Qining possibly drag a man to the Civil Affairs Bureau and be in such a hurry to get rid of him? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more outrageous his idea seemed. That couple could absolutely not be Bai Qining and Li Shuo. Meanwhile, Li Shuo and Bai Qining had already arrived at the private room on the second floor. To avoid being seen by the staff, the two sat side by side. Following the staff's recommendations, Li Shuo ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes. This restaurant is very efficient. Before long, the dishes were served one by one. These dishes not only look great, but also taste delicious. Even Bai Qining, who is usually a picky eater, ate a few more bites of each dish, while Li Shuo finished off the leftovers. The two of them enjoyed their meal quite a bit today. Dinner was drawing to a close. Li Shuo poured a glass of juice into Bai Qining's glass and suddenly called her name. Qining. Bai Qining reached out and took the juice, then looked up at the man beside her, waiting for him to speak. Li Shuo paused for a moment, looked at her, and finally asked the question that had been on his mind all day. How did you and Yi Xian meet? Bai Qining had just brought the juice to her lips when Li Shuo suddenly threw this question at her, startling her. The unease that had been lingering in her heart all day intensified. She took a small sip of her juice, looked at the man beside her inquisitively, and asked, "Why are you suddenly curious about this? Did Yi Xian say something to Li Shuo today?" Bai Qining started to get nervous, and her palms started to sweat. If her identity is exposed, will Li Shuo leave her because of the huge difference in their backgrounds? After seeing Yi Xian today, I remembered that he said you two were childhood sweethearts, so I was curious about how you two met and asked you. Li Shuo looked back at the girl beside him, but Bai Qining quickly looked away from him when their eyes met. It's been too long. I don't remember how we met, and we weren't childhood sweethearts. We weren't close, she said evasively. Bai Qining clearly didn't want to answer the question, and Li Shuo stopped her in time. Okay, forget it if you've forgotten. I was just asking casually. If Bai Qining doesn't want to say, he can ask Yi Xian. As Li Shuo was thinking this, he reached for the juice glass, but the person next to him suddenly grabbed his wrist. A cool, delicate touch came over him, and Li Shuo was stunned for a moment before turning to look at her. Bai Qining felt uneasy, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she asked, "Did Yi Xian say anything to you today?" Ever since Yi Xian left, Bai Qining noticed that Li Shuo's gaze towards her had changed. Now you're suddenly asking this question again. This made her very uneasy. Li Shuo had already confirmed that Bai Qining was hiding something from him, but he couldn't guess the specifics, so he smiled and asked, "What do you think he'll say to me?" A smile appeared on Li Shuo's face, and Bai Qining finally felt relieved. The fact that he could still smile proved that he didn't know her identity. But Li Shuo had already begun to get curious, and it was probably not long before he uncovered her identity. A strong sense of crisis welled up in her heart. Not wanting to continue the topic, she moved closer to Li Shuo and said, "Let's not talk about other people." She looked up at him, meeting his eyes so clear she could count the number of eyelashes, and leaned closer, close enough to feel his breath. "We haven't been together for a long time since we came back to the island." Bai Qining was surrounded by a strong sense of crisis throughout the day. The question Li Shuo had just asked had thrown her off balance again. Now, all she wanted was to get closer to Li Shuo and prove that he wouldn't leave her. Chapter 272 Yi Xian. Unbelievable. Bai Qining and Li Shuo actually. Li Shuo is a normal man. His stunningly beautiful wife takes the initiative to get close to him, and he is overwhelmed by her beauty. A girl whispers in his ear, asking to get closer. Under the stimulation of both senses and the entanglement of their breaths, he was quickly distracted by Bai Qining, his gaze falling on the girl's slightly parted cherry lips, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Bai Qining took in Li Shuo's reaction, seeing him so emotional. as if he had received tremendous encouragement. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes trembled slightly, her breathing became rapid, and she boldly moved closer to Li Shua. When their noses touched, she hesitated before her lips touched his because of her almost zero practical experience. Her heart was pounding. She was so nervous, especially when she saw the lust in Li Shua's eyes. She felt flustered. Li Shua was indeed aroused by Bai Qining. When he saw Bai Qining suddenly stop moving, driven by his male instincts, he immediately switched from defense to offense, reached out and touched the girl's fair and rosy cheeks, and lowered his head. Then, he kissed the girl's slightly parted lips. It's very soft. It's also very sweet. Li Shua's sudden initiative made Bai Qining's eyes widen. Her mind went blank, and she was too ashamed to look at the scene before her. She obediently closed her eyes, her body stiffening in place, not daring to move, feeling the gentle kiss of the man she loved to the core. Her fair face flushed red, and her trembling eyelashes gradually became moist. Li Shua was self-taught in this area. Although she is easily teased and embarrassed by Bai Qining's words in ordinary times, she is much more natural in actual combat than Bai Qining, who is all bark and no bite. In no time at all, Bai Qining melted into a puddle of water and collapsed into Li Shua's arms. If it weren't for the venue limitations, Li Shua might not have been able to control himself and continue with the next step. Bai Qining is just too tempting right now. Their first formal kiss today instantly brought them much closer together. Li Shua held the girl in his arms, who seemed to have no bones, and couldn't help but laugh and tease her, all bark and no bite. Bai Qining was still soft-hearted. Her behavior just now was indeed unlike her usual style, so she was powerless to argue. It was her nature to insist on her point even when she was being unreasonable while nestled in his arms. You are not allowed to say anything to me. Although she was arguing, a smile played on her lips. Taking advantage of the current atmosphere, she called out again, Li Shua. He looked down at her. Bai Qining looked up and met his gaze, saying, Shall we stay like this forever? No matter what happens in the future, let's never be apart. Li Shua was smiling, but Bai Qining's sudden words filled him with doubt. He hesitated for a moment and did not answer Bai Qining's question immediately. Or rather, make such a promise to Bai Qining. In this relationship, Li Shua is not as deeply invested in Bai Qining as he is now, so it's impossible for him to make an absolute vow to her without hesitation, such as, we will never separate no matter what happens. The future and the road ahead are long. Who knows what will happen tomorrow, or what changes might occur? Bai Qining noticed Li Shua's hesitation at a glance, and her eyes instantly dimmed. She originally wanted to take advantage of the current atmosphere to hear Li Shua make a promise to her, so that even if her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family was exposed, Li Shua would still consider his promise not to leave her. Even though she knew that Li Shua's feelings for her were no more than hers, and that even their intimacy today was initiated by her. Seeing Li Shua hesitate and not respond immediately, Bai Qining felt a pang of sadness. She pulled away from Li Shua's embrace, and seeing that he still hadn't agreed, she stood up angrily. She wanted to scold him but couldn't find the right words, so she could only stomp her foot, put on her mask, and turn to leave. If you don't want to, then forget it. I don't care anyway. The atmosphere between the two suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Bai Qining walked away angrily, and it was raining outside. Even though the two had disagreements about the promise, Li Shua, as her husband, couldn't let Bai Qining leave alone, so he immediately got up to chase after her. Qin, stay away from me. Li Shua had only taken a few steps when Bai Qining shouted at him, preventing him from getting any closer. She knew she was being unreasonable, but the fact that Li Shua didn't make her any promises today proved that her identity had been exposed, and that Li Shua would definitely leave her. Bai Qining just wanted to throw a tantrum to get Li Shua to agree. Li Shua refused to compromise with her so easily, agreeing to anything to appease her, regardless of whether he could keep his promises in the future. That's irresponsible. Thus, the dynamic between the two became Bai Qining walking briskly ahead, while Li Shua followed 2 or 3 steps away from her, ensuring she wouldn't get out of his sight and encounter danger while she was angry, nor would he go forward to compromise or agree. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Bai Qining was absolutely furious with this man. Upon reaching the first floor, she quickened her pace in a huff, trying to escape Li Shua's sight. Her mind and attention were focused on the man behind her, and she walked briskly without noticing the shop assistants carrying steaks back and forth. Although the steaks were covered, it's not hard to imagine that the steaks under the lids were still being grilled at high temperatures and sizzling with hot oil. Li Shua saw the two people about to meet from afar. In his haste, he didn't care about anything else and suddenly quickened his pace, rushing to Bai Qining's side in a few steps. Just before Bai Qining was about to bump into the shop assistant, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his arms. Li Shua's actions were sudden. By the time Bai Qining reacted, she had already bumped into Li Shua's arms, and a shop assistant carrying items rushed past. The diners in the restaurant also noticed the commotion and all turned their attention to it. This includes Yi Xian, who remained seated at the dining table without eating or leaving. Yi Xian, who was already suspicious, had already seen the two of them. At this moment, his pupils trembled and his eyes widened. Bai Qining also noticed the gazes directed at her at that moment. Forget about being angry. She instinctively turned around and buried her face in Li Shua's arms to hide herself. Li Shua knew that his wife was easily recognized. After Bai Qining hid in his arms, he immediately reached out to protect her head. Facing the various gazes from the crowd, he smiled somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, my girlfriend was a little startled just now. Bai Qining nestled in Li Shua's arms, and naturally, everyone's eyes in the restaurant were drawn to Li Shua's face. Many people noticed Li Shua's actions just now. Upon hearing this, they were amazed by the couple's demeanor and immediately exclaimed, "It's a good thing you were quick, otherwise your girlfriend might have been bumped into." Yes, it was really fast. A shadow flashed past me just now. It's obvious that this guy cares a lot about his girlfriend's safety. Many customers in the restaurant started to jeer. As Bai Qining listened, her anger suddenly dissipated by more than half. Although he was unwilling to make any promises to her, she could feel that Li Shua cared about her. The current venue is not suitable for throwing a tantrum. She gently tugged at the hem of his clothes with both hands, signaling Li Shua to quickly take her away. Li Shua noticed Bai Qining's actions and immediately understood. He said to everyone, "My girlfriend is a bit shy, so we'll head back first." After saying that, he put his arm around Bai Qining and prepared to protect her as they left. Only then did he notice a gaze in the restaurant that made him feel uneasy, and he looked up. He immediately spotted the man sitting by the window, staring incredulously at him and Bai Qining. Li Shua's heart skipped a beat, and a rare look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian was also in this restaurant. Judging from the other person's expression now, it seems that they have already recognized him and Bai Qining. Yi Xian had naturally recognized the two people, but his world collapsed at that moment. Unbelievable. This is an absurdly powerful score. This couple is quite attractive. It really was Li Shua and Bai Qining. Chapter 273, Confessing the Relationship. In the sluggish coffee shop next to Suho Restaurant, there are only 3 customers in the store right now, Li Shua and his wife, and Yi Xian. The coffee has been served. It really tastes awful. However, none of the 3 were in the mood for coffee at the moment. The store was crowded earlier, and Li Shua and Yi Xian recognized each other, but didn't make a fuss. They left the store one after the other, and then came to this coffee shop together. Li Shua never expected that he would run into Yi Xian while having a meal today. Now that he's been recognized, he should take this opportunity to confront the other party and make things clear. He shouldn't have to watch Yi Xian covet his wife in front of him, the rightful owner of the marriage. Bai Qining was afraid that her identity as a young lady of the Bai family would be exposed. As for their relationship, she didn't mind letting Yi Xian know. If she weren't afraid of hurting Li Shua and his family, she would have loved to immediately make her relationship with Li Shua public to the world. Yi Xian was still in a daze, staring at the 2 people sitting opposite him. They actually went out on a date and had dinner together? What is the current relationship between the 2 of them? Husband and wife, or? The information, which was even more fantastical than a dream, bombarded Yi Xian's mind, and it took him quite a while to process it. What's going on between you 2? What's your relationship now? Yi Xian finally came to his senses and asked the 2 of them. Bai Qining remained noncommittal. As you can see, we are now husband and wife. He is my husband, and I am his wife. Yi Xian. Pain. It hurt so much. Yi Xian couldn't hide the pain on his face as he looked at Li Shua and said, "Since you and Qi Ning are husband and wife, why did you help me back then?" As soon as Yi Xian said this, before Li Shua could answer, he felt his wife glancing at him from the side. The next moment, the girl's hand, which had been under the table, subtly moved to his waist. Suddenly, the flesh on his waist suffered, and Li Shua held back from groaning. He immediately reached under the table and grabbed Bai Qining's small hand to stop her from continuing her rampage. She then said to Yi Xian, "I don't follow celebrities. I didn't know she was Bai Muge back then, and you never told me that Bai Muge's real name was Bai Qining." Li Shua paused for a moment, then continued, "Otherwise, do you think a normal man would help someone else pursue his own wife?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. He never mentioned Bai Muge's real name to Li Shua. Generally speaking, apart from those who know her true identity, who would know the name Bai Qining, in the eyes of almost everyone, both at home and abroad, she is the idol Bai Muge. They couldn't easily reveal Bai Qining's true identity to others. Yi Xian felt a mix of emotions. That really was a lucky accident. Although I still feel very uncomfortable, I feel a little more at ease than before. As for men who help others pursue their wives, besides Li Shua, there is indeed one other in China, Li Che, the only son of the Li family. But now is not the time to discuss these things. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood for that at all. His gaze swept over Bai Qining, then turned to Li Shua, and said, "Then Li Shua, you have." Yi Xian had only spoken halfway when he noticed the warning look from the girl diagonally opposite him. His hair stood on end instantly, and he immediately swallowed back the words he was about to say. He originally wanted to ask Li Shua if he already knew that Bai Qining was the eldest daughter of the Bai family. But Bai Qining clearly didn't want him to ask any more questions. Li Shua probably doesn't know yet, nor does he seem to know. No wonder Bai Qining kept calling Li Shua away from her on set today. It turns out he was afraid Li Shua would find out something from him. Although Yi Xian appears to be a carefree and unruly rich second generation, the influence of his childhood environment has long cultivated his habit of observing people's expressions and assessing situations. He abruptly changed the subject, saying rather stiffly, "Then Lao Shua, you have already surpassed the 3.5 billion men in China." Although he changed the subject a bit abruptly, it was indeed the truth. Li Shua not only married the dream girl of 3.5 billion men, but also got the eldest daughter of the Bai family to hide her identity and get married to him, and she even fell in love with her. Yi Xian has never envied anyone in his entire life. Now, however, he is so envious of Li Shua that he's practically turning purple with envy. Li Shua now spends all his time interacting with a group of professional actors, especially those with acting skills like Bai Qining. Yi Xiao, who wasn't a professional actor, hesitated before he could speak. He immediately realized that Yi Xiao had swallowed back something he wanted to say because of Bai Qining's pressure. Li Shua didn't press further, but simply smiled faintly and chatted for a few more minutes following Yi Xian's lead. Bai Qining had no desire to join the conversation. She simply didn't enjoy socializing with anyone other than Li Shua. She simply sat next to Li Shua, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay, silently staring at the unpalatable coffee, without pulling her hand out of Li Shua's grasp under the table. In such a boring situation, this is the only way she can pass the time by secretly interacting with her husband. They chatted for another 10 minutes or so. Yi Xian finally accepted reality and realized that his beloved had been won over by Li Shua, the wife-chasing expert, leaving him with very mixed feelings. "Old Shua, Qi Ning, I wish you a long and happy marriage." Yi Xian closed his eyes, took a deep breath to compose himself, and then looked at Li Shua and continued, "I might go abroad to live for a while. I'll come back to visit you guys when I get back." Bai Qining was lost in thought, resting her chin on her hand. When she heard that Yi Xian was going abroad, her eyes lit up. Going abroad is great. Now that he's gone abroad, he won't have much contact with Li Shua anymore, so she won't have to worry so much. Bai Qining didn't speak, but Yi Xian inadvertently caught this fleeting change in her. Yi Xian. Li Shua understood that Yi Xian wanted to go out and clear his head. Now that they had talked things out, and Yi Xian was so frank and didn't press the issue, he generously offered his blessings. Okay, and I hope you meet a girl soon who can accompany you for life. Yi Xin smiled wryly and said half-jokingly, then you'll have to give me some advice and guidance when the time comes, Lao Shua. He truly admired Li Shua. He could even win over a girl like Bai Qining. Speaking of guidance, Li Shua's waist, which had been threatened, throbbed with pain. He gave an awkward smile and said, we'll see when the time comes. The brief showdown between the three ended. To avoid being hurt by the couple's public displays of affection, single Yi Xian said goodbye first and rented a tricycle to leave. Li Shua and Bai Qining live nearby, so they don't need to rent a car. The rain had stopped, and Bai Qining realized she was still angry. Since there was no one else around, she continued walking forward, keeping her distance from Li Shua in a huff. There are many alleys on this street, and although there are few vehicles, there are quite a few tricycles and electric bikes. Li Shua wasn't comfortable letting her be willful, so he caught up with her and took her hand. When Bai Qining turned to look at him, he looked back at her and spoke first. The road is dangerous. Bai Qining had wanted to break free, but after Li Shua said that, she could no longer hold a grudge. She turned her head away, neither speaking nor struggling, but simply letting him lead her forward. Chapter 274. When you're not familiar with someone, bite their arm. When you're familiar, bite their mouth. On the way back, the two of them barely spoke a word. Only when they arrived near the hotel and the surrounding traffic was less complicated did Li Shua let go of Bai Qining's hand. The two continued forward. Li Shua followed behind Bai Qining, wondering whether he should stay there while Bai Qining went back first. Just as I was passing by the alley where the two of them had agreed to meet, a figure suddenly flashed in front of me. Before he could react, his wrist was grabbed. By the time Li Shua realized what was happening, Bai Qining had already pushed the person against the alley wall. A tall, elegantly dressed girl pins a man who is over 1.8 meters tall against a wall. The scene is rather incongruous. How could Li Shua, a grown man, tolerate such a role reversal? He set off to break free from Bai Qining's confinement. The slender hand pressing on his arm had an irresistible force that made him completely unable to move. Li Shua, this is an absolute disgrace. Li Shua struggled twice, but couldn't break free. Feeling embarrassed and unable to do anything about Bai Qining, he could only warn her with his eyes not to do this, lest he get angry. The moment their eyes met, he saw the pleading look in the girl's eyes, which instantly softened his heart and made his gaze gentler. The alley was not brightly lit, but Li Shua could still clearly see the girl's fair face, which was so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. Especially now, the owner of this face is looking at him hesitantly. Bai Qining has already figured out how to move Li Shua's heart from her limited experience. She still hoped that Li Shua could give her a promise today. Seeing that Li Shua was moved, she moved closer to him, her sweet scent mingling with his breath. Li Shua was momentarily distracted, and the person in front of him beckoned him to lower his head and kiss her soft lips. At this moment, her small, cherry-red lips pressed against his, almost touching his. Her voice, slightly coquettish, said, Li Shua, promise me you'll never leave me, no matter what. Even though Bai Qining's words were highly seductive, Li Shua restrained himself from going any further. He leaned back slightly to create some distance between himself and the girl, a glimmer of clarity returning to his eyes, and said, no one can predict what will happen in the future, so I can't make such an absolute promise to you. If I agree to it now, and then fail to keep it due to some unforeseen reason, then I'll be breaking my promise. I really can't guarantee that. Upon hearing Li Shua's words, Bai Qining's eyes instantly dimmed, and she glared at him with considerable dissatisfaction. Just when Li Shua thought the girl would get angry and turn away, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, her small mouth suddenly close to his, and she opened her small mouth to kiss his lips. In Li Shua's surprised and wide eyes, she opened her small mouth. Li Shua's lips were bitten by Bai Qining, and he groaned in pain. I was wondering why this girl kissed me, but it turns out she bit me. Li Shua cried out in pain, and Bai Qining's heart trembled. She immediately restrained her strength, biting even harder because she was still angry that Li Shua wouldn't agree even though she had already shown weakness. Unable to bear biting him any longer, she reluctantly let go, pushed him away in a huff, and turned to leave. The hotel was not far ahead in the alley. and it was about time for the two to part ways. Bai Qining walked away, and Li Shua did not chase after her. He straightened up and touched the lip that Bai Qining had bitten with his tongue. Although it hurt, she stopped in time and didn't break the skin. But this girl must be a dog. How come she bites people at the drop of a hat? She used to bite his arm when we weren't close. Now she bites his mouth. The two should not return to the hotel too close together. Li Shua stayed in the alley for nearly half an hour before returning to the hotel. He also called his sister Li Shu during that time, but she didn't answer because she was either in class or busy. After returning to the hotel, Li Shuo received a message from Li Shu saying that she was on silent during class. Li Shua was skeptical and asked the other person if they had gone off to do another part-time job, as they had been frequently not answering his calls lately. Soon after, Li Shu posted a photo of herself in the classroom. Li Shua zoomed in on the photo and examined it closely, his brow furrowing slightly. After thinking for a moment, he transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Shu directly. Just focus on your studies. I got paid again, so I'll transfer some more to you. You can use it to buy something nice to eat or have fun, or you can save it. After Li Shua transferred the money, there was a long silence on the other end before a reply came. Thank you, brother, but I'm not short of money lately. I've spent too much of your money. You can keep it or transfer it to your sister-in-law. Li Shua said in an unyielding manner. Don't worry about me and your sister-in-law. If I don't give you much money, she'll scold me when she finds out. Just take it now. Or do you want me to personally deliver it to your school? After Li Shua sent the message, Li Shu immediately replied, don't come to my school to deliver it. I'll accept it. Thank you, brother. Soon, Li Shu accepted her brother's transfer. A smile finally appeared on Li Shua's face. He knew his younger sister fairly well. I'm very afraid of bothering others. The only way to get her to accept the money is to threaten her with something more troublesome, like personally delivering the money to her. I don't know what trouble she encountered, but she actually lied to him that she was in class. The date on the student's phone in the corner of the photo doesn't match today. Now that she's not answering his calls but can reply to his messages, she's probably doing part-time work outside and is afraid he'll find out. Li Shu was unwilling to be honest with him, and Li Shua couldn't easily find out anything through her phone, so he could only transfer some money to her first. Let's see if this girl will still be this busy in a few days. Watching Civic Square, Li Shu, dressed in a bear costume, sat awkwardly on the steps. The bear's head had been removed and placed aside. Her hair was completely soaked with sweat, and she was drenched in sweat from head to toe. October in Wanqing was still unbearably hot and humid, with not a breath of wind even at night. Li Shu sat on the steps, holding her phone in both hands. The sweat on her face was still wet. Looking at the chat window with her brother Li Shua, tears welled up in her eyes again. Even though Li Shua didn't say it explicitly, she could tell that he must have figured something out, which was why he transferred money to her again. She was touched, but also apprehensive, and couldn't help but wonder if her brother had begun to realize, like her mother, that she was a burden. These past few days she's been working tirelessly to earn money to pay off her debts, and now that she's receiving her brother's concern, she's worried that he might think she's not good enough, just like her mother did. Li Shu couldn't hold back her emotions, lowered her head, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She immediately transferred the more than 3,000 yuan she owed Bai Sheng to him. She'll find a reason to return the remaining 7,000 yuan in a few days. She felt uneasy after taking so much money from her brother this year, and couldn't take any more. Kyoto. Inside the villa, Bai Sheng was just getting ready to go to sleep. My phone suddenly received a message. He picked up his phone with considerable displeasure and opened the message, only to find that it was from Li Shu. His brows immediately relaxed. But when he saw the other party's transfer, he frowned again. His expression was complicated. He typed a few words in the input box, then quickly deleted them, simply took the money, and put his phone aside. He should just pay the money back. There's no need to worry about where the other person got so much money so quickly. However, less than 5 minutes after Bai Sheng tossed his phone aside, he couldn't help but pick it up again and immediately sent a message to the other party. What have you been doing? How did you manage to raise so much money so quickly? Could it be that he drove her astray? Li Shu was feeling down at the moment, and Bai Sheng's words, which were clearly implied, made her emotional. In addition, She already disliked this man who was being aggressive and demanding that she return the money, and who even seemed to be after her kidneys. She immediately blocked and deleted the person from her friend list. It was clearly him who forced her to pay back the money quickly. Now that she's paid it back, we still have to ask her where the money came from. Anyway, the money has been returned, and we'll never see each other again, so deleting it is fine. It also saves the kidneys from being coveted by others. On the other side, Bai Sheng waited for more than 10 minutes, but Li Shu did not reply to his message. He then typed a question mark, at the other party. The next moment, the man stared at the red exclamation mark and system notification on his phone screen with his dark eyes, and his face instantly darkened. This dark-skinned girl actually blocked him. And tonight, there are also people in a bad mood because of someone surnamed Li. There's also Bai Qining, who's already in bed at the hotel. Overwhelmed by a sense of crisis, she couldn't help but seek out military advisor Hua Wan today, telling her everything that had happened to Li Shua, hoping to get help from Hua Wan. On the hotel bed, two girls in pajamas sat cross-legged. Hua Wan had been deep in thought for a long time with a heavy expression. Finally, she bit her lip, looked at Bai Qining, and suggested, "Ningning, since Li Shua has already become suspicious, he will probably find out your identity soon." She crossed her arms and continued, "Instead of letting him find out on his own, you should be more honest and find a suitable time to confront him directly." Bai Qining looked up at her girlfriends. Take the initiative to confront Li Shua. Chapter 275 The Way to Confess. Bai Qining initially found it difficult to accept Hua Wan's suggestion. What she feared was that Li Shua, knowing the vast difference in their social status, would actively distance himself from her. Taking the initiative to confront the enemy is tantamount to committing suicide. But then she thought about it again. Li Shua had already started to suspect her, so it was better for her to confess than to let him find out on his own. That way, she wouldn't have to live in fear every day, and Li Shua wouldn't be too angry. If it were just a matter of confronting her directly, Li Shua would probably immediately distance himself